Complete Martial Arts Attributes Chapter 2010 to Chapter 2041. The sudden appearance of the Sector Lord board caught Wang Ting off guard. He really didn't think that he would be listed on the Realm Lord list. This was too ridiculous. One had to know that he was only a small Domain Lord level fighter. He was still far from the Sector Lord level. Although he had indeed killed a few fake Sector Lord level and upper level Demon Emperor level existences, the distance to the Sector Lord level was still not that fast. You should be happy, so many people want to be on the Sector Lord board but don't even have the chance. You just randomly got on, what else do you want? When Roundface saw his depressed and helpless look, he felt that this guy was a little bit pretentious after getting a bargain, so he said in a bad mood. Wang Ting just shook his head and didn't say anything else. How would others understand his goal? Sector Lord board, this was just a board that outsiders judged. His goal wasn't here, but the Domain Lord level Invincible Realm, to catch up to the ancient warriors who had reached that realm before. This was what a martial artist should truly pursue. If Yuan Gungun knew what Wang Ting was thinking, he would be shocked. This fella's ambition was too huge. However, what he didn't know was that when Wang Ting was at the universe level, he had already reached the Invincible Realm. His fleshly body had reached the limit, and no one was his match. Now, even though Domain Lord level was harder, it wasn't impossible. At this time, Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he looked at his status panel. Life Origin *32,000, Origin of Soul *28,000, Half-Step Sector Lord Spirit *21,000, Earth Element Star Force *26,500, Yellow Rock Sunbreaking Secret Technique *18,000. One by one, the attribute bubbles flowed into his mind, turning into various powers and insights. Previously, when he defeated Grandmaster Ita, he had picked up a lot of attribute bubbles from him. Later, when Grandmaster Ita self-destructed and died, he had obtained a lot of attribute bubbles. At this time, large amounts of Life Origin and Soul Origin entered his body and mind, causing these two attributes to become even stronger. Wang Ting frowned and immediately felt a comfortable feeling from the depths of his body and soul. He couldn't help but immerse himself in it. Grandmaster Ita's final self-destruction had produced a lot of Life Origin and Soul Origin attributes, which could be considered a pleasant surprise. Hee hee. Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh coldly. The dark apparition had placed restrictions in Ita's body. Even though it stopped him from getting more information, it also gave him more attribute bubbles. If he didn't self-destruct, he wouldn't be able to get so much Life Origin and Soul Origin. No matter what, he didn't lose out. After absorbing the attributes of Life Origin and Soul Origin, another energy full of vitality poured into his mind. Half-Step Sector Lord Spirit, it was the Half-Step Sector Lord Spirit. Wang Ting's spiritual power had just reached the Half-Step Sector Lord stage. Now, he was giving him attribute bubbles. This was exactly what he wanted. Ha ha ha, a smile appeared at the edge of Wang Ting's lips. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Satisfying, too satisfying, the pure mental strength surged into his mind and fused with his original mental strength. It completely became his mental strength and lingered in the chaotic star realm. Spirit, 671000/800000, Half-Step Sector Lord level, a total of 21,000 points. Wang Ting was very satisfied. He felt that his spiritual power had increased tremendously. Ita's spirit energy wasn't as pure and thick as his, but it was still Half-Step Sector Lord level. It wasn't something Domain Lord level spirit energy could compare to. And that self-destruction had also caused his Half-Step Sector Lord spirit energy to explode. Otherwise, how could there be so many attributes? Next, a wave of star origin power entered Wang Ting's body. Within his body, thick and solid, it was none other than the Earth Origin force. However, Wang Ting's Earth-type star origin power had already reached the max level. Naturally, it couldn't be improved anymore. The last attribute bubble turned into a realization and appeared in Wang Ting's mind. A human figure appeared. He waved his hand, and yellow rays of light shot out from his body. They were like shooting stars, shuttling back and forth in the air. In the human-shaped light figure's mind, the special method of channeling spiritual power was displayed. Wang Ting grasped it. Rumble, suddenly, the scene in the void changed abruptly. The khaki-colored flowing light condensed together and turned into a huge shadow of a long cone, which was exactly the same as the method that Grandmaster Ita had used before. However, compared to the current scene, Grandmaster Ita's mastery was clearly far inferior. Rumble, in front, a huge black battleship appeared. It was a darkness battleship. And from the runes on the battleship and the aura it emitted, this battleship had at least reached the peak of Upper Demon Emperor level. It was equivalent to the peak of Sector Lord level in the Radiant Universe. The humanoid silhouette immediately controlled the khaki-colored All-Phantom to bombard the black warship that appeared ahead. The huge image transformed into a stream of light and cut through the void. The void began to tremble, and spatial cracks began to appear one after another. It was extremely terrifying and spectacular. Chi-La, in the blink of an eye, the khaki-colored All had arrived in front of the black battleship. Like a divine weapon, it instantly broke through the defense of the battleship and pierced into the black battleship, completely penetrating it. The sturdy battleship was like paper and couldn't stop the yellow All. Extremely easy, it was really easy, with just one strike, a dark battleship that had reached the pinnacle of Upper Demon Emperor level was destroyed. Such an attack had already surpassed many Sector Lord level battle techniques. Even some pinnacle Sector Lord level battle techniques might not be comparable to it. A Sector Lord level Spirit Force secret technique was indeed very powerful. It was no wonder that Spirit Force masters were relatively strong. I didn't expect to be able to obtain the Spirit Force master secret technique of Ita. Wang Ting's mind was filled with all kinds of enlightenment. His eyes flashed slightly and he was very surprised. A Spirit Force secret technique was really uncommon. He had only encountered it a few times. Last time, the Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow secret technique was obtained from a Spirit Force master genius of Cosmic Sky Academy. Cosmic Sky Academy had such a heritage that it wasn't strange for them to have a Spirit Force secret technique. But he had only obtained it once. It could be seen that this Spirit Force secret technique was really rare and precious. It's still at Sector Lord level. Wang Ting looked at the attribute panel. He was even more satisfied and happy. Yellow Rock Sun-Breaking Secret Technique, Sector Lord Level 5000/15,000, Proficient. Even though the Yellow Rock Sun-Breaking Secret Technique wasn't as good as the Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow Secret Technique, but from the scene just now, it could be seen that this secret technique was very strong. It could at least support a Sector Lord level Spirit Force Master. Also, this secret technique had a special use. It was different from the Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow Secret Technique. The Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow secret technique focused on sharpness and agility. It used unparalleled sharpness to cut through everything. The Yellow Rock Sun-Breaking secret technique that he had just obtained focused more on strength and tyrannical destructive power. When he had fought with Ita, Wang Ting had already felt that the Yellow Rock Sun-Breaking All, used by the Yellow Rock Sun-Breaking secret technique, was very heavy and hard. It could even go against his Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow secret technique. It had to be said that this was an incredible characteristic. The sharpness of the Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow feather was something that no one knew better than Wang Ting. So he was even more interested in the Yellow Rock Sun-Breaking secret technique. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that Ita's spiritual force wasn't strong enough, his spiritual force wasn't strong enough, and the materials used to create the Yellow Rock Sun-Breaking All weren't perfect enough. But he wouldn't have won so easily. Ita, are you polite? If he knew what Wang Ting was thinking, he would probably jump out of his coffin and argue with Wang Ting. Do you really think everyone is as abnormal as you? Both half-step Sector Lord level spiritual force, but its strength was comparable to a Sector Lord level spirit reader. Was this the spiritual force that normal people could have? And the Yellow Rock Sun-Breaking All, he had spent a lot of precious materials to get someone to forge it. Back then, for this spirit weapon, he almost went bankrupt. Would you believe that a Grandmaster level subprofession almost went bankrupt? In the end, Wang Ting actually said that it wasn't good enough. He really didn't know how expensive it was. But no matter what, Wang Ting was still very happy. He was just casually catching a dark apparition spy, but he didn't expect to get a spiritual force secret technique. His luck was really good. Also, proficient level. Wang Ting looked at the attribute panel, and the satisfaction on his face became more and more intense. This secret technique directly went from beginner level to proficient level, skipping 3 levels. It could be said that it saved Wang Ting a lot of cultivation time. Sometimes, he had to admit that at the same level, cultivating a spiritual force secret technique was much harder than cultivating a martial arts combat technique. Wang Ting suddenly grasped this secret technique to proficient level, which was definitely something that others didn't even dare to think about. If Ita knew that Wang Ting had grasped his secret technique to proficient level, he would probably jump out of his coffin again. He would be completely bald from all the plucking. Unfortunately, Ita didn't even have a scrap left. With this secret technique, I'll be able to wield even more spiritual force in a more comprehensive way. Wang Ting's eyes flashed slightly, and he thought to himself. If it were someone else, of course, they could only cultivate one type of spiritual force secret technique, because they didn't have the energy to cultivate it, and they didn't have enough spiritual force to support them to use more than 2 types of spiritual force secret techniques. Even a genius would find it difficult to use 2 types of secret techniques at the same time. This was undoubtedly far too difficult. In the next moment, a khaki-colored long awl appeared in Wang Ting's hand, the yellow rock sunbreaking awl. There was no doubt that this was Ita's yellow rock sunbreaking awl. After Ita was caught, this psychic weapon became his spoils of war. Previously, because there were too many people present, he didn't take it out to study it properly. Now that only he and Yuan Gungun were left, he naturally didn't have any concerns. At this time, he couldn't help but look at it carefully. This yellow rock sunbreaking awl was a long awl, but there was nothing special about it. Its overall appearance was very simple, and its entire body was khaki-colored, which made it look even more ordinary. However, there were dense runes engraved on it, which made this long awl look a little more strange. This is Ita's psychic weapon. When Yuan Gungun saw this item, he was also very surprised and opened his mouth. That's right. Wang Ting nodded and said, let's see what material this is made of. It can actually block my Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow plume. Crack. It's already cracked. Crack. Yuan Gungun came over to take a look, shook his head and said, although it's indeed very hard, compared to your Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow plume, it's still a bit lacking. Crack. In the previous battle, although Wang Ting used his psychic power to break Ita's psychic defense, causing the collision of the 2 psychic weapons to end prematurely, there were still some cracks on this yellow rock sunbreaking awl. This is very normal. After all, the Phoenix Dance Golden Sparrow plume is made of phoenix blood red gold. Wang Ting said. Yuan Gungun nodded and looked at the khaki-colored awl in front of him. His psychic power lingered on its surface, and then penetrated into it to analyze the material. This seems to be yellow soul treasure rock ore. In the next moment, the 2 of them called out the main material of the psychic weapon at almost the same time. Wang Ting was a saint-level blacksmith, so his eyes were naturally not bad. Yuan Gungun. As an artificial intelligence, his knowledge was extremely rich. It wasn't strange for him to be able to analyze the main material of this psychic weapon together with Wang Ting. At this moment, when they saw that each other had identified the main material of this psychic weapon, they couldn't help but look at each other, and then smiled slightly. Looks like it's not wrong, it's indeed this type of earth-type material. Wang Ting said. Yellow soul treasure rock ore. This is already considered a rare material in the sector lord level. For Ita to be able to obtain this material, it must be because of his secondary profession as a grandmaster. Yuan Gungun said. Wang Ting nodded slightly. He originally thought that the material of this psychic weapon wasn't very high level, but now it seemed that it was still useful. The other supplementary materials might not be good, but this main material was still very good. If I add in other higher level earth-type materials, maybe I can push this yellow rock sun-breaking all to saint level. Yuan Gungun touched his chin and said. You and I are thinking the same thing. Wang Ting smiled and said. Now that he had completely grasped the yellow rock sun-breaking secret technique, he naturally knew the forging material and forging method of the yellow rock sun-breaking awl, because the 2 were a complete set. The cultivation method and the weapon couldn't be missing either. This was the complete secret technique. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and said, looks like I have another weapon to forge. Yes. Another? Yuan Gungun was wondering why he said this word, but suddenly saw an item appear in his hand. It was the ore obtained from the Pillar of Heaven's mountain space. Earth Profound Thunder Ore. Yes. Yuan Gungun was slightly stunned, and couldn't help but call out the ore's name. He naturally recognized this ore. After all, when he obtained it before, he saw it, but he didn't expect Wang Ting to suddenly take it out at this time. You can't be thinking of. Yuan Gungun suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Wang Ting in disbelief. Hee, you guessed right. Wang Ting smiled and walked to the forging room on the side. The forging room, alchemy room, and other facilities were next to the cultivation room. It was an independent space designed for Wang Ting. When the people of the Candle Dragon realm attacked the Yi River spaceship, they took the Pyrimidine star into consideration, and when they modified the Fire River spaceship, they took his identity as a subprofession into consideration. This design could be said to be very humane. We don't have much time on the road. Are you really going to reforge your thunder-turning brick here? Yuan Gungun couldn't help but ask. It only took a few days to travel from the Tianzhu star to the Heavenly Grace star. Although Wang Ting's efficiency was not low, now that he was going to reforge it, there was no complete forging blueprint. Wang Ting still needed to spend a lot of time to design it, and it was definitely not something that could be completed in a short time. I know. Wang Ting said lightly, and did not explain anything. After entering the forging room, his expression was slightly shocked, and he became serious. Then, he took out pieces of different ores and displayed them in front of him. These ores were all needed to forge the thunder-turning brick. He did not immediately start forging, but silently looked at these ores and fell into deep thought. Just as Yuan Gungun said, it was not that easy to reforge the thunder-turning brick. He needed to redo the ratio according to his own understanding and design a new forging method. Following the old forging method was absolutely not advisable, and it would inevitably lead to failure. Yuan Gungun opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not try to persuade him. However, he did not leave either. He carefully observed the ores in front of him, and seemed to have decided to reforge the thunder-turning brick with Wang Ting. It had been stuck at the peak of the Grandmaster level for some time. If it did not make a breakthrough, it would not be able to keep up with Wang Ting's footsteps sooner or later. Therefore, the two of them began to redesign the plan. Yuan Gungun was not at the saint level yet, but as a life intelligence, it still had a huge advantage. It could help Wang Ting verify the data of various materials and minimize the error rate to a minimum. Moreover, it was also a blacksmith, so it could cooperate with Wang Ting. If it was only a life intelligence, it would be difficult for the two of them to work together in the path of forging. Slowly, a day passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Ting and Yuan Gungun kept exchanging ideas, constantly optimizing the design of the thunder-turning brick, and changing many materials. It was enough to make the thunder-turning brick reach the saint level. There should be no problem, right? Yuan Gungun said hesitantly. Believe in your own ability, and believe in my attainments. There will be no problem. Wang Ting's eyes shone brightly. A confident smile appeared at the corner of his lips as he spoke with certainty. Okay, I'll go crazy with you. Yuan Gungun took a deep breath and said loudly. Ha ha ha. That's right. How can you advance to the saint level if you shrink back? Wang Ting said meaningfully. Ding ding ding, dang dang dang, quang quang quang. In the forging room, all sorts of sounds came out. It was very rhythmic and not noisy. Instead, it made people feel that it was a special piece of music. However, the sounds were very dense, yes, dense, compared to normal blacksmiths, the sounds were too dense. It was as if there were dozens of people forging at the same time. However, even if there were dozens of blacksmiths forging at the same time, they wouldn't be able to create such a rhythm. It would definitely be messy. If there were blacksmiths here, they would be very shocked. To be able to forge to such a degree, they definitely weren't normal blacksmiths. In the forging room, Yuan Gungun glanced at Wang Ting from time to time. He couldn't concentrate. Although it wasn't the first time he saw this, he still felt an inexplicable sense of shock every time he saw it. This guy was really a monster. Yuan Gungun shook his head and tried his best to collect his thoughts. He controlled his spiritual force and swung his hammer at a piece of ore. Seeing Wang Ting like that, he naturally tried to use multiple hammers to forge at the same time. The results were obvious. It all ended in failure. Only when he tried it did he know how crazy this forging method was. 3 hammers, he could only use 3 hammers at most. That was already his limit. Moreover, he was only forging materials below the universe level. If it was domain lord level or sector lord level materials, he definitely couldn't use 3 hammers at the same time. Now, he had completely given up on that idea. He just used 1 hammer to forge. Otherwise, if there was a problem, he would be laughed at by Wang Ting. On the other side, Wang Ting controlled 36 hammers to hit 36 different types of ores on the forging table. He was forging at the same time. Looking at him, he seemed to be quite relaxed. Under his control, the hammers seemed to have a life of their own. They were very agile. This feels so good. Wang Ting couldn't help but sigh. He thought to himself, after my spiritual force reached half-step sector lord level, it's so much easier than before. Yes. In the past, he could only use 18 hammers at the same time and that was the limit. The further he forged, the harder it was. But now, using 36 hammers at the same time didn't seem to be strenuous at all. After his mental energy reached half-step sector lord level, it had undergone a complete transformation. It was as though there was no end to it. It even had life energy and was extremely agile. No wonder one had to reach the sector lord level to enter the saint level. If Wang Ting's spirit was already abnormal enough, and his mastery of his secondary profession had already reached the peak, it would be impossible for him to advance to the saint tier in advance. From this point of view, it was enough to show how abnormal Wang Ting was. The reason why he could be so relaxed was because of his solid foundation. After reaching half-step sector lord level, his mental energy was much stronger than normal sector lord mental energy. Just like Master Ita, he also had half-step sector lord mental energy and was a spirit reader. His mental energy was definitely stronger than normal fighters. However, in front of Wang Ting, he was still completely defeated. As for Feng Jin, who had just reached half-step sector lord level, he couldn't compare to Wang Ting. That was why he didn't fear these geniuses. So what if he gave them natural luck? In the end, they still couldn't compare to him. Yuan Gungun heard Wang Ting's monologue and couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was very infuriating. I know you're amazing, but you don't have to attack people like that. At this rate, our forging time can be shortened by quite a bit. Wang Ting said. N. Yuan Gungun nodded. He had to admit that Wang Ting's words made sense. Forging with this method would definitely take less time than they thought. Maybe we can combine the flipping lightning brick and the yellow rock sun breaking all at the same time. Wang Ting said. Yuan Gungun opened his eyes wide in disbelief. What did you say? N. What, is there a problem? Wang Ting glanced at him. You still want to forge the yellow rock sun breaking all? Yuan Gungun asked anxiously. He almost lost control of his forging hammer and quickly regained his composure. Can't I? Wang Ting asked. Why are you forging that thing? You can't use it. Yuan Gungun asked curiously while forging. It remembered the word again that Wang Ting said previously. At first, it thought that Wang Ting just wanted to purify the Huangsol gem rock and the yellow granite sun breaking all. It didn't expect him to use it to forge the yellow granite sun breaking all. Who said I can't use it? Wang Ting gave a meaningful smile and said. Yuan Gungun was speechless. He had forgotten that this guy seemed to have a very powerful duplication ability. As long as someone else used a combat skill, he could learn it. What kind of talent was this? Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Wang Ting didn't talk nonsense and immediately urged him. This is not fast enough? Yuan Gungun was speechless, but he could only concentrate on forging and try to increase his speed. Otherwise, in front of Wang Ting, he would really be beaten black and blue. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, several hours had passed. Wang Ting and Yuan Gungun finally finished forging all the materials for the thunder-turning brick and began to fuse them. Naturally, the fusion was handed over to Wang Ting. Boom, with a wave of his hand, 3 balls of flame spread out and enveloped the entire smithing workshop. Green jade glazed flame, 10,000 beasts true spirit flame, thunder heart flame, 2 kinds of heavenly flames and 1 special flame. Originally, he didn't need to use special flames. Naturally, it was best to use heavenly flames to forge a sacred weapon. However, the thunder-turning brick he wanted to forge was a thunder weapon. It was naturally the best choice to use the thunder attribute flame in advance to adapt to the power of thunder. If it were other forging masters, they would naturally have no choice. They would use whatever flame was useful. But Wang Ting could choose. He had mastered a lot of special flames, including special flames that contained the power of thunder. Naturally, he could use whatever he wanted. Let's start. Wang Ting took a deep breath. His gaze was calm as his spirit force swept out from between his eyebrows. Instantly, the forged materials were thrown into the flames. The 3 types of flames immediately swept out and engulfed the materials. Wang Ting unleashed his flame talent to the extreme, accurately controlling the 3 types of flames and fusing the materials. Chi, under his control, the 3 types of flames didn't clash at all. Their coordination was extremely good. Of course, the half-step sector Lord Spirit Force also played a crucial role. The half-step sector Lord Spirit Force not only made it easier for him to forge, but it also made it easier for him to fuse the materials. He could precisely control the flames and try his best to achieve the best fusion point for the materials. Best fusion point. It seemed simple, but in reality, to any forging master, this was the realm they pursued their entire life. No one dared to say that they would definitely be able to find the best fusion point for 2 materials or even multiple materials. This was an extremely mysterious fusion point that was hard to grasp. Because every material was different, there was a huge difference in the degree of fusion. And even if the materials were the same, due to their purity, the amount of impurities and other factors, the fusion point would be different. Even Wang Ting had to rely on his powerful spirit force to barely find the best fusion point. If it was other forging masters, the difficulty would definitely be higher. Originally, there were only a dozen materials needed to forge the flipping thunder brick, and the most important ones were the mystical weight gold and cloud thunder crystal. Now, after Wang Ting and Yuan Genggen's redesign, there were hundreds of materials. There were hundreds of them, and the most important ones were the profound weight gold and the profound thunder Oregon. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. With the coordination of the 2 heaven and earth flames and the lightning-type flame, the fusion of the materials was very smooth and the speed was much faster. There were almost no mistakes in the process. After the materials were fused, they turned into a gray liquid metal. In the end, only the mystical weight gold and earth thunder ore were left. Rumble. Rumble, Wang Ting's eyes flashed. 2 heaven and earth flames swept out and wrapped around the mystical weight gold and earth thunder ore respectively. Under the high temperature of the heaven and earth flames, the mystical weight gold and earth thunder ore were soon turned into liquid metal. One was golden, and the other was yellowish-purple. Then, Wang Ting controlled his spirit force and slowly brought the 2 liquid metals closer to each other. Pist pist pist, there was a sudden sizzling sound as the 2 liquid metals finally came into contact with each other. Yuan Genggen's expression was serious as he stared at the 2 liquid metals that were fusing. On the other hand, Wang Ting's expression didn't change. He had already expected this situation before he came up with the plan. He and Round Face had gone through the most detailed calculations and even forging simulations. Thus, he didn't panic at all. Melt. Melt. He controlled the flame and let the temperature drop a little. He found a balance point so that both metals could withstand it. At the same time, his spirit force also surged out and entered the 2 liquid metals. The profound luminous gold was not a problem. The only problem was the profound thunder Oregon. This metal not only contained the power of earth, but also the violent power of thunder. If it had not been melted, the energy within it would have been relatively stable. Now that it had been melted, if the energy was not controlled, it would completely explode. Especially when it was fused with other metals, there would be a violent reaction with the addition of other energy. The sizzling sound just now was caused by the thunder element energy in the earth thunder ore and the metal element energy in the mystical weight gold. However, that was only the initial reaction. It was unavoidable. Any two different elements of energy that came into contact with each other would cause an unpredictable reaction. What the blacksmith had to do was to ease and solve this reaction. At this moment, under Wang Ting's control, the thunder element energy in the earth thunder ore stabilized and gradually fused with the metal energy in the mystical weight gold. At the same time, the earth element energy in the earth thunder ore was also fused. The fusion of three types of energy was definitely more difficult. Fortunately, it was not a problem for Wang Ting. Since he became a blacksmith, what kind of difficulty had he not faced? Wasn't it just the fusion of three different types of energy? Just do it. Time passed again. The fusion of the earth thunder ore and the mystical weight gold lasted for a full hour. It was somewhat out of Wang Ting's expectations. However, the result was good. There were no accidents. A purplish gold liquid metal appeared in front of Wang Ting. The yellow color had been covered by gold, so the entire liquid was purplish gold. It was extremely dazzling. Phew! Yuan Gungun immediately let out a long breath. After fusing two main materials, the fusion should be much easier. Wang Ting did not hesitate and directly fused the purplish gold liquid into the gray metal ball that was previously fused. A violent reaction immediately occurred. However, he was still calm. He controlled his spirit force to maintain the balance of the various energies so that they could completely fuse. The process was actually much easier than before. It only took half an hour for the fusion to be complete. Yuan Gungun's eyes kept sparkling as he watched. He could not help but exclaim. The terrifying energy emitted by the fused liquid metal was truly frightening. He was a territorial lord-level artificial intelligence, but in front of this liquid metal ball, he actually felt a sense of threat. At this moment, the various materials had fused into a ball, forming a metal ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters. It floated in front of Wang Ting. Buzz buzz, buzz buzz buzz, densely packed electric arcs formed a net that covered the metal sphere. It was very strange. Before the forging was completed, the ball already contained the power of thunder and lightning. It was overflowing uncontrollably. How terrifying was the energy inside? The power of thunder and lightning in this ball of material is enough to injure a territorial lord-level martial artist. Yuan Gungun's eyes were filled with amazement as he said in a serious voice. Not bad. These materials are not ordinary, especially the earth profound thunder ore and the profound luminous gold. After the fusion, there was a wonderful reaction. It seems that the reforged flipping thunder brick is really something to look forward to. A glint flashed past Wang Ting's eyes as he smiled excitedly. Yuan Gungun did not say anything else, but there was a complicated look in his eyes. Previously, he was worried that the reforging of the flipping thunder brick would not succeed. However, it seemed that success was only a step away. With Wang Ting's attainment, there was a 99% chance that the last step would not fail. Saint-level flipping thunder brick, in Wang Ting's hands, another Saint-level weapon was born. If other Saint-level blacksmiths knew about this, what would they think? Clang clang clang. Next, the violent hammering sound rang out in the forging room again. Forging hammers flew up and down, hammering on the fused metal ball. After the temperature dropped, the metal ball turned into a solid state again. Now, it was time for the final forging and nurturing. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. In an uninhabited void with few planets, it seemed a little desolate. All of a sudden, a dark red spaceship appeared here and was speeding forward at an extremely fast speed. Just as the spaceship appeared, there was a sudden change in the void. Rumble, a violent roar rang out in the void and spread far and wide. Then, a thundercloud appeared out of thin air and appeared above the spaceship. The rich power of thunder was brewing in the thundercloud. Electric arcs flashed like purple thunder snakes, which looked extremely terrifying from afar. What's going on? In a cultivation room of the spaceship, Feng Jin suddenly opened her eyes and felt the violent roar outside. Her expression changed slightly. She thought that something had happened and immediately rushed out of the cultivation room to the spaceship's main control room, where she could see the panoramic simulation of the void outside. What is this? When she saw the dense tribulation cloud above the spaceship, she could not help but widen her eyes with a dumbfounded expression. Thunderclouds appeared in the void and moved forward with the spaceship. It was like a shadow following the body of the spaceship. Could it be that they had encountered some strange phenomenon in the universe? This was not surprising. There were all kinds of strange things in the universe. There were all kinds of unpredictable dangers. Sometimes they might encounter a place of thunder and lightning, sometimes they might encounter a place of dense rain, and sometimes they might even encounter a place of poisonous fog. The scene in front of her was very similar to some places of thunder and lightning. The only question was, why was the thundercloud following their spaceship? What the hell? Could it be that it still had consciousness? Such a strange thought popped up in Feng Jin's mind. Rumble, thunder poured out from the dark clouds, as if an extremely terrifying attack was brewing. The terrifying power of heaven and earth descended and shrouded the spaceship. Even in the spaceship, one could clearly feel the terrifying power of heaven. What the hell is going on? No, I must inform Wang Ting immediately. Feng Jin's whole body tensed up as if she was under great threat. Her face became extremely serious, and she turned around. She was going to find Wang Ting. Don't be nervous. It's just a thunder tribulation caused by the weapon I forged. At this time, Wang Ting slowly walked out from the spaceship and said in a flat voice. Thunder tribulation? Huh? Feng Jin was slightly stunned. Obviously, she did not expect this to be the reason. For a moment, she did not react, and the expression on her face was a little dull. Seeing her like this, Wang Ting found it quite interesting. He smiled slightly and ordered, after I leave the spaceship, immediately drive the spaceship out of the tribulation cloud and activate the spaceship's protective shield. Huh? Yes. A voice sounded in the spaceship. This was the voice of the Yuan Gungun, but it did not appear at this time. The next moment, the cabin door opened, and Wang Ting rushed out of the spaceship. Feng Jin finally reacted. She hesitated for a moment, but did not follow him out. She could still see the situation outside from the spaceship. At this time, it was better not to go out and cause trouble. But he actually forged a weapon in the spaceship. Huh? I wonder what it is. Huh? A thought flashed through Feng Jin's mind, and her eyes immediately fixed on Wang Ting outside the spaceship. Huh? At this time, a soft sound of surprise came from her mouth. Feng Jin noticed that Wang Ting was holding a cloud of dense purple lightning in his hand. It was the size of an adult's head, and there were constantly thunder arcs jumping on it. It was very strange. Is it a thunder weapon? Wait, this thunder tribulation is so terrifying. That weapon. Feng Jin's mind was like a thunderclap, and an incredible idea suddenly came to her, making her expression suddenly dull. No. Yes. She could not help but gulp, feeling that her guess was a little ridiculous. Not to mention other things, just the timing alone was a little bit wrong. It had only been 3 days since they left Tianzhu planet. What could they do in 3 days? She felt that it was not enough to forge a guru-level weapon, let alone a sacred-level weapon. However, the next situation finally made her believe it. Boom, in the sky, purple lightning constantly flashed and became denser, as if it had been brewing to the extreme and was faintly about to erupt. Go. Boom, Wang Ting floated in the void with one hand behind his back. He looked up and suddenly waved his other hand, and the dense lightning in his palm suddenly rushed into the sky. Boom, at this time, the thunder tribulation in the tribulation cloud seemed to be provoked. It suddenly stopped, and then suddenly fell, turning into a terrifying purple lightning pillar, and fiercely bombarded the dense lightning. Top-grade purple heavenly thunder. Boom. Feng Jin's eyes were shocked. She had recognized the purple lightning. It was the sacred-level thunder tribulation, top-grade purple heavenly thunder. If that weapon was not a sacred-level weapon, then what was it? Saint-level weapon. Only a saint-level weapon could attract a saint-level lightning tribulation. However, Feng Jin did not expect that Wang Ting could forge a saint-level weapon in such a short time. Could it be that he was already halfway through forging, but was in the nurturing stage and only succeeded today? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Feng Jin's mind. In the end, she found a reasonable reason. Otherwise, she really could not imagine that Wang Ting could successfully forge a saint-level weapon in just 3 days. It was unbelievable. Other saint-level blacksmiths would not believe it. However, she did not know that Wang Ting had forged a saint-level weapon in the Secondary Profession Alliance headquarters in a shorter time than this. If it were not for the redesign of the flipping thunder brick, Wang Ting would not have to spend so much time at all. Of course, Feng Jin naturally did not know all this, which was why she was so incredulous. After all, Feng Jin wasn't a sub-professional, so he didn't know much about the key points in it. Rumble, at this moment, the lightning tribulation outside collided with the dense lightning, and violent roars were constantly erupting, resounding through the void. Feng Jin did not care about other things. She stared unblinkingly at the terrifying saint-level lightning tribulation. To be honest, although she was a sector lord genius on Tianzhu planet, it was the first time she witnessed the birth of a saint-level weapon with her own eyes. Her heart was full of curiosity. She wanted to know what kind of weapon it was. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity to broaden her horizons. Crackle! Crackle! Countless lightning arcs exploded in the void. They were like lightning snakes that slithered in all directions. Some meteorites that were floating in the void exploded when they came into contact with the lightning arcs. One could see how powerful the lightning arcs were. That weapon. Feng Jin looked at it, and suddenly there was a look of surprise in his eyes. In the face of such a terrifying saint-level lightning tribulation like the purple heavenly thunder, that weapon did not seem to be affected at all. If it was an ordinary weapon, it would have been struck long ago. Wait. In the next moment, Feng Jin seemed to have discovered something incredible again. Her eyes widened slightly. She almost thought that she had seen wrongly. She blinked and looked again. That weapon is absorbing the lightning tribulation? An extremely absurd conjecture suddenly appeared in her mind, causing her brain to be unable to process it. A weapon that could absorb lightning tribulations, was this really possible? In any case, she had never seen it before. At that moment, Feng Jin knew there was nothing he could do. All he could do was stare at the void outside without blinking. He wanted to confirm whether or not the weapon was really absorbing the power of the lightning tribulation. The eyesight of a sector lord level fighter was very powerful. After looking for a while, she could finally confirm that the weapon was really absorbing the power of the lightning tribulation. Hiss! She couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. She became more and more curious. What kind of weapon was this? In the void, Wang Ting's eyes flickered slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The flipping thunder brick was indeed absorbing the power of tribulation lightning. When he first forged the flipping thunder brick, he had inadvertently created the flipping thunder brick that could absorb the power of the lightning tribulation. Now that he was forging the flipping thunder brick again, he naturally would not give up on this property. A weapon that could absorb lightning tribulation was a good weapon. Since he already had experience, the success rate would definitely not be low. Therefore, Wang Ting was not worried at all that he would not be able to forge a weapon that could absorb the lightning tribulation. As it turned out, he had succeeded. During the process of forging the flipping thunder brick, he only needed to add a bit of extreme purple thunderbolts and use the ancient thunder attribute runes as support to carve them on the flipping thunder brick. Then, the flipping thunder brick would have the property of absorbing the lightning tribulation. The entire process seemed simple. In fact, it was very difficult. Ordinary blacksmiths could not mobilize the power of the lightning tribulation at all. However, just this point alone was enough to make them shrink back. Naturally, they would not think about making a weapon absorb the power of the lightning tribulation. As for using the ancient thunder attribute runes as a medium to guide the power of the lightning tribulation, it was even more difficult. This was because the power of the lightning tribulation was too violent. It was the power of heaven and earth. Ordinary methods could not make it obedient. I wonder what level of weapon the flipping thunder brick will become after absorbing the extreme purple thunderbolts this time. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. He was somewhat looking forward to it. In his expectation, the weapon's nurturing stage was divided into two parts. The first was the previous flame nurturing. Using the heavenly flame as a furnace, the forged flipping thunder brick would be nurtured. This would allow the various metals and energy in the entire weapon to better integrate and become indistinguishable. The other was naturally the nurturing with the power of the lightning tribulation. Although the power of the lightning tribulation was very violent, it was an excellent energy that could be used for tempering. If it could be used to temper the body, why couldn't it be used to temper weapons? After an ordinary Grandmaster level weapon was successfully forged, it could attract thunder and have a certain tempering effect. Wang Ting was able to unleash this tempering effect even more thoroughly. He allowed it to nurture his flipping thunder brick and let it complete its final transformation. This needed to be credited to the ancient thunder attribute runes that he had carved on the flipping thunder brick. Some ancient thunder attribute runes had the effect of absorbing and tempering. Under the condition that it did not affect the main function of the flipping thunder brick, adding such a little special runes would not be a problem. Rumble, traces of the power of the lightning tribulation were constantly absorbed by the flipping thunder brick, causing the dense lightning on the surface of the flipping thunder brick to become denser and denser. This went on for a while. The first top-grade purple heavenly lightning was forcefully suppressed by the flipping thunder brick. Although it kept bombarding, the flipping thunder brick was like a hard bone that could not be gnawed. Not long after, the first lightning tribulation slowly dissipated. First sacred tribulation. Feng Jin silently muttered in his heart. Then, he looked up at the tribulation cloud above his head and his expression changed slightly again. The tribulation cloud did not dissipate. Instead, it became denser and denser. The black mass looked particularly terrifying. The invisible pressure emitted by the tribulation cloud could be clearly felt by Feng Jin, a sector lord, through the protective shield of the spaceship. Rumble, terrifying purple lightning brewed in the tribulation cloud, erupting with a terrible roar and shaking the void. Under the raging thunder, spatial cracks appeared in the surrounding void, and the chaotic power of space leaked out from them. Second sacred tribulation. Feng Jin's mouth was dry as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. A first sacred tribulation was already very impressive. Even a sector lord like him could only dream of obtaining a first sacred tribulation weapon. Now, Wang Ting had actually forged a second sacred tribulation weapon. This world is really crazy. Feng Jin looked at Wang Ting outside the void. Seeing that his expression was still extremely calm, she could not help but smile bitterly. Ever since she met Wang Ting, she felt that her standards had been raised by a lot. Rumble, the second lightning tribulation had finally reached its peak and landed on the flipping thunder brick fiercely. Originally, the second lightning tribulation was supposed to follow the first lightning tribulation. However, the first lightning tribulation had absorbed a lot of energy, causing it to end prematurely. The second lightning tribulation had not even finished brewing. No one else could do such a thing. Clang, the lightning tribulation bombarded the flipping thunder brick, causing the dense light on its surface to dissipate a lot. The sound of metal clashing echoed in the void. The appearance of the flipping thunder brick was also revealed in an instant. A trace of purple gold light flashed, but it was quickly drowned out by the lightning. Feng Jin was dumbfounded. What did she just see, a brick? That weapon was a brick? No way, how could there be such a weapon? I must have seen wrongly. That might be a big seal. Feng Jin could not help but mutter in her heart. Who would forge a brick for no reason? Wasn't a big seal very impressive? In the universe, although big seal-type weapons were not common, there were still some. Therefore, it was not strange for Feng Jin to guess that it was a big seal. At this moment, the flipping thunder brick was surrounded by the lightning tribulation. The rich lightning tribulation power exploded and turned into lightning arcs that covered the sky. They wrapped around the flipping thunder brick and were constantly absorbed by it. A gorgeous purple gold light flashed on it, as if it was refining the power of the lightning tribulation. It looked particularly magical. Feng Jin could not help but stare at the flipping thunder brick. Her attention was completely attracted. She was really curious about it. She wanted to see this weapon successfully survive the lightning tribulation and witness its birth. This was also a special honor. After all, not everyone could witness the birth of a second tribulation saint weapon with their own eyes. With such an experience, she would have the capital to brag to others in the future. Although Feng Jin was not the kind of person who liked to brag, it was not impossible to show off occasionally. As the power of the lightning tribulation continued to be absorbed, the lightning tribulation seemed to be a little unwilling. The heavenly might became more terrifying, and the rumbling sound continued to reverberate between heaven and earth. More and more power of thunder gathered and poured into the second lightning tribulation, greatly increasing its power. Wait, the next moment, Wang Ting's eyes suddenly widened. He seemed to have found something unusual. He saw that there was a trace of earthy yellow aura in the converging power of lightning. The power of earth. Wang Ting immediately recognized the earthy yellow aura. It was obviously the power of earth, and it was attracted by the lightning tribulation. In an instant, a bright yellow color appeared in the second lightning tribulation. It exuded a heavy and dense aura, which made the lightning tribulation special. What the hell, there was actually such a change. This was the first time Wang Ting had encountered such a situation. When he was refining the holy light antidote on Candle Dragon Planet, Yuan Gungun had told him that the lightning tribulation was only one kind of heavenly punishment. There might be other special talents. It could be the wind tribulation, or the fire tribulation, and so on. The current situation might be a kind of earth tribulation. I didn't expect the flipping thunder brick to have such a strange change. Yuan Gungun's voice rang in Wang Ting's mind. It had obviously noticed the situation at the moment. Tisk. Wang Ting looked up at the tribulation cloud and could not help but shake his head. This is simply cheating. I can't afford to play with it. Boom. Boom. What responded to him was an even more terrifying lightning tribulation. The second lightning tribulation instantly doubled in size. Like a terrifying thunder pillar, it blasted the flipping thunder brick with the power of earth. Clang, a dull sound suddenly rang out. This time, it did not sound like the sound of metal clashing. Instead, it sounded like an extremely hard rock had smashed into the flipping thunder brick. The next moment, the flipping thunder brick was directly smashed away. Wrapped in thunder, it flew straight tens of thousands of miles away. This is? Feng Jin's eyes widened. Before she could react, she found that there was an astonishing change in the lightning tribulation. She did not know when, but there was an additional bright yellow color. What just happened? Why did she feel that there was an additional power of earth, a lightning tribulation that contained the power of earth? Was this lightning tribulation serious? The flipping thunder brick was smashed away, but the power of thunder did not intend to let it go. The tribulation cloud followed it like a shadow, and the power of thunder chased after the flipping thunder brick like a terrifying thunder python. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed slightly. In a flash, he appeared under the flipping thunder brick. He raised one hand, and wisps of purple thunder power emerged from his palm and drilled into the flipping thunder brick. Crackle! In an instant, the flipping thunder brick immediately emitted a purple gold light and a powerful aura, which met the lightning tribulation head-on. Boom! The two collided, and a terrifying roar broke out. This time, the flipping thunder brick was not smashed away. Wang Ting's palm firmly held it and did not waver at all. Feng Jin was speechless. What kind of power could withstand the bombardment of the lightning tribulation so easily and not be pushed back at all? Moreover, the power of the lightning tribulation immediately followed the flipping thunder brick and submerged Wang Ting. He was covered in lightning, which made people's scalp tingle. However, Feng Jin saw that he seemed to be fine. His face was still calm, and even the clothes on his body were not damaged at all. It was as if the top-grade purple heavenly thunder could not hurt him at all. This kind of bearing, this kind of demeanor, really made people gasp in admiration. Even she had to admit that the young man in front of her was too outstanding. He was so outstanding that he surpassed most of his peers. Few people could compare with him. With the addition of Wang Ting, the second top-grade purple heavenly thunder could no longer threaten the flipping thunder brick. The power of the lightning tribulation it emitted was constantly absorbed by the flipping thunder brick for the final refinement and nourishment, making it more perfect. In the starry sky not far away, a spaceship was speeding over. This was one of the routes to Heavenly Grace Planet. Since Heavenly Grace Planet was still under the control of the Radiant Universe's warriors, it was inevitable that spaceships would pass by here. However, this spaceship was not ordinary. It was a Sector Lord spaceship. Heavenly Grace Planet was not considered famous in the Heavenly Wind Empire. It was just an ordinary planet with no resources. Its geographical location was not very good either. Hence, there were not many strong warriors on this planet. The strongest was only a Sector Lord, and there were very few of them. Now, a Sector Lord spaceship was flying straight towards Heavenly Grace Planet. Who was it? Only the side of the spaceship had a picture of a red scorpion coiling around its body. It looked very strange and faintly emitted an indescribable aura that made people not dare to underestimate it. In the spaceship's main control room, a muscular man from another race sat on the main seat. He was covered in armor and had 6 hooves on both sides of his body. Sharp teeth protruded from both sides of his face. His eyes were dark red, like a cold, poisonous scorpion. "Sir, I've detected an extremely dense lightning energy on the left." Behind this man, another man of a different race quickly walked over and reported respectfully. The two of them looked very similar. Obviously, they were of the same race. However, in comparison, the man on the main seat had an even more terrifying and mysterious aura. It was hard to fathom. The man who came to report was much more ordinary. Obviously, he was a subordinate of the other party. However, from his aura, he was at least a domain lord. "Oh?" The man's dark red eyes flashed. His cold eyes seemed to have some interest. He asked, "Have you found out what's going on?" "Not yet. I don't know for now. The energy there is extremely chaotic. I can't see clearly. I can only see a black cloud and endless lightning." The subordinate replied respectfully. "A place like Heavenly Grace Planet actually has such intense lightning energy waves. Let's go take a look." The man on the main seat ordered. "Yes. Yes." The subordinate replied and left. Their spaceship that was supposed to be heading towards Heavenly Grace Planet changed direction slightly and flew towards the direction of the abnormal lightning energy. The distance was not far. Not long later, the spaceship was close to the area. "This is lightning tribulation." "Yes." The man's eyes flashed. He immediately recognized the situation in front of him. Could it be that something is undergoing tribulation here? He was slightly excited. Something that could undergo tribulation, no matter what it was, would not be simple. Treasure, object, or star beast, under such circumstances, he happened to encounter it. Didn't this mean that his opportunity had arrived? He did not expect that he would encounter such an opportunity on a broken planet like Heavenly Grace Planet. Moreover, he had not even gotten that position yet. It seemed that bad things could become good things. At the same time, in the center of the lightning tribulation, Wang Ting stood in the void. Yuan Gunggun's voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Wang Ting, someone is coming." "Yes." "Someone?" Wang Ting's eyes flashed purplish gold. He immediately activated his Eye of Truth and looked outside. As this place was covered in extremely dense thunder power, it was difficult for ordinary martial artists to see what was going on inside. It was also difficult for those who were deep inside to see what was going on outside, unless they were like Wang Ting, who had a special eye talent. With the Eye of Truth, Wang Ting immediately saw the spaceship outside. Everything was extremely clear. Even the special symbol on the spaceship could be seen clearly. "Wang Ting, that symbol." Yuan Gunggun's voice suddenly became extremely solemn. "It looks familiar." Wang Ting frowned. All kinds of information flashed through his mind, especially the inherited memories of the void-devouring beast. Suddenly, a name appeared in his mind. The coiling scorpion race. Correct. That's right. It's the coiling scorpion race. Yuan Gungun said seriously. This race is ranked 9th among the 10 strongest races in the universe. They're very powerful. Correct. Since Wang Ting already knew the name of this race, he naturally knew their position in the universe. He nodded and his eyes flashed. Why are they here? Correct. Wang Ting was surprised by the sudden appearance of the coiling scorpion race. After all, it was one of the 10 strongest races in the universe. It was hard not to be concerned about it. Like the Golden Dragon race and Black Mountain Royal race, they were all extremely powerful races. The geniuses from them were also very difficult to deal with. Even a prodigy like Wang Ting had to be cautious when facing such geniuses. Although he seemed to be invincible at the peak of the Domain Lord level, he still had to be careful when facing some Sector Lord level geniuses. According to the rankings, the Black Mountain Royal race was 8th, the Golden Dragon race was 10th, and the Coiling Scorpion race was 9th, sandwiched between the first two races. In terms of strength, one could infer a thing or two from the Black Mountain Royal race and Golden Dragon race. this star field is quite remote. Usually, there won't be any spaceships passing by. Don't tell me they're also heading to Heavenly Grace Planet? Yuan Gungun guessed. They're also heading to Heavenly Grace Planet? Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he nodded slightly. Boom, at this moment, the second thunder tribulation above his head finally dissipated. The thunder brick was enveloped by the dense power of thunder and lightning, and its aura grew stronger and stronger. Is it over? Inside the Fire River spaceship, Feng Jin heaved a sigh of relief and was a little excited. This was a second tribulation saint weapon. Now that it had successfully passed the tribulation, it could be considered a complete success. There would be no more accidents. If news of this spread, it would definitely cause quite a commotion. How could a saint weapon be so common? But, rumble, a violent rumble reverberated in the void. It was several times more intense than before, and an unimaginable pressure spread out. Question mark. The expression on Feng Jin's face suddenly stiffened. Wang Ting couldn't help but look up with a hint of surprise on his face. Yuan Gungun couldn't help but appear. His mouth was slightly agape. After a while, he said, This is the third tribulation lightning? It wasn't that he was ignorant. They had never thought that they would be able to forge a third tribulation saint weapon. Wang Ting's current blacksmith realm was equivalent to the second tribulation of the saint level. He was still a distance away from the third tribulation, so his requirement for the flipping thunder brick was only the second tribulation of the saint level. Who would have thought that he would accidentally forge a third-level saint-grade weapon? Wang Ting looked at the lightning tribulation that was constantly brewing. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, and the corners of his mouth gradually curved into a smile. This was a good thing. It was a good thing that he had earned for free. What's going on? Yuan Gungun could not help but ask. The thunderflip brick must have undergone some sort of transformation after absorbing the lightning tribulation. Compared to the previous thunderflip brick, this thunderflip brick absorbed 2 bolts of extreme purple heavenly lightning. Wang Ting said. It seems that the upper limit of the flipping thunder brick is undoubtedly higher this time. Yuan Gungun said excitedly. After all, it had also participated in the forging process, so it would be very proud of itself if it was told to others. How awesome was it for a Grandmaster blacksmith to be able to participate in the forging of a third tribulation saint-grade weapon? Although Wang Ting was still the leader, it still contributed a lot. Do you even need to say it? Whether it was the materials or the forging process, it was several times better than before, or even more than 10 times better. The flipping thunder brick forged naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath as before. Wang Ting said lightly. Although he was also very happy, he was still relatively calm. A third tribulation saint-grade weapon was not at the peak of the saint grade, so it shouldn't be that bad. All in all, this is great news. Yuan Gungun forced himself to calm down, and then asked worriedly, Can you withstand the third lightning tribulation? The lightning tribulation this time should be different from the ones you have encountered before. It is very likely to be more powerful. Yes. I know. Wang Ting looked at the purple lightning tribulation above his head. There was a hint of bright yellow in the purple lightning tribulation. He said with a smile, But don't worry, I can still withstand the third lightning tribulation. Yes. Be careful. Yuan Gungun didn't say anything else, and disappeared on the spot. Help me keep an eye on the spaceship outside. Wang Ting transmitted his voice. Don't worry, I will keep an eye on them. The Fire River spaceship will also immediately enter combat mode. As long as they do anything strange, the Fire River spaceship's planetary destroyer cannons are not to be trifled with. Yuan Gungun said coldly. Wang Ting didn't say anything else. Yuan Gungun was quite reassuring, and even if Yuan Gungun couldn't handle it, he still had a few other Emperor-grade star beasts. Any one of them should be able to handle it. The spaceship was at most a Sector Lord grade spaceship, and the creature inside was probably at the Sector Lord grade. He didn't need to worry too much. Rumble, the third lightning tribulation took even longer than the previous 2 lightning tribulations. More and more lightning and earth elemental energy gathered, making this lightning tribulation not only contain a kind of brilliant heavenly might, but also an incomparably heavy feeling, as if the sky was about to collapse. The enormous pressure was enough to suffocate anyone in the depths. Outside the tribulation clouds, the man from the coiling scorpion race looked at the tribulation clouds in front of him, and seemed to feel the increasingly dense energy waves. His eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. What is it? How can it attract such a terrifying lightning tribulation? Yes. Even he felt a sense of threat from the lightning tribulation, and didn't dare to rashly enter that area. The best way was to wait until the lightning tribulation ended, and then choose an opportunity to enter. The man from the coiling scorpion race's eyes flashed, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. Lord, from the lightning energy waves in front of us, it should be top-grade purple heavenly lightning. A respectful voice came from behind him. The man from the coiling scorpion race wasn't surprised, and only nodded. However, the voice said again, seeming a little hesitant. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't hesitate. The man from the coiling scorpion race said impatiently. Within the lightning energy, there is also an earth energy wave, and it's not much weaker than the lightning energy. The voice didn't dare to delay and hurriedly said. Earth energy wave. The man from the coiling scorpion race's eyes revealed a trace of surprise, and then he suddenly laughed. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Looks like the treasure inside is even more interesting than I imagined. I'm getting more and more interested. All right. Your Highness' providence is endless, and this treasure will definitely belong to your Highness. The voice from behind had a trace of flattery and respect. Ha ha ha, a burst of carefree laughter instantly rang out in the flying ship. Boom, endless lightning bloomed from the tribulation clouds like a terrifying flower of lightning, illuminating the pitch-black tribulation clouds into a purplish-yellow color. It was a miraculous scene. Even though Wang Ting had seen many lightning tribulations, he was still a little surprised. The lightning tribulation contains earth energy, and it doesn't look weak. Let me see what's so special about it. Wang Ting was eager to try. The more special the lightning tribulation, the more special the attribute bubbles it contained. This was also a fortuitous opportunity for him. Boom, perhaps Wang Ting's attitude had stimulated the lightning tribulation, or perhaps it had finished brewing. But suddenly, a terrifying lightning bolt slowly emerged from the tribulation clouds. Yes, emerged. It didn't fall directly like the previous lightning tribulations, but emerged in an extremely slow manner. However, it was precisely this kind of stagnation that made Wang Ting feel a huge pressure, and his body seemed to have stagnated. This feeling. Wang Ting's eyes suddenly became much more serious. Rumble. The rumbling continued to reverberate, and the purplish-yellow thunder emerged from the tribulation clouds, looking exceptionally huge. It didn't look like a thunder tribulation, but more like a mountain. Wang Ting couldn't help but widen his eyes. I've lived a long life. This third thunder tribulation actually turned into a mountain. However, when he thought about how the third thunder tribulation could transform, and now that it was mixed with earth energy, it seemed reasonable that it turned into a mountain. It's actually a mountain-shaped lightning tribulation. Yuan Gunggun's voice was also full of shock. Inside the Fire River spaceship, Feng Jin's mouth couldn't close. The appearance of the third thunder tribulation had already made her extremely shocked, and now such a strange lightning tribulation had appeared. This was really the first time she had seen such a strange lightning tribulation in her life. In an instant, she felt that her knowledge had increased. The mountain-shaped lightning tribulation continued to emerge from the tribulation clouds, pressing down little by little. The void trembled, and it couldn't help but make a cracking sound, as if it was about to collapse. Cracks in space spread out in all directions, making the surrounding void look like shattered glass, and people couldn't help but worry that it would completely collapse in the next moment. Wang Ting's expression became more and more serious. This third lightning tribulation was even more terrifying than the one he had attracted after refining the holy light antidote. Come on. Come on. Let me see if your mountain-shaped lightning tribulation is harder than my fist. Boom. Wang Ting's eyes suddenly burst out with a blazing light, like two stars, making people unable to look directly at them. Fifth Order True Dragon War Body, activate, rank 6 5 Elements Divine Treasure. Open, rank 5 Thunder Spirit Physique, activate. In the next moment, a soft shout exploded in his heart, and the 3 incomparably powerful constitutions were activated. Boom, a terrifying aura burst out from Wang Ting's body and soared into the sky. He actually confronted the heavenly might of thunder head-on without the slightest intention of retreating. Rumble, the void trembled as the two terrifying auras collided. It was truly abnormally terrifying, and even the mountain-shaped lightning tribulation stagnated for a moment. Immediately after, Wang Ting stood in the air and rushed up. Before the mountain thunder tribulation could move, he had already taken the initiative to meet it. Wang Ting's body was simply minuscule under the incomparably huge mountain-shaped lightning tribulation, just like an ant. However, the aura that erupted from his body was extremely terrifying. It was not weaker than the heavenly might of the thunder tribulation at all, and it was impossible to ignore. Feng Jin and Yuan Gungun looked at this scene in amazement, and only two words echoed in their hearts, really brave. Boom. In the next moment, Wang Ting, who had turned into a streamer, had already fiercely bombarded the mountain-shaped lightning tribulation. He punched out and directly bombarded the mountain-shaped lightning tribulation with his body. The incomparably huge mountain-shaped lightning tribulation stagnated again, and it was difficult to move down. Then, a shocking scene appeared. On the mountain-shaped lightning tribulation, countless thunder exploded and spread in all directions, as if a huge gap had been directly blasted out of a mountain, and the top of the mountain was raised. This. Feng Jin and Yuan Gungun were both stunned, and their hearts could not calm down. It was too fierce. Was this guy still human? If word got out that he had single-handedly blocked the purple thunder of extreme tribulation, it would definitely cause a huge uproar among the subprofessions. This was the first time Feng Jin saw Wang Ting's ferocious side. He felt as if thunder was rumbling in his heart. He couldn't calm down no matter how hard he tried. Was this a secondary profession? Was this a joke? Although he had seen Wang Ting's terrifying strength before, when he thought of Wang Ting's identity as a subprofession, it was difficult to connect this fierce scene with Wang Ting's identity as a subprofession. The feeling of disconnection was too strong. Crackle, endless thunder submerged Wang Ting's body. The power of thunder wanted to invade Wang Ting's body, but at this moment, he had already activated the thunder spirit body, and the power of thunder became a good medicine to temper his body. However, hiss. Hiss. Wang Ting still took a breath of cold air. He felt his whole body go numb, and then suddenly there was a tingling pain. The third lightning was indeed terrifying. Even after activating 3 types of body constitutions, he still felt such pain. And there was an extremely terrifying power coming from the mountain lightning tribulation. It seemed to be suppressing him to the point where he couldn't even raise his head, and even his body was about to collapse. Wang Ting had reason to believe that if it was a normal domain lord pinnacle fighter under this mountain lightning tribulation, his body would definitely collapse. 18 layers of world force, open. Ancient god power, open. Ancient god body, open. He didn't hesitate and immediately activated his ancient god body. A 4-star ancient god body was already the peak of the domain lord level. It was enough to let his body reach a terrifying level, comparable to the space beasts and ancient god race. Rumble, inside Wang Ting's body, his heart started pounding furiously. The blood in his body started churning like mercury. It flowed to every part of his body. His muscles, veins, skin, all of them started changing. They released a terrifying power. At the same time, densely packed golden runes appeared on his bones, making his body even harder. A complicated and mysterious golden pattern appeared in between Wang Ting's eyebrows. It made him look even more mystical. Again. Wang Ting grinned, raised his fist again, and punched towards the mountain lightning tribulation. 18 layers of world force and ancient god power burst out at the same time. An incomparably terrifying power gushed out from his fist. Rumble, the mountain form thunder tribulation shook violently, and a terrifying thunderbolt exploded, shooting in all directions, densely covering the void. However, the lightning tribulation power was then attracted by another force, and gathered somewhere below Wang Ting. It was the flipping lightning brick. The flipping lightning brick was absorbing the lightning tribulation, completing the final transformation. Since it had reached the saint level, it naturally needed to absorb more lightning tribulation to make itself stronger and more mysterious. The purple gold light on its surface was constantly flickering, exuding a terrifying power. This was the power of a saint-level weapon. Boom. 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 Next, Wang Ting didn't care about the power of the god of tribulation that was constantly pouring into his body. He punched out again and again, ruthlessly landing on the mountain god of tribulation lightning. This scene was truly incomparably shocking. The huge mountain lightning tribulation was smashed into pieces, as if it had been gnawed by a dog. It no longer had the terrifying power it had before. Feng Jin and Yuan Gungun were both in a daze. Their hearts were shaking, but they could not express their feelings. Boom, after a while, the mountain lightning tribulation was finally completely smashed. Even if the lightning tribulation continued to pour into the tribulation cloud, it could not change the result. Countless lightning exploded, covering the void, and radiating in all directions with Wang Ting as the center. From afar, Wang Ting at this moment was like a thunder haze king, majestic and awe-inspiring, making people unable to look directly at him. The flipping lightning brick below was like a greedy child, wandering in the void, constantly swallowing the lightning tribulation power, unwilling to let go of any. And it did not have the slightest intention of escaping. It constantly transmitted a sense of joy, and even a trace of dependence on Wang Ting. This kind of feeling had not appeared even when Wang Ting had refined the Nine-Dragon Thunder Furnace. This flipping lightning brick. Wang Ting's eyes could not help but light up with surprise. Although it was absolutely impossible to have a weapon soul at the saint level of 3 tribulations, it was enough to show that this flipping lightning brick had a trace of spirit, and its future was promising. Wang Ting was surrounded by the lightning tribulation power, but he did not care at all. His eyes fell on the flipping lightning brick, and the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Ha ha ha, at this moment, there was a burst of laughter. A burst of laughter suddenly rang out. A dark red flowing light came from outside the tribulation cloud at an extremely fast speed, rushing straight to the flipping lightning brick. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows, and his eyes turned cold. Wang Ting, do you want to fight? Yuan Gungun's voice immediately came. No. Wang Ting's mouth suddenly curved into a sneer, and he said indifferently, someone dares to snatch the weapon I've refined, he really doesn't know what's good for him. Yuan Gungun felt a trace of sympathy for the warrior who suddenly came. This guy still didn't know who he had encountered, right? He was really blinded by greed. How could a saint-level warrior appear at will? Was the Coiling Scorpion clan so overbearing and arrogant to attack without knowing the situation? Yuan Gungun could not help but shake its head. The dark red flowing light instantly appeared in front of the flipping lightning brick. It was the man from the Coiling Scorpion clan. He opened his big hand and grabbed the flipping lightning brick, his eyes full of greed. Saint-level 3rd tribulation. I didn't expect it to be a saint-level 3rd tribulation weapon. Now that I've encountered such a treasure, it's mine. The man from the Coiling Scorpion clan couldn't help but laugh. Everything was going too smoothly, so smoothly that it was somewhat unreal, as if the heavens were giving him a treasure. But, crackle, a burst of terrifying purple lightning suddenly erupted from the flipping lightning brick, and just as the man from the Coiling Scorpion clan's hand landed on it, a scream followed. The skin on the man's hand was instantly lacerated, and the scales on it exploded. Blood flowed out, and it looked quite miserable. Miserable cries rang out in the air. The sudden turn of events caught Feng Jin and Yuan Gungun off guard. At the same time, the Scorpion man couldn't react in time. He was too conceited, thinking that even the remnants of the heavenly tribulation wouldn't hurt him with his physical body and martial arts realm. But he didn't expect that the weapon itself could release extreme purple lightning. That was a saint-grade lightning tribulation, and it had actually erupted from this weapon. This was something he hadn't expected. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been injured by the explosion. Before he could react, the weapon had turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed out of the range of his origin power. The Scorpion man's expression was extremely ugly, feeling as though he had gone for wool and come home shorn. He snorted coldly, and the blasted arm actually healed at a visible speed. In the end, it was as good as new. Heh. Comfortable? At this time a mocking voice came from afar. The Scorpion man turned to look into the distance, his eyes revealing a trace of coldness. He stared at Wang Ting and said coldly, "Are you mocking me?" "Eh? You can actually tell. Looks like you're not that stupid." Wang Ting chuckled. "Impudent." The scorpion man shouted coldly. I think you're the one who's impudent. Wang Ting's expression turned cold. He said expressionlessly, you rushed over and tried to snatch my weapon. You people of the scorpion race are quite overbearing. Your weapon? The scorpion man narrowed his eyes and sneered. When a treasure appears, everyone has a share. When did it become yours? Ha ha ha. Wang Ting laughed loudly as though he had heard something hilarious. What are you laughing at? The scorpion man said coldly. I just said you weren't that stupid, and now you're saying something so stupid again. Wang Ting sneered. Do you really think this treasure is ownerless? You can find it so easily. Why don't you go back and dream? You can have everything in your dreams. This treasure is at least Saint tier. Could it be that you forged it? The man from the coiling scorpion race didn't believe him at all. He only felt that this was an excuse to take the treasure for himself. Because he could already tell that Wang Ting was only a region master level martial artist. He had never heard of a fake domain lord being able to become a saint level blacksmith. Furthermore, from the power of the lightning tribulation, that weapon definitely surpassed the second tribulation of the saint level. He actually dared to say that the saint-grade weapon was forged by him. His skin was even thicker than his own. Naturally, I forged it. Wang Ting said indifferently. What a joke. You want to forge a saint-grade weapon? The man from the coiling scorpion race said coldly, cut the crap. Since you've all seen it, let's fight. Whoever wins gets it. How ignorant. Wang Ting shook his head. Was this all the Scorpion clan had? He was like an idiot. This was a race that was ranked 9th in the universe. No one would believe him if he told them. You're courting death. The man from the coiling scorpion race's eyes flashed with coldness. He didn't waste any more words. With a stomp, he transformed into a beam of light and charged towards Wang Ting. He was already in a bad mood. Now that he was being mocked by this youth, he was even more pissed. Hence, he vented all his anger on Wang Ting. Just a region master level martial artist. He couldn't even handle him with one hand. Rumble, in the next moment, the man from the coiling scorpion race reached out with his claw. A huge dark red claw mark appeared in the air. He grabbed towards Wang Ting. Sector Lord level 3. Wang Ting squinted his eyes. He didn't close his eye of truth. Very quickly, he saw through his opponent's level. However, he was from one of the top 10 races in the universe, the coiling scorpion race. His strength couldn't be measured just by his level. The man from the coiling scorpion race saw that Wang Ting was still standing there without any intention of attacking. He laughed in anger, arrogant to the extreme. Rumble, seeing that the claw mark was already a few hundred meters away and would be able to grab Wang Ting in an instant, the man from the coiling scorpion race revealed a sinister expression. At this moment, he saw the young man suddenly raise a fist and gently punch the claw mark that he had used. Arrogant. Too arrogant. You dare call me an idiot? I think this guy's brain isn't clear. The man from the coiling scorpion race didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was just a region master level fighter but acted like he was a sector lord pinnacle. He was a genius from the coiling scorpion race. His strength wasn't something a normal region master level 3 fighter could compare to. Even if he didn't use his full strength, it wasn't something a region master level pinnacle fighter could block. Even a region master level 1 fighter would be at a disadvantage if he didn't use his full strength. However, rumble, a series of violent roars suddenly rang out. The man from the coiling scorpion race hadn't reacted yet. His expression froze. What was this? Why did he feel an intense pain from his hand? It was as though he was breaking a tree. The claw print was like a piece of paper, instantly shattering, and an extremely tyrannical force gushed out from the other side. The man's hand exploded again. This time even his bones could be seen. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. It was a horrifying sight. Ah! A scream that was even more mournful than the one before rang out in the void. It was sharp and shrill, just like a legendary creature, a eunuch. The man from the pan-scorpion race was sent flying. He flew a few thousand meters before he managed to stop himself. He looked at Wang Ting in disbelief. He couldn't accept this. Was this really a region master level pinnacle fighter? Could it be that some genius was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Thoughts flashed through his mind. He was already doubting if he saw wrongly. How could a region master level pinnacle fighter be so strong? At the same time, his arm recovered at a visible speed. There wasn't a single wound. His recovery ability was incredible. Interesting. Your coiling scorpion race is a cockroach, right? Your recovery ability is so strong. Wang Ting said calmly as he walked over amidst the lightning. Who are you? The man from the coiling scorpion race stared at Wang Ting. It was as though he wanted to see Wang Ting's appearance from the lightning. Hey, you don't even know who I am and you dare to steal my things. You still say you're not stupid. Wang Ting chuckled. The man from the coiling scorpion race's mouth twitched. This guy couldn't get around this point. Why did he have to call him a fool? He was a genius from the coiling scorpion race. How could he be a fool? That was too much. Do you know who I am? The man from the coiling scorpion race asked with a gloomy expression. Look, you asked another stupid question. Didn't I just say that I knew you were from the coiling scorpion race? Wang Ting shook his head and looked at him sympathetically. He felt sorry for him. Bastard. What's with that look? The man from the coiling scorpion race wasn't so angry just now. However, when he saw Wang Ting's look, he was fuming. Inside the Fire River spaceship, Feng Jin and Yuan Gungun were still worried. However, when they saw this scene, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This man from the coiling scorpion race has met Wang Ting, but he doesn't know it. Yuan Gungun couldn't help but shake his head. He was full of sympathy. Stupid spore. You should experience my look for yourself. Wang Ting said. Very well, I don't care who you are. Since you offended my coiling scorpion race today, you have to pay the price. I'll let you know that the coiling scorpion race is not to be humiliated. The man from the coiling scorpion race took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. He stared coldly at Wang Ting and snorted. I underestimated you just now. After that, things would no longer be the same. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the man from the coiling scorpion race turned into a stream of light and charged toward Wang Ting. At the same time, a strange weapon appeared in his hand. It looked like a battle sword, but there were small barbs on both sides of the sword. It looked quite ferocious. Kill. Boom. A loud roar came from his mouth and echoed in the void. A terrifying force erupted from his body and attached to the battle sword. It turned into a terrifying sword light and slashed out. Is that so? Wang Ting chuckled. Then let me see what the coiling scorpion race is capable of. Boom. Boom. He didn't use any weapon. Instead, he met the attack head-on. His fist exploded in the void and collided with the sword light. He hadn't deactivated his physique just now, so it was a good time to fight with his physical body. He liked to use this purest form of strength to suppress all his enemies. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The fist had already landed on the sword light. A terrifying shockwave erupted in the void and swept out in all directions. The man from the coiling scorpion race was shocked. He didn't hold back at all, but the other party still blocked his attack with a single punch. However, my attack isn't that simple. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled into a strange arc. Are you referring to this poisonous mist? Wang Ting suddenly spoke. It turned out that there were wisps of dark red mist attached to the sword light. However, under the light of the sword light, it wasn't very eye-catching and could be easily overlooked. This was a sneaky move. Unfortunately, he met Wang Ting, who was even more sneaky. The man from the coiling scorpion race frowned. This guy already knew? Knowing that you're from the coiling scorpion race, how could I not be wary of your poison? Wang Ting smiled. You. The man from the coiling scorpion race suddenly had an ominous premonition. Break! Break! However, Wang Ting didn't give him a chance to react. With a cold expression, his fist exploded. Rumble, crack! 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 Cracks immediately appeared on the sword glow. Then, it exploded with a loud bang. Even the poisonous fog dissipated. It couldn't touch Wang Ting at all. Damn it. Break. The man from the coiling scorpion race didn't look good. He instantly retreated. At the same time, a small world appeared above his head and pressed down. The powerful shockwave that swept over was instantly shattered by the small world. Again. Break. Wang Ting laughed softly. He rushed towards the other party and punched him once again. Boom. 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 3 punches blasted out in a row, landing on the illusory world of his opponent, causing it to shake violently and cracks to appear on its edges. The man from the coiling scorpion race kept retreating. He wanted to break free from Wang Ting's attack range. He was shocked. Who is this guy? He's only at the domain lord level, but he has such terrifying strength. Naturally, he could tell that his opponent had relied on his terrifying physical strength to forcefully attack his small world phantom. This was undoubtedly terrifying. Even sector lords of the same level might not have the power to resist a small world with their physical body, but this domain lord fighter had done it. This can't go on. The man from the coiling scorpion race finally stopped underestimating Wang Ting. He stared at Wang Ting solemnly and thought of a counterattack. In the next moment, his eyes flashed and revealed a trace of cunning. He seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly struck out with his 2 claws and clawed at Wang Ting. This attack is useless against me. Wang Ting punched out and smashed the claw print into pieces. It turned into force ripples and flew towards Wang Ting. They swept around. However, at this moment, streaks of dark red flowing light suddenly shot out from the origin power ripples and went straight for Wang Ting. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. He realized that it was a long and thin dark red needle-shaped weapon. The tip emitted a cold light. It was obviously poisonous. This scene came very suddenly. The 2 claw marks in front of him were just a cover to hide the attack of the dark red needle-like weapons. However, Wang Ting only smiled faintly. He didn't panic at all and his face was still calm. Let's see how you block my red scorpion needles. The man from the coiling scorpion race saw that Wang Ting didn't care and continued to charge at him. He immediately sneered. From the beginning, this kid acted as if he didn't care about anything. Even he, a genius from the coiling scorpion race, seemed to be looked down upon. This made him very unhappy. Too pretentious, this kid was even better at pretending than him. Ding. 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 However, at this moment, a crisp sound suddenly sounded in the void. It was extremely abrupt and was very clear among the roars. What? The man from the coiling scorpion race suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at the dark red flowing light in front of him. However, he saw that they seemed to be blocked by something and couldn't move an inch. They were icy blue rays of light. They were not much larger than the dark red rays of light, but they blocked the dark red rays of light perfectly. Under the icy blue light, wisps of coldness spread out and froze his red scorpion needles. What is this? The man from the coiling scorpion race opened his eyes wide and saw that the icy blue light was actually needle-shaped light. You are an ice attribute martial artist. Ding. He looked at Wang Ting abruptly. The wariness in his eyes deepened. A martial artist with a special attribute was definitely stronger than an ordinary martial artist. Ice attribute? Wang Ting smiled and didn't comment. After blocking the opponent's attack with the ice thread needles, he directly rushed out of the dark red flowing light and punched the man from the coiling scorpion race. He hadn't used the ice thread needles combat skill for a long time. It was just right to use it to deal with the red scorpion needles. Moreover, with the ice power of the ice dragon pearl, even if it was highly poisonous, it could be frozen. However, the man from the coiling scorpion race in front of him made Wang Ting a little more cautious. The battle had just begun, but he had already used a lot of tricks, so he had to be on guard. After all, the opponent was from the coiling scorpion race, which ranked 9th among the top 10 races in the universe. Who knew what other tricks he had up his sleeve? Boom, the fist print exploded, and the man from the coiling scorpion race was so afraid that he didn't dare to take it head-on. He had already seen the horror of Wang Ting's fist print, so he naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to take it head-on. His eyes flashed and he retreated. He was so fast that he left a dark red afterimage in the void like a ghost. Competing with me in speed isn't a good choice. Wang Ting smiled. Boom, the moment he said that, the man from the coiling scorpion race felt a violent explosion behind him, as well as a terrifying gust of wind. When? Boom. His scalp exploded. He didn't think that with his speed, the opponent would be able to sneak up behind him. This didn't make sense. However, the dissipating afterimage in front of him told him that the opponent was really behind him, and it wasn't an illusion. It was too late to dodge now, so he could only grit his teeth and control the small world above his head to smash down behind him. Although he didn't have time to turn around, he could feel where the violent gust of wind came from. Boom, a violent explosion sounded, and the man from the coiling scorpion race felt his small world tremble violently, almost causing him to fly out. Blocked. Boom. The man from the coiling scorpion race was both surprised and happy. Not bad, you actually blocked my fist. Wang Ting's voice sounded again, this time appearing on his left, causing his scalp to explode again. Boom, the terrifying fist came again. Almost at the instant the man from the coiling scorpion race turned his head, the fist had already landed solidly on his face. Pa, a crisp sound was heard, and the man from the coiling scorpion race's face was smashed all over. The sound of bones shattering could be heard, and his white sharp teeth flew out. He spat out blood, and his entire body flew out tens of thousands of miles. This punch was so terrifying, the man from the coiling scorpion race didn't even have time to scream. Wang Ting didn't follow up with another attack. His figure flashed, and he appeared behind him again, punching his opponent's body. Crack, another cracking sound was heard, and the scales on the man from the coiling scorpion race instantly shattered. His entire body bent into the shape of a prawn, and he flew downwards, crashing into a planet with a loud bang. Pung, more than half of the barren planet collapsed, and countless rocks flew out, falling into the void and becoming meteorites. Roar! Roar! A furious roar was heard from the ruins of the planet. In the next moment, a dark red flowing light rushed out, and the man from the coiling scorpion race recovered. However, he was in a sorry state. His entire body was stained with blood, and his hair was disheveled. He stared at Wang Ting with his red eyes. You deserve. Die. Die. He spat out these 3 words one by one, and the small world shadow appeared above his head again, emitting a dark red light. Coiling scorpion. Die. A furious roar came from the man from the coiling scorpion race, and the small world shadow above his head underwent a strange change. A thick poisonous fog spread out from it, and then it rolled violently, turning into an extremely huge red scorpion that spanned across the void. The stars in the red scorpion's body circulated, as though it contained a small world and a small universe. No, it should be said that the small world of the man from the coiling scorpion race was in the red scorpion's body. What was more shocking was that the huge red scorpion was still expanding, radiating into the void, and a large area of stars and planets were all included in it. This is... Wang Ting couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise in his eyes. A gigantic red scorpion phantom appeared in the void. Inside it was a vast star field with many stars. It was very strange. Even Wang Ting was enveloped in the area it radiated. In an instant, Wang Ting had already entered the body of the red scorpion phantom. He looked around and felt that everything was very illusory. It was like a phantom, but it also seemed to contain a vast amount of energy that could explode at any time. Is this the mini-world of the coiling scorpion race? Or did this sector lord of the coiling scorpion race comprehend it himself? Wang Ting was curious. He started guessing in his heart. This mini-world had piqued his interest. It was the first time he had seen such a strange mini-world. It seemed to have completely fused his own comprehension with the mini-world. In the past, the Sector Lord level existences that he had encountered all had their methods evolved in the Sector Lord's small world. But now, this small world had completely fused those changes, becoming a single entity. Inside the Fire River ship. What is that? Feng Jin's pupils constricted as she looked at the scene in the void outside. She was shocked. Even as a prodigy of Heaven Pillar Star, she had never seen such a Sector Lord mini-world projection. It was very strange. This man from the coiling scorpion race must have a very good grasp of the Sector Lord mini-world. He has fused his own comprehension into the mini-world and turned it into this coiling scorpion phantom. Yuan Gungun didn't show himself. He muttered to himself, as expected of the 9th-ranked race in the universe. I wonder if Wang Ting can handle it. I hope he doesn't fail miserably. Within the coiling scorpion mini-world projection, the man from the coiling scorpion race slowly appeared. His injuries had already recovered. He looked at Wang Ting in the distance with a gloomy gaze. At the same time, there was a trace of fear and seriousness in the depths of his eyes. He had never thought that a random fighter he had met would be such a monster. His luck was really unparalleled. Who is this guy? Could it be that the saint weapon was really forged by him? The man from the coiling scorpion clan suddenly had this thought, but he really had never heard of such a person. He had stayed in the coiling scorpion clan for so long that he almost didn't recognize the outside world. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the person in front of him, as if he wanted to see Wang Ting's appearance through the dense lightning. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. The power of the lightning tribulation just now was extremely terrifying. Wang Ting had fought against it head-on and absorbed too much lightning tribulation. At this moment, he still hadn't fully digested it. Moreover, Wang Ting felt that the appearance of this man from the coiling scorpion race was very strange. He didn't know why, so he quietly changed his appearance. He didn't want to expose his identity so quickly. Although his true identity was useful, it was sometimes quite troublesome. Especially after the release of the new Realm Lord list, his true identity would probably bring him quite a bit of trouble. As for the Black Serpent Guards, they were an intelligence agency, and were known for their mysteriousness. Since he had joined the Black Serpent Guards, he naturally had to keep a low profile. Therefore, even if the lightning dissipated, the other party would not be able to recognize him. Kill. Kill. The man from the coiling scorpion race didn't hesitate. He was now determined to kill Wang Ting. No one had ever put him in such a difficult position, and no one had ever humiliated him like this. If he didn't kill this person, how could he calm his anger? How could he save the face of the coiling scorpion race? Boom! In the next moment, he turned into a dark red streak of light and charged towards Wang Ting. In an instant, the entire small world projection shook. Countless dark red lights appeared, like starlight in the void. It was very strange. Whoosh! Then, countless dark red needles appeared in the starlight. As the man from the coiling scorpion race turned into a streak of light, they shot towards Wang Ting. They were densely packed, like a fine dark red rain. The rain covered the entire small world projection, and there was no place to hide. Terrifying, terrifying, abnormal, Wang Ting immediately felt piercing pain all over his body. It was as if he was riddled with holes, and even his mind was about to be taken away. A strange power entangled in the endless dark red needles. The poison origin source law. This was the power of the poison origin source law. The needles were too small. If it was an ordinary cultivator, it would be difficult to see them clearly. However, at this moment, Wang Ting activated the Eye of Truth. The speed of these needles seemed to have slowed down a lot. Their specific appearance appeared in his eyes, and the fine lines on them could be seen clearly. It's at least a level 4 poison origin source law, and it's quite powerful. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and then the corners of his mouth curled up. Level 4 poison origin source law was good. His poison origin source law was only at level 4. This fake man from the coiling scorpion race might be able to provide him with a lot of poison origin source law attributes. Whoosh! The dark red needles arrived at the same time as the man from the coiling scorpion race. He smiled sinisterly, as if he could already see Wang Ting being killed by him. Wang Ting shook his head and raised his fist. Boom! He punched out. The power of an ancient god erupted, and the force domain of an 8th-level melder merged into the fist mark. The force origin source law was branded on it, turning into strange lines. In just an instant, a golden fist mark enlarged in the eyes of the man from the coiling scorpion race. An abundant and terrifying power spread through the void and swept over from afar. The strong wind that swept out almost made the needles that were rushing over a little unstable. The long hair of the man from the Pan-Scorpion clan was also blown back. Even the muscles on his face were twitching crazily under the strong wind. He could not control them. His pupils contracted to the extreme. A sense of horror surged in his heart. There was only one thought in the man's mind at this moment: how could this guy's strength be even more terrifying? Seeing that the fist mark was about to arrive, a terrifying threat made him regain his senses. He didn't have time to think and immediately roared. Roar. Coiling leech fist. Roar. The man from the coiling scorpion race actually used a fist technique as well. It turned into a terrifying fist mark, and the phantom of a red scorpion appeared behind him. The power of a small world was added to it, and it was mighty. Immortal rank fist technique. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. With his current eyesight, he could determine the rank of this battle technique just by looking at it. It was an immortal rank battle technique. It seemed that the man from the coiling scorpion race had been forced into a desperate situation. He had even used his trump card, an immortal rank battle technique. For a realm lord, using an immortal rank battle technique consumed too much energy. They wouldn't use it unless it was absolutely necessary. But so what if it's an immortal rank battle technique? Wang Ting didn't care at all. The corner of his mouth curled into a faint smile. He had no intention of dodging and still punched out with that golden fist mark. He was extremely confident. Boom, the man from the coiling scorpion race smashed out with his fist mark, and the phantom of the coiling scorpion behind him moved with it. Its long scorpion tail stretched out, and the poisonous stinger at the tail glowed with a terrifying dark red light. It seemed to overlap with the fist mark. Boom, the next moment, the two fist marks collided, and a violent explosion resounded through the void. The surrounding space collapsed. It couldn't withstand the terrifying power of the two fist marks, and cracks appeared in the space. The man from the coiling scorpion race opened his eyes wide, and his face was ferocious. At the same time, the dense needle light finally arrived and drowned Wang Ting. Die. Seeing this, the man from the coiling scorpion race finally revealed a trace of success in his eyes. Aren't you celebrating too early? However, at this moment, a calm voice suddenly rang out from the densely packed needle lights. Clang! 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 Almost at the same moment the voice came out, a strange sound suddenly rang out. It was crisp and clear, and it reverberated through the void and entered the man from the coiling scorpion race's ears. Then, he saw that the area where the person in front of him was, there was a sudden appearance of golden flowing light. It was really too sudden. It was as if it had been there from the beginning, but no one had noticed it before. At this moment, the golden flowing light surrounded the person in front of him at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, only after images were left, and they formed a huge closed golden ball, protecting the person inside. Ding! Ding! Ding, the dark red needle light was blocked, and a series of sparks burst out, but they were unable to penetrate the huge golden ball. What is this? The man from the coiling scorpion race's face stiffened. He looked at the golden ball in disbelief, and his head was filled with question marks. It was clearly a sure kill situation, but it was still resolved. Didn't this guy have too many tricks up his sleeve? At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness in his heart. He was more and more suspicious of whether this was a domain lord level warrior. He was even more difficult to deal with than a sector lord like him. Bastard! The man from the coiling scorpion race's face was extremely ugly, and he snorted coldly, "You think you'll be fine after blocking the needle light? From the moment you fell into my small world projection, you've already unknowingly entered my small world projection, and your mouth has been wrapped by my coiling scorpion poison. Haha. Are you very happy?" Wang Ting asked calmly. The man from the coiling scorpion race's laughter suddenly stopped, and he looked at Wang Ting in shock. Why was this guy's tone still so calm even at this stage? Was he deliberately mystifying things, or did he have some other confidence? If it was at the start, he wouldn't be so worried, but after seeing this person's methods, his confidence as a genius from the coiling scorpion race was shaken. Haven't you noticed that after so long, I look like I've been poisoned? Wang Ting's lips curled up in a strange arc, and he sneered. You're not poisoned? The man from the coiling scorpion race's expression changed, and he said in disbelief, Impossible, how can you block my coiling scorpion poison? This is impossible. Haha. So this poison is called coiling scorpion poison. Wang Ting smiled faintly. He had indeed noticed it long ago. With his talent and constitution, there were very few poisons that could hide from him. Furthermore, he knew that the coiling scorpion race was an expert in using poison, so how could he not notice it? Therefore, as soon as he entered the small world projection, he had already noticed the problem. He directly activated the demon lotus poison body to absorb and refine all the toxins that permeated the surroundings. The demon lotus poison body was indeed very domineering, especially after reaching the extreme hell demon lotus level. It was able to absorb even sector lord level poisons. It wasn't a normal poison type constitution. However, luckily this person was only sector lord level 3. If he was sector lord level 6 and above, even his demon lotus poison body would find it hard to quickly refine the coiling scorpion poison body. The man from the coiling scorpion race waited for a while, and seeing that he was really fine, his expression became worse and worse, alternating between green and white. He couldn't understand how this guy wasn't affected by his coiling scorpion poison. One must know that even in the entire universe, the coiling scorpion race's coiling scorpion poison was an extremely famous poison. It was extremely vicious. Even the other pinnacle races of the universe didn't dare underestimate the coiling scorpion race's coiling scorpion poison. However, this guy was able to block his coiling scorpion poison. How could he accept this? Your coiling scorpion poison is quite tasty, Wang Ting suddenly said. The man's face twitched. Tasty, bastard, what did this guy take their coiling scorpion poison for? Crack crack crack. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds could be heard, causing the man from the coiling scorpion race to come back to his senses. His expression changed again as he looked at the two fist prints in front of him, and a strong sense of foreboding appeared in his heart. Crack, as if to prove what he thought in his heart, a clear crack appeared on the dark red fist mark, and it was quickly spreading. The man from the coiling scorpion race couldn't believe his eyes. The coiling scorpion poison couldn't do anything to the opponent. Even the immortal rank battle skill he used was at a disadvantage against his opponent's fist. He was being suppressed everywhere. This was his full strength attack, and he even used immortal rank battle technique and origin law power, yet he still couldn't block the opponent's fist. What the hell? Your fist print is only SOSO. Wang Ting said lightly. You. The man from the coiling scorpion race's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, but he wasn't willing to admit defeat. He roared angrily, and the force in his body surged out crazily. The origin law power of poison was added to the fist print, causing strange patterns to appear. These runes intertwined with each other and connected together, transforming into chains of runes that wrapped around the fist. The crack that had just appeared was instantly healed. Suppress. Roar. The man from the crab race roared angrily and walked toward Wang Ting step by step. His fist print exploded, and he wanted to suppress Wang Ting. Heh, you want to suppress me with your fist print? Wang Ting only chuckled, and his expression didn't change at all. Boom, the rank 4 origin law of force was fully displayed, and it was added to the fist print, causing the power of the fist print to soar by a level. The origin law of force was very powerful. Even if it was only rank 4, it was comparable to some ordinary rank 5 origin laws. Crack. Crack. Crack, a series of cracking sounds immediately rang out. No matter how the man from the coiling scorpion race struggled, the dark red fist print couldn't hold on any longer. Terrifying cracks appeared on it, and it instantly covered the entire fist print. The momentum of the collapse was unstoppable. How is this possible? The man from the coiling scorpion race was in a perilous situation. He couldn't accept the reality in front of him. Your fist print is too weak. Nothing is impossible, Wang Ting said calmly. To kill, one had to destroy the heart. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the dark red fist print exploded, and it was no longer able to resist Wang Ting's golden fist print. Following which, the golden fist imprint descended with the momentum. It was wrapped in a tyrannical fluctuation of origin power as it suppressed the man from the coiling scorpion race. Poochie, the man from the coiling scorpion race couldn't dodge in time, and the fist print landed on his body. His body instantly cracked, and the tough scales on his body exploded, causing cracks to appear. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body flew out uncontrollably. His sector lord's small world projection shook violently, and the runes on the surface quickly collapsed. Cracks appeared on it, and it seemed like it would collapse at any time. At this moment, the man from the coiling scorpion race was in extreme pain, as if a planet had crashed into his body. He had never suffered such serious injuries before, and there was only one thought in his mind. How could a domain lord's strength reach such a terrifying level? He couldn't understand. Even a genius from the coiling scorpion race like him had never seen such terrifying physical strength. It could be seen how ridiculous this physical strength was. Whoosh! At this moment, Wang Ting's figure appeared beside him again, causing his pupils to shrink. Wang Ting grinned. He raised his fist and punched the other party ruthlessly. He didn't show any mercy. The man from the coiling scorpion race only felt pain when he saw the ordinary fist. He felt pain all over his body, and he wanted to dodge, but he realized that he couldn't move at all. That punch had injured him quite badly, and his body had almost collapsed. He hadn't recovered yet. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. The man's eyeballs bulged out, as if they were going to pop out of his eye sockets. The intense pain caused his entire face to twist. He wanted to scream, but due to the extreme pain, he couldn't make a sound. Although this punch wasn't as powerful as the previous one, it was still abnormally terrifying, causing him to feel as if all the bones in his body were about to shatter. In fact, it wasn't too far off. Kacha! 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 A few crisp sounds came from the man's body, and he didn't know how many of his bones had been broken. Wang Ting didn't plan to let him go just like that. He wouldn't show mercy to anyone who dared to steal from him. Bang! 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 Punch after punch landed, and the man from the coiling scorpion race was beaten until he couldn't stand straight. He was like a sandbag, and he looked extremely miserable. Finally, a blood-curdling scream came from his mouth. It was sharp and mournful. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the dignity of the coiling scorpion race. It had long been thrown to the back of his mind. After a while, the man from the coiling scorpion race was beaten until he didn't look human anymore. His body was covered in blood, and he floated in the void, as if he didn't have the strength to fight back. Who told you to steal from me? Stop. Wang Ting stopped his attack, rubbed his sore fist, and said indifferently. However, the physical body of the coiling scorpion race was quite tough. After so many punches, his fist was a little numb, as if he had been bitten by ants. It was very uncomfortable. It should be about time. Wang Ting looked around and saw many attribute bubbles floating in the void. It was a delightful sight. It was time to reap the rewards again. The reason why he was so ruthless was firstly because he couldn't stand the other party stealing from him. Secondly, he couldn't stand the tyrannical style of these great races in the universe. The last reason was naturally for the attribute bubbles. Experience told him that the more ruthless he was, the more benefits he would get. He wasn't particular about how he got benefits. Right, I'm still missing something. Wang Ting stroked his chin and suddenly remembered something. He looked at the flipping thunder brick in the distance that was absorbing the power of the tribulation lightning. At this moment, the power of the tribulation lightning scattered in the void was almost completely absorbed. He had to admit that the flipping thunder brick, which had reached the third tribulation of the saint level, was indeed a little abnormal. It could actually absorb so much power of the tribulation lightning. From afar, the purplish gold patterns on the surface of the flipping thunder brick were emitting a bright light. If one didn't talk about its appearance, the flipping thunder brick was really a rare treasure. No wonder the man from the coiling scorpion race wanted to steal it the moment he appeared. Treasures were really tempting. Come here. Wang Ting waved his hand. The flipping thunder brick seemed to understand. It spun on the spot and absorbed the last few wisps of tribulation lightning. It turned into a purplish gold stream of light and rushed toward Wang Ting. It was very fast, like purplish gold thunder shuttling through the void. This scene reminded Wang Ting of the thunder spirit. The two were very similar. However, the speed of the flipping thunder brick was undoubtedly much faster than the thunder spirit. After all, it was a third tribulation saint level weapon, while the thunder spirit had just reached the level of an area master. Even if it was extraordinary, it couldn't be compared to the flipping thunder brick for the time being. Feng Jin and Yuan Gungun looked from afar. They only saw a flash of lightning in the void, and the flipping thunder brick appeared in Wang Ting's hand. True lightning flash, didn't we already win? What is Wang Ting doing with that weapon? Feng Jin was a little puzzled. That guy can't be thinking of. Yuan Gungun had a strange look on his face. He seemed to have thought of something, but at this moment, his expression changed. He quickly shouted in Wang Ting's ear, "Be careful." Hmm? 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 Wang Ting turned his head and raised his eyebrows slightly. He saw that an extremely strange aura was emitted from the man from the coiling scorpion race. The wounds on his body healed at an extremely fast speed again. There were cracking sounds, and the bones in his body seemed to be recovering. Poochie! 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 A series of strange noises could be heard. Then, Wang Ting saw that the body of the man from the coiling scorpion race began to expand wildly. This kind of expansion was different from the irregular expansion of dark apparitions. It was as if some kind of bloodline in his body had been activated, causing his body to swell. As the scales on the surface of his body wriggled, they gradually increased in number and covered his body perfectly. In the end, it was like a suit of armor that completely covered his body. The same thing happened to his head. A large piece of scales appeared and wrapped his entire head, forming the shape of a scorpion. Poochie! Another series of strange noises were heard. Wang Ting frowned slightly. He saw a long scorpion tail suddenly fling out from behind the man from the coiling scorpion race. The sharp barbs faintly emitted a dark red light and swayed flexibly in the void. It was particularly terrifying. Damn, isn't this a big scorpion? Wang Ting was stunned. He didn't expect that the coiling scorpion race could turn into a big scorpion. Was this an atavism? From a scorpion? Looking at the transformation of the scorpion race man, Wang Ting immediately searched through the relevant memories. Soon, he obtained the answer from the void-devouring beast's inherited memories: bloodline change. It was indeed a bloodline change. Wang Ting's guess was right. How could a pinnacle race like the scorpion race not have a powerful bloodline? Since there was such a powerful bloodline, there must be a corresponding bloodline change. Even the lizard scale race's warrior back then could awaken his bloodline and become more powerful. How could the scorpion race not have a similar method? At this moment, Wang Ting narrowed his eyes and sized up the scorpion race man in front of him. The corners of his mouth gradually curled up. Indeed, he had to be more ruthless. Otherwise, how could he get all the benefits? Although the scorpion race's bloodline change looked ugly, it did not stop him from picking up the attributes. After all, the other party was one of the pinnacle races in the universe. There might be some mysteries in the bloodline. There would only be benefits and no harm in picking up the attributes. He could not do without them, but he could not do without them. Roar! The man from the coiling scorpion race transformed into a huge human-shaped scorpion and roared furiously at Wang Ting. Under the armor, a pair of cold and dark red eyes could be seen. It was enough to strike fear in people. Come! Come! Wang Ting suddenly stretched out his hand and hooked his finger at the other party. This action triggered the scorpion race man's anger to the extreme. With a boom, he disappeared on the spot. His speed was several times faster than before. Even his afterimage could not be seen. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes and suddenly threw a punch to the left. It was also as fast as lightning. Inside the Fire River spaceship, Feng Jin and Yuan Gungun. He did not even see clearly before he made his move. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. The scorpion race man appeared and exchanged a punch with him. This time, Wang Ting felt an extremely terrifying power coming from the opposite side. He had actually blocked his punch. He raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. He hadn't expected the coiling scorpion race to be able to raise their strength to such a level after activating their bloodline. Wang Ting's strength was supported by the power of the ancient gods and the 18 realms. Although he didn't unleash all of his strength in that punch, it was still not something an ordinary sector Lord Martial warrior could compare with. This also proved that the coiling scorpion race was indeed extraordinary. Of course, if Wang Ting was at the sector Lord level, then even if the Qing scorpion race man activated his bloodline, he would probably be sending himself to death. If other sector lord level existences knew that Wang Ting was so arrogant, they would definitely be agitated. A mere domain lord level fighter actually thought so highly of others. Their fists collided, and the man from the coiling scorpion clan disappeared once again. When he reappeared, he was already behind Wang Ting. A whip kick swept out, as if it was going to blow Wang Ting's head apart. Heh, interesting. You want to compete with me in terms of physical strength? Wang Ting laughed. He felt that it was very interesting. Could it be that this guy was too badly beaten up by him and wanted to compete with him in terms of physical strength? He could be said to understand the thoughts of these so-called geniuses very well. If he didn't completely subdue them, they wouldn't easily admit defeat. Wherever they fell, they would want to climb back up. This was human nature. Anyone with a bit of backbone would be like this, let alone geniuses. Even Wang Ting himself was like this sometimes. However, this guy in front of him didn't understand his physical strength at all. If he wanted to beat him in terms of physical strength, he was somewhat naive. Pung, there was another dull sound. It was a pity that the coiling scorpion raceman's whip kick didn't hit Wang Ting's head. Wang Ting had unknowingly raised his arm. His elbow was by the side of his head, blocking the whip kick. The figures of the two men retreated one after another. Wang Ting frowned. He felt some pain in his arm. At this moment, the other party's strength did have the ability to threaten him. If he wasn't careful, he might really be injured by the other party. In that case, I'll play with you. All right. The corners of Wang Ting's mouth suddenly curved into a smile. Boom. Boom, in an instant, the two kinds of heavenly flames in his body swept out. Green jade glazed flame, 10,000 beasts true spirit flame, one green and one red, filled the void, emitting a scorching temperature as if to evaporate everything. The moment these two types of heavenly fire appeared, they circled around Wang Ting's body and enveloped him. Then, they quickly gathered and merged into his body. Streaks of flame-like dragon scales appeared on his body, making him look extremely mystical. In just an instant, there was an indescribable pressure on Wang Ting's body. That was dragon power. The real dragon war body, pseudo, that used the heavenly flames was no longer comparable to before. Previously, when Wang Ting activated the real dragon war body, pseudo, he didn't use the heavenly flames at all because he wanted to absorb the power of the thunder calamity. The real dragon war body, pseudo, and the 5 elements treasure only strengthened his body so that he wouldn't be injured by the power of the thunder calamity. Therefore, the power of his physical body had not been completely unleashed. Previously, the purification of the sacred wind spirit body, and the tempering of the ancient god flesh, were not useless. His strength had long surpassed 18 realms. It sounded long, but in fact, it was just a breath's time. Again. Yes. Wang Ting smiled and looked at the man from the Scorpion clan. Kill. The man from the Scorpion clan's pupils contracted, but he didn't want to be outdone. He let out a roar and rushed toward Wang Ting again with a fearless attitude. Boom, the fist print bloomed in the void and tore the space apart with an ear-piercing explosion. Wang Ting's expression was calm. He also rushed out and threw a punch at his opponent. Bam, their fists collided. Rings of invisible air waves swept out in all directions with their fists as the center. It was very terrifying. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks immediately appeared on the sturdy arm of the man from the Pan-Scorpion clan, and the tough armor shattered. However, compared to the previous miserable state, this was undoubtedly much better. Even if there were cracks, it wasn't too miserable. Its defensive power was shocking. The man from the Scorpion clan looked down. The cracks were already healing, and it was as good as new in the blink of an eye. Then, he looked at Wang Ting. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he moved at his maximum speed. He moved around Wang Ting, leaving only afterimages as he attacked continuously. Wang Ting's interest was finally piqued. It was boring to always be suppressed. Of course, he had to be evenly matched to experience the thrill of battle. Bam bam bam, then, the two of them started to attack each other with their physical bodies. They didn't use any other means. They only used their powerful physical strength to attack each other. Fist prints, palm prints, and even leg shadows, the attacks of the two would occasionally land on each other's body. Their fists would land on each other's flesh, producing extremely dull sounds. Even the spectators would feel incomparable pain from that kind of feeling. However, the two of them did not seem to feel it at all as they continued to madly attack each other. The scene was extremely explosive. Yuan Gungun and Feng Jin were stunned. The muscles on their faces twitched crazily. They felt as if their bodies were in pain. It was as if the attacks didn't fall on Wang Teng and the man from the Scorpion clan, but on them. This battle was painful to watch, however, Wang Teng was excited. His attacks became faster and heavier, and he exerted his strength to the extreme. Previously, when he had just upgraded his ancient god body, he wanted to test it. However, he didn't have the chance. He didn't expect that the man from the Scorpion clan would give him a chance. It was a rare opportunity. Among his peers, it was really difficult to find someone with a physical body comparable to his. If it was someone who was too strong, he would have to use other means. He couldn't fully exert his strength. If he couldn't do it, he wouldn't be as happy as he was now. Too weak. Too weak. Your strength is too weak. Use more strength. Excited voices continued to be heard, reverberating in the void. The man from the Scorpion clan fell silent. He attacked crazily and exerted the strength of his bloodline to the extreme. However, he still couldn't shake the person in front of him. Instead, it seemed to make his opponent more excited. That feeling of powerlessness surged in his heart again. Why was there such a freak? This guy. Inside the Fire River spaceship, Feng Jin's mouth twitched. He was a little speechless. Yuan Gungun looked at the man from the Scorpion clan sympathetically. As expected, encountering a monster like Wang Teng was the tragedy of these geniuses. He wondered if the man from the Scorpion clan would be unable to recover after this setback. Boom, in the void, the two people's attacks became more and more violent. Although the man from the Scorpion clan was silent, he didn't give up. He continued to attack crazily and exerted his strength to the extreme. Is this your strongest strength? Wang Teng's voice came with a hint of disdain. Looks like I overestimated you. Arrogant. The man from the Scorpion clan couldn't hide his anger. His hoarse voice came from under the armor. He had used all his strength regardless of the cost, but he still couldn't beat this guy in front of him. He was even looked down upon by the other party. For a genius, this was a great humiliation. No one could tolerate it. Boom, he attacked again. Dark red. Origin power was attached to his body. He finally used a combat technique. The origin power in his body had been severely depleted after using an immortal rank combat technique. However, after activating his bloodline power, his origin power quickly recovered and became even stronger. He could now use it again. Boom. Boom. Boom, terrifying dark red fist seals bombarded Wang Teng and drowned him. Looks like you've used all your strength. Then there's no need to experiment. Wang Teng's disappointed voice came from the fist seals. Experiment? The man from the Scorpion clan felt a trace of disbelief. This guy was using him as a test subject, bastard. However, boom, almost at the same time Wang Teng's voice fell, a bright golden fist seal exploded. There were strange patterns on it. The power of origin laws was contained in it. There was only one, but it was extremely bright. It illuminated the void like a golden sun. Bang bang bang, the man from the Scorpion clan's fist seals collapsed and shattered in the void. Wang Teng rushed out and charged at the man from the Scorpion clan. Lightning bloomed in his hand, obscuring the situation. The man from the Scorpion clan was very fast. However, Wang Teng's attack was too sudden. He didn't expect his fist seals to collapse in an instant. Boom, like thunder, purple gold lightning wrapped around it and struck the head of the man from the Scorpion clan. He instinctively raised his hand to block it. Unfortunately, a ball of lightning exploded. The armor on his body couldn't block it and shattered immediately. Don't you like this treasure? I'll let you experience its power now. A mocking laugh sounded. Boom. Boom. Boom, Wang Teng didn't hold back. He held the thunder-turning brick. Purple extreme heavenly thunder exploded and smashed at the man from the Scorpion clan again and again. After testing his strength, It was time to test the power of the thunder-turning brick. The rumbling of thunder resounded in the void. Electric arcs kept exploding. The power of thunder drowned the man from the Pan-Scorpion clan. Crackling sounds could be heard endlessly. Ah. 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 Crackle. For a moment, shrill screams and the sound of thunder alternated. It reverberated in the void. It was very rhythmic and moving. Therefore, Wang Ting's hands became smoother. He found that the newly forged thunder flip brick was really smooth to use. The power of the tribulation lightning poured into the thunder flip brick without the slightest bit of sluggishness. It was as if they were the same substance and could be compatible with each other. There was no rejection reaction. The thunder-turning brick in the past didn't give Wang Ting such a feeling. However, that was because the purple extreme heavenly thunder was too powerful. The master-level thunder-turning brick couldn't bear it anymore. If a stronger power of tribulation thunder appeared, the master-level thunder-turning brick would definitely not be able to bear it. Fortunately, the thunder-turning brick had advanced to the saint level. Moreover, it was the third tribulation of the saint level. The power of thunder at the saint level was no longer a problem for it. The fact that it didn't feel full after absorbing a large amount of tribulation thunder power was the best proof. In addition, Wang Ting also felt that the thunder-turning brick should be able to be improved like before. After all, he was the one who forged it. He knew its functions too well. Crackle. Crack. 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 Under the thunder, the sturdy stomach armor of the Pan-Scorpion race man cracked open. Fresh blood flowed out. It was extremely miserable. Roar. The Pan-Scorpion race man was furious. The scorpion tail behind him suddenly moved. It turned into an afterimage and seized the opportunity to stab at Wang Ting from above. Still want to resist? Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He threw out the thunder-turning brick in his hand. Crack. The scorpion tail that was flashing with cold light broke. This tail hook was extremely hard. It was hard to break it with normal means. However, Wang Ting's tumbling lightning brick was a sacred level warrior. It was able to fight against an immortal level warrior's body. The man from the coiling scorpion race was only a sector lord. How could he block it? It could only be said that he had met his nemesis. He had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Ah. The tail was broken. The miserable shriek sounded again. This is just the beginning. Wang Ting sniggered. He didn't care about the other party's screams. The purple extreme lightning exploded along the other party's tail. Crackle. The entire scorpion tail was wrapped in thunder power. Instantly, a burnt smell spread out. It was like a scorpion being roasted. The Pan-Scorpion race man was shocked and furious. Finally, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. He wanted to turn and run. Unfortunately, the thunder power on his body was too terrifying. It numbed his powerful body and reduced his reaction speed. How could he escape from Wang Ting's demonic claws? He. Wang Ting's laughter was extremely terrifying and strange. It was like a monster, causing the Pan-Scorpion race man's scalp to go numb. What kind of monster did he meet? Since you are a genius of the Pan-Scorpion race, then you have the qualifications to be bestowed with a horn. Bang. Pung. Pung. Pung, Wang Ting chuckled. He didn't show any mercy. The thunder-turning brick released thunder power and fiercely landed on the Pan-Scorpion race man's head. The sturdy armor shattered, revealing his head. Large bumps appeared on his head. The Pan-Scorpion race man felt like a small boat in a storm. He couldn't shake off that terrifying weapon. Waves of pain came from his head. His vision turned black and he started to lose consciousness. At this moment, the devil's voice rang in his ears. This is a lesson for you. Look at you. Will you still rob others in the future? You think the Pan-Scorpion race is so great? You want to rob others? Look at you. Don't you know that there is always someone better than you? Don't do whatever you want just because you have the Pan-Scorpion race. Now tell me, will you still rob others in the future? Will you rob others? Bang bang bang. Numerous voices accompanied by dull sounds became the most unforgettable memory in the Pan-Scorpion raceman's life. He really wanted to answer. However, the other party didn't give him the chance. I will King not rob anymore, okay? The Pan-Scorpion raceman was about to cry. He had never seen such a devil. Not only did he defeat him, he even humiliated him like this. He didn't treat him as a human. It was too painful. The power of thunder within the treasure was extremely terrifying. Even the Pan-Scorpion race genius body couldn't take it. It was like he was going through a lightning tribulation. What kind of weapon was that? It looked like a long seal. It was a bit strange. However, at this moment, he was certain of one thing. That treasure was most likely forged by the devil in front of him. Otherwise, how could he use it so casually? These random thoughts flashed across the Pan-Scorpion raceman's mind. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and fainted. Fainted? Wang Ting stopped and shook his head. He said reluctantly, I was wondering how strong the physical body of the Pan-Scorpion race is. It's just like this. Yuan Gungun and Feng Jin were speechless. That's a saint-level warrior you're talking about. Who can withstand that? Even an immortal rank existence wouldn't be able to withstand this holy warrior if they didn't defend themselves. Although immortal rank existences could recover very quickly. However, the Pan-Scorpion raceman was only a sector lord. How could he resist it? Wang Ting looked at the flipping thunder brick in his hand. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He touched the purplish gold pattern on the brick gently and muttered to himself, what a treasure. Good treasure. I didn't waste my efforts to forge you. The flipping thunder brick in his hand vibrated slightly. A sense of joy and dependence could be felt from it. It seemed that Wang Ting's fondness for it made it extremely happy. Wang Ting was even more happy. The flipping lightning brick spirit surprised him. It could reach such a level. Perhaps he could try to keep it in the future and slowly improve it. After all, he could pick up the soul of a divine weapon. It wasn't impossible to upgrade the immortal soul of a saint weapon to the soul of a divine weapon. If it was a normal saint-level weapon, it would be extremely difficult to upgrade its immortal soul to the soul of a divine weapon. It was almost impossible to succeed. After all, even a half-god level weapon's soul of a divine weapon was very difficult to upgrade. Some half-god level weapons, without special opportunities, could only be half-god weapons' soul from birth to destruction. However, with Wang Ting, anything was possible. Wang Ting kept his good treasure and looked around. There were many attribute bubbles floating around, looking very pleasing to the eye. He couldn't help but rub his hands. It was time to pick up attributes again. Mental telekinesis swept out from between his eyebrows and collected all the attribute bubbles around him. Lightning Star Force * 38,500, Earth Element Star Force * 32,000, Purple Thunder, Earth, * 10,500, Lightning Tribulation Might * 4,500. Half-Step Sector Lord Spirit * 8,500, Poison Star Force * 65,000, Red Scorpion Needle * 12,000 Coiling Scorpion Fist * 12,000 Coiling Scorpion Sword Technique * 15,000 Coiling Scorpion Poison Body, Level 5, * 28,000 Poison Domain, Melder, * 8,500, Origin of Poison * 3,600. Lianbao's Force Attribute and Enlightenment surged into Wang Ting's body. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately absorbed and digested them. There are so many lightning attributes. A berserk thunder origin force circulated in his body, causing his body to feel a little numb, as though he was being electrocuted. This was caused by too much lightning star force entering his body. If it was a normal fighter, it would cause a burden on his body. However, Wang Ting wasn't afraid. His body was too strong, and the lightning star force wasn't enough to cause any harm to his body. Very soon, all the lightning star origin power circulated according to the chaos star art he cultivated, turning into his own origin power and merging into the chaos star realm. Rumble, an imperceptible rumble resounded within his body. Realm breakthrough, his lightning attributed origin power instantly broke through from the 7th layer to the 8th layer of the domain master level, and then he took another step forward. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation level had risen by 1 level, and then it gradually calmed down, allowing his cultivation level to be completely stabilized. Lightning Star Origin Power, 14500/80,000, Domain Lord Level 8, Wang Ting looked at his status panel and was slightly surprised. The increase this time was not small. After reaching Domain Lord Level 8, he still had over 10,000 points. Following which another wave of Origin Force entered his body. It was different from the Lightning Star Force from before, it was Earth Star Force. And there was quite a bit of Earth Star Force, a total of 32,000 points. Unfortunately, it was useless. Wang Ting's Earth Star Force was already at the peak of Domain Lord level. Then, another strange force surged into Wang Ting's body. It turned into a purple thunderbolt with terrifying power. However, this thunderbolt swam around his body and didn't cause any harm to him. Very quickly, this bolt of lightning surged into the chaotic star realm and turned into a ball of dazzling purple lightning. It merged with the extreme purple lightning in Wang Ting's body. Wang Ting suddenly discovered a strange thing. Within the purple thunder, there was an additional bright yellow color. This bright yellow color was like a thread wrapping around the purple thunder. It seemed to be fused together, but also seemed to be able to separate. Purple Thunder, Earth 23,000/30,000, Stage 3, the purple thunder on his status panel changed. Its attributes rose by a large amount, nearing the late stage of Stage 3. However, this wasn't the main point that attracted Wang Ting. What really attracted him was the Earth word behind the purple thunder. Although it was just an additional word, the meaning it represented was extraordinary. Earth Lightning Tribulation Wang Ting's gaze flickered slightly. Enlightenment rose in his mind. He instantly understood this change. Just like the previous lightning tribulation, the top-grade purple heavenly thunder he mastered now had an additional trace of earth element. He could release the mountain-shaped lightning tribulation, which contained the power of earth element, greatly increasing the power of the lightning tribulation. To Wang Ting, the lightning of calamity was an extremely powerful and special technique. It was comparable to the heavenly flames of heaven and earth, especially the third-level extreme purple lightning. Most importantly, it could be further improved in the future, and there could even be other attribute changes. From the additional earth attribute changes this time, if he encountered other lightning tribulations in the future, he would definitely be able to pick up the corresponding attribute bubbles and master those changes. Wang Ting nodded with satisfaction. Then, he absorbed the next attribute bubble. A familiar special will appeared in Wang Ting's mind. It was as if the heavenly might had descended. It was mighty and had an indescribable sacred feeling. Heavenly Might of Lightning Tribulation, this was the Heavenly Might of Lightning Tribulation that he had previously mastered. Heavenly Might of Lightning Tribulation, Immortal Rank 36500/40,000, Stage 4, Wang Ting was overjoyed. He didn't expect that after the previous upgrade, the Heavenly Might of Lightning Tribulation attribute would increase by quite a bit. 4,500 attribute points allowed Wang Ting's control of Heavenly Might of Lightning Tribulation to reach the late stage of Stage 4. Breaking through to Stage 4 was just around the corner. However, thinking about how terrifying the Stage 3 Lightning Tribulation was, Wang Ting understood. Even the mountain-shaped Lightning Tribulation could be created. It was normal for the Heavenly Might of Lightning Tribulation to reach the late stage of Stage 4. That heavenly might was enough to affect immortal rank fighters. The above attributes all came from the lightning tribulation. Next would be the coiling scorpion race's attribute bubbles. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. His interest grew. He had worked so hard before, and now it was time to reap the rewards. He hoped that coiling scorpion race man wouldn't disappoint him. Half-step sector Lord Spirit 8,500 points, a surge of spirit power entered Wang Ting's mind. After circling once, it entered his Chaos Star realm, fusing with it. The life force within his Chaos Star realm became even denser. It's actually half-step sector Lord Spirit. Truly a genius from a pinnacle race of the universe. Wang Ting couldn't help but shake his head. He had worked so hard to reach half-step sector Lord level. In the end, a random genius from another race was at this level. Comparisons were odious. If outsiders knew what Wang Ting was thinking, they would probably curse him. He actually dared to say that about others. Reaching half-step sector lord level in his 20s, what else could he do? Spirit, 679-500/8000000, half-step sector lord level. However, Wang Ting was still happy. His half-step sector lord spirit was still a few 100,000 points away from perfection. He had to take good care of it. Although the coiling scorpion race man only dropped 8,500 points, it was still meat. It was a good thing to be able to raise it. Next was a special origin force attribute, Poison Star Origin Force. The dense origin force circulated within Wang Ting's body. After being converted by the Demon Lotus Poison Body and the Chaos Star Arts, it became his origin force and fused into his Chaos Star realm. Poison Star Origin Force, 67700/70,000, Domain Lord Level 7. This time, Wang Ting's attributes had increased by a total of 65,000 points. This wasn't a small amount. However, Wang Ting's poison force had yet to break through. It was still lacking a little. TSK. Only 2,300 points left. Wang Ting shook his head in disappointment. He thought that the points he picked up this time would allow him to break through from Domain Lord Level 7 to Level 8. After all, it was much more than the Lightning Star Origin Force from the Lightning Tribulation. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. Just a little bit was a little bit more. He had to continue. Wang Ting's gaze landed on the coiling scorpion raceman. He should be able to get 2,300 points right. He was a sector lord level warrior after all. However, he wasn't in a rush. He first digested all the bubbles he picked up. At this time, a few bubbles entered his brain and turned into enlightenment. 3 figures appeared. They were the coiling scorpion race fighters. They all practiced their battle techniques and emitted powerful auras. The first figure used origin force to form dark red needles. They flashed coldly in the air, causing one's heart to palpitate. The second figure used an extremely powerful fist technique. A huge scorpion appeared behind him. As he punched out, the scorpion's long tail also shot out. It was very shocking. With one look, one could tell that this attack contained the power of poison. It was definitely not an ordinary fist technique. The third figure used a sword technique. The battle sword in his hand was very special. It was exactly the same as the battle sword used by the coiling scorpion raceman. As the sword technique was used, the sword light gathered and turned into a terrifying dark red waterfall. It tore through the air. Everywhere it passed, the surrounding space would shatter. There was even a dark red color. It was obvious that it was infected by the poison. 3 battle techniques. Wang Ting's eyes shone brightly, reflecting the 3 human-shaped shadows of the Panscorpion clan. It was a strange sight. Unfortunately, no one could see this scene. He quickly absorbed the enlightenment of the 3 battle techniques. It quickly turned into his own enlightenment, allowing him to instantly grasp the 3 battle techniques. Red Scorpion Needle, Sector Lord Level 4,000/8,000, Proficient, Coiling Scorpion Fist, Immortal Level 7,000/10,000, Proficient, Coiling Scorpion Sword Technique, Sector Lord Level 7,000/8,000, Proficient. Wang Ting glanced at his status and was satisfied. 2 Sector Lord Level Battle Techniques, 1 Immortal Level Battle Technique. The pinnacle races of the universe were indeed different. This was their foundation. And the coiling scorpion raceman's grasp of the 3 battle techniques wasn't low. 2 of the sector lord level battle techniques were proficient while the immortal level battle technique was proficient. As a result, Wang Ting's grasp of the 3 battle techniques had soared to the corresponding level. As a result, the number of poison-type battle techniques he grasped increased by quite a bit. He indeed didn't have many poison-type battle techniques. Many of them existed in the form of poison. They could only be fused into his origin force, allowing his poison-type star origin force to contain all sorts of poison. However, he didn't have many specific poison-type battle techniques. A battle technique could unleash the star origin force in an extremely powerful manner. Hence, to a fighter, a powerful battle technique was necessary. At this moment, a special kind of energy surged into Wang Ting's body. It caused his body to undergo a strange transformation. Coiling scorpion poison body, this was without a doubt a poison-type body constitution, Before, the coiling scorpion race man had used the coiling scorpion poison body to activate his blood meridians. Wang Ting immediately understood. This type of body constitution was very special. Firstly, it could fuse and use powerful poisons. It was very similar to the demon lotus poison body. Secondly, it could make one's body extremely strong. It could even be covered in armor, giving one shocking defensive capabilities. No wonder the coiling scorpion race man had the confidence to compete with me in terms of physical strength. Wang Ting was enlightened. The coiling scorpion poison body could absorb all sorts of poisons and make one's body stronger. In theory, the more poisons one absorbed, the stronger the poison, and the stronger one's body constitution would be. Damn! This type of body constitution is quite amazing. The more he understood the coiling scorpion poison body, the more surprised Wang Ting was. However, he didn't dare to underestimate this type of body constitution. This coiling scorpion race genius had lost to him, but it didn't mean that this race's body constitution wasn't strong. Even the demon lotus poison body didn't have such a characteristic. The demon lotus poison body could only absorb the power of poisons to increase one's own power of poisons. It would make the poison-type star origin force in his body more special and the poison more terrifying. This coiling scorpion poison body could actually use the power of poisons to strengthen one's body. One had to admit that it was very special. The only thing that made one ridicule was the transformation of the coiling scorpion race. Of all things, they had to transform into a huge scorpion. If he used the coiling scorpion poison body, wouldn't he be the same as the ironclad scorpion? If it saw him, who knew what it would think? Where would the boss's dignity be? Where would the master's dignity be? Just as Wang Ting was about to change the coiling scorpion poison body to a never-use constitution, there was a slight change on the attribute panel. The words "can be fused" appeared behind the demon lotus poison body and coiling scorpion poison body. It can actually be fused? Wang Ting was surprised and happy. He was happy because after the fusion, his constitution would become stronger. This was his experience from many fusions, and it definitely wouldn't be wrong. However, he was also surprised. The difference between the demon lotus poison body and coiling scorpion poison body was quite big. The only thing they had in common was the two words poison body. They were both constitutions that could absorb poisons. Of course, this was also the first time Wang Ting had encountered a poison body that was comparable to the demon lotus poison body. Only when they were evenly matched would there be a need to fuse them. If the difference was too big, the fusion would be a kind of assimilation. The strong would be dominant, and the weak would be weakened to the extreme. There would be no point in the fusion. Another thing that Wang Ting was very concerned about was whether it would become a nondescript poison body after the fusion. He really didn't like the scorpion form of the coiling scorpion poison body. Ugly rejection. Forget it. Even if I fuse them, I can still use them separately. It's not easy to find a poison body that can be fused. It would be a pity if I don't try it. Wang Ting's mind turned, and he quickly made a decision. He directly sent out a thought in his mind, fusion. The two poison bodies immediately changed. Demon lotus poison body plus coiling scorpion poison body equals demon lotus poison body, 28,000/50,000, level 5, extreme hell demon lotus, coiling scorpion demon lotus. This is, Wang Ting's face suddenly showed a trace of surprise. He never expected that after the fusion, it would be like this. The demon lotus poison body was directly dominant, but there was an additional change. Just like the extreme hell demon lotus, it was also a change. Coiling scorpion demon lotus. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. Fortunately, there were no strange changes. Instead, it was very suitable for his taste and requirements. The coiling scorpion demon lotus could also create a lotus image. However, at the same time, there was a scorpion transformation of the coiling scorpion race. When activated, there would be scorpion markings on the body, making the body stronger. If he wanted to form an armor, it was possible. This was because the shape of the armor wasn't just a scorpion shape anymore. This transformation was mixed with the demon lotus poison body's transformation. Wang Ting was somewhat looking forward to it. It was a pity that he couldn't use it now. Otherwise, Wang Ting would definitely try it out. Other than that, after the fusion, the Demon Lotus Poison Body had another change that was very special. Level. Originally, the Demon Lotus Poison Body didn't have levels. Only the Extreme Hell Demon Lotus had such a change. Wang Ting didn't know what kind of changes would occur in the future. However, after the fusion, there was a corresponding level. Level 5, the same level as the Coiling Scorpion Poison Body, Level 5. It was a rather high level, at least enough for the Sector Lord level to use. Level 5. A strange look appeared in Wang Ting's eyes. Did this mean that the upper limit of the Demon Lotus Poison Body could reach level 9? He shook his head and didn't think about it any further. This was all unknown. Just like this time, it was impossible to predict what kind of changes would occur in the future. Finally, there were two types of poison comprehension that surged into Wang Ting's mind, causing his understanding of the poison domain and the poison origin law to soar. Poison domain, 1500/6000, 6th level Melder, wink with a frown. Origin of poison, 33200/40,000, stage 4. Both of his attributes had increased by quite a bit, especially the poison domain, which had risen from level 4 to level 6. It had risen by 2 levels in an instant. Although the poison origin was still at level 4 and hadn't risen, its attribute value had increased by quite a bit. Now that it had reached 33,200 points, it would probably break through to level 5 very soon. With the increase in these two attributes, Wang Ting's strength in the Tao of Poison had imperceptibly increased by a lot. Previously, when he had fought the Scorpion clan, if he had only used the Tao of Poison, he might not have been the opponent's match. Although it seemed like he didn't fear the Scorpion clan's poison, in reality, it was impossible for him to defeat the other party using the Tao of Poison. However, now that his various Tao of Poison techniques had improved, Wang Ting was confident that he could contend against the Scorpion clan's man using the Tao of Poison. Very good. Wang Ting was delighted. His improvement this time was not small, and it was all thanks to the Scorpion clansman. After all, Tao of Poison cultivators weren't very common, and ordinary cultivators wouldn't be of much help to him. Only a genius from a peak race like this could provide him with enough wool. Thus, this genius from the Scorpion clan was truly a gift sent from 1,000 miles away. Wang Ting, how do you plan to deal with this guy? Yuan Gunggun's voice suddenly appeared in Wang Ting's mind. The battle just now had left him flabbergasted and dazed, and only now did he react. Now, how to deal with this Scorpion clan's man was also a problem. The Scorpion clan was not to be trifled with. What do you mean how to deal with him? Just leave him here. Anyway, he didn't see my face clearly. Wang Ting said indifferently. Yuan Gungun was speechless. This guy's words made a lot of sense. Go and check if there are any images of our spaceship on their spaceship. Get rid of all traces. Wang Ting said. Yuan Gungun nodded. This wasn't a problem for him. Their spaceship had activated a protective shield, and under the interference of energy, it was very difficult for outsiders to see the interior of their spaceship. Only spaceships of the same grade could use special means to scan and record the exact appearance of their spaceship. So as long as he checked the situation on the spaceship, he would be able to know if the other party had seen their spaceship. Just as Yuan Gungun was about to invade the other party's spaceship, he saw Wang Ting walk towards the Scorpion clansman. What are you doing? Yuan Gungun was stunned. Nothing, I haven't had enough fun. Wang Ting said indifferently, and the lightning brick appeared in his hand again. Yuan Gungun. Stop. Stop. From the Scorpion clan spaceship in the distance, a few figures rushed out, and a loud shout came from afar. Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and turned to look. He thought that the Scorpion clan had some other experts, but he didn't expect that there were only a few domain lords. He was a little disappointed. However, at the domain lord level, he would be able to scrape some wool off of them. The Scorpion clan's fighters didn't know what Wang Ting was thinking. When they got close, they looked at Wang Ting with fear, and their arrogance was much more restrained. After all, after seeing what happened to the Scorpion clan's genius, they naturally understood that this person in front of them was a demon. He didn't seem to be afraid of their Scorpion clan at all. If they clashed with him now, it would be a waste of time. Even their clan's genius scorpion mantis couldn't beat him. If they went up, it would be suicide. One of them was an extremely enchanting woman from the Scorpion clan. The warrior mustered up his courage and said, "Please show mercy, Your Excellency. We were in the wrong before. My master didn't know that this treasure was forged by Your Excellency, causing such a huge misunderstanding. Now that Your Excellency has defeated my master, please give my coiling Scorpion clan face and don't make things difficult for us." "Alright. You attacked me for no reason, and now you say you won't make things difficult for me?" Wang Ting looked at them, and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "I think you're making things difficult for me?" The Scorpion clan's fighters looked at each other. If it was anyone else, they would have retorted without hesitation. However, after seeing Wang Ting's ferocity, they didn't dare to say anything overboard. Now, they were in a dilemma. "How can you appease your anger?" the female Scorpion clan's fighter asked. "Your Scorpion clan is too much. You're robbing me." "What's so great about the Scorpion clan? You want to rob me of my Saint-grade combat weapon?" "That's a Saint-grade combat weapon that I painstakingly forged. If something happens to it, can you afford to compensate?" Wang Ting rolled his eyes. He didn't think much about it, but now that the other party mentioned it, he suddenly had an idea. He said with righteous indignation, "Compensate. You must compensate. Otherwise, I won't let this matter go." Scorpion clan's fighters, Yuan Gun, Feng Jin, was it an illusion? Why did he feel that? This guy was a little shameless? The coiling Scorpion race warrior stared blankly at Wang Ting, the corner of his mouth twitching. Their lord was defeated by such a person. At this moment, they really wanted to tear apart the lightning surrounding this person and see what kind of face he had under the lightning. How could he be so shameless? However, they really didn't dare. "How much compensation do you want?" The female coiling Scorpion race warrior was silent for a moment before she finally asked. "My weapon is a third tribulation saint weapon. However, I'm a merciful person, so I don't need a third tribulation saint weapon as compensation. Any first tribulation saint weapon will do." Wang Ting touched his chin and said casually. The coiling Scorpion race warrior, first tribulation saint weapon. This guy really dared to ask. Even if he was from the coiling Scorpion race, it was impossible for him to casually own a saint weapon. Okay, didn't he see how a genius like the coiling Scorpion centipede acted like a pervert seeing a peerless beauty when he saw a saint weapon? If not, why would he rush up to snatch it so recklessly? Therefore, this guy in front of them was simply asking for too much. However, at this moment, they were secretly shocked. That rare treasure was actually a third tribulation saint weapon. It was really unbelievable. A saint weapon was already very rare. Now, they actually encountered a third tribulation saint weapon on their way here. Should they say that they were lucky or lucky? They wondered who the person in front of them was. Regardless of whether the third tribulation saint weapon was personally forged by him or not, based on his strength, it wasn't easy to provoke him. Therefore, they were even more afraid. "Sir, we can't take out a saint weapon." The female coiling Scorpion race warrior smiled bitterly. "Your coiling Scorpion race is a top race in the universe. You can't take out a saint weapon? Are you kidding me?" Wang Ting narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a dangerous light. The fake coiling Scorpion race warriors felt their scalps tingle. They almost couldn't help but turn around and run away. The coiling Scorpion centipede's miserable appearance was still in front of them. Who wouldn't be afraid? We didn't lie. If there really was a saint weapon, why would our lord rush to snatch it? One of the coiling Scorpion race warriors said helplessly. "Tisk, looks like I've overestimated your coiling Scorpion race. Forget it, forget it. Since you don't have a sacred weapon, compensate me with some chaos coins." Wang Ting shook his head. The coiling Scorpion race's martial artists present did not even have the energy to complain. This fellow was too ruthless. The moment he opened his mouth, it was either a sacred class weapon or a primal chaos coin. Huh? Wang Ting frowned when he saw their awkward expressions. A terrifying aura burst out from his body, suppressing the few warriors of the coiling Scorpion clan. Boom, the complexions of the coiling Scorpion tribe's warriors changed dramatically. Before they could react, they were suppressed by the aura, unable to resist. Wang Ting's aura was too strong. To ordinary domain lord-level martial artists, they simply couldn't block it. Although these warriors of the Coiling Scorpion clan were considered geniuses in the Coiling Scorpion clan, there was still a big gap between them and Wang Ting. Swoosh! In the next moment, Wang Ting's figure disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of the Coiling Scorpion race's warriors. Sir. The Coiling Scorpion race's warriors saw this and understood that their hesitation had angered the person in front of them. They immediately shouted in shock and fear. Unfortunately, it was too late. Since Wang Ting had already made his move, he had no intention of stopping. Moreover, he wanted to take advantage of the situation. How could he let these Coiling Scorpion race's warriors go? Now that they had delivered themselves to his doorstep, it was perfect. Boom, he threw out a punch. Again, he did not use any other means. The fist seal carried a terrifying power as it spilled out. The Coiling Scorpion race's warriors clenched their teeth and unleashed their origin power to resist the terrifying fist seal. Bang! Bang! However, it was useless. A few muffled sounds could be heard. With just a touch, their defense shattered one after another. Then, they spat out blood and were sent flying. Do you really think I'm easy to talk to just because I'm speaking nicely to you? Wang Ting took a step forward and caught up with the Coiling Scorpion race's warriors. The flipping thunder brick appeared in his hand. Thunder exploded and smashed out. Sir, please have mercy. Sir. The Coiling Scorpion race's warriors let out sharp pleas. They stared at the flipping thunder brick that was emitting thunder light and were filled with shock and fear. It's too late. Sir. Wang Ting's voice was calm and he did not show any mercy. Bang! Bang! The Coiling Scorpion race's warriors were instantly hit and were all smashed. Some of them wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but their speed was not as fast as Wang Ting's. Before they could run a few meters, they saw Wang Ting appear in front of them and let out a cold laugh that made their scalp numb. Crackle! Thunder flashed in the void like a gorgeous color. However, the Coiling Scorpion race's warriors only felt pain. Not long later, Wang Ting picked up all the attribute bubbles. His Poison Star Force had successfully reached the 8th level of Domain Lord. Poison Attribute Star Origin Power, 28500/8000, Domain Lord Level 8, let's collect some interest first. Wang Ting laughed in his heart. These Coiling Scorpion race's warriors could be considered as sharing the pressure of the Coiling Scorpion race's geniuses. Otherwise, he would have made a move on them. Unfortunately, other than the Poison Star Force, these Coiling Scorpion race's warriors had no other value. Wang Ting did not make things difficult for them. Looking at the Coiling Scorpion race's warriors who were like pigs, he said indifferently, "What do you say now?" Pft. Pft. Compensate, will pft. Compensate. Pft. The Coiling Scorpion race's warriors looked at Wang Ting in fear. How would they dare to say anything else? They immediately chose to compensate. Compared to their lives, no matter how precious the chaos coins were, it was incomparable. Very good, take out all your chaos coins. If I'm satisfied, I'll naturally let you go. I've said before that I'm a very benevolent person. I never kill people for no reason. Wang Ting nodded in satisfaction. The Coiling Scorpion race's warriors were speechless. We don't know if you kill people for no reason, but it's true that you beat people up for no reason. Although they were complaining, their actions were not slow at all. They quickly took out their chaos coins and handed them over to Wang Ting. These Domain Lord level warriors did not have many chaos coins. On average, each of them only had a few chaos coins. Just this? Wang Ting counted. In the end, there were only 56 chaos coins. He could not help but feel disappointed. We're just Domain Lords. The Coiling Scorpion race's warriors were sullen. They laughed bitterly. You guys are Coiling Scorpion race's warriors. How can ordinary warriors compare to you? You don't have any dignity at all. Wang Ting mocked. The Coiling Scorpion race's warriors could not help but twitch. The dignity of the Coiling Scorpion race has long been destroyed by you. Forget it. Wang Ting waved his hand. His gaze landed on the Coiling Scorpion race's genius. He said, you guys don't have it, but this guy should have it. This. The coiling scorpion race's warriors wanted to say something but stopped. They did not dare to say anything. Wake him up, Wang Ting said indifferently. The coiling scorpion race's warriors looked at each other. No one dared to step forward. Wang Ting said coldly, didn't you hear me? Or do you want me to do it myself? Let us do it. The female coiling scorpion race's warrior quickly walked out. She took out a pill and fed it to the coiling scorpion race. After a while, the coiling scorpion race woke up. He wanted to get up, but found that his entire body was in extreme pain, especially his head. His thoughts were a little unclear, and he could not remember what had happened before. Fortunately, he saw Wang Ting. He immediately reacted. Ignoring the pain, he jumped up. A trace of anger appeared in his eyes, and he subconsciously retreated. Wang Ting, the coiling scorpion race's warriors, if they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have thought that the genius of their race, the coiling scorpion race, would be afraid of an area lord-level warrior. No one would believe it. Am I that scary? Wang Ting said. The coiling scorpion race seemed to understand that his reaction was a little too big. He immediately became angry. But when he thought of how cruel this guy was, he forced himself to endure. Now that he was stronger than him, if he did not lower his head, he would be beaten up. That was even worse than killing him. So he could only lower his voice, saying, "You've already won. What do you want? Ask your subordinates." "I can't be bothered to say it again," Wang Ting said. The coiling scorpion race's warriors looked at them and could not help but be slightly stunned. Why did they look exactly like him? It seemed that they had also been beaten up. For a moment, he felt much better. The coiling scorpion race's warriors did not know what the coiling scorpion race was thinking. They immediately transmitted their voices and told him about Wang Ting's request for compensation. The coiling scorpion race's expression kept changing. He was so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. After beating him to such a state, he still wanted compensation. This was too much. The coiling scorpion race's eyes were about to spit fire, but he subconsciously lowered his head, not daring to really glare at Wang Ting. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down, saying, "How much do you want?" Oh, looks like you have quite a lot of chaos coins." Wang Ting's eyes lit up. The coiling scorpion race's eyes twitched. He had miscalculated, he should not have asked that. He was used to being extravagant when talking to others and had forgotten the awkward situation he was in. "Take it all out." Wang Ting chuckled. "Don't go too far. You won't gain anything by offending my coiling scorpion race." The coiling scorpion race growled. "Since I dare to do this, I naturally do not fear your coiling scorpion race. Do you want to guess my identity?" Wang Ting said indifferently. The coiling scorpion race's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately fell silent. He had to admit that this guy in front of him was indeed abnormal. With such terrifying strength, he was actually only an area lord. This kind of warrior was definitely a genius among geniuses. Only those large factions could nurture such a warrior. He might really not fear the coiling scorpion race. Moreover, if that rare treasure was really forged by this person, it meant that he was very likely a third tribulation saint blacksmith. Even he did not dare to act rashly in front of a third tribulation saint blacksmith. Now that he thought about it, he had been blinded by greed. "Have you thought it through?" Wang Ting said. "All right." The coiling scorpion race clenched his teeth and said, "I admit defeat this time. I will compensate you with all my chaos coins." "All right." Without hesitation, he took out a Universe First Bank card and tossed it to Wang Ting. "My chaos coins are all in here. You can transfer them as you wish." "All right." "Yuan Gun Gun," Wang Ting shouted in his mind. "All right, leave it to me," Yuan Gun Gun said excitedly. The Universe First Bank had an anonymous transfer method. As long as the owner of the card allowed it, there would be no problems. After a series of operations, all the chaos coins on the coiling scorpion race's card were transferred to Wang Ting's account. 380 chaos coins, that was quite a lot. Back when Wang Ting was on 5 burial star, the 7-star sacred elixir was only worth 600 to 700 chaos coins. This was equivalent to half a 7-star sacred elixir. Wang Ting was quite satisfied, but he did not show it on his face. He threw the empty card back to the other party and said, "Seeing that you are quite sincere, I will let this matter pass. However, if you want to continue looking for trouble, I am more than happy to oblige. I hope you will bring enough chaos coins next time." Alright. The coiling scorpion race was aggrieved. He had thought of seeking revenge after he became stronger, but now that the other party had said it out loud, he felt a little awkward. The main thing was that he could not defeat the other party. Otherwise, he would not be in such a predicament. It would be fine if their strength was about the same, but he realized that there was a huge gap between them. This guy was too sick. Let's go. Wang Ting turned around and flew toward the Fire River spaceship in the distance. Who are you? Alright. The coiling scorpion race stared at Wang Ting's back and could not help but shout. Take a guess. Alright. Wang Ting's figure had already disappeared into the void. Only a cynical voice echoed in the coiling scorpion race's ears. The coiling scorpion race took a deep breath. His expression kept changing. There was some helplessness, some regret, some unwillingness, and also some fear. It was extremely complicated. Sir. The coiling scorpion race's warriors beside him asked carefully. You were beaten up by him too? The coiling scorpion race turned to them and asked. Yes, he wanted to compensate us, so we wanted to bargain. Who knew that he would beat us up without saying anything? The coiling scorpion race's warriors said gloomily. It's been hard on you. The coiling scorpion race's mouth moved. In the end, he just patted one of the coiling scorpion race's warriors on the shoulder and said. Sir, should we? The coiling scorpion race's warrior was flattered. He hesitated for a moment and asked again. No need. The coiling scorpion race waved his hand and said, I will find this person myself. When I become stronger in the future, I will definitely get back at him. Alright. The coiling scorpion race's warriors said no more. They were all coiling scorpion race's trusted subordinates. Naturally, they would not go against his will. Moreover, they also understood that for a genius, doing it himself was the best choice. Relying on external forces was ultimately a bad idea. It was not conducive to martial arts cultivation. Let's go. Go. Seeing that the blurry spaceship had left, the coiling scorpion race did not say anything else. He turned and flew back to his spaceship. The Fire River spaceship did not fly directly to Heavenly Grace Planet. Instead, it turned in another direction to avoid being noticed by the coiling scorpion race's warriors. Inside the spaceship, Feng Jin looked at Wang Ting. She wanted to say something but stopped. What do you want to say? Wang Ting was calculating his chaos coins. He caught a glimpse of Feng Jin's expression and could not help but laugh. Is it okay for you to offend the coiling scorpion race like this? Feng Jin hesitated for a moment and asked. What problem can there be? Wang Ting did not know whether to laugh or cry. What she was worried about was exactly the same as what Yuan Gun was worried about. Was the coiling scorpion race that scary? So far, he had indeed met a few pinnacle races in the universe. However, to be honest, he did not care too much about them. Even the genius from the Black Mountain Imperial race was killed without hesitation. In the end, if an Undying had not appeared and attacked him without caring about his reputation, who could have done anything to him? However, that was in the past. Now, even the Undying from the Black Mountain Imperial race would not dare to attack him easily. True God-level contract of the Virtual Universe Company, 7 Path Saint, these two identities were enough to make an Undying fear him. Of course, that was in front of others. It was hard to say what would happen behind their backs. Hence, Wang Ting had to be reckless when he needed to be, but he had to be careful when he needed to be. If he had to deal with a warrior of the same level as him, he would have to be timid. If he did not dare to do this and that, then what was the point of practicing martial arts? They are, after all, a pinnacle race in the universe. If they become enemies because of this, it will not be good for you. Feng Jin looked at him worriedly. It's okay. It's not the first time I've offended such a force. I'm used to it. Wang Ting said calmly. He said calmly, besides, this person is bullying me. If I don't do anything, it will be a sign of cowardice. Okay. It's not the first time you've offended them? You're used to it? Feng Jin was speechless. What kind of person was this? That was a pinnacle race in the universe. He offended them just like that and got used to it. How big was this guy's heart? However, she could also see that Wang Ting was really confident. Perhaps her worries were unnecessary. She could not judge this monstrous genius by the standards of ordinary geniuses. Well, you don't have to worry. Everything will be fine. Wang Ting comforted her. What am I worried about? You offended them. What do I have to worry about? Feng Jin's eyes drifted, and she said as if she was trying to deceive herself. Wang Ting could not help but smile. He did not expose her insincerity. He ordered Yuan Gungun, go to Tianze Star at full speed. He originally planned to reforge the yellow rock sunbreaking all, but now it seemed that there was no time. After Yuan Gungun received the order, he immediately increased the speed of the Fire River ship to the maximum and sped towards Tianze Star. They were not far from Tianze Star. Now that they had reached the maximum speed, they needed less time. They would arrive in less than half a day. Right, it's best if we reach before that pan-scorpion warrior. Wang Ting suddenly thought of something and said. Hee, I know. The round ball was taken aback for a moment. Then, he chuckled and immediately replied. The Fire River ship was much more advanced than the pan-scorpion race ship. It was also a molten fire ship. If it used fire-type energy, its speed would definitely be faster than ordinary Sector Lord Pinnacle ships. Although they took a detour, they could definitely reach Tianze Star earlier than the pan-scorpion race ship. As for how Wang Ting knew they were heading towards Tianze Star, it was naturally because of the information Yuan Gungun received from their ship. At first, Wang Ting was very surprised. He did not expect the pan-scorpion race to be heading towards Tianze Star like him. What a coincidence. However, he did not know why they were heading to Heavenly Grace Planet. Was the pan-scorpion race genius also going to enter the Flying Snake Guard? Tianze Planet. A small life planet, compared to Tianzhu Planet, this planet was like an extremely backward and desolate place. The difference was huge. However, compared to Earth Planet, it wasn't much different. Luckily, Wang Ting's horizons were broad and he had seen many huge and prosperous planets. If not, he wouldn't have this feeling. Such a life planet, to warriors below the universe level, could be considered a huge resource. It couldn't be ignored. After all, in the vast universe, life planets took up a small portion. They were extremely precious. Wang Ting looked at the life planet through the ship's simulation, suddenly sighing. Unknowingly he had already grown to such a level. A domain lord pinnacle, in any part of the universe, could be considered an overlord. They could take over many life planets as their territory. What's more, he had Sector Lord battle strength, and was on the Sector Lord list. Even some Sector Lord level 4 or 5 fighters wouldn't dare underestimate him. And from the time he started training till now, it had only been a few years. This sort of progress would make anyone feel dazed, as though time had slowed down in front of him. Wang Ting, are we going to enter Tianze Planet directly? Yuan Gungun asked. Let's land. Wang Ting said. At this time, they had already changed the Fire River ship to a normal domain lord ship. It wouldn't attract too much attention. However, on a backward planet like Tianze Planet, a domain lord ship was already considered top class. Normal warriors couldn't even afford such a ship. Whether or not there were even a few domain lord level warriors on Tianze Planet was another matter. Of course, that was on the surface. Since Wang Ting knew that Tianze Planet was a base of the Sea Serpent Guards, he naturally knew that this planet wasn't as simple as it seemed. There might be warriors above domain lord level. So, just as Yuan Gungun was about to control the ship to land, a beam of light shot over from the distance. Wang Ting, it seems to be the ship of the Jade Scorpion race. Yuan Gungun said with a strange expression. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. Then, a smile appeared at the edge of his lips uncontrollably. He said, interesting. What is this? This was fate. That jade scorpion might not like this kind of fate. Yuan Gungun felt powerless. I have to like him even if I don't like him. I'm really curious about what he's doing here. Logically speaking, a Sector Lord level fighter, and a genius of the Pan-Scorpion race, would definitely not come to such a backward planet for no reason. So the biggest possibility is that he's here for the Flying Serpent Guards. Wang Ting smiled. Most likely. But if that's the case, it's too much of a coincidence. Yuan Gungun said. Perhaps the Coiling Scorpion race sent him here because he knows something. After all, it's not easy to earn merits, and there's a great merit waiting for them here. Who would be willing to let it go? Wang Ting's eyes flashed, as if he had thought of something. You're saying that someone already knows about your report? Yuan Gungun frowned. It's hard to say. Maybe they only know that I'm here, but they don't know why I'm here. Wang Ting muttered, but that doesn't stop them from making arrangements in advance, does it? You're right. Commander Xianxia can be trusted. He said that you'll contact him directly, so he won't go back on his word. Other people might not know about this yet. Roundy nodded and said, but your movements can be detected by many people. They probably think that following you is very likely to be a meritorious service. Yes. They want to take advantage of my merits? Wang Ting's expression was strange. Did these people trust him so much? Even the Pan-Scorpion race, a peak race in the universe, sent out a genius? You'll find out later. Yuan Gungun chuckled. That guy from the Pan-Scorpion race probably didn't expect that the person who just gave him a good beating was you, Wang Ting. Yes. I'll hide my identity for now. Although I'm not very worried about the Panya race's revenge, it might be more interesting to interact with them with another identity. Wang Ting stroked his chin. Yuan Gungun seemed to have thought of something interesting and began to chuckle. While the two of them were talking, the Sector Lord ship of the Coiling Scorpion race had already arrived in front of them. However, the other party didn't seem to care about Wang Ting's Domain Lord ship and directly landed on Celestial Grace Planet. We'll land too. Yuan Gungun raised his eyebrows and said. Wang Ting nodded calmly. The two ships landed one after the other at the docking port of Xianxia Planet. A Sector Lord ship, a Domain Lord ship, such a lineup was really rare on Heavenly Grace Star, so their arrival immediately attracted the attention of many people. Xianxia Planet's governor immediately rushed over to welcome them. The other party was a fat middle-aged man. He was very wealthy, and his face was full of smiles. It was hard to tell that he was a universe-level fighter. On the ship of the Pan-Scorpion clan, the Pan-Scorpion centipede led a group of warriors down. Their auras were awe-inspiring. On the way here, they had taken some pellets, and their wounds were almost healed. The fat middle-aged man naturally couldn't see anything. The strength of the Pan-Scorpion race fighters had already made his heart tense to the extreme. Such warriors, he had only seen them when he went to important planets to report. He didn't expect so many of them to come. Especially the leading man. His aura made him unable to raise his head. His fat body bent even deeper, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. You're Xianxia Planet's governor? The Pan-Scorpion centipede walked down and asked coldly. Yes. Yes. I'm Xianxia Planet's governor. Welcome to Xianxia Planet. The fat man couldn't even raise his head, carefully bowing and replying. Don't let too many people know of my arrival. Also, don't hold any welcoming banquets, and don't let unrelated people see me. The Pan-Scorpion centipede ordered without any trace of politeness. The fat middle-aged man was speechless. You don't want too many people to know, yet you're still so high profile. However, he naturally didn't dare to say this. Luckily, when they arrived, some normal fighters couldn't sense it. Only the upper echelons of Xianxia Planet knew. Spreading the news was simple, just an order was needed. On Xianxia Planet, he still had the ability to do so. I understand. I'll do as you say. The fat middle-aged man immediately said. The Pan-Scorpion centipede nodded satisfactorily. He was indeed here to join the Flying Snake Guard. Before coming, his family had told him to keep a low profile. In his opinion, to be able to do this was already low profile enough. At this time, Wang Ting walked down from the ship. He wanted to see what the pan-scorpion centipede wanted to do, so he wasn't in a hurry to show himself. Now that he saw the other party's attitude, he was even more certain that the other party wanted to join the flying snake guard. The pan-scorpion centipede and the others immediately noticed the presence of Wang Ting and Feng Jin. After all, one was a sector lord while the other was a domain lord. It was rare on Xianxia planet. Their sudden appearance was hard to miss. N. The pan-scorpion centipede frowned. That woman was a sector lord. Her realm should be the same as his. Why would she appear here? Lord, what do you think? The fat middle-aged man carefully asked for his opinion. One sector lord was already too much for him to handle. Now there was another. He didn't know what day it was. But he didn't dare to be careless. After all, they were all sector lords. He couldn't afford to offend any of them. Do as you wish. The pan-scorpion centipede said indifferently. He was very clear about the survival of these small characters. Naturally, he wouldn't stop them. Plus, this was the other party's territory. Since he was here, he had to follow the host's wishes. He had to keep a low profile. How could he steal the limelight from the host? It was also a good opportunity for the fat middle-aged man to test the woman. Who was she? Why was she here? Speaking of which, why did that domain lord youth look so familiar? The pan-scorpion centipede naturally noticed Wang Ting. However, in front of a sector lord like Feng Jin, he would definitely pay attention to Feng Jin first. Only after that would he notice Wang Ting. Welcome two lords to Xianxia planet. I'm the governor of Xianxia planet. What can I do for you? The fat middle-aged man received permission. He immediately came before Feng Jin and Wang Ting and asked respectfully. Wang Ting only acted like a zone lord martial warrior. Hence, the fat middle-aged man felt that Feng Jin was the leader of the two of them. Wang Ting smiled. He didn't mind. Instead, he transmitted to Feng Jin to do as she pleased. You don't need to care about us. We have our own plans. Don't let anyone disturb us. Feng Jin rolled her eyes. She already knew Wang Ting's motive for coming here, so she replied calmly. The fat middle-aged man. Another one who wanted to keep a low profile. Why did these two groups have the same request? He had a strange feeling in his heart but didn't dare to ask. Could it be that they're also here for the snake guards? The pan-scorpion centipede heard Feng Jin's words and thought, looks like I'm not the only one who got the news. After sending the fat middle-aged man away, Wang Ting and Feng Jin left. The pan-scorpion centipede and the other pan-scorpion centipede cultivators did the same. The two sides didn't communicate much. Xianxia planet's main city, Xianxia City, outside an inconspicuous manner. Feng Jin and Wang Ting appeared here. At the same time, the pan-scorpion centipede and the others also appeared here. The two sides met again and couldn't help but carefully size each other up. The pan-scorpion centipede was surprised. It seemed that his guess was right. These two were really here for the snake guards. Although Feng Jin was also surprised, there was a strange look in her eyes. Looking at the other side, she couldn't help but think of the previous scene. The genius of the pan-scorpion centipede was beaten to such a state. It really made one not know whether to laugh or cry. The main thing was that Wang Ting was too ruthless. He beat the other side up like a pig's head, and he even said that he had a great talent. He was simply too two-faced. The pan-scorpion centipede didn't notice anything unusual. He only thought that the other side recognized his clan. With a trace of pride in his eyes, he said lightly, "You also want to join the snake guards?" In front of this manner, he was basically sure that the other side's purpose was the same as his. Yes. Feng Jin nodded calmly after receiving Wang Ting's signal. Which clan are you from? You actually got the news in advance. The pan-scorpion centipede was a little curious and asked directly. I'm not from any special clan. Feng Jin said lightly. This pan-scorpion centipede cultivator was really arrogant. He asked which clan she was from as soon as they met. Was he looking down on ordinary cultivators? But she misunderstood the pan-scorpion centipede. The reason why he asked this was because the news was still relatively secret. Ordinary people certainly didn't have the means to know. And since Feng Jin could come at the same time as him, her identity must not be simple. You're not from any special clan. The pan-scorpion centipede was surprised, but he didn't underestimate Feng Jin. He said, to be able to join the snake guards at this time, your identity must not be simple. Since you don't want to say more, I won't ask more. Let me introduce myself first. I'm the pan-scorpion centipede of the pan-scorpion centipede clan. If we become colleagues, we may have the opportunity to cooperate. Wang Ting and Feng Jin were a little surprised. At this time, the pan-scorpion centipede was much easier to talk to than before. Before, he directly snatched the treasure without saying a word, but now he was talking to them quite amiably. Although he was arrogant, it was also something that most geniuses would have. He didn't show it too obviously. Interesting. Wang Ting said to Feng Jin with a smile. What should we do now? Feng Jin asked. Since he took the initiative to ask for cooperation, we don't have to be cold to him. Let's see what he does later. Wang Ting said indifferently. To be honest, he didn't have any hatred for this genius of the pan-scorpion clan. At most, he disliked him a little. After all, the other party wanted to snatch his flipping thunder brick. But later, he took a lot of money from the other party and received a lot of compensation, so he didn't hate the other party as much. Instead, he felt that this guy was a fool. How nice, maybe he could even get a lot of benefits from him. The genius of the pan-scorpion clan was stupid but rich. It was not impossible to get along with him. Feng Jin didn't know what Wang Ting was thinking. He was a little surprised that he was so generous, but he was happy to see it. After all, it was better to be on good terms with the pan-scorpion clan than to offend them. So he nodded to the pan-scorpion centipede and said, if there's a chance, we can cooperate. Good. The pan-scorpion centipede's eyes flashed. He nodded and made a gesture of invitation. Let's go together. Feng Jin nodded and walked into the manor with Wang Ting. Soon, someone came out of the manor to welcome them. It was a middle-aged man in a grey robe. He looked very ordinary, but his strength was not weak. He was actually at the realm of a domain lord. The man's eyes first swept over the pan-scorpion centipede. Just as the pan-scorpion centipede raised his head and was about to be greeted by him, he was used to this. As a member of the pan-scorpion clan, he was always more eye-catching than others. However, the man's eyes moved away, and then passed by Feng Jin. He paused for a moment, and finally fell on Wang Ting. His eyes lit up, and he quickly went to greet him. May I ask if you are Wang Ting from the supervisory division? He bowed respectfully to Wang Ting and asked carefully. The pan-scorpion centipede suddenly turned his head and looked at Wang Ting in shock. Wang Ting. Supervisory division. Either one of these titles was enough to attract his attention, but he had ignored it before. At the same time, a white light flashed across his mind. At this moment, he finally understood why this young man looked familiar. Wasn't this the genius Wang Ting that his family had asked him to pay attention to? He didn't expect this domain lord to be him. This was the first time he had heard of Wang Ting's name, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He felt that with his strength as a genius of the pan-scorpion clan, he could also make a name for himself. How could he lose to this person? As for the position of the supervisory division, he felt that he could also compete for it. As long as he showed enough strength, the commander-in-chief would definitely be able to see it. At that time, he might be able to change the position of the supervisory division. In short, even if the pan-scorpion centipede wanted to make a contribution, he didn't need to follow behind the other party to take advantage of the situation. It was because of this mentality that he didn't recognize Wang Ting at first glance. He didn't expect that the two of them would meet under such circumstances. It's me. Wang Ting was a little surprised. Although he was somewhat famous, the universe was so big that not everyone would remember his appearance. Perhaps they would forget after seeing him for a moment. For example, the pan-scorpion centipede. He didn't expect this person to recognize him at first glance. We received orders long ago and have been waiting for the supervisory division's arrival. When the middle-aged man heard Wang Ting's admission, he was also surprised by Wang Ting's youth and strength. He didn't understand how such a domain lord could become a supervisory division expert, But he still became more respectful and didn't dare to be negligent. At this moment, he made an inviting gesture and said, "Sir, please follow me. The supervisory division token has been prepared. In addition, the information you need is also prepared." "Yes." "Very good." Wang Ting nodded slightly and walked into the manor under the middle-aged man's lead. Feng Jin glanced at the pan-scorpion centipede and saw that he was still in the wind. He wanted to laugh, but he didn't show it on his face. He immediately followed Wang Ting's footsteps. "This is?" The middle-aged man had already noticed Feng Jin just now, but he knew what was more important. Naturally, he prioritized Wang Ting first, so he asked about him now. "Oh, she's one of my subordinates. She's here to help me," Wang Ting said lightly. Feng Jin secretly ground her teeth. This guy really dared to say that. Although she was indeed here to help, it was really annoying to say that she was a subordinate without discussing it with her. "Then it's fine." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Just register when the time comes." Feng Jin. It seemed that she really took advantage of Wang Ting. The pan-scorpion centipede. He was rather speechless. It should be known that even their coiling scorpion clan had paid a hefty price to join the Black Serpent Guard. In the end, a single sentence from the other party had allowed this woman to join the Black Serpent Guard. It was quite infuriating. At this time, he naturally understood that this woman might really have no special identity. The real special person was Wang Ting. Wang Ting and the others were led by the middle-aged man into the manor. After which, they sat on Arun's lift and went deep underground. From the speed and time of descent, they were at least 10,000 m underground. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, feeling strange. This flying snake guard seemed to be more hidden than he thought, actually hiding 10,000 m underground. With a hum, the elevator slowly came to a stop, and the door that was inscribed with runes opened. A bright metal passage appeared in front of him. "Lord, please follow me." The middle-aged man led the way. Wang Ting didn't say much and followed him forward. Their footsteps made a crisp sound in the pathway, but there was no echo, as though they were absorbed. Not long after, they arrived at a rather spacious field. There were already many people standing here. Looking around, they were all universe level and above fighters. There were quite a few domain lords and even a few sector lords. Seeing the middle-aged man bring Wang Ting and the others in, the fighters all looked over. Some were curious, some were probing, some were unclear. Wang Ting was also sizing them up. He couldn't help but sigh. He felt that Xianxia really thought highly of him, to actually let him be in charge of this group of fighters. That flying snake guard's position in the monitoring division wasn't low at all. "Everyone, this is our new monitoring division Lord Wang Ting." The middle-aged man immediately introduced. "Greetings to the monitoring division Lord." The group of fighters all bowed. Especially the universe level and domain lord fighters, they were all very respectful. However, the sector lord fighters didn't seem to care, only bowing slightly. The coiling scorpion centipede raised an eyebrow. Its gaze was complicated. This position should have belonged to him. Wang Ting saw everything and nodded slightly, saying, "No need to be so polite. I'm new here and need everyone's cooperation." "Haha. Haha. I heard that the monitoring division lord is very powerful, discovering the movements of the dark apparitions alone. We only need to listen to orders. How can we talk about cooperation?" At this moment, a chuckle suddenly sounded from the crowd. His words seemed polite, but they were actually filled with mockery, making those who heard them feel uncomfortable. The surroundings fell silent. Many people looked at the person who spoke in shock. They didn't expect someone to jump out at this time. However, when they saw the other party's appearance, many people felt relieved. The pan-scorpion centipede curled its lips, gloating. Feng Jin frowned and looked at the person who spoke. He discovered that the other party was one of the sector lords. Moreover, from the other party's appearance, he was an elf warrior. He was handsome and had a very special temperament. Wang Ting's expression didn't change much. He slowly turned his head and looked over, his eyes revealing a glimmer of light. Windrunner. The elf warrior in front of him was actually a windwalker. Even with Wang Ting's experience, he had only seen 2 windrunners. The last one was a windrunner whose body was possessed by the demon brain race's dark apparition. This was the first time they saw a living windrunner. No wonder the other party dared to speak at this time. It seemed that he had some confidence. He smiled in his heart. Lord Archibald, you. The middle-aged man who brought Wang Ting in changed his expression and hurriedly stopped him. However, he didn't dare to speak harshly. Why are you so nervous? I'm just speaking the truth. Our supervisor commissioner is a famous genius. I heard that he's very strong, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with sector lords as a domain lord. He'll definitely be able to lead us to success. The elf sector lord said indifferently. The middle-aged man's words were immediately stopped. Especially under the other party's gaze, he didn't dare to speak anymore. His expression changed as he looked worriedly at Wang Ting. Wang Ting waved his hand. He didn't even look at the elf sector lord and said indifferently, "Where's my token?" "Yes. Lord, please follow me." The middle-aged man saw that Wang Ting didn't seem to want to fight. He heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly said. Everyone had different expressions. They didn't expect this new supervisor commissioner to be so calm. He was pushed to this extent by Archibald and didn't seem to be angry at all. Could it be that he was scared? This thought appeared in some people's minds. They started looking at Wang Ting with an ambiguous gaze. The pan-scorpion worm frowned and looked at Wang Ting. Was this guy so spineless? Feng Jin was suspicious. Was Wang Ting planning something bad? Feng Jin knew Wang Ting the best among all of them. She had seen Wang Ting fight before. He didn't even show any mercy to the pan-scorpion centipede, a talent from the pan-scorpion tribe. Would he be afraid of an elf martial warrior? Obviously not. Hence, she was worried for the elf sector lord. The other party was probably at the 5th stage of the sector lord realm. If she hadn't seen Wang Ting in action, she would have thought that Wang Ting wasn't his match. However, as someone who had seen Wang Ting's ability, she felt that everything was possible. The elf sector lord's face sunk. He felt like he was being ignored. He could see that the new member of the monitoring division had looked at him from the beginning and did not take him seriously. If this was not disregard, what was it? This person was too arrogant. He clenched his fists and smiled coldly. He stared at Wang Ting's back. Under everyone's strange gazes, Wang Ting followed the middle-aged man's footsteps. They passed through the crowd and came to a platform in front of them. Wang Ting didn't notice it because everyone was blocking him. It was a square platform. It was like a pillar protruding from the ground. There were all sorts of patterns on it. It was very mysterious. On top of it, there was a strange pattern. Flying snake. It was a picture of a flying serpent. It had wings on its back and was covered in black scales. Its red eyes were filled with cunning. It gave off an indescribable feeling. At that moment, Wang Ting felt like he was looking at a real flying snake. This pattern is very similar to the Qian Empire's Kamu beast. Wang Ting was shocked. It was just a pattern, a carving. However, it seemed to contain some true meaning. One couldn't help but feel like they were looking at a real space beast. Has the person who carved this seen a real flying snake? Wang Ting guessed. Sir, please enter your personal account information. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand and pointed at the platform in front of him. Runes flashed and a light screen lit up. Wang Ting nodded. He went forward and asked Round Face to input his account information. It was obvious that this had been set beforehand. Only he could open it. Other people could only stare at it. No wonder the elf realm lord looked so aggrieved. Another pitiful child who had his toy stolen. Although he sympathized with him, Wang Ting didn't have any intention of giving up his position. As he entered his account, the stone platform started to change. Blue lines appeared and extended to the entire square pillar. Then, the square pillar split apart like building blocks, revealing the interior. Inside was a slightly smaller groove, and a palm-sized token was lying in it. On the token, a flying snake was about to come out. It was even more realistic than the pattern on the platform. There was a terrifying aura coming from it. See, there was a hissing sound. In an instant, Wang Ting felt a mental attack. It was as if a flying snake had rushed into his chaotic star realm. Many people looked at Wang Ting. It was as if they were watching a good show. Because they knew that the flying snake token wasn't just for show. Anyone could take it. It contained a sliver of flying snake true intent. It was said that the founder of the Flying Snake Guard had seen the flying snake with his own eyes and felt the unique aura of the flying snake. He then used the flying snake scales as the main material and infused the aura into the token. This caused the token to have a sliver of the flying snake's aura. Hence, these tokens were unique. Every position only had one token. It was very special. And the token in front of them contained the flying snake's aura. Even Sector Lord fighters would find it hard to resist. It was easy to be affected the first time they saw it. Back then, many of the members of the monitoring division had received this token for the first time. They had also suffered a lot and made mistakes. Right now, this new member of the supervisory division in front of them was only an area master level martial artist. Although his reputation was out there, and the rumors were very mysterious, they did not think that he could easily control this soaring serpent token. Archibald's eyes were still on Wang Ting. It was as if he was waiting for something interesting to happen. Pan-Scorpion Centipede frowned. He seemed to have sensed something and was surprised. This flying snake guard was indeed something. His family had told him to keep a low profile after joining the Flying Snake Guard. He didn't take it seriously at first, but now he had to consider it carefully. Wang Ting. Feng Jin's eyes finally showed a sliver of worry. She could feel the aura even from a distance. This showed how powerful it was. She wondered if Wang Ting would be affected by the aura if he faced it directly. There's an attribute bubble. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. The aura that invaded his chaotic star field didn't affect him at all. It was suppressed as soon as it entered. Hence, when he saw the attribute bubble, he acted as if nothing had happened. He immediately swept out with his spiritual force and picked it up. Flying Snake Will, Level 4, * 2000, Flying Snake Will, Level 4, * 1600, Flying Snake Will, Level 4, * 2200. Flying Snake Will. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. The relevant comprehension appeared in his mind. Boom. A gigantic phantom of a flying serpent suddenly condensed and occupied the starry sky. Its body encompassed an unknown number of planets. When it coiled up, it was as if it had encircled an entire star region as its own territory. It was an exceptionally magnificent sight. Just as it appeared, a pair of eyes slowly opened. What kind of eyes were these? They seemed to contain indescribable emotional changes. It contained all the emotions in the world. It was as if it had seen all the changes in the world and seen through people's hearts. It was full of vicissitudes and changes. Strange comprehension surged into Wang Ting's mind and was absorbed by him. Finally, it all turned into his own comprehension. This is the Flying Snake Will. Wang Ting understood. He slowly opened his eyes. There was a trace of vicissitudes and complexity in his eyes. It was very similar to the flying snake's eyes. It was a pity that he had his back to the others. No one could see this strange scene. I didn't expect the Flying Snake Will to be so amazing. Wang Ting could not help but feel a little emotional. He had thought that the Flying Snake Will was all about deception. But now, it seemed that was not the case. The flying snake had the gift of seeing through people's hearts. So it could see through people's hearts. The more it saw, the more complicated its emotions became. If it wanted to deceive others, who could escape from such a being? Even some immortal rank beings could not compare to the flying snake. Obviously, the powerful being back then had seen through the flying snake's essence. That was why it could leave behind such a strange will. What kind of powerful being was that? At this moment, Wang Ting's mouth could not help but curve. This will was good. It was much better than pure deception. Flying Snake Will, 5800/40,000, Level 4, Wang Ting looked at his attribute panel and found that this will had reached Level 4. It was equivalent to immortal rank. Level 4 Will. Normal sector lords would not be able to withstand it. The first time they saw it, they would definitely make a mistake. Very good. I didn't expect that just taking the token would bring such a surprise. Wang Ting smiled and stretched out his hand to grab the token. He didn't release the aura in his body, but it made him feel as though there was a terrifying beast hiding in his body. The aura on the token in front of him instantly retreated like a mouse seeing a cat. His various wills were too strong. Although the soaring serpent's will was mystical, it was not an extremely domineering will. Among the few powerful wills that Wang Ting had mastered, there were quite a number of wills that were even more domineering than the soaring serpent's will. As long as he revealed even a tiny bit of it, it would be enough to make the soaring serpent retreat obediently. What's more, the flying snake will in front of him was at most level 4. It was still far from level 5. The token easily landed in Wang Ting's hands. Nothing unexpected happened. Everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Too calm, so calm that it was as though nothing had happened. This was definitely abnormal. The aura within the flying snake token, no one was clearer than the warriors of the flying snake guard. Especially those sector lords. They had seen the flying snake token with their own eyes. They had even felt the aura within. How did the flying snake token become so obedient? It was as if the aura inside had disappeared, but they knew that it was impossible. Not to mention how strong the aura inside was, and how it could be preserved for countless years. They had all felt that trace of aura just now. It was definitely not an illusion. Hence, the aura of the flying snake token was definitely still there. It could not have disappeared. Then there was a problem. How did the new Monitor Division commander control the flying snake token so easily? Instantly, everyone's gaze towards Wang Ting changed. At first, they had only heard of the new Monitor Division commander's deeds. They had not seen his true abilities. Naturally, they did not think much of him. After all, any warrior that could enter the flying snake guard was not simple. It was hard for them to submit to a warrior they did not know. That was not realistic. But now, they did not dare to underestimate Wang Ting. The flying snake token was enough to explain everything. How is this possible? Archibald's expression changed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Even he did not dare to say that he was not affected by the flying snake token. How did Wang Ting do it? It was too easy. The entire process was so easy that it felt unreal. Although Wang Ting seemed to have taken some time to pick up the attribute, in the eyes of others, it was only a few breaths of time. By the time they reacted, Wang Ting had already picked up the token. This guy. The pan-scorpion centipede's eyes flashed. He looked at Wang Ting's back and could not help but feel a little more serious. Feng Jin heaved a sigh of relief and calmed down. He looked at Wang Ting with even more surprise. The other sector lords present also had a huge change in their perception of Wang Ting. This genius who was only at the peak of the domain lord realm seemed to be as extraordinary as the rumors said. Wang Ting did not care about what they were thinking. After taking the token, he turned around and glanced at everyone. He said plainly, "I don't have time to waste on fighting for power. Now that the dark apparitions have begun to move, we have to move. So, if anyone creates trouble for me," as he spoke, he suddenly revealed his white teeth to everyone and laughed. "Then don't blame me for being impolite. A light punishment will be expulsion from the flying snake guard. A heavy punishment will be imprisonment. I think I still have the right to do so. Next time, before you speak, you better think carefully." Silence. Silence. The surroundings immediately fell into silence. Everyone looked at the calm young man, and their hearts tightened for no reason. No one had expected him to be so direct, to the extent that he didn't show any mercy at all. From his calm tone, it was not hard to tell that if someone really committed a crime, they would probably be expelled from the flying snake guard. This punishment was not light at all. However, in his words, this was a very light punishment. The truly terrifying punishment would be the imprisonment. A warrior's prison was different from an ordinary person's prison. If they really went to prison, they would probably suffer a fate worse than death. Moreover, although he did not directly mention a name, anyone could tell that he was talking about Archibald. Everyone subconsciously looked at Archibald. Even Pan-Scorpion Centipede sighed in his heart. The way he looked at Wang Ting changed again. This guy seemed to be quite cunning. When Archibald spoke just now, he didn't refute him at all. It was only when he obtained the command medallion that he revealed his edge and launched a sudden attack with the momentum of a thunderbolt, causing Archibald to be completely unable to react. Moreover, this Wang Ting directly dealt a heavy blow without any mercy. A light punishment would be expulsion from the Flying Snake Guard. A heavy punishment would be imprisonment. No matter which one it was, these old people of the Flying Snake Guard would not be able to accept it. Naturally, they did not dare to do it again. What a good method. Pan-Scorpion Centipede sighed secretly. A strange light flashed in Feng Jin's eyes. She was also amazed by Wang Ting's method of handling things. Along the way, Wang Ting gave her more and more surprises. Compared to the geniuses she had seen before, this guy was too special. At the same time, Archibald's expression changed. Of course, he knew that Wang Ting was talking about him. Wang Ting was treating him as a target to be slaughtered. He didn't really kill him, but the knife had already shown its sharpness. If he stubbornly persisted in going against the new Monitor Division, the knife might really fall on him. He could not help but be furious. He felt humiliated. To think that he was a fifth-layer Sector Lord existence. He was an old member of the Flying Snake Guard. Now, he was being controlled by a Domain Lord fighter. Who could stand it? However, when he raised his head and met Wang Ting's indifferent gaze, it was as if a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. His anger instantly dissipated. He even felt that Wang Ting's indifferent gaze was not directed at him, but at everyone. However, he had a guilty conscience, so when he saw this gaze, his reaction was especially intense. This made him sullen and angry. He was actually frightened by the gaze of a Domain Lord fighter. If this spread out, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Silence. For a moment, the entire underground space was silent, no one spoke, and no one dared to speak. Everyone's gaze fell on Archibald, some mocked, some took pleasure in his misfortune, some pitied him. The few Sector Lord fighters suddenly felt lucky. If it was them who made the first move, the one in such an awkward situation would be them. They could understand Archibald's feelings. His heart must be filled with rage, but he didn't dare to speak, afraid of being punished. Just as the new Monitor had said, he had the right to do so. If it was before he got the token, it would be fine. But now that he had the token, everything was set in stone, it would be unwise to go against him. But to a Sector Lord, this was undoubtedly a shameful thing, not to mention Archibald was an old member of the Flying Snake Guard. How would others look at him in the future? The atmosphere was in a stalemate. But it was only Archibald who was in a stalemate. Wang Ting didn't mind. He looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "What's your name?" "Yes." Everyone was slightly stunned. Then, they looked at the middle-aged man with a different expression in their eyes. He had caught the eye of the new chief of the supervisory division. They naturally understood what it meant for the Monitor to ask for their name. What was the best way to get promoted? Of course it was to get noticed in front of the leader. Before the situation was unclear, so they didn't dare to go and welcome the new Monitor, only the middle-aged man went. But now that the Monitor showed such strong methods, they understood, he wasn't so easy to deal with. In the future, he might be the one calling the shots in the Flying Snake Guard. So if they entered his eyes, perhaps his future would be different. The middle-aged man just went out to welcome, and he had such a good fortune. Everyone felt complicated. Especially those Domain Lord level existences, they didn't have the right to participate in the upper echelon fights, but they could still get promoted, but now they missed it. At the same time, the middle-aged man came back to his senses, his eyes showing a trace of joy. He quickly said, "Sir, I'm called Hengku." "Yes." "Hengku, how long have you been in the Flying Snake Guard? What's your position now?" Wang Ting asked again. "Lord, I've already been in the Flying Snake Guards for over 9 years, it'll be 10 years soon. Right now I'm a small guard captain, in charge of 30 universe-level Flying Snake Guards." Hengku said respectfully. "According to my understanding, the Flying Serpent Guards should be divided into Junior Captain, Centurion, and Thousand Captain, right?" Wang Ting asked as he walked forward as if there was no one around. Actually, he already knew all of this, so there was no need for him to ask any further questions. However, in the ears of others, it had a different meaning. Everyone heard his words. Sure enough, their expressions changed, and they all had different expressions. Exactly. Hengke swallowed his saliva and said in a low voice. He followed closely behind Wang Ting and was even more respectful. When the people around saw him, they couldn't help but want to call him a lackey. Then, from now on, you will take on the position of centurion, Wang Ting said indifferently. Hengke suddenly raised his head and looked at Wang Ting's back. His eyes were filled with unconcealable ecstasy. His face was trembling, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Sure enough, he had already guessed a little earlier, but he didn't dare to think about it any further, afraid that it would all be for naught. Now, this new supervisor had personally said it. He was going to become a centurion. This position that he had chased after for so many years, had appeared so easily in front of his eyes. It was extremely unreal. In the Sea Serpent Guard, there was a huge divide between the junior captain and the centurion. Although the junior captain was in charge of some of the Sea Serpent Guards, in the end, he was still at the bottom level. However, the centurion was different. He was already a centurion. And this new supervisor seemed to be talking about a centurion, not a deputy centurion. This was jumping up 2 levels in an instant. Originally, under normal circumstances, without 30 years, he could not even think about being promoted to centurion. There were only so many positions in the Flying Snake Guard, and many people had been in the Flying Snake Guard for much longer than him, waiting to be promoted to centurion. So if he did not have any outstanding achievements, it would be very difficult for him to surpass those older people. Furthermore, the Flying Snake Guard had many factions, and he did not have any foundation. What right did others have to promote him to centurion? But now, with the appearance of this new supervisor, everything seemed to have changed. The other people's faces also changed, looking at Wang Ting's figure in disbelief. He had promoted Hengke to centurion. Did the supervisor have such power? Of course they did. If they could not even promote a centurion, then what was the point of being a supervisor? But he had just entered the Flying Snake Guard, and he had directly promoted a junior captain to centurion. The meaning behind this was very obvious. And for such an exceptional promotion, how could people not be envious and jealous? Some of the domain lords close to the centurion immediately felt that it was unfair. The sector lord level existences had a strange expression on their faces. Because with the birth of every 100 guard captain, their authority would be divided. The scale of this base was only so big. Now that there was an additional 100 guard captain, they would naturally have to take a cut of meat from them. Good move. Pan Xiaowu's eyes flashed, praising in his heart. He had originally thought that Wang Ting's move was already very shocking, but he did not expect him to have another move. Although it was a simple stick and carrot, but to use it so skillfully, it was admirable. At least if it was him, he would not be able to do it. The other party was clearly just a domain lord level fighter, yet he wasn't afraid of those sector lord level existences at all. To be able to do whatever he wanted in front of so many domain lord level and sector lord level fighters, and to be able to do so with ease, this wasn't something an ordinary person could do. But from the current situation, to smoothly promote Hengke to centurion, it would not be so easy. Master. As expected, the few sector lords exchanged glances with each other discreetly. In the end, someone stood out and bowed to Wang Ting. Oh? Wang Ting stopped, turning to look at the sector lord, asking, You are? Yes. I am Centurion Ma Tianlu. The sector lord fighter said. So it's Centurion. Wang Ting nodded politely at the other party. Then, he asked slowly, Do you have any objections to my decision? Yes. The corner of Ma Tianlu's mouth twitched. This new monitor commissioner seemed to be friendly, but from his actions just now, it was clear that this was all a facade. He did not dare to be negligent, and said in a negotiating tone, Sir Monitor Commissioner, you may not know this, but the promotion of the Flying Snake Guards is very important to merit. If you do not have enough merit and are promoted rashly, it will definitely make people unhappy, and this will be very detrimental to your prestige. Yes. So it's like that. Wang Ting dragged out his words. Hengke's expression changed slightly. He felt indignant, but he still lowered his head and didn't say anything. He just stood behind Wang Ting respectfully. He had already decided, even if he could not be promoted to centurion, he would follow in the footsteps of this monitoring officer. The other party had just met him and was already promoting him to centurion. There would definitely be more opportunities in the future, there was no need to rush. Furthermore, after this incident, the other centurions would not tolerate him, he could only stand on the side of the monitoring officer. Ma Tianlu saw that Wang Ting was hesitating, and was delighted, thinking that this monitoring officer was not so tough. His performance just now was already his limit. It was no wonder, after all he was just a domain lord fighter. Where did his confidence come from? He had just entered the Flying Snake Guard. If he did not rely on the centurions, who else could he rely on? Now that he had offended them, who would be willing to work for him in the future? Do you all think so too? At this moment, Wang Ting suddenly turned to look at the other sector lord level existences and asked calmly. We all think so too. The few sector lord level existences nodded at the same time. You all say his contributions are not enough? Wang Ting laughed. The sector lords all felt their hearts skip a beat, they suddenly had a bad feeling. Henke's expression was sullen. Yes. Ma Tianlu squinted his eyes, and nodded. But why do I feel that Henke's contributions are enough? Wang Ting stretched out his hand and lightly tapped, a screen appeared, on it was Henke's contributions in the Flying Snake Guard. Some of these contributions were on the surface, some had been erased, but now they appeared in front of everyone. Wang Ting had the help of the Yuan Venven, and now he was the monitoring officer of the Flying Snake Guard. Naturally he had the authority to investigate this, and even recover some unknown information. The sector lords present all had a change in expression, looking at the information on the screen, their pupils constricted to the extreme. Henke looked at the information on the screen, his fists clenched tightly, his entire face flushed red, his expression was one of anger, unwillingness, and excitement. He had never thought that the new head of the monitoring division had quietly obtained this information. Originally he had no hope, after all it was a matter from many years ago, some of the contributions had been erased, some taken away, there was no way to recover them. But who would have thought that this new monitoring officer would have heavenly methods, to be able to recover all this information and present it here? Under such circumstances, how could he not be excited? Now everyone could see that this new monitoring officer was determined to promote Hengku, even finding out the contributions of the past few years, one could see his determination. They didn't know that to Wang Ting, it wasn't hard for him to find this information, it was just something he did casually. He needed someone to establish his authority, and Hengku just happened to appear in front of him, treating him respectfully. He was naturally happy to give him a chance. Hence he let the Yuan Venven search for some information on Hengku. In the end, he didn't know if he didn't check, but when he did, he was shocked. Hengku had actually made many contributions, but he didn't have any backing, hence he was suppressed by many. Of course, in the Flying Snake Guard, which was highly valued by the big shots, some people didn't dare to go overboard, hence they could only suppress him a little. Otherwise, Hengku wouldn't have been able to become a captain. Actually, as long as he followed the rules, he could also become a captain in the future, it was just a matter of time. Other than that, when the time came, there would naturally be a captain of the 1,000 guards to make him recognize reality and make a choice. Now that Wang Ting had appeared, Hengku's promotion had been brought forward by quite a bit. From this aspect, Wang Ting could be considered his benefactor. And it was because of this information that Wang Ting chose to promote him. After all, if Hengku couldn't even support himself, how could he help him? He needed a capable assistant, one that could allow him to quickly gain a foothold in the Flying Snake Guard, and not a piece of trash. It could be said that everything that Wang Ting did, he had his own test results. It could be said that everything that Wang Ting did, he had his own considerations, he didn't do it recklessly. The surroundings once again fell into silence. Everyone looked at the information on the screen, they were all speechless. They knew very well that this new head of the monitoring division had already investigated everything, and didn't give them any room to refute, yet they still stood up stupidly. Especially Ma Tianlu, he felt his face burning, and couldn't look straight at Wang Ting. He was clearly just a domain lord, but he could feel it. A trace of pressure. Just now, he had honestly said that Hengku's contributions weren't enough, but in the end he had given him a tight slap. Looking at the information on the screen, who wouldn't feel guilty, if it hadn't been exposed? Everyone could still deceive and pretend it didn't happen, but now that it had been exposed, it was equivalent to stripping them naked and executing them in front of everyone. Too ruthless. At this moment, he finally realized the ruthlessness of this new head of the monitoring division. It was like a continuous spring rain, moistening things silently, but making people powerless to resist. It wasn't unreasonable for Archibald to be rendered speechless by him and lose all his face. To think that they were secretly making fun of Archibald before, and now it was their turn. Every dog has its day. Does everyone think that these contributions are enough? A chuckle rang out at this moment. It was exceptionally abrupt in this quiet space. However, no one could answer, and everyone fell silent. Heng Ku was inexplicably excited, looking at Wang Ting, his eyes full of gratitude. This was the grace of a new life, and at this moment, he was even determined to die for Wang Ting. It seems that the 1,000 guard captains don't care enough about their subordinates, and have forgotten such contributions. Wang Ting laughed. This was tantamount to giving everyone a way out. He only said that they had forgotten, and didn't say that they had deliberately erased or embezzled these contributions. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly relaxed a lot. Ha, Sir Monitoring Division is right, it's because we don't pay enough attention to our subordinates, which led to such a misunderstanding. I think Heng Ku is qualified to become a 100 guard captain. Ma Tianlu smiled embarrassedly and suddenly said. Many sector lords were slightly surprised, and couldn't help but look at Ma Tianlu, not expecting him to admit defeat so quickly. This wasn't right. That wasn't what they said at the beginning. However, when everyone thought of the current situation, they seemed to feel that Ma Tianlu's choice was right, and that they wouldn't be able to gain anything from this new head of the monitoring division. Since the other party had given them a way out, it was best for them to take advantage of it. Otherwise, if they shed all pretense of cordiality, they would be the ones to suffer. Sir is right, it's our negligence. Sir. Based on this contribution, Heng Ku is indeed qualified to become a 100 guard. Based on this contribution, Heng Ku is indeed qualified to become a 100 guard captain. Yes. I agree with Sir Monitoring Division's decision. Yes. Several thousand guard captains exchanged glances, and finally agreed one after another. It's done. Yes. Heng Ku only felt a buzz in his head, and felt that it was extremely unreal, and his whole person was stunned on the spot. Archibald's handsome face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and everyone chose to lean towards the monitoring division, but he was in the most awkward situation, not knowing whether to speak or not to speak. Heng Ku came back to his senses, and his whole person was trembling with excitement. He never thought that one day he would become a 100 guard captain in such a way, and the surprise came too suddenly, almost causing him to sprain his back. Just when everyone was in a complicated mood, Wang Ting waved his hand lightly as if he had just done a small thing, and said, "Okay, now let's discuss what to do next, and get all the relevant information." Yes. Yes. Heng Ku immediately came back to his senses and immediately retrieved the information. He quickly entered his identity, and when he heard Wang Ting's order, he did not hesitate at all, and acted very quickly, which made Wang Ting nod secretly, quite satisfied. To be able to make enough contributions in 10 years, this Heng Ku was indeed something. A light screen appeared in front of everyone, and it was a star map with a lot of information attached, which could be said to be extremely detailed. Wang Ting immediately had a direct understanding of the Flying Serpent Guard's intelligence-gathering ability. How many days had it been since he sent out the information until now? The Flying Serpent Guards had already collected all the information around that planet, and there was no lack of information about the dark apparition's movements. Tell me about it. Wang Ting said. Yes. Heng Ku took a deep breath, calming himself down as soon as possible. He knew that this was the first time he really showed his ability in front of the new monitoring division, so he had to be careful and perform well enough to let the monitoring division truly recognize him, and at the same time, he could not let others see him as a joke. His expression was serious, and he slowly explained. According to our understanding, the dark apparitions are very active in this star sector, especially in recent days. Dark apparitions of various races can be seen frequently. Although their movements are very secretive, with the information provided by the monitoring division, we quickly locked onto a range, and the Flying Serpent Guard's intelligence-gathering ability is not to be trifled with. We quickly found a clue from their movements, and the target of these dark apparitions seems to be the same place. Hengku analyzed the data while explaining, and at the same time, he also flattered Wang Ting. He was really a talent. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He naturally could not say anything about that planet directly, but now that he had the Flying Serpent Guard's intelligence-gathering ability, he could smoothly find the dark apparition's movements, and the problem would be solved perfectly. He could not help but give himself 12 likes for his wit. An hour later, the entire Soaring Snake Guard on Tianzhe planet moved out. He headed straight for an uninhabited starfield in the Heavenly Billow territory. The Soaring Snake Guard's mobility was terrifying. The moment Wang Ting gave the order, in less than an hour, all of them were gathered. At the same time, they mobilized a large number of special ships and left Tianzhe planet. The ships of the Soaring Snake Guard were all specially made. There were high-level concealment runes on them, allowing the ship to reach a high level of concealment. Even a Domain Lord ship's concealment was comparable to a Sector Lord ship. And a Sector Lord ship's concealment was comparable to an Immortal ship. Hence, when the Soaring Snake Guard left Tianzhe planet, even the governor didn't notice. In the void, 20 ships were flying at extreme speeds. Most of them were Domain Lord ships, only a few were Sector Lord ships. The appearance of these spaceships was very strange. They were like the heads of giant pythons. They were pitch black and seemed to be covered in layers of scales. They gave people a sense of awe when they looked at them. And on the outside of the ship, there was a symbol of a soaring snake, giving off a strange aura. In the center of these 20 ships, there was a ship that was much smaller than the others. However, it was more refined and powerful. It was a Sector Lord Pinnacle ship. To a powerful ship, refined wasn't a negative word. Instead, it was a compliment. Because to be able to be refined to such a degree, it meant that the craftsmanship of this ship was very high. It wasn't something normal ships could compare to. If the exterior was like this, one could imagine the interior. Of course. Some flying shuttles only paid attention to their outer appearance. Powerful martial artists would be able to tell at a glance that these flying shuttles were merely superficial and could be broken with a single poke. 20 ships, it was a huge sight. However, these ships were like specters in the void. It was hard for outsiders to detect them. At this moment, within the Sector Lord Pinnacle Soaring Snake ship, Wang Ting sat in the main control seat. Through the simulation, he looked at the void outside. His eyes flashed as though he was thinking about something. Feng Jin and Heng Ke stood silently behind him, not saying a word. Currently, Feng Jin had joined the Soaring Snake Guard. However, because she didn't have any contributions, she was just a normal Soaring Snake Guard without any position. However, she had been designated as an assistant by Wang Ting and had always been by his side. Her status was naturally different, and no one dared to underestimate her. As for Heng Ke, although he had been promoted to Centurion, he was not arrogant or complacent at all. He was very humble in front of Wang Ting and did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. He also completed the tasks that Wang Ting gave him quickly without any hesitation. In front of others, he was the same as before. He did not rely on Wang Ting's favor to be arrogant and domineering. At most, he was more confident. This was a change brought about by status. No wonder it was said that power blinded the eyes. How many people could resist such a temptation? Even a powerful martial artist would find it difficult to resist such a temptation. Otherwise, why would those 1,000 guard captains stand up to Wang Ting and defend him? In the end, it was all for the sake of power and influence. In addition, Heng Ke also knew that Feng Jin was brought here by Wang Ting, so he was very polite to her. This made Wang Ting very satisfied. Wang Ting, this flying serpent spaceship is a little more powerful than we thought. Yuan Genggen's voice suddenly sounded in Wang Ting's mind. Oh, what do you mean? Wang Ting asked through telepathy when he regained his senses. There are very special hidden runes inscribed inside the spaceship. It should be a type of ancient runes, which I have never seen before. Yuan Genggen said seriously. Ancient runes. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he immediately opened the Eye of Truth and looked inside the spaceship. When he first saw the spaceship, he felt that this flying serpent spaceship was very unusual, But he had been thinking about the next move, so he did not pay too much attention to it. Now that Yuan Gungun specially mentioned it, he naturally had to check it out himself. He had always been very interested in ancient runes. If there were really special runes on this flying serpent spaceship, he would not let it go. In this position. Yes. Under the guidance of Yuan Gungun, Wang Ting quickly found the special runes it mentioned. These runes were inscribed in the core of the spaceship, and were very hidden and not visible on the surface. If one did not enter the spaceship, it would be very difficult to find them. Only an intelligent life like Yuan Gungun could freely shuttle through the interior of various mechanical bodies, so it was easy to find the hidden things inside. For Wang Ting, he could naturally see them too. The only trouble was that he had to use the eye of truth to see them. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would miss them sometimes. After all, he did not always have the eye of truth open. Yes. At this moment, seeing the hidden runes, Wang Ting's eyes suddenly shone. Soon, he could not help but frown. He felt that these runes were somewhat familiar, as if he had seen them before, but he could not remember where at the moment. Does this look like some of the runes we saw in the ruins of the Naga race? Yuan Gungun was silent for a moment, then said hesitantly. That's right. Wang Ting suddenly remembered something, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. This is the ancient shadow runes. Ancient shadow runes. Yuan Gungun's eyes widened slightly. Yes, it's the ancient shadow runes. I originally felt that it was somewhat familiar, but I just couldn't remember it. Fortunately, you reminded me. Wang Ting smiled. I remember that the Naga race seems to have the shadow talent. Yuan Gungun said. Yes, I obtained the shadow talent in the ruins of the Naga race. Wang Ting nodded, and said, it's just that the runes in the ruins were incomplete, and I couldn't see anything at all, so I didn't remember it immediately. In that case, the rumored flying serpent has always been elusive, and even immortal rank experts have a hard time finding its traces. Could it be because of this shadow talent? Yuan Gungun guessed. It's not impossible. Wang Ting immediately got up and said, no, these ancient shadow runes are rare. I have to go and see it myself. This is the core area of the spaceship, and the door isn't open. How are you going to get in? Yuan Gungun hesitated. You forgot about my space talent. Wang Ting laughed. That's right. Yuan Gungun was speechless. Wang Ting did not let Feng Jin and Heng Ke follow him, and went to the core area of the spaceship alone. Although the two were also very curious, they did not ask much. In their eyes, Wang Ting was more or less a little mysterious. Whether it was what he did or some of the methods he showed, there was a sense of mystery. Feng Jin and Wang Ting had a lot of contact, and had a deeper understanding of this. Heng Ke had only just met Wang Ting, but he also felt that Wang Ting was mysterious. For example, the soaring serpent token from before did not affect this monitor commissioner at all. Even now, he still did not understand how the other party did it. Under Yuan Gungun's guidance, Wang Ting arrived at the core area of the spaceship. This is where the force engine of the spaceship is located, so normally no one is allowed to enter. There are some secret doors to enter, but the location of the ancient shadow runes is completely sealed. Unless the metal walls around it are torn apart, there is absolutely no way to enter. Yuan Gungun explained. Wang Ting nodded and stood in front of a metal wall covered with runes. It would be difficult to destroy it with ordinary means, but he just stretched out a hand. Buzz wisps of space force swept out from his body, and the metal in front of him seemed to be distorted. Of course, it was not the metal that was distorted, but the space here was distorted. Soon, a space crack appeared, and Wang Ting smiled and stepped into it. In the blink of an eye, he stepped over the metal wall and entered the interior of the spaceship. Looking around, there were all kinds of complicated mechanical structures around, and it was very narrow, almost only allowing one person to pass through. This way. Yuan Gungun led the way in front. Next, Wang Ting walked dozens of meters, shuttling through all kinds of mechanical structures, and came to a place full of runes. It really is the ancient shadow runes. Wang Ting looked at the strange runes in front of him, and his eyes flashed. Not to mention other things, just the shadow power that was emitted from these runes was unmistakable. The shadow power was not much, and what was really dense was the power in the runes. These ancient shadow runes were linked with the runes with concealment properties around them, and they covered the entire spaceship. The ancient shadow runes were equivalent to a core, and it transmitted the shadow power into the spaceship, allowing the spaceship to have an extremely special concealment property. The person who built the spaceship could be considered to have an ingenious idea. You really can't underestimate any of the subprofessions. Wang Ting sighed. Who would have thought that by using the ancient shadow runes as the core and combining it with some concealment runes, it could actually hide the shadow power? Just by using the concealment ability, it was impossible to see anything from the outside. This way, the spaceship would be relatively safer, and there would be less unnecessary spying. This was because the shadow power was actually very special, and only a small number of people could control it. Just like the spatial power, if people found out that someone could use the shadow power, it would inevitably attract the attention of some experts. After all, who didn't want to have a spaceship that could appear and disappear unpredictably? Learned it. Wang Ting continued to observe the ancient shadow runes in front of him. He saw that these runes gave off a distorted feeling, and there were even traces of overlapping shadows. It was like an illusory shadow that was hard to grasp. If one's mental strength wasn't strong enough, they might not even need to look at it for long before being affected by the shadow power, and they would feel dizzy. Wang Ting immediately circulated his half-step sector Lord mental strength to the extreme, and a 9-story pagoda appeared in the Chaos Star realm. It was the 9 Treasures Pagoda. In an instant, an aura filled with vitality swept out from his forehead, and the influence from the ancient shadow runes instantly dissipated. At this moment, a few attribute bubbles suddenly fell from the wall filled with runes. Eh? Wang Ting exclaimed softly. He was a little surprised. Previously, there weren't any attribute bubbles nearby, and he thought that there wouldn't be any. He didn't expect that when his mental strength burst out, the attribute bubbles would suddenly appear. This was a small surprise. Could it be because of the invisible resistance? Wang Ting thought to himself. It wasn't impossible. It was just like how his opponent would only drop more attribute bubbles when he fought against them. This logic should make sense in this case. Pick up. Wang Ting didn't think much and immediately picked up the attribute bubbles. Ancient Shadow Runes *10, Ancient Shadow Runes *15, Ancient Shadow Runes *12. It's indeed the Ancient Shadow Runes. Wang Ting's eyes suddenly exploded with joy. The attribute bubbles surged into his mind and instantly turned into pieces of comprehension. These comprehensions then transformed into strange runes that were distorted and illusory like shadows. It was as if they were branded in his mind, and it was extremely strange. Wang Ting originally planned to comprehend the ancient shadow runes himself. Now that he had picked up the attribute bubbles, it naturally saved him a lot of trouble, and his comprehension of the ancient shadow runes instantly increased. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. After all, he was still a few days away from the target star zone. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well stay here and comprehend the ancient shadow runes. Hence, for the next few days, Wang Ting stayed here to comprehend the ancient shadow runes while picking up the attribute bubbles. Feng Jin and Heng Ke contacted him through their intelligent wristwatches. If anything happened, they would immediately inform him. However, the journey was peaceful, and there were no accidents. The Flying Serpent guards were very secretive and careful. If they didn't show themselves, it would be difficult for outsiders to find them. Even the dark apparitions were no exception. Otherwise, the Flying Serpent guards wouldn't have qualified to become the Alliance Army's intelligence agency. At the same time, Wang Ting had passed the information obtained by the Flying Serpent guards to Commander-in-Chief Xianxia. He immediately began to mobilize the Tianlan Weave's martial artists to secretly head to the target star zone. He was determined to give the dark apparitions a head-on blow. It could be said that the information provided by Wang Ting was indeed very important. Since the start of the war with the dark apparitions, the Alliance Army had always been passive. Now that they were finally going to take the initiative, many martial artists were rubbing their palms in anticipation. Tianlan Weave. Among the hidden routes, numerous spaceships were speeding toward the target star zone. These spaceships were all from various major forces in Tianlanweave. Among them were the four overlords, the Tianfeng Empire, the Great Rao Empire, the Wasco Federation, and Tianlan Mountain. After all, the dark apparitions had appeared in Tianlanweave and were suspected to be plotting against one of Tianlanweave's planets. Of course, the four overlords couldn't sit still. The Alliance Army's military strength would definitely not be able to reach the target star zone quickly. Hence, the best way was to mobilize the local forces in Tianlanweave. This was their problem to begin with. The Alliance Army's job was to provide a certain amount of information, coordinate, and command. The forces in Tianlanweave also understood that they couldn't do without the Alliance Army's help. Hence, they restrained their usual arrogance and obediently listened to the Alliance Army's arrangements and commands. A few days later, on the Pinnacle Sector Lord Flying Serpent spaceship, Wang Ting sat cross-legged and slowly opened his eyes. Distorted and illusory runes flashed across his eyes. It was very magical. Ancient Shadow Runes, 1050/3000, proficient. I've finally reached the proficient level. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel and smiled. Under his relentless efforts, he had finally dug out the metal wall in front of him that was filled with ancient shadow runes. He comprehended them while picking up attribute bubbles. His comprehension speed wasn't slow. In just a few days, he had grasped the ancient shadow runes from the beginner level to the proficient level. His mastery level wasn't low. An ordinary runemaster definitely wouldn't be able to do it in such a short time. Even a saint-level runemaster wouldn't be able to do it. The ancient shadow runes were very rare and were considered a type of ancient runes that were relatively difficult to master. The difficulty was comparable to the ancient space runes. However, to Wang Ting, the difficulty was much lower. This was because he had the grade 3 shadow talent and was a saint-level runemaster. Furthermore, he could pick up attribute bubbles. If he still couldn't master it to the proficient level, it would be a big joke. These ancient shadow runes are mainly used for concealment. If there were any attack-type runes, I might be able to upgrade them to the proficient level. Wang Ting shook his head and felt a little disappointed. Wang Ting, we're here. At this time, Yuan Gungun appeared and said. Previously, it was afraid of disturbing Wang Ting, so it didn't say anything. Now that he had woken up, it immediately told him the news. How long have we been here? Wang Ting was stunned for a moment and asked. We just arrived, about half an hour ago. Yuan Gungun said, if you didn't wake up, I would have to wake you up. It wasn't stupid. Although comprehending the ancient shadow runes was important, the matter at hand wasn't trivial. Therefore, it couldn't wait for Wang Ting for too long. You did the right thing. Wang Ting nodded. Yes. He wasn't worried about whether Yuan Gungun would disturb him. Most of the time, he relied on picking up attribute bubbles to gain enlightenment. There was no such thing as being disturbed. Occasionally, there would be a very important enlightenment. Moreover, it was the enlightenment that he had obtained himself. Yuan Gungun naturally wouldn't disturb him. Also, I've used your name to issue an order for the Flying Serpent Guards to start collecting information in the vicinity. Yuan Gungun said. Yes. Wang Ting stood up and asked, did you find anything? Yes. We found traces of many dark apparitions. The Flying Serpent Guards should be able to find that planet soon. Yuan Gungun smiled. That's good. Wang Ting also smiled. It's time for me to show up. Yes. As his voice fell, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the main control room of the spaceship. Wang Ting. Yes. Sir. Yes. When Feng Jin and Heng Ku saw Wang Ting, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief and called out. Yes. Wang Ting nodded at them and asked, have the people sent by the Alliance Army arrived? Yes. They're almost here. They'll arrive in 2 or 3 hours. Heng Ku replied respectfully. Who are they? Wang Ting asked. Heng Ku immediately told Wang Ting about the forces sent by the Alliance Army. The Flying Serpent Guards were, after all, a department that collected intelligence. They had a clear understanding of the forces in the Tianlanweave. The 4 major forces. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and he nodded slightly. According to Hengke's introduction, among the four major forces in the Tianlan Weave, the Tianfeng Empire, the Dareo Empire, and the Wasco Federation were all advanced civilizations in the universe. Although there were differences in strength between the advanced civilizations in the universe, as long as they were advanced civilizations in the universe, they were definitely not weak. Since they had sent warriors, they probably wouldn't disappoint. Tianlan Mountain, on the other hand. Wang Ting's attention was focused on the fourth major force. This force called Tianlan Mountain was very special in the Tianlan Weave. It could be seen from the fact that it was named after the weave. Wang Ting, this Tianlan Mountain is not ordinary. Yuan Gungun seemed to have found something and immediately said, "Oh? Tell me about it." Wang Ting said, "Sky Billow Mountain. From its name, it really is a large mountain. However, this mountain is even larger than Heaven Pillar Planet. Moreover, it was the earliest faction to appear in the Sky Billow Weave. However, Sky Billow Mountain didn't occupy the Sky Billow Weave and instead allowed it to develop freely. Later on, quite a few people with extraordinary talent joined Sky Billow Mountain. After cultivating for a period of time, they gradually rose to prominence in the Sky Billow Weave. Over time, these experts formed the three great advanced civilizations. The three advanced civilizations in the universe were formed by the powerful people from Tianlan Mountain. Wang Ting took in a breath of cold air, his heart trembling. Very few people should know about this. Everyone only knows that Tianlan Mountain has a high status in the Tianlan Weave, but they don't know why. Yuan Gungun said. Then how did you find out? Wang Ting frowned and asked. I found out from the Flying Snake Guard's information. Yuan Gungun laughed and said, "You probably can't imagine how much information the Flying Snake Guard has that the outside world doesn't have. And with your authority in the monitoring division and my ability, we were able to find out about this." Damn. Wang Ting complained, "If this is found out, I'll lose my monitoring division job." Relax, I'm very careful. Yuan Gungun said, "If it was a huge force like the Virtual Universe Company, I definitely wouldn't dare to enter their internal department to investigate. However, this Flying Snake Guard is after all just an intelligence organization, and you coincidentally became the monitoring division, providing me with a channel, so it shouldn't be a problem." Alright. I hope so, don't play me to death. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. Then you have to quickly raise me to Sector Lord level, then I'll be even safer. Yuan Gungun said. In a nameless, remote galaxy, an inconspicuous, uninhabited planet floated quietly in the void. This planet was not a planet of life. There was no living matter on it, and it looked very desolate and inconspicuous. Outside the planet, there were rings of gravel belts that almost surrounded the entire planet, making it impossible for creatures from the outside to get close. This was because the gravel belt was spinning at an extremely fast speed. If ordinary universe-level warriors entered it, they would probably be injured by the gravel. Where did all these gravel come from? However, many dark apparitions had arrived on this inconspicuous planet recently. Clouds of black fog filled the void and enveloped the planet, making it impossible for outsiders to investigate this part of the void. On the planet, on a barren plain, the Blood-Breed spaceship Coffin landed. The Blood God clone led a group of Blood-Breed dark apparitions down. Behind him, the spaceship of the Black Pistol Army also landed slowly. Then, team after team of dark apparitions appeared on the planet and stood silently behind the Blood God clone. A strong wind blew, and dust flew all over the sky. Dark, evil, and chaotic auras suddenly filled the air. In an instant, this barren planet seemed to have become a dark planet. Wherever the dark apparitions passed, everything turned into darkness. This was not a lie. The Blood God clone stood on the barren land and slowly glanced around. A trace of doubt appeared in his heart. He did not find anything special about this planet. Why did the Demon Lord ask him to bring the Black Contempt Army here? There were no warriors from the Light Universe guarding this place. Was there a need to go through so much trouble? It's a pity that I can't use my original bodies, Eye of Truth. The Blood God clone shook his head secretly. If his original body was here, he could use it. However, his original body was not here, so he could not use the special eye talent to see the strangeness of this planet. Information is indeed very important. Yes. The blood god clone could not help but sigh. He already knew that his original body had become the supervisor of the flying snake guards and could obtain a lot of information. However, he was only the commander of an army here. He had no advantage in terms of information and could only follow orders. Fortunately, he could communicate with his original body and send out some information in time. Even if the information he received here was not first-hand, it was still very important to his original body. It could change their passive situation. "Commander, what should we do now?" Deputy Commander Hermot stepped forward and asked. "Seal off this planet first. Once you find any traces of the Light Universe's martial artists, report to me immediately. Also, send some people to explore this planet and see if there's anything special about it." The blood god avatar's eyes flashed as he said indifferently. "Yes." The group of deputy commanders immediately accepted the order and left. Heimote, Morlock, and Saber led the dark apparitions to completely seal off the planet. Many dark apparitions were hidden in the black fog of the void. They had surrounded the planet so tightly that no one could enter. Outsiders would not be able to enter at all. Then, they selected some dark apparitions who were good at scouting and sent them to various parts of the planet to investigate the situation. In an army like the Black Contempt Army, there was naturally a scout type of troop. The blood god clone came to the top of a mountain and looked down at everything below. They quietly waited for the results. "I wonder how Benson is doing," he thought to himself. Previously, he had been in constant contact with his main body and had arranged the time clearly. Almost as soon as he arrived, his main body arrived as well. Now, it was time to see what he could find on this planet. Before everything was clear, his main body naturally wouldn't act rashly. Moreover, other forces of the dark apparitions had arrived. "I thought I was the only one who was sent here, but now it seems that's not the case." The blood god clone's eyes narrowed. "Does this mean that this planet is quite important?" Boom, while he was thinking, a violent roar suddenly sounded on the planet. "What's going on?" The blood god clone's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked in the direction of the sound. This kind of violent explosion was almost equivalent to the full blow of a universe-level martial artist. Could it be that a martial artist from the Light Universe had appeared here? That's impossible. The Light Universe should be under the command of his main body now. If they were to take action, his main body would have informed him. "Sir." Soon, a stream of light rushed over from a distance. It was Deputy Commander Morlock. At this time, his face was full of excitement. After landing, he bowed to the blood god clone and said, "This planet is really strange. We found a strange substance that can cause violent explosions. One of our lower-level demon emperors was seriously injured by the explosion." Although the blood god clone was a little shocked in his heart, when he saw the excited look of the other party, he suddenly felt sorry for the lower-level demon emperor. "Sir?" Seeing that the blood god clone did not answer for a long time, Morlock could not help but call out again. "Yes." The blood god clone nodded faintly and said with an unfathomable look, "Take me to have a look." "Yes. Yes." Seeing that the blood god clone was so calm, Morlock could not help but be stunned for a moment. He secretly thought that he was really ignorant. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, "Sir, please come with me." Under the lead of Morlock, the blood god clone came to the place where the special substance was found and slowly landed. Through Morlock's explanation, he already knew the specific situation. The special substance was not on the surface but under the ground. Just now, a dark apparition discovered the abnormality of this place, so he dug up the ground. After finding the special substance, he carefully injected his force into it to investigate. Who knew that as soon as the force entered, it would directly explode? The blood god clone was about to enter the ground when he glanced around and suddenly saw a half-dead dark apparition next to him. Its whole body was blown up in half, and it was quite miserable. This special substance is actually so terrifying. Yes. His eyes suddenly flashed, and he became even more curious about the special substance. With just one explosion, a dark apparition at the level of a lower demon emperor was blown half to death and almost lost its combat power. This power was too terrifying. He wondered how much of the special substance was in the explosion just now. He had heard a saying before that as long as the yield was enough, even the gods could be blown to death. If only a little bit of special substance could blow a dark apparition at the level of a lower demon emperor half to death, and there were many special substances here, it was simply unimaginable. Take it down for treatment and give it compensation. The blood god clone pointed at the seriously injured dark apparition and said flatly. Character setting was very important. Even dark apparitions must pay attention to character setting. Yes. Morlock and other deputy commanders were stunned for a moment and immediately understood that this was the blood god clone's means to win people over. Naturally, they did not dare to say anything more and immediately responded. Thank you, sir. The dark apparition at the level of a lower demon emperor said respectfully. The blood god clone waved his hand and asked someone to take it down for treatment. Then he turned his head and asked, Have you found that special substance? Yes. Found it. Morlock said. Take me to have a look. The blood god clone said. Sir, you must be careful. The explosion of that special substance is very terrifying, and we don't know how much more is down there. Morlock said. The blood god clone did not say much and just nodded. Then, under the lead of Morlock and others, he entered the underground cave below. This underground cave was just excavated. Originally, it was not big, but after the explosion of the special substance, it formed a huge deep pit. At the bottom of the deep pit, some dark apparitions were carefully cleaning up the surrounding soil and stones. They did not dare to use their force at all, for fear that they would follow in the footsteps of the dark apparition at the level of a lower demon emperor. An explosion had blown up half of its body. Even a dark apparition could not withstand it. If it was light, the martial artists of the universe might have already died. Only the dark apparitions had extremely tenacious vitality and could barely survive. However, if the explosion just now was a little more terrifying, that dark apparition at the level of a lower demon emperor would probably be dead. The blood god clone came to the bottom of the deep pit. He glanced around and looked at the ground that a dark apparition was cleaning. A very special substance was revealed a little, and it was particularly prominent among the ordinary soil and stones. Is this it? The blood god clone asked. In the soil and stones, there was an irregular silvery white substance. It was shaped like a sea urchin and had irregular spikes. Yes, this substance doesn't look special from the outside, and the volume discovered so far is not big. Who would have thought that it actually contained such a terrifying energy? Haimot at the side nodded first. Although they were only here on orders, being the first to discover this substance was more or less a kind of merit. Therefore, these deputy commanders were all competing to show off. There seems to be a very special kind of compressed energy inside. It does not belong to any attribute. Morlock glanced at Haimot and added. Compressed energy? The blood god clone asked thoughtfully, How big is the special substance that caused the explosion just now? Yes. About half of the special substance in front of us. Another deputy commander, Saber, said. Half? The blood god clone was slightly shocked because the special substance in front of him was actually very small, less than half the size of his palm. In the end, it was only half of its size, but it almost blew up a dark apparition at the level of a lower demon emperor. Incredible, it's really incredible. Doesn't this mean that just a thumb-sized point is enough to blow up a dark apparition at the level of a demon king? A dark apparition at the level of a demon king was equivalent to a stellar-level warrior. Although a stellar-level warrior was nothing at all with his current strength, stellar-level warriors were also quite powerful in the universe. If it was some relatively backward planets, stellar-level warriors were enough to dominate. In the end, this small piece of special substance was enough to blow up a stellar-level warrior. It was indeed a little terrifying. No other special substances were triggered? The blood god clone suddenly thought of something and asked with a frown. No, it wasn't triggered. Morlock said, The shell of this special substance seems to be very stable. Even if it is shaken, it will not explode. Interesting. Interesting. The blood god clone's eyes flashed slightly, and he suddenly said, All of you, step back a little. All right. Sir, you want to? The dark apparitions seemed to have guessed what he wanted to do, and their expressions changed slightly. It's okay. The blood god clone waved his hand. Morlock and the other dark apparitions wanted to say something, but when they saw the blood god clone's determined look, they knew that they could not persuade him, so they could only retreat far away. They were actually quite afraid of this special substance. Before they completely understood it, they did not dare to touch it casually. Not being able to use the force was a trap. Once an accident occurred and an explosion occurred, it would probably be too late for them to use the force to defend themselves. Even if it was a middle-level demon emperor or even a high-level demon emperor, it would probably be difficult for them to survive such an explosion at close range. Even if they did not die, they would suffer some injuries. Xuelanbua and the other blood race dark apparitions did not say much. They believed in the blood god clone's strength. This special substance was indeed very strange, but it should not be enough to hurt him. After the dark apparitions retreated, the blood god clone extended his spiritual power and carefully touched the special substance. Not being able to use the force to touch it did not mean that he could not use his spiritual power. However, he had never tried it before, so he was very careful. Fortunately, his guess was correct. When his spiritual power touched the special substance, it did not explode. A special substance less than the size of a palm was pried out of the soil and stone by his spiritual power, and then it fell into his hand. Seeing this, the dark apparitions could not help but sigh in relief. They all approached and looked at the special substance. So this is it. Special substances are not affected by spiritual power. Morlock chuckled and flattered, Lord Commander is indeed perceptive. All right. The blood god clone glanced at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. However, he still appreciated this tactful behavior and immediately gave him a look that said, "You are very smart." The other deputy commanders were speechless. The muscles on the inert mist dragon's face twitched. He stood aside without saying a word. He was in a very bad mood. Inert Mist Luan was dead, he could not contact her. He did not know how many times he had tried to contact her along the way, but he could not contact her even once. If it was simply that he could not contact her, there might be other reasons. However, in the end, he found that Inert Mist Luan's personal account was completely grey. There were only two possibilities. One was that Inert Mist Luan's soul was imprisoned and could not communicate with the outside world. The other possibility was that Inert Mist Luan was dead. Accounts were bound to one's soul. If the account was grey, there must be a big problem with the soul. That was why the Inert Mist Dragon thought that Inert Mist Luan was dead. Compared to the other deputy commanders, Inert Mist Luan was his true subordinate. Both of them were from the Inert Mist tribe and had a close relationship. The possibility of betrayal was the smallest. Now that something had happened to Inert Mist Luan, his left and right arms were completely cut off. In the Black Contempt Army, he could no longer make any waves. What exactly happened to Tianju planet? Qing Wugui's eyes were extremely gloomy as he thought to himself. He did not think that it was the blood god clone's doing, but he did not expect that the other party seemed to have guessed correctly. There was really a problem with Tianju planet. Even Inert Mist Luan could not solve it. The problem was probably not small. What made him even more aggrieved was that when the blood god clone asked Inert Mist Luan to stay, he did not take it seriously and thought that the other party was thinking too much. Now, it was a complete slap in the face. Not only did he lose face, but he also lost a capable subordinate. It was a double loss. However, he could not say anything. Inert Mist Luan was definitely going to take the blame. The Inert Mist Dragon could not figure out what had happened to Tianju planet. Now that the blood god clone in front of him had discovered that special substance, he definitely had a part to play in it. He felt even more upset. All of this should have been his. The blood god clone naturally did not know what the Inert Mist Dragon was thinking. He no longer cared about it. If the other party could still make waves in the Black Contempt Army now, he would have to admire him. Unfortunately, this possibility was almost zero. At this moment, he was sizing up the special substance in front of him. He wrapped his spiritual power around it and spied on its energy structure. Just like what Morlock and the other dark apparitions had said, this special substance indeed contained extremely rich energy. It seemed to have been compressed to the extreme. That was why this small special substance could explode with such terrifying energy. This energy is very strange. The blood god clone's eyes moved slightly as he thought to himself. Based on the various powers that the original body had mastered, this energy seemed to be very pure. It did not contain any attributes, but it contained a trace of space power. Otherwise, it would not be able to contain such majestic energy in such a small volume. This must be the work of space power. It is precisely because the energy does not contain any attributes that it will lose balance and explode when it encounters ordinary origin power. The blood god clone quickly deduced the reason. Then, his heart became heavy. This thing was simply a strategic resource. He still remembered the demonic bomb that the original body had obtained on Defense Star 6. That bomb could not be compared to this special substance, but it had caused serious damage to the demonic egg. Otherwise, they would not have won that battle so easily. Therefore, if the demonic bomb could be mass-produced, it would be enough to have a huge impact on some major battles. Unfortunately, the material of the demonic bomb was quite special and rare. Now, even the original body did not have the sea skin worm. The shell of the worm could not be made into a demonic bomb at all. However, this special substance was different. Although it could not be made into a biological bomb, it could be made into ordinary explosives. With the terrifying energy within, it was enough to pose a threat to some powerful existences. There seemed to be an entire planet's worth of special substances here. Just thinking about it made one realize how terrifying it was. If it was thrown into a battlefield with the radiant universe, the consequences would be unimaginable. The blood god clone's thoughts raced as he thought about how to deal with this special substance. This matter was too important. He had to inform the original body as soon as possible. At this moment, his intelligent wristwatch rang with a communication request. The blood god clone's eyes moved slightly. Without hesitation, he accepted the call. A light screen was projected and a figure could be seen on it. It was none other than the blood slaughter demon sovereign. Blood extinction, have you arrived? Yes. Yes, Lord Blood Demon Sovereign. The blood god doppelganger bowed and presented the special substance in his hand to the blood god doppelganger. And we found this. Yes. I already know that you have done very well. Now immediately seal off this planet and excavate the pyrolite ore within it. There must be no mistakes. The Crimson Blood Demon Sovereign said. Pyrolite ore? The blood god clone was surprised. He did not expect this special substance to already have a name. When the time comes, he could ask Yuan Venven to help investigate it. However, he did not show it on his face. He immediately replied, yes. Yes. In addition to the Black Contempt Army, many other armies have received the news of the pyrolite ore and are rushing over. You don't have much time left. The Crimson Blood Demon Sovereign looked at him meaningfully and said. What do you mean? The other armies are coming to snatch it? The blood god clone frowned. He wanted to ask a few more questions, but the Crimson Blood Demon Sovereign had already ended the call. This special material is called pyrolite. With its terrifying power, anything that comes into contact with it will explode into ashes. That's quite apartment. The blood god clone touched his chin and fell into deep thought. He had to take the blood-murdering demon Venerable's words seriously. He originally thought that the arrival of the dark apparitions would at most cause some chaos and would not cause a big fight over the pyrolite. After all, the pyrolite still belonged to the dark apparitions at the moment. However, he neglected the dark apparitions situation. There were too many dark apparitions, or rather, too many races. They had always been in a state of competition. On the surface, they cooperated, but in the dark, there were undercurrents. Now that a strategic resource like pyrolite had appeared, it was impossible for them not to fight over it. The various armies. A glimmer of light appeared in the blood god clone's eyes. Wasn't this an opportunity as well? If he was here alone, it would be difficult for any accidents to happen to the pyrolite. After all, if there were any accidents, it would be his fault. However, the dark apparitions' armies were about to arrive, and it was hard to say whose fault it would be. The blood god clone thought of this, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. However, the demon Venerable seemed to value this pyrolite. Even the blood-murdering demon Venerable personally sent a message to me. According to his intention, he obviously wants me to fight for this pyrolite. I wonder if it's for the blood race or for himself. The blood god clone thought about it and felt that the blood-murdering demon Venerable's attitude was very ambiguous. However, no matter what, if the pyrolite fell into the hands of the dark apparitions, it would definitely cause unimaginable consequences to the light universe. It was really troublesome. Forget it. Let's discuss it with me first. The blood god clone shook his head and immediately turned to the other dark apparitions. Did you hear what the demon Venerable said just now? Dig the pyrolite now and try to get all the pyrolite into our dark scorpion army's pockets before the other armies arrive. Alright. You have seen the power of the pyrolite. For our dark scorpion army, having such a powerful weapon will definitely allow us to be invincible on the battlefield. Alright. We understand. Alright. Morlock, Highmote, Saber, and the other deputy commanders' eyes lit up as they immediately responded. The blood god clone did not say much. He waved his hand and ordered them to dig for the pyrolite. In order to speed up the progress, these deputy commanders had to do it themselves. The inert mist centipede's eyes flashed as it turned around and left. Keep an eye on them. The blood god clone transmitted his voice to Shui Lanbois and the other blood clan dark apparitions. Yes. Blood Lumbo, Blood Neil, and the other blood clan dark apparitions were stunned for a moment before they reacted and hurriedly replied through voice transmission. The blood god avatar sat cross-legged on top of the mountain and slowly closed his eyes. On the other side, Wang Ting's eyes lit up when he heard the news. Pyrolite. There's actually such a strange ore? Also, the dark apparition sent more than one legion. They all want to fight for the pyrolite mine. He couldn't help but rub his chin as he pondered. Actually, there was still room for maneuvering. The dark apparitions still didn't know that they were here. When the time came, they could give him a surprise. Yuan Gun, help me check if there is a type of ore called pyrolite. Wang Ting said telepathically. He had already searched through the void-devouring beast's inherited memories but did not find any relevant information. This surprised him a little. Even the void-devourer beast's inherited memories did not have this. Could it be that this was the first time it had discovered this substance? Pyrolite? Yuan Gungun's suspicious voice sounded. Obviously, it had not heard of it either. It immediately asked, "What is that?" It's a special irregular substance that contains extremely dense compressed energy. A small piece is enough to threaten a universe-level existence. Wang Ting gestured with his hands and said. There's actually this? This substance. Yuan Gungun was slightly shocked and immediately said, "Let me check." After a while, Yuan Gungun's solemn voice sounded in Wang Ting's mind again. I didn't find this so-called pyrolite. You didn't find it? Although Wang Ting was already mentally prepared, he was still somewhat surprised and disappointed. Even Yuan Gungun could not find it. It could be seen that this pyrolite mine was indeed very rare and had never been discovered before. It was said that the dark apparitions had discovered the pyrolite mine planet by accident. When they arrived in the light universe, they would usually choose a remote star field. At that time, a dark apparition army happened to descend near the pyrolite mine planet and discovered the abnormality of the planet. Otherwise, the dark apparitions would not have been able to find the pyrolite mine planet. Finding the so-called pyrolite mine in the vast universe was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Even some prospectors who specialized in finding minerals in the universe might not be able to find it. Maybe you can ask Commander Xianxia. Yuan Gungun's eyes flashed and suddenly said. Wang Ting suddenly reacted and said, "You're right. Help me contact Commander Xianxia." Okay. Yuan Gungun did not waste any time and directly contacted Commander Xianxia. Commander Xianxia had previously said that Wang Ting, as the supervisory division of the Sea Serpent Guards, could directly contact him, so if there were any problems, he could directly contact him. Now was the time to use this right. Commander Xianxia quickly connected the call, which surprised Wang Ting a little. He originally thought that it would take a while. A light screen appeared in front of Wang Ting, and Commander Xianxia's dignified and cold appearance appeared on it. Wang Ting, you surprised me. He looked at Wang Ting with a trace of appreciation in his eyes and said directly. I didn't expect that you would take over the Sea Serpent Guards so quickly, and without any problems. Commander Xianxia. The reason this junior was able to take over the Sea Serpent Guards so smoothly was entirely because of your support. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He did not expect the commander to praise him, but he quickly reacted and did not show any complacency. He said very humbly, "You're a slippery one, no wonder they're not worried about you." There was a hint of a smile in the eyes of Commander-in-Chief Xianxia, but it was not very obvious on his cold face. It disappeared very quickly, making people wonder if they had seen wrongly. He said indifferently, "Okay, let's not talk too much. Why are you looking for me?" This junior received news that the dark apparitions seemed to have found a strange material called pyrolite, but this junior couldn't find any information about this pyrolite no matter how much I searched, so I came to ask you, Commander. Wang Ting said. Pyrolite. Commander Xianxia's calm face finally showed a trace of emotion. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Commander Xianxia really did know something. It seemed that he had asked the right person. Yuan Gungun is reliable. Wang Ting gave Yuan Gungun a thumbs up in his heart. Yuan Gungun, are you sure there's pyrolite on that planet? Commander Xianxia asked again after a while. Wang Ting described all the characteristics of the special material to Commander Xianxia. There was nothing more convincing than this. After all, the pyrolite ore was of great importance and was very rare. It was understandable that Commander Xianxia doubted the authenticity of the information. However, if he had described all the characteristics of the ore exactly, the credibility of the information would naturally be very high. Presumably, Commander Xianxia would take it seriously. Looks like it's really pyrolite. After Commander Xianxia finished listening to his description, his expression suddenly became serious. Very few people knew about the existence of pyrolite, and related information was also blocked by the higher-ups. Those who knew about it were basically the important figures of the major forces. Even he could only know about it because of his identity as the commander of the Alliance Army. It could be said that if one did not have a certain status, they would definitely not have the right to know about the existence of pyrolite. This was because it was an extremely important strategic resource that was feared by many strong people. This was because if this pyrolite was strong enough, if it was powerful enough, it could indeed threaten an immortal rank existence. It was possible for a low-level martial artist to fight against a high-level martial artist. This was why the higher-ups kept it a secret. Even if Wang Ting's identity was special, it would be difficult for him to know about the existence of pyrolite without coming into contact with it. Now that he had mentioned the existence of pyrolite, there was a high probability that it was true. So, pyrolite has been discovered long ago? Wang Ting said. That's right. Commander Xianxia did not hide anything and nodded. Pyrolite has appeared a long time ago in the history of the Radiant Universe. However, it is extremely rare, and before it is excavated, it is no different from ordinary minerals. It is very difficult to discover, so not many people know of its existence. Alright. Now, some pyrolite is in the hands of the major forces. They will only be used when necessary. Alright. What do you mean when necessary? Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he asked. Commander Xianxia suddenly fell silent. I understand. Forget I asked, Commander Xianxia. Wang Ting said with a smile. It seemed that pyrolite was more important than he had imagined. It was very likely that the major forces had grasped the method to use this mineral, so they held it firmly in their hands and would not use it under normal circumstances. Even in this situation, they were not willing to use it. Wang Ting, listen to my order. Commander Xianxia did not say anything else and said. Yes. Wang Ting's expression turned serious. As the commander of the Allied forces, I order you to seize the pyrolite planet. Commander Xianxia clearly made a decision quickly and said in a deep voice. Commander, with the strength of the Flying Serpent Guards, I'm afraid it is impossible. Wang Ting did not immediately agree and said with a bitter face. I knew you would make a request. Commander Xianxia smiled faintly and said, You don't need to worry. I will issue an order for all the forces in the Tianlan territory to be under your command. Yes. All under my command? Wang Ting's breathing paused. Does that include Tianlan Mountain? Yes. Oh? It seems that you also know the uniqueness of Tianlan Mountain. A trace of surprise appeared in Commander Xianxia's eyes. Tianlan Mountain's status in the Tianlan territory was very special, but most people only knew the surface. For Wang Ting to ask this question, he must know something. This genius really surprised him in every way. Wang Ting smiled innocently and looked very much like an ordinary young man. You don't need to worry about Tianlan Mountain. I will specially inform them. In the current situation, I believe they will understand the severity of the matter. Commander Xianxia pondered for a moment and said with a deeper meaning, however, you are still too young. The younger generation of Tianlan Mountain may not be convinced, so you will have to deal with it yourself. All right. As long as it is not the older generation that makes a move, it will not be a problem. Wang Ting said. Don't worry. If they really do that, it means they are not taking the Allied forces seriously. Commander Xianxia said. Wang Ting was relieved. How confident are you in this matter? Commander Xianxia was about to end the call when he hesitated and asked again. 80%. If there are no accidents, I am 80% confident. Wang Ting said without hesitation. 80%. Commander Xianxia looked deeply at Wang Ting. Clearly, he did not expect him to be so confident. However, he did not say anything and only nodded slightly before ending the call. Phew, Wang Ting exhaled slightly. His eyes flashed. It was not bad to receive such a pleasant surprise just by asking. With Commander Xianxia's support, it would be much more convenient for him to do things. Previously, he had been worried that the major forces in the Tianlan territory would not listen to him. After all, he was indeed too inexperienced and could not be compared to those experts of the older generation at all. This was especially so for Tianlan Mountain, which was an extremely special existence in the Tianlan territory. If they really wanted to go against him, it would be an extremely troublesome matter. I wonder what level of experts they will send out. Wang Ting thought to himself. There is also the dark apparitions. Alright, I have to go there personally. Alright. Since he had made up his mind, he did not hesitate at all and prepared to go to the Pyrolite planet personally to check it out. Feng Jin, Hengku, I have to go out for a while. If the four major forces of the Tianlan territory arrive, help me stabilize them first. Wang Ting turned his head and instructed the two of them. You want to leave at this time? Feng Jin frowned. Sir, I'm afraid we can't suppress the forces of the Tianlan territory. Hengku said awkwardly. It was not that he wanted to shirk the responsibility, but this matter was really beyond the scope of his ability. Those were the four major forces of the Tianlan territory. Even if the Flying Serpent Guards were very special, they were not enough in front of them, let alone him, a mere centurion of the Flying Serpent Guards. If he was from the supervisory division, they might be afraid. After all, he represented the entire coalition army. A mere centurion of the guards did not mean anything. Just say that I said so. Wang Ting said lightly, I only need to go out for 5 or 6 hours. It won't take long, and they still need 2 or 3 hours to arrive. It's not too much to ask them to wait for 3 hours, right? Alright. 5 or 6 hours? Don't tell me you want to go to that planet? Feng Jin said doubtfully. Wang Ting did not hide it and nodded slightly. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. There are dark apparitions there now. I'll go with you. Feng Jin said. It's really dangerous if you go with me. Wang Ting said, I can still hide alone. I'm confident that I won't be discovered by the dark apparitions. Feng Jin felt that she was being underestimated. But she had to admit that Wang Ting was telling the truth. She could not compare with his means. Okay, you don't have to say any more. I'll be back soon. Wang Ting waved his hand and disappeared from the spaceship. Feng Jin and Hengku still wanted to say something, but he had already disappeared. They suddenly felt helpless. On the other side, after Wang Ting left the Flying Serpent spaceship, he flew directly to the Pyrolite planet. The hiding place of the Flying Serpent Guards was still some distance away from the Pyrolite planet, but with his speed, he could reach it in less than half an hour. He used the shadow power and space power to hide his figure and quietly arrived outside the Pyrolite planet. Then, he turned into the appearance of the Armor Devil clan dark apparition and blended into the black fog outside the planet. It was silent. No dark apparition could find his trace at all. Then, Wang Ting entered the Pyrolite planet and came to the place where the Blood God clone was. The Blood God clone's eyes flashed and looked at the void not far ahead. The space fluctuated slightly, and a figure appeared very suddenly. "My lord." The Blood God clone smiled slightly. "You've worked hard." Wang Ting's body was still surrounded by the dark power. He looked like a dark apparition. Even if someone saw him, they would not think that he was a martial artist from the light universe. "It's good that you know. It's too difficult to be a spy." The Blood God clone began to complain. "I'm just being polite." "You took it seriously," Wang Ting said. The Blood God clone, okay, let's not talk too much. Next, I will excavate a part of the pyrolite mine on this planet and take it away. "Cover for me," Wang Ting said. "You want to excavate the pyrolite mine yourself now?" The Blood God clone was a little surprised. "That's right." Wang Ting nodded. "The pyrolite mine is too important. I want to take a part of it now to avoid any accidents." "All right." It seems that the Alliance army also values the existence of the pyrolite mine very much. The Blood God clone was deep in thought. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he said, "My lord, don't tell me you want to take a part of the pyrolite mine for yourself." "Heh. You're indeed my clone. You even know what I'm thinking." Wang Ting laughed very slyly. "How can I not know you? Given how important the Alliance army is to this pyrolite mine, it's impossible that you won't be tempted." The Blood God clone said. "Sigh, you can't blame me." Wang Ting sighed. "If the major forces are willing to take the pyrolite mine since they were willing to take out the pyrolite ore, why would I need to scheme against them?" He told his speculation to the Blood God clone. "It seems that I've underestimated the importance of the pyrolite mine to the various powers." The Blood God doppelganger sighed. Suddenly, he said, "Could it be that they have already mastered the method of using pyrolite?" "That's my guess as well. Perhaps they've already developed some terrifying pyrolite weapons." Wang Ting said. "Then let's do it. We shouldn't let the goodies flow into our own fields. We were the ones who discovered this py ore, so naturally, we should keep it for ourselves." The Blood God clone said immediately. Thus, the two of them did not say anything else and immediately took action. Wang Ting used his magnetic heart talent to sink into the ground and began to mine for pyrolite. There was nothing more suitable than the magnetic heart talent for mining. Although he couldn't use origin power, pure origin magnetic power was enough to quickly excavate ores. Combined with the rank 5 melder magnetic field that Wang Ting had mastered, he was practically an expert at mining and began to dig crazily under the surface of the planet. The Blood God doppelganger was naturally not idle either. He used the excuse of being a supervisor and walked all over the planet, allowing his main body to perfectly avoid the dark apparitions. There was indeed a lot of pyrolite in an entire planet, but it was still insufficient to rely on the Black Contempt army to excavate. Most importantly, pyrolite was very dangerous and could not use origin power. Apart from the dark apparitions with earth elemental talents, the other dark apparitions could be said to be as slow as a snail and not much faster than an ordinary person. This created an opportunity for Wang Ting. However, he was also very careful. In the face of such terrifying pyrolite, the slightest carelessness could cause an explosion. It would be bad if he failed miserably. Furthermore, he had to hide the traces of his excavation to prevent others from discovering anything unusual. Time passed slowly. 1 hour, 2 hours, the time Wang Ting set for himself was getting closer and closer. He could not help but frown, feeling that his speed was still too slow. After digging for more than 2 hours, the amount of pyrolite he had excavated was less than 5 or 6 cubic meters. Based on this size, its power was naturally not weak. It might even be able to threaten a late-stage sector lord. However, Wang Ting had specially made a trip here to dig. How could he be satisfied with such a small harvest? With the Alliance army and the Dark Apparition army behind him, it would not be so easy to secretly excavate anymore. These pyrolite ores are mostly scattered. Are there no larger veins? Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Moments later, he clenched his teeth and made a decision. Forget it. Let's find if there are any larger veins first. It is not a good idea to continue digging like this. Alright. If there is no other way, I can only snatch it from the dark apparitions. Alright. He did not hesitate and started to wander around the planet, looking for large pyrolite or veins. Due to the presence of the dark apparitions and the uniqueness of pyrolite ores, his search was hindered. Fortunately, he still had the attainments of a saint-level prospector, which came in handy at this moment. Wang Ting once again found the blood god doppelganger. He entered the doppelganger's internal space and used his eyes to search for the ore veins on this planet. An hour passed by once again. Stop. Wang Ting's voice suddenly appeared in the blood god doppelganger's chat. Found it? The blood god doppelganger's eyes moved slightly as he looked around. At this moment, he was in a barren desert. There was gray dust and sand everywhere. It was very desolate. Other than wastelands and mountains, this planet was just a barren desert. The barren desert in front of him looked very ordinary, but in Wang Ting's eyes, it was a little different. You leave first. I will look around here. Wang Ting walked out of the blood god doppelganger's body and instantly used spatial techniques to hide his body. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to the blood god doppelganger. I am really a tool. The blood god doppelganger said helplessly. However, he did not say much and pretended to leave. He knew that his every move would attract more attention. If he stayed here for too long, it might arouse suspicion. It would not be beneficial for his main body's actions. Wang Ting smiled slightly. He hid his body and flew in the air above this barren desert, observing the ground below. Through the direction of the ground and the characteristics of the terrain, his eyes gradually lit up with joy. Finally, he found a place and directly used the heart of magnetism talent to dive into the ground. In less than a moment, he had already gone more than 20,000 meters underground. Then, a large area of pyrolite ore suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Damn, I am going to be rich. Wow. Seeing the scene in front of him clearly, Wang Ting was overjoyed and almost could not help but laugh. There were so many pyrolite mines in front of him that there was no end in sight. It was as if it was a silver python that was buried deep under the ground, shocking everyone. The desert that Wang Ting had been to was very large, and this pyrolite mine was located under it. Although it wasn't the entire desert, it occupied a large part of it. If it was an ordinary martial artist, it would be very difficult to determine the size of this vein without using origin power. However, Wang Ting had the heart of magnetism and the help of his psychic power, so he could vaguely sense the size of the mine here. Wang Ting took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He looked at the pyrolite mine in front of him with a solemn expression. If so many pyrolite mines fell into the hands of the dark apparitions, is it possible to empty out the entire pyrolite mine? A bold idea popped up in Wang Ting's mind. Pyrolite mines were undoubtedly very important. When necessary, they could be used as a weapon of mass destruction. It would be better to have them in his own hands. Anyway, they were all contributions to the universe, and he wouldn't use them carelessly. The main reason was that there were too many pyrolite mines in front of him, so many that he couldn't help but be tempted. When the benefits exceeded 300 times, people would take risks out of desperation. Wang Ting didn't deny his greed at all. It was very difficult for him to give up on these pyrolite mines. Sigh. Sigh. He felt that he had received a huge test, and in the end, he couldn't withstand it. Whatever, the timid will starve to death, and the bold will eat to death. Sigh. A hint of determination appeared in Wang Ting's eyes. Everyone saw it. How could he let it go? That wasn't in line with his personality. Anyway, there were still many pyrolite mines on this planet. Without this mine, the total amount would be reduced by at most 4 or 5. It wouldn't be a big deal. Wang Ting didn't hesitate. He immediately activated the heart of magnetism to the extreme and began to move the pyrolite mines. These pyrolite mines were actually still scattered. Some were the size of a fist, some were the size of a head, and some were several meters in diameter. However, very few of them were more than 10 meters in diameter. Therefore, it was quite easy to collect them, and there was no need to divide them. The explosive nature of pyrolite undoubtedly increased the difficulty of mining. The smaller the ore, the easier it was to mine. However, if the volume of pyrolite ore was too small, its power would be limited. Only by mastering a pyrolite ore weapon could one truly unleash the power of this special material. He was now almost certain that the various factions had obtained pyrolite weapons. Keep. I accept. I'll take. Wang Ting happily stored the pyrolite ore in front of him into his spatial fragment. It just so happened that he had fused with the hidden space before, so he could use it to store the pyrolite ore. However, he still had to remind the flower spirit girls, lest they accidentally triggered the pyrolite mine. Damn, this pyrolite mine is quite big. Suddenly, Wang Ting stopped in his tracks. Looking at the pyrolite ore in front of him, a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. After excavating more than half of the mineral vein, they finally found a rather large piece of pyrolite ore. This piece of pyrolite ore was about 40 to 50 meters in size. It was elongated, but its width and thickness were at least 20 to 30 meters. It would be difficult to find even a single piece of such a huge pyrolite mine in the entire vein. This piece of pyrolite ore is probably enough to threaten immortal rank existences, right? Wang Ting guessed to himself. He carefully stored the pyrolite ore away, afraid that he would accidentally explode it. His small body would not be able to withstand it. Time passed again, and a few hours passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Ting was immersed in the joy of moving the pyrolite ore, and even forgot about the time. The time he spent digging had already exceeded the time he had agreed to with Feng Jin and Heng Ku. At the same time, on the uninhabited planet where the flying snake guards were hiding, space warships landed one after another. These warships had all activated the concealment function. Even if they were traveling in the void, it would be difficult to detect them. After landing on the planet, they landed. They even blended in with the barren mountains below, as if they did not exist. These warships were the four major factions of the Skysura Empire. After receiving the news from the Allied forces, they rushed over without stopping, and finally did not waste much time. However, when they arrived, they received another piece of infuriating news. The Flying Snake Guard Supervisory Division had disappeared. The Allied forces had ordered them to listen to the Flying Snake Guard's Supervisory Division's command. In the end, when they arrived, the Flying Snake Guard's Supervisory Division had disappeared. Wasn't this messing around? At such an important time, the Flying Snake Guard's Supervisory Division had actually disappeared. Could they be any more unreliable? Everyone, please don't be anxious. My lord didn't disappear for no reason. He just saw that everyone hadn't arrived yet, so he went to investigate the Dark Apparitions situation. Heng Ku was facing a group of sector lords and even immortal rank bosses. His heart was trembling. However, when he thought of Wang Ting's orders, he forced himself to calm down and said plainly to them. Are you blaming us for coming too late? A sector lord from the Great Rao Empire said coldly. I wouldn't dare. Heng Ku was after all only a domain lord fighter. In front of a group of bosses, he was already powerless. The other 1,000 guard captains were also present. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but laugh. Even if Heng Ku was promoted to 100 guard captain, it was useless. In front of the strong, only strength mattered. The Flying Snake Guard still had to rely on them. The Supervisory Division would soon understand this. Everyone, my lord went deep into the Dark Apparitions territory alone to investigate the situation. It's fine if you don't understand, but what do you want now? Feng Jin snorted and stood up. She said, you can't even wait for a few hours. Is this how you listen to orders? Feng Jin. Feng Jin's appearance made the eyes of the young male fighters from the various factions light up. After all, she was a prodigy from Tianzhu planet. Moreover, her appearance and temperament were excellent. Naturally, she was very attractive to these young fighters. Moreover, as prodigies from Tianlan Weave, they naturally recognized her and instantly recognized her. Feng Jin, you're actually here. You even joined the Flying Snake Guards. A sector lord from the Wasco Federation frowned. This was a rather young human sector lord. Moreover, she was also a female, so she didn't give Feng Jin any face. At this moment, after she sized Feng Jin up, her eyes revealed a trace of contempt. After not seeing you for so long, you're still so weak. Yes. Obviously, the two had known each other for a long time. However, it seemed that their relationship wasn't very good. Feng Jin glanced at her and didn't say anything. Instead, she looked at the others as if she didn't care about them. You. The female sector lord from the Wasco Federation revealed a trace of anger in her eyes. Panis, don't make unnecessary arguments. A calm voice sounded from the side. Gallagher. Panis looked at the person and frowned slightly. However, she didn't say anything in the end. She just snorted coldly. Gallagher was a handsome man from another race. There were some scales on his face, but this didn't affect his appearance. Instead, it gave him a different temperament. At this moment, he looked at Feng Jin and said very sincerely, Feng Jin, I really didn't expect to meet you under such circumstances. We've heard about what happened on Tianju planet. It's very regrettable and I'm very sorry that we weren't able to help before. Alright. What's the point of saying all this now? Tianju planet is doing very well now. You don't need to worry about it. Feng Jin sneered. She didn't appreciate this at all. When Tianju planet was in trouble, these people avoided it like it was a snake or a scorpion. Saying all this now was undoubtedly a bit of hindsight. Feng Jin, you don't know what's good for you. Hearing these words, Panis' anger surged again. Feng Jin still ignored her. Her face was calm and didn't seem angry at all. After Tianju planet was in trouble, she saw many things clearly. No matter what, she only had her own strength. Strength was the most important thing. As for these people, none of them could be trusted. So what if they were all from Tianlan Weave? At the crucial moment, no one could be relied on. If she really had to trust someone, it would probably only be Wang Ting. After all, he didn't ask for anything in return for saving Tianju planet. He also didn't hold back on his comprehension and helped her break through to half-step sector lord level. If Wang Ting knew that he had such a glorious image in Feng Jin's heart, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Panis' eyes were about to spit fire. Every time she met Feng Jin, she couldn't get the upper hand. Because Feng Jin always ignored her. It was infuriating. It's normal for you to be angry. In that situation, we couldn't even protect ourselves. We couldn't save Tianju planet. Gallagher shook his head. Feng Jin, Gallagher is right. We didn't want to see Tianju planet's situation. But in that situation, we had to consider the bigger picture. We couldn't invest more resources for Tianju planet. At this moment, another voice sounded. A Heavenly Wind Empire sector lord stepped out and looked at Feng Jin with a frown. He felt that Feng Jin was being unreasonable. It wasn't as if everyone didn't know the situation on Heaven Pillar planet. Under such circumstances, investing resources would only cause greater losses. There was no need to do so. Whatever you say. Now that it's over, there's no point in saying this. You're just finding excuses to comfort yourselves. Feng Jin's face showed a trace of mockery. Are you afraid you won't be able to get over it? Her gaze swept across the crowd indifferently, pausing on a few of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Wind Empire for a while, seeming to have a profound meaning. Hunka couldn't help but click his tongue. This lady really dared to speak. Only now did he know that this lady who always followed behind the supervisor had such an identity. Their flying snake guards naturally knew about Tianju planet's situation. They also knew that Tianju planet had recovered, and the one who saved it was their supervisor. Saving Tianju planet with the power of one person wasn't something an ordinary person could do. It could be said that the reason why he risked defending the other 1,000 guards to welcome the new supervisor was because he knew about Tianju planet. How could someone who could do such a thing be simple? But now, he admired Feng Jin. She dared to say such words in front of so many experts. She was indeed brave. If it were him, even if he didn't want to accept it, he would force himself to swallow it. Not to mention one person, even if the entire Tianju planet was added together, it was still not enough compared to the 4 great forces in front of him. Silence, everyone couldn't help but fall into silence. They couldn't keep their faces straight. Feng Jin's words were very direct, but it was also a fact. She said so much just to find an excuse to feel at ease. "Little girl, you're too presumptuous," an old sector lord from Tianfeng Empire said in a hoarse voice. Boom, as he spoke, a powerful aura emanated from his body and landed on Feng Jin. Using aura to suppress others. Under such circumstances, he couldn't make a move, but he could use his aura to teach Feng Jin a lesson. Speaking so directly, who knew how many people he would offend? Feng Jin's expression changed slightly. Before she could react, a sharp aura landed on her body, causing her to be unable to move. Her mind was under unprecedented pressure. She immediately mobilized her half-step sector lord mind and condensed her aura to resist the sharp aura. But the difference between the two was too obvious. That old man from Tianfeng Empire was already a sector lord tertiary stage existence. His aura wasn't something Feng Jin could resist. Panna sneered. She brought this upon herself. She didn't want to step down when she was given a way out. Now she knew how serious the consequences were. It wasn't just one or two powers that gave up Tianju planet. It was a decision made by everyone. It wasn't something a sector lord junior could change or criticize. She even exposed it in front of so many upper echelons. She didn't give them any face at all. If they didn't teach her a lesson, how could they maintain their dignity? The other younger generation fighters all had different expressions, but no one spoke up for Feng Jin. The older generation didn't even say a word. Their eyes were extremely calm, as if it was a small matter. "Little girl, apologize to the seniors." The old man from Tianfeng Empire looked at Feng Jin calmly and said indifferently. "What did I do wrong?" Feng Jin gritted her teeth. "Disrespecting your elders. Is this how Tianju planet taught you?" The old man from Tianfeng Empire said coldly. His aura was even more terrifying. It was as if a gust of wind had swept out from the ship and surrounded Feng Jin, but it didn't affect the others at all. For a moment, Feng Jin felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her head. Her entire body was about to bend. "I will naturally respect the seniors of Tianju planet." Feng Jin's eyes were bloodshot, but she still refused to give in. She straightened her back and said coldly, "And those seniors who died in battle, I see them as role models. I can die in battle, but I won't be humiliated like this." "You." The old man from Tianfeng Empire's expression changed. He didn't expect Feng Jin to say such resolute words. Didn't this mean that they were afraid of death? The other higher-ups' expressions also changed slightly. Some were ashamed, some were angry, and some were indifferent. "You're simply lawless." The old man from Tianfeng Empire was a little angry. He shouted coldly and no longer held back. His terrifying aura directly pressed down on Feng Jin. Boom, Feng Jin froze on the spot. Her bones made cracking sounds as if she couldn't bear the terrifying pressure. Her eyes were full of humiliation. Although she sometimes understood the choice of the higher-ups, and it wasn't necessarily wrong to not save Tianju planet, these people's hypocritical comfort in front of her really made her want to vomit. She didn't want to pay attention to them, but they didn't want to let her go. It really made her angry. From a bystander's point of view, it was natural to speak of these things calmly and peacefully. However, who could understand her feelings as the person involved? No, these people had never put themselves in her shoes. Crack crack crack, Feng Jin almost couldn't bear the terrifying aura. Her body gradually bent down. She bit her lips, and blood flowed from her mouth to her throat, but she didn't feel it at all. How majestic. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly came from the void. Many experts raised their eyebrows. Finally, there was a fluctuation in their calm eyes. They looked at Feng Jin's side with a trace of surprise. The space fluctuated slightly, and a young figure stepped out. A tall and straight body, an unbelievably young age, and a handsome face that overshadowed everyone else's, and a unique temperament. All these combined together gave people an indescribable feeling. He appeared beside Feng Jin, one hand on her shoulder, and the other gently waved. The terrifying aura in front of them dissipated. Huff. Huff. Huff, Feng Jin only felt her body lighten, and the mountain above her disappeared as if it had never appeared. She gasped for breath and looked at the young man beside her. Finally, there was a glimmer of light in her eyes. the old man from the Heavenly Wind Empire's face changed slightly, as if he had seen something unbelievable. He stared at Wang Ting with some disbelief. His aura was so easily defeated? The younger generation of martial artists were even more shocked. They looked at the young man in front of them with some horror in their eyes. Even they were overshadowed by such a demeanor. "You're in my territory, and you're just messing with my people. You don't seem to give me any face." Wang Ting scanned his surroundings calmly as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Everyone fell into silence. At the end of the day, they were indeed in the wrong. Now that they were caught red-handed, no matter how thick-skinned they were somewhat speechless. If it was an ordinary martial artist, it would be fine. But the other party was now the Monitor Division of the Flying Serpent Guards, and the temporary commander personally appointed by the Commander-in-Chief of the Allied Forces. Before they arrived, Commander-in-Chief Xianxia had specially spoken to them and asked them to obey his orders. But now that such a thing had happened as soon as they met, it didn't look good on anyone. Wang Ting. The old man from the Heavenly Wind Empire was silent for a moment. He stared at Wang Ting and suddenly said in a deep voice, "This is a matter of my Heavenly Wind Empire." A matter of the Heavenly Wind Empire? Wang Ting's eyes fell on him, then looked at Feng Jin and asked flatly, "What do you think?" "I'm your assistant now," Feng Jin said. "You see, she's my subordinate now." Wang Ting said to the old man from the Heavenly Wind Empire, "Didn't she tell you before?" "I did," Feng Jin said. "So, you know she's my subordinate, but you still attacked her. Can I take it that you're trying to intimidate me?" Wang Ting's tone was originally very calm, but when he said the last sentence, it was full of coldness. Boom! What followed was an extremely powerful aura, as if an ancient god had awakened from ancient times and come to this time and space to look down on the old man. The next moment, the old man from the Heavenly Wind Empire's expression changed, and he took 3 steps back. The sudden burst of aura startled everyone. The Tianfeng Empire elder's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. His aura was suppressed by the opponent and he couldn't fight back at all. This was too terrifying. A Domain Lord Pinnacle fighter had such a terrifying aura. And he was in the center of the aura and felt it the most intense. It was as if he was facing an ancient god, majestic and sacred. He couldn't resist at all. This aura was definitely not simple. The other experts also sensed something, and a trace of shock appeared in their eyes. This scene was too unexpected. No one would have thought that Wang Ting would dare to make a move in front of so many warriors. And his aura was so strong. Even they had to be wary of him. Was he not afraid of being unable to resolve the situation? After all, there were many Sector Lord late stage and even immortals present. They weren't ordinary warriors. He was just a Domain Lord Pinnacle fighter. Even with the support of the Alliance commander, he shouldn't have such confidence. Even the warriors of the major factions were like this. The younger generation warriors were even more shocked. They all widened their eyes and their faces were filled with shock. This guy was crazy, he actually dared to make a move against a Sector Lord late stage. The 1,000 guard captains of the Flying Serpent Guard were also shocked. They stared at Wang Ting in disbelief. They were also shocked by the terrifying aura that Wang Ting had released. It turned out that from the very beginning, they had underestimated the new head of the monitoring division. To have such a terrifying aura, how could he be weak? Perhaps even the 1,000 guard captains present weren't his match. It was no wonder that he could so easily pick up the War Serpent Guard token of the monitoring division. With such a terrifying aura, the Flying Serpent token's aura couldn't shake him at all. At the same time, they had a new understanding of this new monitor's strength. Facing the warriors of the 4 major factions of Tianlan Weave, he wasn't afraid at all. He faced them head-on. He was too brave. Compared to the current scene, Archibald's previous performance paled in comparison. In the crowd, Archibald's pupils constricted. His face was stiff. No one knew what he was thinking. The other commander of the 1,000 guards, Ma Tianlu, was somewhat glad that he had cowered quickly. Otherwise, given the temperament of this monitor commissioner, he was afraid that he would not have gained any advantage. Heng Ke's heart trembled. Looking at Wang Ting's back, his face involuntarily revealed a trace of excitement. He had to admit that following such a boss gave him a sense of security. There was no need to worry about being abandoned. A Sector Lord tertiary stage fighter could attack whenever he wanted. Who else could it be? Who else? Feng Jin also looked at Wang Ting's back, and the light in her eyes became more and more intense. She had not misjudged Wang Ting. The scene fell into a dead silence, and the atmosphere became somewhat solemn. Wang Ting didn't retract his aura, it still landed on the old man from the Heaven Wind Empire. He had a look of disdain, as though he didn't place this late-stage Sector Lord in his eyes. Domineering. What kind of arrogance was this? For a moment, the younger generation of martial artists felt that Wang Ting was extremely arrogant. They had never seen Wang Ting with their own eyes. Their understanding of him was limited. Now that they saw him for the first time, their evaluation of him could only be described as arrogant. This person was too arrogant. Wang Ting. The old man from the Heaven Wind Empire saw that he couldn't resist Wang Ting's aura no matter what and couldn't help but become angry. He coldly stared at Wang Ting and said, "Do you know what you're doing? Do you know what you're doing?" Wang Ting's eyes were emotionless as he asked. He was the temporary commander appointed by the Alliance General. If these people wanted to take advantage of their seniority and refused to accept it, if he didn't do anything, what dignity would he have left? The old man from the Heaven Wind Empire fell silent, and his face twitched. He naturally knew that it had nothing to do with this. If Wang Ting continued to resist, he definitely wouldn't gain any benefits. When the Alliance held him accountable, even a Sector Lord tertiary stage existence like him would be punished. Desperate times called for desperate measures. In the face of such a huge battle, Sector Lord tertiary stage fighters were nothing. Even undying level existences had to obey orders, otherwise they would be punished after the battle. And this Wang Ting's power wasn't as simple as a domain lord level fighter. Not only was he the Seven-Path Saint, but he also had Cosmic Sky Academy and the Virtual Universe Company behind him. Even the Heaven Wind Empire wouldn't be able to gain any advantage in front of him. However, for him to lower his head to a domain lord level fighter was simply absurd. He couldn't accept it at all. For a moment, the situation was in a stalemate. Wang Ting, Elder Yu is an elder of our Heaven Wind Empire. He's considered a senior. If you don't respect him at all, how will you convince the others? At this time, a Sector Lord youth walked out from the Heaven Wind Empire and frowned. His name was Li Shuasong, and he was a genius of the Heaven Wind Empire. He was usually taken care of by Elder Yu, so he naturally couldn't watch him be humiliated. That's right. No matter what, Elder Yu is still our senior. You've lost your composure by treating him like this. If the legendary geniuses are only like this, then it's truly disappointing. The genius of the Wasco Federation, Gallagher, also said. Who do you think you are? Who are you to speak here? Wang Ting said indifferently. You. Li Shuasong and Gallagher were slightly taken aback, and their expressions became extremely ugly. They didn't expect Wang Ting to be so arrogant. He didn't give them any face and directly stepped on their dignity. As the geniuses of the two great powers, when had they ever been humiliated like this, their eyes immediately turned cold. They stared at Wang Ting, as if they couldn't help but attack in the next moment. Wang Ting, aren't you just a little lucky and caught the eye of the commander of the Allied forces and became the temporary commander? What are you being so arrogant for? The other genius of the Wasco Federation, Pan Ice, saw her companion being humiliated and immediately shouted, with so many seniors here, how dare you be so impudent? All right. Wang Ting, you've gone too far. Li Shuasong and Gallagher were just trying to persuade you, but you insulted them like this. You really have no tolerance. Zhao Yangyu, a Sector Lord level genius from the Great Rao Empire, slowly stepped forward and shook his head with an extremely disappointed expression. Originally, if Wang Ting had spoken nicely to them, it wasn't impossible for them to cooperate. They would have definitely listened to the commander of the Allied forces and given Wang Ting face, and both sides would have attacked the planet occupied by the dark apparitions. This was a win-win situation. Moreover, in their opinion, Wang Ting was only at the peak of the domain lord level, and his foundation was definitely lacking. He would definitely rely on them and wouldn't easily fall out with them. But who would have thought that first Feng Jin would come, and then this Wang Ting would come? They were both extremely unyielding and fell out with each other just like that. What could they do now? Naturally, they could only fight to the end. Otherwise, the four great powers of the Tianlan territory would become a laughingstock. The four great powers of such a large territory actually had to submit to a single domain lord. How could this be possible? Heng Ku and Feng Jin saw that the geniuses of these great powers had stepped forward to criticize Wang Ting one after another, and the powerhouses of these great powers seemed to be ignoring them and didn't stop them. They were immediately extremely worried. This time, Wang Ting seemed to have become the target of public criticism. Although they had indeed trusted Wang Ting before, facing these great powers at the same time now, even they felt that kind of majestic pressure, let alone Wang Ting. Feng Jin bit her lips tightly. She had already made up her mind. If Wang Ting couldn't withstand the pressure, then she would lower her head and admit her mistake. She absolutely couldn't let Wang Ting suffer such humiliation. Gallagher and Li Shuasong both sneered slightly. With so many great powers pressuring him at the same time, they didn't believe that Wang Ting could still hold on. The elder from the Tianfeng Empire also heaved a sigh of relief, but a trace of worry appeared in his eyes as he looked at the powerhouses of the other great powers. Originally, he had promised Commander Xianxia to cooperate with Wang Ting, but now things had turned out this way. Wasn't this a little too much? In the end, using the power of several great powers to test Wang Ting's power at the same time was more or less bullying the weak. If word of this spread out, it would also be a loss of face. However, he quickly thought it through when he saw the others' gazes. If they really let Wang Ting ride on their heads, then they would probably lose even more face. Of two evils, choose the lesser. Now, they were already riding a tiger and couldn't back down. Ha ha ha, at this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly came from Wang Ting's mouth. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. This guy can still laugh? Old Senior? Haha, this is really funny. Old Senior can casually criticize a junior without distinguishing between right and wrong? Wang Ting's gaze swept past the powerful warriors. Then, it landed on the younger generation of Sector Lord Martial warriors. He said in disdain, the matter on Tianzhu planet, there's no right or wrong. Everyone knows this. But in front of the person involved, you said some words that didn't hurt him. Have you thought about his feelings? In the end, you couldn't win in words and still had to fight. If I didn't come back in time, would you old seniors force my subordinates to kowtow and apologize? This is the magnanimity of an old senior? His voice grew louder and louder until it resounded through the entire ship, landing in everyone's ears. So loud that even the deaf could hear, everyone's expression changed, especially the experts of the older generation. They felt as if they had been slapped in the face a few times, and their cheeks burned with pain. Wang Ting didn't care about them, his gaze paused on Li Shuasong and Gallagher, not giving them a chance to refute at all, continuing, according to what you said just now, you need to respect your seniors. Then why do you need me as a temporary commander? Just find a few of the oldest ones to be commanders. Also, do I need you to tell me how to do things? Is it your turn to be disappointed? Li Shuasong and Gallagher's expressions changed, green and white, they were speechless. And you? Wang Ting suddenly pointed his spear at Panis, lightly shouting, you can go out and ask, see how I got this. Temporary commander position. If I didn't discover the abnormality here, do you know what your Tianlan territory would have suffered? I didn't want to say this, but since you're using this as a reason, then I'll explain it to you. The younger generation doesn't understand, but the older generation doesn't either. His face was full of mockery as his gaze swept past the experts of the older generation. Finally, his gaze returned to Panis and he sneered. If you don't know anything, don't spout nonsense here, otherwise you'll only become a laughingstock. Wanting to seize power without doing anything, that's the most laughable. You. Panis' pretty face turned the color of a pig's liver from his words. As a genius of the Wasco Federation with a beautiful appearance, who was sought after by countless people, it was truly a first for her to be ridiculed like this. Moreover, looking at the flickering eyes of the seniors, she knew that what he said was probably true. In other words, her words just now might really be like a clown jumping around, and she would become a laughingstock. What is tolerance? Wang Ting's gaze shifted from Panis to the last genius of the younger generation, indifferently saying, if I punch you, can you laugh and say it's okay? Is this what you mean by tolerance? I didn't misunderstand, did I? Do you want to try? The corner of Zhao Yangyu's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but take a step back. He was really afraid that Wang Ting would punch him. With this guy's style of doing things, it wasn't impossible. Feng Jin and Heng Ku were both dumbfounded. Wang Ting's words were so sharp that the geniuses of the other forces were speechless. Even the experts of the older generation were a little guilty, and each of them looked like they had eaten feces. Feng Jin suddenly felt a little relieved, and looked at Panis with a strange expression. This woman had been embarrassed by Wang Ting's words. She stood there a little restless, as if she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She wanted to laugh a little, but she also knew that she couldn't laugh at this time. The 1,000 guard captains of the Flying Serpent Guard fell completely silent. Looking at Wang Ting, they couldn't help but admire him. Too fierce, this new lord of the supervisory division was really a fierce person. They really couldn't help but admire him. If it were them, even with the power of the Flying Serpent Guard, they would definitely be suppressed by the major forces. How could they refute Wang Ting so powerfully? Clap 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 clap. Suddenly, there was a burst of applause from the crowd. Wang Ting turned his head with a calm expression, and saw a young man in white walking out from behind the crowd. He was very handsome, and his temperament was otherworldly, gentle and elegant. When Zhao Yangyu, Panis, Gallagher, Li Shuesong, and the others saw this person, their faces changed, and a different color appeared in the depths of their eyes. Even the experts of the older generation were slightly relieved at this moment, and their eyes fell on the young man in white. Wang Ting saw all this, but he didn't say anything. He just looked at the other side quietly, as if saying, "Please start your performance." The corner of the young man's eyes suddenly twitched. No one cooperated. It was quite awkward. He thought that Wang Ting would be the first to speak, but he didn't. The other party seemed to have guessed that he would appear. Interesting. The young man in white muttered in his heart, and looked at Wang Ting, and took the initiative to say, "Sir Wang Ting, I've heard of your name, and I've also heard of your deeds. I admire you very much. Now that I've seen you with my own eyes, I know that seeing is believing. Are you disappointed like them?" Wang Ting said. "No, not at all. I admire you even more." The young man in white said with a smile, "Not all young geniuses can do what you do. You're a person worthy of respect." "So?" Wang Ting was unmoved, and asked indifferently. "So, I want to say that there might be some misunderstanding. Why don't we sit down and talk about this calmly?" The young man in white said. "Misunderstanding?" Wang Ting smiled, and looked at him meaningfully, and said, "Why didn't you say that it was a misunderstanding just now?" "Ha ha ha. I just thought that it was a small matter just now. I didn't expect you to make such a fuss." The young man in white smiled and said bluntly, "Now that we're in the same camp, our common enemy is the dark apparitions. There's really no need to make things unpleasant over a small conflict. If we miss the opportunity and the news spreads to the Alliance army, it won't be good for you. I don't care. I'm fine with it whether I'm the temporary commander or not. After all, it's just a temporary commander, and there's no real benefit." Wang Ting said calmly. The young man in white was speechless. This guy is really stubborn. He carefully looked at Wang Ting, wanting to see if he really didn't care. With such a big contribution in front of him, who wouldn't be tempted? But unfortunately, what he saw from Wang Ting's face was indeed a hidden expression that was dispensable. With his eyesight, he could still see this. Some of the subtle expressions on his face couldn't be faked. This made him feel a little solemn. Where did this Wang Ting get his confidence from? Even if he didn't want to be the temporary commander, he didn't care at all. He didn't know that Wang Ting had already received enough benefits. At this time, even if he gave up the temporary commander position, it wouldn't affect him much. At most, he would just have less credit. With his ability, he could still get a lot of credit if he went to other places. This place didn't make a difference. Moreover, without his help, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for these people to snatch the pyrolite mine from the dark apparitions. To put it bluntly, he was the one who led these forces to get credit, not the other way around. Unfortunately, they didn't see this clearly. At the same time, those powerhouses seemed to have realized something. They all looked at each other without leaving a trace, and their hearts couldn't help but thump. If it wasn't for this Wang Ting, what other extremely important information did he know that could decide the outcome of the battle? Otherwise, why would he be so fearless? For a moment, these powerhouses felt a headache coming on. Difficult to chew, this Wang Ting was really a difficult bone to chew. No wonder he could make such a name for himself in the universe with just the strength of a pinnacle domain lord. Even giants like the Virtual Universe Company and the Secondary Profession Alliance thought highly of him. Feng Jin and Heng Ke couldn't help but look at each other. They were originally very worried about Wang Ting. Now that they saw this scene, they seemed to understand that Wang Ting didn't make things difficult for them for no reason. He already had a plan in mind. To think they were still worried. Obviously, they had the advantage. Wang Ting, this is a critical moment when we are facing the dark apparitions. How can you let your personal feelings get the better of you? The young man in white wanted to struggle a little more. This Wang Ting was really the most difficult person he had ever met. Among the peers he knew, there had never been such a person. Even those old foxes wouldn't give him such a feeling. But now, he felt a trace of powerlessness from this young man who was much younger than him. This made his heart heavy, and at the same time, it also aroused his competitive spirit. Don't say such ridiculous things. If you want to talk about personal feelings getting the better of you, I'm afraid it's you guys. After all, you guys were the ones who got the better of me first. Wang Ting looked at him meaningfully. The young man in white was slightly stunned. He felt even more helpless. This fake guy is right. They were the ones who got the better of me first because of personal feelings. They were caught red-handed. There was nothing they could do. At this moment, he couldn't help but curse in his heart for being stupid. If these people hadn't suddenly talked about Tianzhu planet, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. Just the fact that Wang Ting was missing at such an important time was enough to make him give in. When Gallagher, Pan Ice, Zhao Yongyu, and the other geniuses saw that even the young man in white was speechless, they couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. He was from that place after all. Moreover, they had all seen his means. It was not an exaggeration to say that he could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. However, such a person was rendered speechless by Wang Ting's words. Is this real? Could it be that he was hallucinating? What do you want? The young man in white finally gave up struggling. Victory and defeat were commonplace in war. Today, he was at a disadvantage. At most, he would get back at him next time. He asked with a faint smile on his face. It's very simple. Let this old senior apologize to my subordinates and let these high and mighty geniuses bow their heads and admit their mistakes. Wang Ting said lightly. Feng Jin suddenly looked at Wang Ting, and a wave of emotions rose in his heart. Impossible. However, before Wang Ting could finish speaking, the young geniuses opened their mouths with ugly expressions. Being scolded by Wang Ting was already embarrassing enough. He actually wanted them to bow their heads and admit their mistakes. If this spread, how would they have any face? The old man from the Tianfeng Empire's expression also changed slightly. The first thing Wang Ting wanted was to make him apologize. This old face. I haven't finished speaking, you guys better not interrupt me. Wang coldly glanced at them and said indifferently. The geniuses' expressions turned ugly. What? All in all, these sector lord-level geniuses had a sense of superiority in their hearts. Even though Wang Ting had made a name for himself and had the battle prowess of a sector lord, they still felt that he was just a zone lord-level martial warrior. There was a huge gap between a domain lord and a sector lord. It was as if they were people from two different worlds, and also as if they were two different kinds of people. If a sector lord was a dragon, then a domain lord was at most a flood dragon. Now that this flood dragon wanted to climb over their heads, who could bear it? However, under the gaze of the young man in white, they finally swallowed their anger and didn't say anything else. Brother Wang Ting, do you have any other requests? The young man in white asked with a slight headache. The first two requests were already difficult enough, but looking at him, it didn't seem like it was enough. I'll be in charge of the next operation. You guys must listen to my orders without missing a word. Otherwise, I'll leave immediately and give you the authority to command, but you'll have to bear the consequences. Wang Ting said, I'll tell you this in advance so that you won't go against me and delay the battle. What if the request isn't reasonable? The young man in white squinted his eyes. This Wang Ting was really strong. So many sector lords, late stage and even immortal level existences actually wanted them to listen to his orders. This was something even he didn't dare to think about. At most, he would discuss, but not order. Even if the request isn't reasonable, you'll have to listen. Wang Ting's expression was calm as he added, if anything happens, I'll take responsibility. This person isn't just strong, he's also very competent. The young man in white made a judgment in his heart. The gazes of the warriors flashed as they looked at Wang Ting, secretly sizing up this legendary prodigy. Seeing was really better than hearing 100 times. Before, when they heard of his reputation, they didn't expect to meet him in such a situation. Wang Ting's performance greatly exceeded their expectations. Wang Ting didn't say anything. After making the 3 requests, he quietly waited for their replies. He didn't seem to be in a rush at all. This was the limit of his patience. If it wasn't for the big picture, he wouldn't have given them such a chance. The young man in white narrowed his eyes as he looked at the calm Wang Ting. His head hurt even more. He could already see that this Wang Ting was fearless and wasn't afraid that they wouldn't agree. In other words, if they didn't agree, he would probably just leave. Then there was a problem. Without Wang Ting, would they have the confidence to take over the planet occupied by the dark apparitions? The young man in white couldn't help but look at the older generation of warriors and immediately started discussing. The result was obvious. They weren't confident at all. If they were, they wouldn't have been suppressed by the dark apparitions in the previous war. Moreover, this war could be said to be started by Wang Ting alone. Even the commander of the allied forces was only cooperating with him. Therefore, the information they had was very limited. Under such circumstances, what could they be confident about? Therefore, they quickly made a decision. The expressions of the geniuses of the younger generation changed rapidly, and they looked as if they had just eaten shit. Agreed. Depressed. But there was nothing they could do. This was the decision made by the higher-ups. No matter how unwilling they were, they didn't dare to go against their decision. They didn't have the courage of Wang Ting. As for the old man from the Heavenly Wind Empire, his face flushed red. Only he, an older generation existence, was humiliated like this. It was truly a disgrace to the extreme. But in the face of the big picture, even he couldn't resist. Brother Wang Ting, we agree to your request. The young man in white looked deeply at Wang Ting and finally said. Wang Ting didn't say anything. He let Feng Jin out and indicated that they could start. Feng Jin, what happened before? The young geniuses all came forward and bowed to Feng Jin. Louder. Wang Ting said. Feng Jin, what happened before was our fault. We apologize to you. The young geniuses' faces turned red, and their eyes were about to spit fire. They said loudly. Not bad, this is the voice of a sector lord. The voice just now was as soft as an ant. Wang Ting said. Everyone's face twitched. This guy's mouth was really poisonous. Gallagher, Pan-Ice, and the other geniuses had never been humiliated like this before. They were so angry they wanted to vomit blood. But they had already apologized and didn't argue anymore. They understood that arguing with Wang Ting now wouldn't do them any good. It was the old man from the Tianfeng Empire's turn. Everyone couldn't help but look at him, their intentions unclear. Gallagher, Pan-Ice, Zhao Yang, and the other geniuses all felt bad. Peluria, Denice, Dayangzi, and the other geniuses felt better. If even this old senior couldn't escape, what could they do? But they more or less sympathized with Elder Yu. He was a sector lord late-stage existence, but now he had to apologize to a domain lord pinnacle. Just thinking about it made him feel terrible. Feng Jin, I was unfair just now. Now, I'll put down my old face and apologize to you. The old man from the Tianfeng Empire took a deep breath. His old face was dejected as he said. Feng Jin looked at him deeply and nodded. She didn't say a word and retreated behind Wang Ting. It was enough for a sector lord late stage to go this far. She didn't want to go overboard. Martial artists still relied on their own strength, not external forces. Wang Ting had helped her a lot today. If she wanted more respect, she had to increase her strength. As a Sector Lord genius, she was confident she could reach the pinnacle of Sector Lord level in the future. She could even attack the immortal rank. After everyone finished apologizing, the atmosphere at the scene seemed to have relaxed, and it was no longer as hostile as before. Brother Wanting, can you tell us your plan now? The white-cloaked youth smiled. Like a smiling fox. Wanting glanced at him. He suddenly felt that the other party really looked like a smiling fox. This kind of person was the hardest to deal with. From start to finish, the other party didn't show any anger. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he was still smiling. No one could tell what he was thinking. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. How should I address you? Wanting didn't rush to answer. Instead, he asked. Look at me, I forgot to introduce myself. The white-cloaked youth slapped his forehead and smiled. I'm Tianlan Mountain. Tianlan Star Latitude. Yes. My surname is Tianlan. Wanting was stunned. Although he guessed that the other party came from Tianlan Mountain, he didn't expect him to use Tianlan as his surname. It seemed that the status of Tianlan Mountain was getting more and more mysterious. Wanting, this person should be a direct descendant of Tianlan Mountain. Only direct descendants of Tianlan Mountain can use Tianlan as their surname. Yuan Gunggun's voice sounded in Wanting's mind. Wanting nodded to himself. He looked at him meaningfully and said, weren't you curious about where I went? I'll tell you now. I went to that planet. Yes. Went to that planet. Yes. Everyone was surprised. They thought that Wanting was just checking out the situation near that planet. But from his words, it wasn't hard to tell that he had already landed on that planet. Brother Wanting, you've already landed on that planet? Tianlan Star Latitude asked hesitantly. That's right. Wanting nodded. Good move. Tianlan Star Latitude didn't ask any more questions. But his evaluation of Wanting went up another level. He said he landed on that planet, so he landed on that planet. How do we know if it's true or not? An almost imperceptible voice suddenly rang out. The person who had spoken was none other than Panais. Wanting glanced at her, not paying her any attention. Feng Jin couldn't help but frown. This woman was so annoying. It was as if she didn't speak, others would treat her as a mute. Panais. Tianlan Star Latitude frowned and looked at her indifferently. Panais immediately shrunk her neck and hid behind Gallagher, not daring to say anything else. Brother Wanting, continued Tianlan Star Latitude. Tianlan Star Latitude said. That planet has already been occupied by the Dark Apparition's Black Scorpion army. And I heard from them that other Dark Apparition armies are about to arrive. As Wanting spoke, he suddenly looked at the other 1,000-man commanders of the Black Serpent Guard and said, the Black Serpent Guard should have received the corresponding information. Yes. That's right. The 1,000-man commanders were shocked. They didn't expect the Monitor Division to already know before they even reported it. They couldn't help but smile bitterly in their hearts. After looking at each other, they nodded and said, we have indeed investigated the corresponding information. There are many Dark Apparition armies rushing toward that planet, including the Black Scorpion Army, the Dark Scale Army, and the Netherworld Army. In front of so many powerhouses, they didn't dare to play any tricks. Moreover, Wanting's domineering performance just now made them wary and put away some thoughts they shouldn't have. What? This time, Tianlan Star Latitude couldn't help but cry out. The Netherworld Army. Are you sure it's the Netherworld Army? His eyes suddenly showed a trace of seriousness. He looked at the 1,000-man commanders of the Black Serpent Guard and asked. It's the Netherworld Army. We can't be wrong about their spaceship. Ma Tianlu nodded with a serious expression and said, but it should be only one of the Netherworld Army's armies, not the entire army. Yes. Even if it's just one army, it's enough for us to take it seriously. Tianlan Star Latitude took a deep breath and turned to look at Wanting. He asked, Brother Wanting, do you know about the Netherworld Army? Yes. I've heard of it, but I'm not very clear. Does Brother Star Latitude know something? Wang Ting asked as if he didn't know anything. In fact, he already knew about the existence of the Netherworld army from the Blood God clone. This was an army even more terrifying than the Black Scorpion army. Their commander was a dark apparition from the Nether God clan, and it could only be a dark apparition from the Nether God clan. In general, this was an army completely controlled by the Nether God clan. The dark apparitions of other races couldn't interfere at all. The dark apparitions at the bottom of the Netherworld army had undergone special training from the Nether God clan. They were very powerful and terrifying, and each of them was like a death warrior. The dark apparitions were originally not afraid of death. After going through the Nether God clan's training, they were even more fearless. It could be said that they followed every order. Even if they were asked to self-destruct, they would do it without hesitation. Therefore, wherever this army passed, it was as if the Nether God had descended, harvesting all life. It was terrifying. No wonder even someone like Tianlan Starry Latitude's expression changed instantly. Tianlan Starry Latitude wasn't in the mood to laugh at Wang Ting's lack of knowledge. The others were the same. Their expressions were extremely solemn, and they fell into silence. "You seem to be very afraid of the Netherworld army?" Wang Ting said lightly. "Humph, the ignorant are really fearless." Panice couldn't keep her face and sneered again. "Haha, it's not up to you whether I'm fearless or not. But I can be sure of one thing. I've never been afraid of anything when facing dark apparitions. On the other hand, weren't you guys acting very impressive just now? Now that we're talking about dark apparitions, why are you scared?" Wang Ting chuckled. "You." Panice's expression turned ugly at his mockery. "Brother Wang Ting, don't make fun of us." Tianlan Starry Latitude smiled bitterly. "Compared to you, we're indeed a little timid. We've only heard of the Netherworld army's reputation. What if we meet them on the battlefield? We really shouldn't have." "All right." Wang Ting suddenly felt that this person was very interesting. He never minded exposing his shortcomings. He was quite thick-skinned. "Tell me about it." He put on an act and said. Tianlan Starry Latitude explained directly. "You don't know much more than me." Wang Ting shook his head in disappointment. Tianlan Starry Latitude's mouth twitched. "You're the one who asked me to say it." Wang Ting ignored him. He looked at everyone with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "I know you guys are very afraid of dark apparitions, but I still say the same thing. Dark apparitions can also be killed. The demon brain race dark apparitions can be killed, and so can the god race dark apparitions. All right. During the battle at the Subprofession Alliance headquarters, I encountered a god race dark apparition and almost killed it. If it wasn't for the big picture, it wouldn't have been able to escape. All right. So even if I'm facing the Netherworld army, I can say without hesitation that I'm not afraid at all. All right. You're not even afraid of me, a domain lord. What are you guys afraid of? All right." The group of people felt a little ashamed after hearing his words. They couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Yes, he, a domain lord, wasn't afraid. What were they afraid of? That's right. All right. One of the immortal stage existences finally opened his mouth and said, "Wang Ting is right. Why should we be afraid of dark apparitions? I killed many dark apparitions in the past. If not, I wouldn't have reached the immortal stage." The immortal rank's words made everyone's hearts tremble. The fear they had just felt dissipated a lot. Tianlan Starry Latitude's eyes flashed. When he looked at Wang Ting, the fear in his eyes deepened. To be honest, before he came, he didn't think of Wang Ting as an opponent. A warrior only had a katana. It was nothing much. He also needed intelligence. He was just one person. Unless Wang Ting could become an immortal. Obviously, Wang Ting was very strong. He wasn't now. However, after seeing Wang Ting, his impression of Wang Ting changed drastically. This person was definitely not simple. From the beginning until now, everything Wang Ting did seemed to have a strong purpose. It was premeditated. It wasn't an impulsive action. This was very scary. Coupled with his strength and scheming mind, how could they not be afraid? Wang Ting didn't know what they were thinking. Seeing their reactions, he nodded and continued, I'm sure everyone knows about the situation on that planet. Pyrolite ore. Tianlan Starry Latitude said. Yes, there's pyrolite ore there. The amount is considerable. It's enough to kill many immortal rank existences. Wang Ting said. Kill many immortal rank existences. Everyone's expression changed. Even those immortal rank existences showed a strong sense of fear in their eyes. If it wasn't for the pyrolite ore, they wouldn't have come personally. Now that they heard this news, they were still shocked. They didn't doubt Wang Ting's words because everyone knew that he was a saint-level ore seeker. This news must be true. Wang Ting suddenly discovered an interesting phenomenon. In the eyes of these immortal rank existences, besides fear, there was also a trace of burning passion. Looks like they can't help but be interested in the pyrolite ore. Wang Ting shook his head secretly. He was even more certain that his previous decision was right. He would rather give the pyrolite ore to himself than to anyone else. He smiled secretly but didn't show it on his face. He continued, but don't worry, the dark apparitions haven't finished digging, and what? Tianlan Starry Latitude was a little helpless. This Wang Ting always liked to beat around the bush. They had no choice but to cooperate. Do you understand the relationship between the major races of the dark apparitions? Wang Ting suddenly asked a brainless question. The relationship between the major races. Tianlan Starry Latitude couldn't help but frown. He seemed to have an idea, but he didn't grasp it in time. The others were also suspicious. They didn't understand why Wang Ting suddenly mentioned this. What did this have to do with the pyrolite ore? I understand. Tianlan Starry Latitude's eyes flashed. He suddenly said quickly, the relationship between the major races of the dark apparitions isn't very good. Conflicts often break out, even on the battlefield. So what you're saying is that those armies might fight over pyrolite ore? Yes. You're teachable. Wang Ting nodded approvingly. Tianlan Starry Latitude's mouth twitched. Why did he feel like he was being taught a lesson? The scene was a little strange. This was the first time Gallagher, Pan Ice, Zhao Yangyu, and the others saw Tianlan Star Latitude being lectured by someone, especially someone younger than him. Even if they didn't want to admit it, they had to accept the fact that this Wang Ting was much younger than them. It was said that he was only in his 20s. On the other hand, they were already over 100 years old. Although they looked young, in reality, it was because they had advanced triumphantly all the way, maintaining the vitality of their bodies and constantly transforming. Their vitality was exuberant, so they did not age. After all, after reaching the star traveler state, one's lifespan would become very long. 100 years wasn't much. Plus, they were already sector lord level existences. Relatively speaking, this was very young. But this fake Wang Ting. He was too young. Reaching the domain lord level peak in his 20s, this was a bit demonic. Thinking about Wang Ting's age, there was finally a change in their hearts. Wait until you reach the sector lord level before 100 years old. Panice muttered, if you can't reach the sector lord level, what's the use of being young? A few decades is just a snap of the fingers. She was very unhappy with Wang Ting. Although she didn't dare to say it out loud, she kept cursing him in her heart as though this would make her feel better. Cough cough, brother Wang Ting, am I right? Tianlan Star Latitude adjusted his emotions and asked. There's a bit of a problem. Wang Ting said. A problem? Tianlan Star Latitude was dazed. He recalled his guess and didn't feel there was a problem. He looked at Wang Ting in confusion. He said, does brother Wang Ting have any other brilliant ideas? The others all looked at Wang Ting. Their eyes lit up when they heard Tianlan Star Latitude's guess. If the Dark Race army really fought, then they would really have a chance to snatch the pyrolite mine. But judging from Wang Ting's words, there seemed to be a problem? It's not a possibility, but they will definitely fight. Wang Ting said. Tianlan Star Latitude was speechless. This guy really took long breaths when he spoke. He thought that it was a big problem, but it turned out to be. No. Absolutely? Is brother Wang Ting that confident? Tianlan Xingwei frowned and said doubtfully, that pyrolite mine is no small matter. We can't afford to lose it. Why are you so sure that the dark apparitions will fight over it? And from what you've said, the commotion they've caused is definitely not small. He also hoped that the dark seeds would fight for the turtle-dove mine, but the fish in his heart ferociously hoped that the dark seeds would fight for the turtle-dove mine, but he could not be sure that they would do so. Yes, I can only say that it's possible. The others nodded in agreement. Gallagher, Panice, and the other martial artists of the younger generation were somewhat disdainful. They felt that Wang Ting was deliberately mystifying things. It was completely unknown whether the dark apparitions would attack. At most, Wang Ting was just guessing. How could he be sure? Even the captains of the Flying Serpent Guards were very surprised. They felt that this monitor seemed to know a lot about the dark apparitions. This kind of understanding was even deeper than the Flying Serpent Guards who had been collecting information on the dark apparitions all year round. Nonsense, the dark apparition demon lord told me personally. Wang Ting muttered to himself, but he definitely could not say this out loud. He only said calmly, I have my own judgment. Brother Wang Ting, although it's good to be confident, you can't be blindly confident. Tianlan Xingwei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although he was also very confident, he did not dare to speak too confidently. Dark apparitions had never done things in a systematic manner. They usually did things casually, so he could not guess accurately. When the time comes, you'll know when you see it. Anyway, according to my plan, we'll wait for them to attack before we attack. If they don't attack, we'll just change the plan. Wang Ting said. Hee, it's easy to say, but there's only one chance. If we miss this chance, how can we snatch the pyrolite mine from the dark apparitions? Gallagher smiled faintly. Tianlan Xingwei stared calmly at Wang Ting, as if he wanted to see something from his face. Don't worry, I have a plan B. Wang Ting glanced at Gallagher but ignored him. Instead, he said calmly to the others. Plan B. Tianlan Xingwei raised his eyebrows and said, I wonder what this plan B is? Alright. I have a damn plan B. Wang Ting felt a little tired. He glanced at him and felt that this guy was really long-winded. However, he also knew that if he did not explain it clearly to these people, they would probably not be at ease. He immediately thought of something and started to talk nonsense without changing his expression. I have a talent that allows me to know where the dark apparitions hide the pyrolite mine. When the time comes, we just need to ambush and snatch it. Alright. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Special talent? What kind of talent could sense the presence of pyrolite mine? It was not that they did not believe it. The universe was vast and full of strange things. Being able to sense the presence of pyrolite mine did not necessarily mean that it was only for pyrolite. It was very likely that it could sense all kinds of minerals. It was just that this kind of talent should be very rare. And was it really so coincidental? However, it was not easy for them to ask questions like these. The problem was, it was not easy for them to ask questions like this. A martial artist's talent was an extremely important secret. If it was an ordinary talent, it would be fine. However, this was a special talent. If they rashly asked about it, they might even encounter hostility from the other party. Wang Ting seemed to know what they were thinking and said, Why do you think I can become a temporary commander? Everyone was a little puzzled. Why did he come around to this question again? They felt that this guy's thinking was really a little jumpy. One moment, he was talking about this, and the next moment, he was talking about the problem of talent. Suddenly, he changed the topic to the problem of temporary commander. They were really puzzled. Even Tianlan Xingwei had to think for a long time before he could find an answer. Could it be that the commander knows about this special talent of yours? Tianlan Xingwei suddenly thought of something and said. Wang Ting once again gave Tianlan Xingwei a teachable child expression. This was a good assist. It was really convenient to communicate with smart people. He only needed to say half of it, and the rest would be filled in by the other party's imagination. Tianlan Xingwei was a little depressed. He had unknowingly been taught a lesson by this guy again. However, he did not doubt Wang Ting's words. This was because he suddenly remembered that this guy was also a saint level or seeker. Perhaps this had something to do with his talent. At this time, the others also reacted. If the commander of the allied forces already knew about Wan Ting's talent, then it made sense. No wonder he appointed Wan Ting as a temporary commander. So this was where the problem lay. For a moment, they were all somewhat glad that they had not offended Wan Ting. Otherwise, if he left in anger, wouldn't they have been caught unprepared? If the pyrolite or fell into the hands of the dark apparitions, Tian Lan Weave's losses would be even greater. To these forces of Tian Lan Weave, as long as it was something beneficial to them, being commanded by Wan Ting was nothing. It was completely acceptable. Therefore, the powerhouses looked at Wan Ting with even more kindness. They wanted nothing more than to worship him. Wan Ting felt their gazes and felt a little uncomfortable all over. Where's your integrity? Where's your integrity? Previously, they were very unconvinced, but now there was a big change. Did they have to be so realistic? However, this was the result he wanted to see. As long as they listened to orders and did not drag him down, he was already very satisfied. It seems that the commander really trusts you. Open is the past. If you haven't, the commander really trusts you. Tian Lan Xingwei and Tian Lan Xingwei said. It's all because of the commanders. Love. Wan Ting said lightly. Brother Wan Ting is really amazing. I wonder what other surprises are waiting for us that we don't know about. The endless sky star exclaimed. Speak more if you can. Wan Ting suddenly patted him on the shoulder and said with satisfaction. Tian Lan Xingwei was speechless. He originally wanted to inquire about Wan Ting's actual situation, but he did not expect that the other party would use such a method to fool him and even take advantage of him. One could imagine how depressed he was. All right, time waits for no one. Everyone, get ready. We should move out. Wan Ting did not pay any more attention to him. Endless Sky Star Latitude looked around and said to the crowd. The people of the various factions were shocked. They all nodded and began to make arrangements. Since they had already decided to listen to orders, they naturally would not make any more trouble. They all did their best to cooperate with Wan Ting. Wan Ting saw this scene and nodded with satisfaction. 1,000 guard captains of the Flying Serpent Guard, heed my orders. The next moment, he looked at the Flying Serpent Guard and suddenly said. Subordinate is present. The group of guard captains trembled and hurriedly responded. Investigate the surroundings of the Flying Serpent Mine planet. If there is any movement, immediately report it. Wan Ting ordered. Yes. Yes. At this moment, the group of Flying Serpent Guard 1,000 guard captains did not dare to delay and quickly left. An hour later. In a certain void outside the Flying Serpent Mine planet. A group of Radiant Light Universe fighters hid themselves. It was as though they had completely merged with the surrounding void. It was hard to detect them. They were Wan Ting and the various factions' undying ranks and even Sector Lord late-stage existences. The others were still waiting behind. There were too many dark apparitions around the Flying Serpent Mine planet. The flying ship was too big of a target and could be easily discovered. Hence, it was not suitable for them to appear here. As for those Sector Lord early-stage and mid-stage fighters, they were not strong enough and could be easily discovered. Hence, they did not come. After all, the ones descending next might be demon lords. If they were not careful and were discovered by those demon lords, their plan would be ruined. Hence, they could not afford to make any mistakes. They had to be careful. At this moment, a group of seniors were looking at the void with strange gazes. That was where Wan Ting was. However, in reality, they could not sense his existence. The only reason they knew he was there was because Wan Ting had been communicating with them. Wan Ting's methods were indeed unexpected. Such a concealment technique was hard to detect even for these undying rank existences. Sky Below Star Latitude was also at the side. He also looked at Wan Ting's direction from time to time. He felt complicated. He originally thought that the concealment technique he inherited from Sky Below Mountain was very profound. Otherwise, he would not dare to follow them. However, compared to Wan Ting, it was not enough. Was this person really so extraordinary? He had already started to take this Wang Ting seriously. He even had thoughts of competing with him for the first time. This person might be his greatest enemy. Everyone, the Dark Army has arrived. At this moment, Wang Ting suddenly said. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They were all on high alert. They hid their auras to the extreme, afraid that even the slightest bit would be exposed. Not long after, spaceships filled with dark aura sped over from the void. The black streams of light were like arrows. They were so fast that it made people speechless. When they got closer, everyone could finally see that the spaceships were completely black. They were like terrifying dark beasts. They had a cold luster on the outside and had an extremely fierce aura. These are the spaceships of the Dark Scale Army. Sky Below Star Latitude said. Yes. Wang Ting nodded. He had already received information from the Flying Snake Guards. These were indeed the spaceships of the Dark Scale Army. On the surface of the spaceships, there was a strange image of a dark behemoth. The behemoth's body was long and narrow. Its tail was actually several pythons. It was extremely terrifying. At the same time, its body was covered in black scales. Only a pair of dark golden eyes could be seen. They were filled with evil, darkness, and coldness. Dark Scale Evil Python, this was an extremely powerful dark behemoth. It was not inferior to the boulder armored dragon that Wang Ting had encountered previously. Wang Ting felt that this was very interesting. This dark army seemed to be mostly named after some kind of behemoth. Just like the Dark Scorpion Army led by the Blood God Doppelganger, it was also named after the Dark Scorpion Beast. The characteristics of these armies were also quite similar to the habits of those behemoths. For example, the Dark Scorpion Army was known for their crazed killing. The Dark Scale Army was known for their coldness and evil. Although they were both dark armies, they were obviously more focused. The Dark Scale Army soon arrived outside of the planet. Their spaceships directly tore through the black fog outside the planet and disappeared before Wang Ting and the others. Sky Below Star Latitude raised an eyebrow and could not help but look at Wang Ting. This scene seemed to have explained some things. He thought of what Wang Ting had said before. These dark armies would definitely fight. Could it be that Wang Ting was right? Wang Ting did not know what Sky Below Star Latitude was thinking. At this moment, he was more worried about whether the Blood God Doppelganger could handle the dark armies. At this moment, the void began to fluctuate again. Streaks of light were approaching from two different directions, and they quickly arrived outside the Pyrolite planet. Dark Scorpion Army. Underworld Army. Underworld Army. Wang Ting and the others were shocked. They all looked at the incoming spaceships. The Dark Scorpion Army spaceships had flame imprints on them. It was very easy to recognize. Not only did the spaceship have a rich dark aura, but it also had a scorching flame aura. This made Wang Ting feel very strange. The Dark Scorpion Army spaceship seemed to be somewhat similar to the Torch Dragon clan's Molten Fire spaceship. He could not help but touch his chin, wondering if he should get a spaceship for the Yuan Gungun to study. The Dark Apparition spaceships also had many mysterious features. For example, the Demon Rock Race's spaceship that he obtained last time was like a giant rock, floating in the void. Coupled with some concealment methods, it was really like a dead object that was difficult to discover. This method could also be used on the Light Universe's spaceships. The Underworld Army spaceships were even more strange. Wang Ting's gaze turned serious as he looked at the spaceship on the other side. These spaceships were purple-black in color and had a strange shape. They had wings, but these wings seemed to be piled up with feathers, like a pair of closed metal wings. And it seemed to be alive. There were pairs of strange, dark purple eyes all over the spaceship. As the spaceship moved, the eyeballs inside were rolling, coldly and indifferently looking at the surrounding void. Not good. Not good. When Wang Ting saw those eyeballs, his face suddenly changed. A kind of scalp-tingling feeling suddenly came to his mind, and he was also greatly surprised by the fact that he had used a lot of effort to get the job done. Underworld Vision. This was the special talent of the Underworld God clan, Underworld Vision. The Underworld God body had many special talents, including Underworld Vision. Through the condensed eyeballs, it communicated with the body's talent and observed everything in the outside world. As long as someone looked at the eyeballs, they would be easily discovered. This was an extremely strange ability. Wang Ting did not have time to think and immediately transmitted his voice, "Don't look at those eyeballs." Alright. At the same time, he immediately activated the underworld god body's underworld vision talent. A dark purple light flashed in his eyes, interfering with those eyeballs. Everyone was shocked. Although they did not know why Wang Ting had such a big reaction, they subconsciously closed their eyes and did not look at those spaceships. Whoosh! 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 The strange spaceships passed through the void and entered the Pyrolite planet. Wang Ting breathed a sigh of relief. When he came back to his senses, he found that his forehead was covered in a layer of cold sweat. That was close. I was almost discovered. He could not help but feel a lingering fear. He did not expect the Underworld Army spaceships to be so strange that they could merge with the eyeballs of the Underworld God clan. No wonder it was said that the Underworld Army was completely controlled by the Underworld God clan. Only the Underworld God clan could create such spaceships. The other clans could not even dream of having one in the dark. Under those eyeballs, even if they were hidden, as long as they looked at those eyeballs, they would be discovered. In fact, they had already seen those eyeballs just now. Fortunately, Wang Ting had used his underworld vision talent in time to interfere with them. If they were facing a real underworld god clan existence, this method might not be useful. However, those eyeballs were ultimately formed by the underworld god clan. External objects were like mechanical bodies. There must be a connection problem. Therefore, Wang Ting, who also had the underworld god body talent, could interfere with those eyeballs prying. Moreover, with his reminder, everyone only took a glance and then closed their eyes. Some did not even see those eyeballs. With all these factors added together, they were able to escape by a fluke. "Brother Wang Ting, what was that just now?" Tianlan Star Latitude seemed to have sensed something and asked in a serious voice. "That seems to be a special method of the Underworld God clan. You should have felt it too. Once you look at those eyeballs, you will feel like you are being spied on," Wang Ting said. Indeed. An immortal rank existence from the Tianfeng Empire nodded with a serious expression. These immortals' expressions were a bit off. They did not expect that they, as immortals, would almost fail miserably. If Wang Ting wasn't around just now, they would have been discovered. It was a bit embarrassing just thinking about it. So many immortals, yet they could not beat a single region lord. The immortals' eyes flashed. There seemed to be a hint of guilt in their eyes. Unfortunately, no one noticed it. Now, the importance they placed on Wang Ting had reached an unprecedented height. "Everyone, it seems that we cannot ignore this temporary commander's orders. Anyway, I don't care. Just based on what happened just now, I will definitely cooperate with whatever decisions he makes in the future. Nothing else, just trust." Alright. So what if he is a region lord? He is a saint of 7 paths. He is similar to us. Don't underestimate him. Alright. A few immortal rank existences communicated secretly. If Wang Ting knew what these immortals were thinking, he would not know whether to laugh or cry. Previously, when they were unhappy, they said that he was a region lord. Now that they were almost beaten up, they said that he was a saint of 7 paths. The underworld god clan is really scary. Tianlan Xingwei took a deep breath and sighed. This prodigy from Tianlan Mountain seemed to have suffered a blow. "Brother Wang Ting, how did you avoid that just now?" Tianlan Xingwei suddenly asked. "Guess." Wang Ting smiled mysteriously. When he used the dark vision talent, he had specially activated the Eye of Truth, so he was confident that he would not be discovered. As for the dark force of the underworld god body, it was suppressed by his light physique talent, so it would not be exposed. Besides, they were all attracted by the underworld army spaceship just now, so no one noticed the abnormality in his eyes. Because of this, he dared to use the dark vision. Otherwise, if they were discovered, it would not have anything to do with him. At most, he would find another way to snatch the pyrolite mine. At most, it would be a little more difficult. Tianlan Xingwei's breathing stopped, but there was nothing he could do. It was obvious that the other party would not say anything. This guy was really mysterious. As the three dark apparition armies descended, Wang Tang and the rest couldn't help but look forward to it. They were looking forward to the dark apparitions fighting. Do you guys think the dark apparition armies will really fight? An immortal from the Heavenly Wind Empire asked. His name was Su Qing, and he was an official level Undying. He looked like a middle-aged man and wore a silver-white robe. He had a noble and dignified aura. Clearly, he had a high status in the Heaven Wind Empire. It made sense. An official level Undying, even in a high-level civilization like the Heaven Wind Empire, was definitely a peak existence. Looking at this Saint Wang Tang, he seems to be very confident. An official level Undying from the Great Rao Empire didn't answer directly. He only glanced at Wang Tang's direction and said. He called Wang Tang a saint now. It was clear that he valued him greatly and didn't dare to underestimate him. This was a handsome man from the Three-Eye race. He had a head of red hair and eyes like flames. There was a special flame mark on his forehead. One look and one could tell he was extraordinary. However, he didn't reveal any aura from his body. He was completely restrained. He indeed looks very confident. Even now, he seems to be confident of victory. The Wasco Federation's Undying is an extremely beautiful woman. She looks to be in her 30s. Of course, this was just her appearance. Her actual age was definitely higher. However, her mature charm made people want to take a few more glances. She had a head of wavy yellow hair. That kind of yellow wasn't gold or earth yellow. Instead, it was an extremely beautiful yellow. Together with her appearance, her aura was even more unique. All in all, aunties were the most fragrant. Wang Ting secretly glanced at her a few times. If she wasn't an Undying and he didn't know how old she was, he would definitely take a few more glances. These three were the Undyings sent by the three factions. They were all official level Undyings. They were famous and powerful. However, Tianlan Mountain didn't seem to have an Undying. There was only a sector Lord Pinnacle that he couldn't see through. This made Wang Ting feel very strange. Could it be that Tianlan Mountain was really that confident? Do you think a fake sector Lord Pinnacle is enough? However, no matter what, they still had three official level Undyings, they still had some confidence. As for the situation with the dark apparitions, he would have to wait for the information from the Blood God clone. In any case, with the Blood God clone around, all of this information could be obtained. If it was the light universe, even the flying snake guards would not be able to enter that planet. Naturally, they did not know how many powerful dark apparitions had arrived. But the Blood God doppelganger was different. He was the commander of the Black Scorn army, so he could directly communicate with the higher-ups of the three armies. They would not hide their higher-ups from the Blood God doppelganger, and they had no reason to hide it from him. Therefore, the information that was difficult for the light universe to obtain was a piece of cake for the Blood God avatar. Meanwhile, on the pyrolite mining planet, the Blood God clone also saw the arrival of the three armies. The vice-commanders of the Black Contempt Army all returned to his side and looked at the landing spot of the three armies. When they saw the identities of the three legions, their expressions changed slightly. Dark Scale Army, Dark Flame Army, Underworld Army, these were all powerful armies not weaker than the Black Contempt Army. Of which, the Underworld Army was one of the top three dark armies. They were much more terrifying than the Black Contempt Army. Even if the Underworld Army before them wasn't the main force, just a small team was enough to make them fearful. Truthfully, even though the Black Contempt Army was infamous in the light universe, they were nothing in front of the Underworld Army. This didn't mean that the Black Contempt Army was weak. It meant that they were not even on the same level. One of the higher-ups was a demon knight or even stronger, while the other was only an upper-level demon emperor. How could they compare? There was no comparison at all. Luckily, only a small team of the Underworld Army had arrived. It wasn't like they couldn't deal with them. And Blood God. It wasn't like there were no demon knights behind the Blood God doppelganger. They weren't that easy to deal with. Other than that, the Dark Scale Army and Dark Flame Army couldn't be ignored either. If they really fought, the Black Contempt Army might not be able to gain any advantage. Commander! Haimote and the other vice commanders looked solemn. They couldn't help but look at the blood god doppelganger. They now regarded the blood god doppelganger as the backbone of the Black Contempt army. Seeing the arrival of the other dark apparition armies, they could only wait for him to make a decision. The inert mistworm's eyes flashed. It suddenly sneered in its heart. In front of the three legions, it wanted to see what kind of waves this new commander could stir up. It was almost certain that he wouldn't gain any advantage in front of the underworld army. Losing face was inevitable. Even it didn't have the slightest confidence in front of the underworld army. In the end, it could only bow its head. Based on its understanding of Xueju, he wouldn't bow his head so easily. In the end, it would only suffer. Commander, they don't seem to be friendly. Xue Lanbo was also standing behind the blood god doppelganger. He frowned and transmitted his voice. They all saw the scene of the three armies entering the Pyrolite planet. They didn't even notify them. As a result, many of the Black Contempt army's warriors were injured. Clearly, they didn't care about them at all. Let's go and welcome them. The blood god doppelganger only smiled faintly. The dark apparitions all had different expressions. Was the new commander going to give in? It was not impossible. The three armies were no weaker than the Black Contempt army, especially the underworld army. They had no choice but to give in. However, they were more or less disappointed. After all, who didn't want to be tougher? Unfortunately, the situation was different this time. Even the new commander would not be able to be so unyielding. The blood god doppelganger didn't know what the dark apparitions were thinking. In a flash, it flew toward the three army spaceships. The three armies had arrived. The plan could begin. It was time to show off his acting skills again. The group of deputy commanders also didn't know what the blood god doppelganger was planning. They followed silently. They weren't far from the three army spaceships. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of them. At the same time, the three army spaceships slowly opened their hatch. Figures with dark auras flew out and slowly landed on the ground. They formed a triangle and sized each other up. Then, they looked at the blood god doppelganger and the others in front of them. The blood god doppelganger was also sizing them up. He was gradually surprised. At first glance, the dark apparitions leading the three armies were all middle stage or even late stage upper level demon emperors. They should be very powerful. The dark aura they emitted permeated the sky, making the Pyre planet even darker. Haimote and the other dark apparitions behind the blood god doppelganger looked extremely solemn. It was as if they felt a great pressure. Even the inert mist puppet was the same. Only the blood god doppelganger looked calm. He stood with his hands behind his back, as if he wasn't affected at all. Indeed, he wasn't affected. His strongest willpower was comparable to that of an emperor-level immortal. How could the willpower of these upper-level demon emperors affect him? Unfortunately, they didn't know. Hence, when they saw the blood god doppelganger's calm appearance, they couldn't help but look surprised. You're the new commander of the Black Contempt army? At this moment, in the direction of the Black Contempt army, an extremely strong sheep-headed demon dark apparition's eyes flashed. That's right. All right. The blood god doppelganger nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Welcome, everyone." All right. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. How could the commander of the Black Contempt army not know what they were here for? Why was he being so polite? They didn't know what to say for a moment. The faces of Haimote and the other deputy commanders of the Black Contempt army twitched. They felt a little speechless. Was their new commander reliable or not? The inert mist puppet's eyes were filled with mockery, but it didn't say anything. The three armies didn't come with good intentions. As a member of the Black Contempt army, it was inevitable that it would be affected, unless, Interesting. The sheep-headed demon dark apparition laughed loudly. Its eyes were filled with disdain. It said rudely, "I didn't expect the new commander of the Black Contempt army to be a coward." Ha ha ha. Behind it, a group of dark warriors from the Black Contempt army seemed to have heard something extremely funny. They immediately laughed wildly. I heard. That Xueju is a genius of the Blood Clan. He once fought with the prodigy of the light universe, Wang Ting, and escaped unscathed. Now, it seems that he's just SOSO. The prodigy of the light universe is probably exaggerating his strength. In the direction of the dark-scale army, a dark apparition wrapped in fog said in a contemptuous tone. The blood god clone looked at the dark apparitions of the three armies in front of him. There was no anger on his face. He was very calm. There was even a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. It was as if they weren't talking about him. The sheep-headed demon dark apparitions of the Black Contempt army and the dark-scale army saw that Wang Ting didn't react at all. They couldn't help but feel a little depressed. They instantly felt like they had punched cotton. Whether a verbal attack was effective or not often depended on the other party's reaction. However, what could they do if there was no reaction? In their eyes, the new commander of the Black Contempt army didn't seem angry at all. They felt as if they were singing a one-man show. This Xueju was just a prodigy of the younger generation. How could he have such a temperament, or was the Blood Clan really a bunch of scoundrels? Most importantly, the other party's gaze was very strange. It was as if he was looking at a clown. In an instant, the dark apparitions of the two armies came to their senses. Their expressions were somewhat unpleasant. Why did you stop? Don't stop. Please continue your performance. At this moment, the blood god clone made an inviting gesture and said lightly. F***ck, the veins on the foreheads of the two dark apparitions suddenly bulged. They stared coldly at the blood god clone. Blood Rambo, Blood Neil, and the other dark apparitions of the Blood Clan couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As expected. This was the smell. It was their blood disciple. Originally, they were very curious. With their blood disciple's temperament, how could he give in so easily? Now, it seemed that they had thought too much. A blood disciple was still a blood disciple. Others might not understand, but they had been in contact with him for so long. How could they not understand? However, it was precisely this that made them even more worried. After all, there were three armies in front of them. Moreover, there was an existence like the Netherworld army. It was very troublesome. And their blood disciple was a lawless person. Back then, he even dared to attack the Demon Lord. Now that he was facing the three armies, would he be afraid? However, for some reason, they actually felt a faint sense of excitement in their hearts. Heimote, Morlock, Saber, and the other deputy commanders were suddenly stunned. Their faces were filled with confusion. They turned their heads mechanically to look at the blood god clone as if they couldn't understand what was going on. What was going on? Weren't they going to give in? Why were they suddenly so stubborn? They hadn't even reacted yet. I knew it. Wait, what did he say? The mockery in the inert mist demon's eyes froze. It couldn't help but wonder if it had heard wrongly. This fellow was going to fight the three armies head-on? This was completely different from what it had expected. The inert mist demon's face turned green and red. Its huge feet almost dug out a giant castle on the ground. Fortunately, no one knew what it was thinking. Otherwise. Humph. The sheep-headed demon race snorted coldly. It stared at the blood god clone with a sinister gaze and said, "Cut the crap. You should know why we're here. We'll take over this planet. Hand over the pyrolite or you've excavated." Oh. So you're here to rob. No wonder your mouth was full of shit from the start. The blood god clone came to a realization. The veins on the faces of the dark apparitions from the three armies popped out. They all turned their cold gazes toward Wang Ting. It was as if they wanted to kill him on the spot. Say that again. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the sheep-headed demon race. The darkness origin power in its body erupted. Boom, an extremely strong murderous aura rushed toward the blood god clone. You're courting death. Humph. The dark scale army's dark apparition, which was shrouded in mist, also snorted coldly. A terrifying dark star force swept out and crushed toward the blood god clone. Come, come, come. I'm standing right here. You can try. The blood god clone curled his finger at them and said calmly. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Attack. Hurry up and attack. Attack. He had already collected all the pyrolite ore that he had excavated. There were less than 2/5 of it left. In other words, other than the 1/5 that his main body had excavated, he had already obtained 2/5 of the pyrolite ore on this planet. He was in an invincible position. It was impossible for the dark apparitions from the three armies to snatch the pyrolite ore from him. As for the remaining 2/5, he had no intention of keeping them for himself. Those were for his main body to snatch. Therefore, he had to hand them over to the dark apparitions from the three armies. However, he had to pay attention to the method. It was impossible for him to hand over 2/5 of the pyrolite ore just because they threatened him. If that was the case, he would have no face left. Therefore, he had to fight. He had to suppress the arrogance of the three armies and let them know the ferocity of the Dark Scorn army. The dark apparitions from the three armies frowned. They looked at the blood god clone in shock. They could not figure out where he got the confidence to speak to them like this. Was he not afraid that the Dark Scorn army would be suppressed if they really fought? "Kid, are you really not going to hand over the pyrolite ore?" The sheep-headed demon race said coldly. "If I hand it over, how are you going to split it?" The blood god clone suddenly laughed and said, "Can you snatch it from the Netherworld army? Do you want to give it to them? Or are you actually the lackeys of the Netherworld army?" Lackeys? The dark apparitions from the Netherworld army did not speak. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with them. However, the blood god clone could feel that they were watching everything as if they were watching a good show. It was as if victory was already in their hands. Naturally, the blood god clone would not let them go. He directly dragged them into the water. Anyway, they did not come with good intentions. Instead of waiting for them to attack, he might as well take the initiative and drag them into the situation first. The more muddled the water was, the easier it would be for him to fish. The dark apparitions from the Dark Scale army and the Dark Scorn army fell silent. They secretly looked at each other and subconsciously looked at the Netherworld army in the center. These two armies happened to be on both sides of the Netherworld army. It was as if they had surrounded it. It was unknown whether this was intentional or unintentional. This time, it was the blood god clone's turn to watch the show. He looked at them with interest. He wanted to see how these two dark armies would choose. However, the dark apparitions from the Netherworld army still did not speak. The leading dark apparition was also wrapped in a cloud of fog. However, its color was dark purple and had a different sense of nobility. It was very different from the chaotic evil of the other dark apparitions. The blood god clone could clearly feel that its gaze was on him. It had a kind of coldness and indifference. There was also a trace of indifference. However, the other party did have such confidence because it was a late-stage upper-level demon emperor. In the face of the blood god clone, a junior at the peak of middle-level demon emperor, a late-stage upper-level demon emperor could completely crush it. How could it take it seriously? However, even in the face of a late-stage upper-level demon emperor, the blood god clone still had a trace of confidence. Therefore, he was not afraid at all. Separated by the dark purple fog, the two of them seemed to look at each other. "Humph, you still want to sow discord? I'll take you down first." Suddenly, however, the goat-headed dark apparition and the dark apparition from the Dark Scale army looked at each other secretly. Then, they all rushed toward the blood god clone. "Blood disciple, be careful." "Yes." "Commander, be careful." "Yes." Xuelanbua, the dark apparitions from the Blood Clan, and even the deputy commander of the Black Lotus army all changed their expressions and shouted. This scene was too sudden. No one had expected that these two dark apparitions would suddenly attack the blood god clone. Originally, they thought that they would be more or less afraid of the Netherworld army. But now, it seemed that they wanted to deal with the Black Scorpion army first. The dark apparitions from the Black Scorpion army were really shocked and angry. As they shouted, they all burst out with their force, trying to help the blood god clone block the two dark apparitions. In their opinion, the blood god clone was a middle-level demon emperor after all. How could it resist the surprise attack of two upper-level demon emperor dark apparitions? Boom. 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 Xuelanbua, Haimote, Morlock, and the other dark apparitions reacted the fastest. They rushed out and unleashed their combat skills at the other party. Ha ha ha. Too weak. You're too weak. Ha ha ha. The goat-headed dark apparition was full of disdain. Suddenly, it threw a punch. The force of the dark stars condensed into a terrifying fist with strange patterns on it. It suddenly smashed toward Xuelanbua and the others. The fog around the dark apparitions from the dark-scale army rolled and suddenly condensed into terrifying pitch-black pythons. They hissed and burst out. Boom! In an instant, the attacks of Xuelanbua and the others collapsed. Then, the two attacks from the opposite side landed on them and directly knocked them back. In just one exchange, Xuelanbo, Haimote, Maroka, and the other dark apparitions were directly pushed back. Their expressions changed drastically, and there was a trace of horror in their eyes. No one had expected these two dark apparitions to be so powerful. Even when facing the inert mist puppet, they would not be so embarrassed under their combined strength. Saris. It's Saris, ranked 6030th on the Myriad Emperor list. A cry of surprise suddenly came from the mouth of Deputy Commander Saber, as if he had seen something incredible. His eyes instantly widened to the extreme. The inert mist puppet had already recognized this dark apparition, and its gaze was quite dignified at this moment. The other party's ranking on the Myriad Emperor list was much higher than its, although it seemed to be only 30 ranks higher. However, it should be known that those on the Myriad Emperor list were all extremely powerful upper-level demon emperors. 30 ranks was enough to create a big gap. Moreover, the other party was the commander of the Dark Flame Army. They had all heard of his name, the Dark Flame Demon Emperor. It was just that they had not seen him before, so they did not recognize him immediately. The major armies were very far apart from each other, and it was generally difficult to come into contact. It was similar to kings meeting kings. This was the consensus of the dark apparitions. In fact, they also knew that once the major dark armies met, there would inevitably be a conflict, and fighting was inevitable. In order to avoid such a situation, the major armies would not meet each other unless it was necessary. And this Dark Flame Demon Emperor had just become the commander of the Dark Flame Army before entering the Light Universe. The reason why it was so famous was that it had conquered a large starfield in the Light Universe in a short period of time. Its achievements were outstanding, and its fame was illustrious. However, the inert mist puppet's eyes were more of an ambiguous look, and no one knew what it was thinking. He. It seems that my reputation is not small. The goat-headed demon dark apparition, Saris, saw that everyone recognized him and suddenly laughed ferociously again. Amidst the laughter, it had already rushed to 100 meters in front of the blood god clone. It had no intention of stopping and directly blasted another punch at the blood god clone. Today, they must suppress this dark flame army. How much pi could a pi mining planet have? It was not enough. Therefore, they could only kick this dark flame army out. Who asked it to look like it was the easiest to bully? If it was in the past, when the inert mist centipede was the commander, they might be a little afraid. But now, a junior at the peak of the Middle Demon Emperor realm was the commander of the Black Contempt Army. What did they have to be afraid of? Suppress. Saris sneered as the crimson-black fist smashed down with a loud rumble. Blood Master. Commander. The dark apparitions from the Black Scorpion Army had extremely ugly expressions. They couldn't help in time and were powerless to do so. Just now, Shui, Lanbua, Haimote, and the other dark apparitions were already at their limits. Now, they could only watch as the dark apparitions charged toward the blood god clone. Moreover, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. At such a close distance, how could he react in time? Boom! Saris' fist mark tore through the surrounding air, causing the space to crumble and crack. It was terrifying to the extreme. A strong gale swept out, causing the clothes of the blood god clone to flutter. His blood-red hair danced wildly in the air. The blood god doppelganger slowly raised his head and calmly looked at Shadis. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. It was the smile of someone who had succeeded in his scheme. Saris was slightly taken aback. This guy can still smile. He couldn't have been scared silly, right? While Saris was in a daze, the blood god doppelganger finally moved. He didn't make any unnecessary movements. He simply raised his hand and punched out. Minor accomplishment, Troll Fist, Force Domain, 5th level Melder, boom, in an instant, a terrifying dark fist mark burst out. Strange patterns condensed on it and emitted a terrifying power. The moment the fist mark was formed, it sounded as if a troll was roaring. A terrifying shadow of a troll appeared, causing the surrounding dark apparitions to be stunned. A dark apparition from the Blood Clan was actually able to use the techniques of the giant demon clan. This scene was undoubtedly very strange. But before they could think about it further, boom, a loud explosion rang out as the two fists collided with each other. That area seemed to have frozen for a moment. Then, a terrifying origin power shockwave swept out in all directions, stirring up the sand and stones on the ground. With the two of them as the center, the shockwave swept out wildly in all directions, forming a sandstorm. Soris's expression changed and his pupils suddenly shrank. He really didn't expect Xueju's strength to reach such a level. At this moment, when he looked at Xueju again, he realized that his expression was calm from beginning to end. Even the hint of mockery in his eyes had never faded. Humph. Soris's expression was gloomy. He immediately snorted coldly. The dark astral and fire astral forces in his body suddenly erupted and surged into the fist mark, making it even more terrifying. It wanted to suppress the blood god doppelganger. Unfortunately, he still underestimated the blood god doppelganger's strength. Break! A soft whisper suddenly came out of the blood god doppelganger's mouth. The troll shadow behind him roared wildly. Runes on the fist mark flashed more and more violently, blooming with a dazzling light as if a terrifying power was brewing within. Boom, in an instant, an incomparably tyrannical power erupted from the fist and surged towards Sodus. Crack, a cracking sound was immediately heard. A clear crack suddenly appeared on Soris's fist mark. It couldn't resist the troll fist mark cast by the blood god doppelganger. What? Soris's eyes were filled with disbelief. Crack! Crack! Crack, however, before it could think of anything, a series of shattering sounds rang out, echoing in the sky, causing the muscles on its face to twitch violently. Soris, you can't even handle a middle-rank demon emperor. Get out of the way. At this moment, a hoarse and cold voice suddenly came from the left, causing Soris's expression to become even more unsightly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Heh! The blood god doppelganger didn't panic at all. He chuckled as if he had been waiting for the opponent's attack. The dark apparition of the dark scale army stared coldly at the blood god doppelganger. Hiss! 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 A series of hisses came from the terrifying pythons' mouths. They all opened their mouths and bit toward the blood god doppelganger. Whoosh, however, at this moment, a bloody mist violently surged behind the blood god doppelganger. Then, a series of dark red vines rushed out and met the pythons formed by the black mist. Pft! 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 The ends of these dark red vines were extremely sharp, like javelins. They were so fast that one could only see a series of dark red afterimages. In an instant, they pierced into the giant pythons' mouths and penetrated them. In a short moment, the giant pythons all turned into black mist and scattered. Then, the dark red vines rushed toward the dark apparition of the dark scale army, nailing it to the ground like javelins. The asterisk starred. The dark apparition of the dark scale army also didn't expect its attack to be broken by the opponent in one hit. A trace of anger appeared in its eyes. The dark star force in its body surged. A black claw reached out and grabbed at the dark red vines. Clang, the two collided, and there was a sound of metal clashing. The black claw landed on the vines, and there was a burst of sparks. Bang, then, a huge force came from the dark red vines and forced the dark apparition of the dark scale army to retreat. The black mist outside its body was also shattered, revealing its true appearance. It was a dark apparition that the blood god doppelganger had never seen before. Its body was covered with layers of black scales that shone with a cold light. Its appearance was incomparably strange. Its head was long and narrow, and was actually quite similar to the enormous dark-scaled evil python beast. Its head was covered with sharp barbs, and it had a large mouth that revealed sharp saw-like teeth. It was abnormally sinister. Behind it, there were several long tails. The tails were in the shape of a giant python, but this giant python was slightly different. It looked like a mutated worm and a strange python. It swayed slowly, and pairs of cold dark eyes looked around. It was very strange. The blood god doppelganger couldn't help but glance at it. Dark scale race. This was a very powerful dark race, the dark scale race. He had heard of this race before, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. Now, he finally saw it in the flesh. It was just as the rumors said, ugly and disgusting. Huh, disgusting. Just as the dark scale race dark apparition was pushed back, Shadi's fist mark finally couldn't hold on any longer and exploded. The terrifying shockwave of origin power spread in all directions and hit Shadi's body. Its strong body plowed a long trail on the ground. It was only after it was pushed back a few thousand meters did it stop. In an instant, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. This fight could be said to be a quick one. It happened in an extremely short period of time. The dark apparitions around them didn't even have time to react when the three of them separated. Then, they stiffly turned their necks and looked at the blood god doppelganger with disbelief in their eyes. A peak intermediate domain lord actually withstood the joint attack of two upper-level demon emperors and even gained the upper hand. Looking at the two high-level demon emperors, they were both forced to retreat. Moreover, anyone could see the embarrassed look on their faces. Blood Rambo, Highmout, Maroka, and the other dark apparitions opened their mouths. They didn't know how to express their feelings at this moment. Only the word F***ck kept echoing in their minds. Although they had seen the strength of the blood god doppelganger and knew he wasn't simple, they really didn't expect him to be able to handle the joint attack of two commander-level powerhouses with ease and even gain the upper hand. Especially when they saw the appearance of the dark apparition of the dark scale army, they were even more shocked. Dark scale cockroach. The dark scale cockroach of the dark scale race, 6023 RD on the Myriad Emperor leaderboard. This was an existence even more powerful than Saudi's. Moreover, it was also the commander-in-chief of the dark scale army. The blood god doppelganger actually pushed back these two existences at the same time. Was he really a middle-level demon emperor? The same question appeared in their minds once again. The muscles on the inert Mistho's face twitched violently. Its eyes flashed rapidly as it looked at the blood god doppelganger and fell into silence. The dark apparitions of the three armies also fell silent. They looked at the blood god doppelganger with a dull gaze, unable to wrap their heads around it. Some of the dark apparitions even had sinister and wild laughter on their faces. However, at this moment, it froze, making them look particularly funny. The commander-in-chief of the Dark Contempt Army was actually so powerful? Wasn't he a young genius of the blood race? How could he be compared with their commander-in-chief, who was on the Myriad Emperor leaderboard? When did a middle-level demon emperor become so powerful? Many thoughts flashed through their minds. All the dark apparitions were confused and couldn't understand at all. The dark apparition leading the Netherworld army instantly cast its gaze on the blood god doppelganger. Its eyes were full of curiosity. The blood god doppelganger looked at the two dark apparitions, calmly stood with his hands behind his back, and said indifferently, "You dare to come and snatch the pyrolite mine with such little strength? You." For a moment, the two dark apparitions seemed to have been greatly insulted. The anger in their eyes almost solidified. The commander-in-chief is mighty. The commander-in-chief is invincible. The dark apparitions of the Dark Contempt Army seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They roared with great excitement. Their voices gathered in one place and soared into the sky, shaking the vault of heaven. Saudi's and the dark-scaled cockroaches' faces were so gloomy that it seemed as though water was about to drip out. The commander-in-chief is so weak. What three armies? They're just SOSO. The blood god doppelganger continued to fan the flames. Schwelumbo, Highmout, Morlock, and the other dark apparitions couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Their commander-in-chief really didn't mind blowing things up. How could the other party tolerate such fanning of flames? Bastard! Kill them for me. Suppress the Dark Contempt Army. As expected, the two dark apparitions were really enraged. They immediately roared and even ordered the two armies to attack directly. Boom! 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 The dark apparitions of the two armies seemed to have been prepared. When they heard the order, they immediately unleashed their respective forces and charged toward the Dark Contempt Army. Highmout, Morlock, and the other deputy commander-in-chief's expressions changed drastically. They didn't expect the two armies to attack so quickly and with such tacit understanding. Who would believe that they didn't plan this beforehand? Obviously, the other party had already planned to suppress the Dark Contempt army. How could they still be so lucky? They were really too naive. They suddenly recalled the various performances of the blood god doppelganger and suddenly understood. It seemed that the commander-in-chief had already seen through something and knew that there was no room for reconciliation. That was why he did this. Since they had to fight no matter what was the use of admitting defeat? They might as well fight. The Dark Contempt army's reputation couldn't be tarnished. For a moment, the dark apparitions were filled with a crazy desire to fight. Wasn't it just 3 armies? What was there to be afraid of? It wasn't like they hadn't encountered more difficult situations than this. They weren't even afraid of a real life and death battle. Why would they be afraid of the 3 armies in front of them? Moreover, they had such a powerful commander-in-chief. All the dark apparitions of the Dark Contempt army looked at the blood god doppelganger and waited for him to make a decision. A strange look appeared in the blood god doppelganger's eyes. It was just as he had expected. Fight. Fight. It would be best if both sides suffered great losses. He couldn't help but smile in his heart. Without any hesitation, he struck while the iron was hot and shouted coldly, "The 3 armies are too much. Everyone, follow me, and kill them. Kill. Kill. Kill." The dark apparitions of the Dark Contempt army instantly roared. Numerous dark apparitions appeared from the black fog in the sky. They were like terrifying demons, densely standing on the Pyrolite planet. If there were other living beings on this planet, such a formation would definitely make them tremble in fear. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. In front of the 3 armies, what is the Dark Contempt army? Saudis and the dark-scaled cockroach both shouted coldly and charged toward the blood god doppelganger. "You finally admitted it." The blood god doppelganger said faintly, "You have indeed become the Netherworld army's lackeys. How dare you? You're courting death." The 2 dark apparitions were instantly enraged. They were only cooperating with the Netherworld army, but they were called lackeys. Although they did make such a decision because of the Netherworld army's terrifying strength, they never felt that they were wrong. In the dark world, the strong preyed on the weak. Only the fittest survived. In the face of a colossus like the Netherworld army, who could face them head-on, the Dark Contempt army is not afraid. "You think you're so great?" Boom. Boom, the 2 dark apparitions attacked. Furiously. They were even more terrifying than before. The majestic and vast shadow of a small world erupted and crushed toward the blood god doppelganger. Boom, the blood god doppelganger didn't hold back anymore. He stomped his foot hard and crushed the ground. He turned into a blood-red rainbow and charged forward without any hesitation. Formed the Dark Contempt killing formation. At the same time, a loud roar came from his mouth and echoed in the sky. Yes. All the dark apparitions of the Dark Contempt army responded in unison. Their voices gathered in one place and spread across the entire Pyrolite planet. It was as if the entire planet was shaking because of them. Outside the void, Wang Ting's original body, Tian Lan Xingwei, and the others naturally heard this loud noise. Their eyes lit up. "They're fighting." Tian Lan Xingwei and the other immortal rank experts looked at each other in surprise and joy. Then, they couldn't help but look toward the Pyrolite planet. They couldn't wait to see the situation inside. Wang Ting guessed correctly. These dark apparitions were indeed fighting fiercely. From the sound of it, it was definitely a war between armies. At this moment, their hearts were filled with disbelief. They even felt that it was absurd. They were obviously from the same camp, but they were fighting fiercely. Weren't they afraid that both sides would be injured and lose their strength? If it was the light universe, such a thing would definitely not happen. However, the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Moreover, this was a great thing for the radiant universe. Now that the dark apparitions were fighting, their opportunity was quietly brewing. "Everyone, while the dark apparitions are fighting, I'll sneak into the Pyrolite planet to take a look," Wang Ting suddenly said. "You still want to enter the Pi mining planet?" Everyone was slightly stunned, not expecting Wang Ting to suddenly make such a decision. "That's right, now is the best time to understand the 3 armies. We can't miss it." Wang Ting said, the more detailed the information we have, the more advantageous it will be for us. Yes. Brother Wang Ting is right. Tianlan Xingwei nodded and said, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Yes. Right now, we know too little about the three armies. We don't know what level of experts they sent. If we don't figure it out, there might be a big problem. Yes. If that's the case, then go. The immortals nodded and agreed. However, it's best to have an immortal with you to ensure your safety. The immortal named Suqing said solemnly. These immortals valued Wang Ting a lot and didn't want anything to happen to him. Immortals are too eye-catching. No matter how well you hide, I'm afraid it'll be hard to hide from the demon knight of the underworld god clan. Wang Ting was a little surprised, but still shook his head and said, it'll be more convenient for a fake person like me. You've all seen my concealment technique, so you should have some confidence in me, right? Yes. This? The immortals couldn't help but look at each other. Let's leave it at that. Time waits for no one. Go quickly and return quickly. The immortal from the three-eyed race of the Great Rao Empire said. Yes. Yes. Wang Ting nodded and didn't waste any more words. He hid his body and directly sneaked towards the distant Pi mining planet. Tianlan Xingwei stared at the empty space in front of him, his eyes flashing. No one knew what he was thinking. Holy Sun. Yes. Suqing suddenly looked at Tianlan Xingwei and said, what do you think of this Wang Ting? Yes. The three-eyed race Undying and the yellow-haired Undying rank woman all looked towards Tianlan's star latitude. Tianlan Xingwei was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, he's a very scary opponent. Yes. The three immortals were stunned. None of them had expected such words to come out of the mouth of the Sky Billow Mountain's chosen. Had he already attached such importance to Wang Ting? The three immortal rank existences clearly knew what kind of talent the Sky Billow Mountain's Holy Sun had. Among the entire Sky Billow territory's younger generation, he could be said to be an existence that looked down on all heroes. Even in the entire universe, he was considered a top genius. The ancestor of the Endless Sky Mountain had once said that the Endless Sky Star Latitude had the potential to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top geniuses in history. Now that this chosen had such a high evaluation of Wang Ting, it meant that he had already regarded Wang Ting as an extremely terrifying opponent. Does the saint have the confidence to deal with it? The yellow-haired immortal rank woman hesitated for a moment before asking. I have no confidence. The Endless Sky Star smiled faintly as he spoke. The three immortal rank existences were stunned once again. If you don't have confidence, then why are you still smiling? They couldn't figure out what the Holy Sun was thinking. Isn't that more interesting? The Endless Sky Star Latitude looked at the void in the distance and chuckled. The three immortal rank existences looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that this Holy Sun had truly regarded Wang Ting as an opponent. They didn't say anything else. Their gazes fell on the distant pyrolite or planet as they waited silently. However, their hearts couldn't calm down. It was as if their hearts had already followed Wang Ting into the pyrolite or planet. Who knew what kind of result he would bring back? Wang Ting didn't know about the conversation between the three immortal rank existences and the Endless Sky Star Latitude. He also didn't know that the Endless Sky Star Latitude had such a special identity. The Holy Sun of the Endless Sky Mountain. It wasn't hard to tell from the three immortal rank existences' attitude towards him that they had already regarded him as an existence of the same level. It was clear that the Holy Sun of the Endless Sky Mountain had a high status in the Endless Sky Force region. Wang Ting quietly snuck into the pyrolite or planet and immediately saw the ground below. A terrifying battle was erupting above. The three dark armies were charging towards the Black Scorpion Army. The Black Scorpion Army didn't just sit there and wait for death. Under the organization of the Blood God Doppelganger, they immediately activated the Black Scorpion Killing Formation. As the black fog rolled, a terrifying formation appeared among all the Black Scorpion Army soldiers and enveloped all the dark apparitions of the three dark armies. Kill, a terrifying killing intent filled the air as if it had turned the pyrolite or planet into a land of slaughter. The dark apparitions of the three dark armies didn't expect the Black Scorpion Army to be prepared. They formed the killing formation very quickly, so quickly that it was completed in a few breaths. The tacit understanding between them was no less than the previous attack of the three dark armies. It was obvious that both sides had expected this to happen. Black Scorpion killing formation. The expressions of Soris and the dark-scale cockroach changed slightly. They had naturally heard of the Black Scorpion army's Black Scorpion killing formation. It was very difficult to form a formation with the power of an entire army. It required a long time to cultivate tacit understanding and training to be able to do it. Moreover, this was a formation that contained killing intent, which was even more rare. Even the Black Scorpion army and the Dark Scale army couldn't comprehend the killing intent. At most, they could form a formation that belonged to them. Although it was very powerful, compared to the Black Scorpion killing formation, it was slightly ordinary. If it was a one-on-one battle, to be honest, even they felt that they had no chance of winning. But now, they had three dark armies working together. How dare he, at this moment, when Soris and the dark-scale cockroach looked at the blood god clone in front of them, they couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. It was as if this guy had already expected them to work together. He was already prepared to fight head-on and had no intention of backing down at all. Was he not afraid that the Black Scorpion army would be doomed eternally, facing three dark armies? Where did he get his confidence from? They couldn't figure it out and couldn't understand the blood god clone's thoughts at all. They only felt that this person seemed to be a little crazy. Humph. Soris didn't want to admit that he had underestimated his opponent. He snorted coldly and laughed viciously. Blood extinction, your Black Scorpion army will be suppressed today. Do you think you can turn the tables with your strength alone? How do you know? If you don't try? Your three dark armies don't seem like much. I'll suppress you all. The blood god clone smiled faintly. Arrogant. The dark-scale cockroach shouted. Boom. Boom, in the next moment, the two streams of light had already collided. The blood god clone fought two powerhouses on the Myriad Emperor list alone. The two upper-level Demon Emperor-level dark apparitions unleashed their small world shadows that covered the entire sky and suppressed the blood god clone. 201 workers, 1 million to the ground, rumble, the blood god clone didn't want to be outdone. An endless blood sea suddenly appeared behind him. The blood sea tumbled, and blood-colored waves that were thousands of feet high soared into the sky. Countless strange phenomena appeared in the blood sea. Sabers and swords flashed, blood bats swarmed, blood frogs jumped in the sea, blood crows flew across the sky, and the beast tide was endless. The blood camphor tree grew with the wind and turned into a huge blood-red tree in the blood sea. Countless vines swept across, a bloody wind raged like the most terrible natural disaster. At the same time, many strange and mysterious runes appeared in the sky like the runes of heaven and earth, branded on it. Some of those runes were blood-red in color, while others were dark in color. They flickered with a strange light as they emitted extremely terrifying origin source laws. Boom, in the next moment, the realm collided with the two small world phantoms. A violent roar sounded. The sky shook, and cracks appeared at the point of collision, spreading in all directions. Endless power of space spread out from them. The terrible fluctuations of origin power swept in all directions. Many dark apparitions couldn't help but retreat with horror in their eyes. The battle between the three commanders was terrifying to such an extent. At the same time, the dark apparitions of the three dark armies looked at the blood god clone in a different light. Is the commander of the Dark Scorpion army really so powerful? With the strength of a peak middle-rank demon emperor, he actually blocked the attacks of two upper-rank demon emperor commanders. Moreover, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. The dark apparitions of the Dark Scorpion army were shaken. Their commander was so powerful. What did they have to fear? Kill. 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 Waves of battle cries resounded in the void. All the dark warriors of the Dark Scorpion army fell into a frenzy of killing. This was their special characteristic. The Dark Scorpion army was known for its massacre. Even the Dark Scorpion army and the Dark Scale army couldn't be compared to it. Therefore, the dark apparitions of the two dark armies couldn't help but be stunned by such a terrifying killing momentum. Boom. Boom. Boom, a terrible roar immediately sounded in the void. All the dark apparitions crazily collided with each other. All kinds of origin power battle techniques blasted out and then exploded in the sky. The scene was extremely chaotic and violent. On the other side, Soris and the Dark-Scale army couldn't believe that the Blood God clone could block their attacks. Their eyes were filled with disbelief again. You've actually comprehended two types of origin source laws. The Dark-Scale cockroach looked at the Blood God clone coldly. There was a crazy light flashing in its eyes. Obviously, it wasn't calm. Just two types of origin source laws can make you so shocked. You're really ignorant. The Blood God clone's calm voice sounded. The muscles on the two dark apparitions' faces twitched. They were furious. This Shueju didn't take them seriously from the beginning. How abominable. Why, he's just a middle-level demon emperor. Why didn't he take them seriously, even if he was a genius of the blood race, so what? They could become powerhouses on the list of 10,000 emperors because they were all geniuses. Now they were even more powerful. How could they be looked down upon by a junior at the peak of the middle demon emperor realm? Suppress. 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 Soris roared again and again. The small world phantom above its head bloomed with endless dark red light. It was as if there was an extremely terrifying dark red flame burning in it, sweeping in all directions. At the same time, countless crimson and black runes appeared on its small world phantom. It was extremely mysterious and emitted terrifying origin source laws. Do you think you're the only one who has mastered two types of origin source laws? Boom, as the two types of origin source laws erupted, Sori's small world phantom became even more terrifying. It suppressed the Blood God clone's Blood Sea realm. The Blood Sea realm instantly shook violently. The runes on it were collapsing as if they couldn't hold on any longer. The Dark-Scale cockroach's eyes flashed slightly as it watched the two types of origin source laws erupting from Soris. The origin source law of fire. The origin source law of darkness. Soris was indeed a powerhouse of the sheep-headed demon clan. He had two elemental talents and had developed them to such an extent. 17 all-human drama, 10,001 average. These two types of origin source laws were at least at the 4th level. This might not even be Soris' full strength. Although Soris was roaring loudly, it was actually very sinister. The Dark-Scale cockroach was sure that Soris still had a backup plan. Although they were working with the Underworld army and wanted to take over the pyrolite mine on this planet, they still didn't trust the Underworld army. They were still vigilant. The Dark-Scale cockroach glanced at the leader of the Underworld army from the corner of its eyes. It didn't move at all. It was just floating in the void and staring at the Dark-Scale cockroach. The surrounding dark apparitions couldn't even get close to it. Damn it. Seeing this, the Dark-Scale cockroach couldn't help but curse in its heart. However, there was nothing it could do. Soris wasn't just a powerhouse of the Underworld army. He was stronger than both the Dark-Scale cockroach and Soris. They didn't even have the right to make him attack. Forget it. They were enough, it was deep. It took a deep breath and looked at the Blood God clone again. With Soris erupting with two types of origin source laws and its world force, there was no way this Blood God clone could withstand it. The Dark-Scale cockroach's eyes revealed a ferocious look. It also frantically suppressed its small world shadow. There was no doubt that the power projected by the two small worlds was terrifying. Moreover, these two were experts on the list of 10,000 emperors. They were 5th-layer high-level demon emperors. Their mastery of the power of origin law was incomparable to that of ordinary high-level demon emperors. Boom. Boom. Boom, runes kept exploding above the Blood God clone's Blood Sea realm. The anomalies within were also exploding, turning into endless waves of blood that swept out. The sea of blood was churning as if a terrifying disaster was about to befall. A battle between existences at this level was like a god descending on an ordinary planet. Just a casual attack was enough to trigger an unimaginable natural disaster. Blood God clone. Roar. Soris roared. He looked down at the Blood God clone indifferently and said indifferently, "Do you admit defeat?" Haha. Haha. The Blood God clone's expression didn't change at all. He even let out a light laugh and said, "Aren't you celebrating too early?" Haha. So what if you have two origin source laws? So what if you two join forces? Calm down. His calm words came out of his mouth as if he was talking about something very ordinary. However, when Soris and the dark-scaled cockroach heard these words, they became even more furious. The two dark apparitions stared at the blood god clone with extremely cold eyes and shouted angrily, "Arrogant! Calm down. Since you don't want to admit defeat, don't blame us for not showing mercy. Calm down." Boom. Boom, as soon as they finished speaking, their small world phantoms frantically pressed downward. Terrifying world power continued to pour down from the two small world phantoms. The condensed energy was like a black silk ribbon, falling down and bombarding the blood sea domain of the blood god avatar. Crack! 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 The edges of the blood sea domain of the blood god avatar began to crumble. Terrifying cracks appeared and spread in all directions. I've played enough. It's time for me to get serious. Calm down. The blood god clone glanced at the leader of the undead army and suddenly said calmly. Saris and the dark-scaled cockroach stared at the blood god clone in shock. Played enough? What did this guy think this battle was? He actually said it was just a game. Both of them were extremely angry. They immediately laughed and said, "Since you want to play, we'll play with you." Alright. Okay. The blood god clone grinned. A huge and ferocious dark red battle sword appeared in his hand. There were strange dark red runes entwined around it. As soon as it appeared, a bloody and murderous aura spread out, causing the surrounding space to tremble. This was an extremely ferocious sword. Clang, the battle sword vibrated the void and made a sound like it was unsheathed. It seemed to be announcing its arrival. This is... Saris and the dark-scaled cockroach looked at the battle sword. They couldn't help but be surprised. This saber actually made them feel a sense of threat. At the same time, even the leader of the undead army looked over. Boom, however, the blood god's clone did not give them a chance to react. On the other hand, the blood seed's clone did not give them a chance to react. It turned into a dark red stream of light and charged towards the two dark apparitions. There was a murderous aura exuding from its body, which was similar to the aura of the dark red battle sword. The dark red force gathered on the battle sword and condensed into a terrifying sword light that was hundreds of feet long. There was even a dark red flame that spread out from the sword light. It then turned into a flame pattern that was branded on the sword light. It was an upper-rank Demon Emperor level combat skill, Demonic Flame Sword Technique. Slash! Slash! A roar came from the blood god avatar. He didn't hesitate at all and slashed with the battle sword in his hand. Boom, the sword light swept across the sky and slashed from the left like a dark red waterfall. It was as if it was going to slash the two small world phantoms in front of it apart. Damn it. It was too late for the two dark apparitions to retract the two small world phantoms. They could only watch as the sword light slashed down. Their expressions changed slightly. Boom. Boom, the sword light instantly landed on the two small world phantoms. A terrifying roar erupted and caused them to shake violently. Cracks spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blood god clone's combat skill was no small matter. Not only had it reached the proficient level, but it was also an upper-rank demonic emperor level combat skill. Moreover, it contained two types of Tier 4 origin laws. Together with the demigod level weapon, the blood Kuan battle sword, its power was enough to threaten the two small world phantoms. Saudis and the dark-scaled cockroaches' expressions changed drastically again. They couldn't help but feel shocked. How could the blood god clone's combat skill be so powerful? They could tell that it was only an upper-rank demonic emperor level combat skill. However, its power was a little ridiculous. Tier 4 Fire Origin Law. Saudis seemed to have discovered something. His pupils shrank as he looked at the sword light in disbelief. He cried out, "You've comprehended a Tier 4 Fire Origin Law." Saudis. It was no wonder that he was so shocked. That was the third origin law. This was already the third origin law that the blood god clone had used. Moreover, it was the fire origin law that Saudis was most familiar with. It should be known that even it had only comprehended the fire origin source law to the 5th level. Xueju was just a peak middle demon emperor, yet he had comprehended the fire origin source law to the 4th level. This was simply unbelievable. It wasn't just the power of origin laws. What shocked Saudis even more was the combat skill that the blood god clone was using. Demonic flame saber technique. A cry of surprise suddenly came out of his mouth. The saber technique that the blood clan prodigy was using was actually the goat-headed demon emperor combat skill, the demonic flame saber technique. It hadn't realized what was going on when the blood god clone used the saber technique earlier. Now that it had come into contact with the terrifying saber light, it finally recognized that it was the goat-headed demon emperor combat skill. Damn it! Saudi suddenly felt that the blood clan prodigy in front of him seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious veil. There were too many things about him that it didn't understand. Why do you know our demonic flame saber technique? It stared at the blood god clone and couldn't help but ask. Is the demonic flame saber technique difficult to learn? The blood god clone said calmly, you goat-headed demons have used it many times in front of me. If I still can't learn it, won't I be the same as you mediocre people? Saudis? Xianxia, Maroka, and the other dark apparitions. For a moment, they were all speechless. Their blood master, their commander-in-chief, was truly arrogant. Although they hadn't learned the demonic flame saber technique, they had more or less heard of it. That was a goat-headed demon emperor combat skill. Even if someone taught it, it would take a long time for one to master it. Yet, their blood master said that he had learned it after watching it a few times, and judging from its power, his mastery level was obviously not low. It had even surpassed the level of master. How did he do it? The blood clan dark apparitions were also very curious. Could it be that the blood master could really learn it after learning it? Xianxia suddenly remembered that the blood master had used the blood demon fist and the blood demon saber. Those were his combat skills. Now that he thought about it, this blood master really did seem to have that kind of terrifying comprehension and talent. If that was true, then he was too monstrous. They had obviously underestimated the blood master's talent. But then again, how did he have fire talent? This was undoubtedly extremely rare among the blood clan. Most of the blood clan dark apparitions had dark and blood talents. It was rare for them to have fire talents. Although it wasn't that there weren't any, it was really too rare. It was even rarer than when human martial artists had multiple attribute talents. Dark apparitions always valued the purity of their bloodline. This was especially true for the blood race and the dark apparitions. Therefore, they rarely had other elemental talents. Only mixed bloods could have multi-attribute talents. However, their bloodlines were not pure. Most people's talents were not too high, which limited the upper limit of their growth. Not only did Xianxia have this question, but the other dark apparitions of the blood kindred were the same. They looked at the figure of the blood god clone and couldn't help but reveal a trace of uncertainty in their eyes. It was even more so for the vice-commanders of the Black Scorn army. Their understanding of the blood god clone was actually very limited. After all, they had only been in contact with him for a short while, so they had no idea that he possessed fire element talent. Was he really a vampire? Arrogant. Saudis didn't think too much about it. When he heard what the blood god's clone said, he immediately roared. Mediocre? It was actually called mediocre. This was simply a great insult. No one had ever dared to call it that. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the small world shadows of Saudis and the dark-scaled cockroach began to collapse. The sword light slashed madly into them, causing a terrifying sword mark to appear on the two small world shadows. The mark kept spreading. The two dark apparitions were shocked. No matter how angry they were, they finally looked at the blood god's clone with a trace of unconcealable fear. They didn't dare to be careless anymore. They looked at each other, and a thick murderous intent emerged from the depths of their eyes. Originally, they only wanted to suppress the Black Scorn army and teach this new commander a lesson. They didn't plan to kill it. After all, no matter what, they still had to be wary of a demon lord. They couldn't act recklessly. But now, they finally couldn't suppress the thick murderous intent in their hearts. This blood-kindred prodigy was too young and too talented. If he continued to grow, they wouldn't be able to live a good life in the future. In the dark world, this kind of thing was all too common. The strong preyed on the weak. This was not just a saying. This was the most blatant law of the dark world. Kill. Kill. Saudis attacked, full of murderous intent. A huge battle sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed toward the blood god's sword light. Honeydark red flames swept out and wrapped around the sword light, turning into strange runes. The sheep-headed demon dark apparitions also mastered the two attributes of fire and darkness. Their strength was definitely more terrifying than ordinary dark apparitions. Moreover, among the many dark races, the sheep-headed demon dark apparitions were also one of the top races. Clang, the next moment, the sword light slashed out by Saudis fiercely bombarded the blood god's sword light, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. The terrifying origin power of laws erupted and swept toward the blood god clone. The evil and chaotic force of darkness and the scorching force of fire swept through the starry sky, making this area extremely terrifying. Ordinary dark apparitions didn't dare to get close at all. Boom, majestic force waves exploded at the point where the two sword lights collided. Although the blood god's clone had mastered two types of origin law and had reached the 4th level, Saudis wasn't weak at all. He was a powerhouse on the Myriad Emperor list and was extremely powerful. Not to mention, he was completely suppressed in terms of realm. If the blood god's clone wasn't so freakish, this attack would have been enough to shatter his sword light. Even so, cracks appeared on the sword light of the blood god's clone as if it was about to collapse. However, the blood god's clone wasn't afraid at all. He still held the blood Kuan battle sword and faced it head-on. Boom. Boom. Boom, the sword lights of the two sides kept colliding, erupting with violent roars. Saudis' eyes were ferocious as he stared at the blood god's clone. The battle sword in his hand kept pressing down, and he was in a stalemate with the blood god's clone. On the other side, the dark-scale cockroach also attacked. Its combat weapon was a strange pitch-black scythe covered with scales and barbs. It looked extremely ferocious. Kill. Kill. After witnessing the strength of the blood god doppelganger, this dark apparition at the upper demon emperor level of the dark-scale clan no longer dared to underestimate him. A terrifying black light burst out from his weapon and turned into a terrifying sickle. Demonic scale scythe. Kill. The dark-scaled cockroach let out a roar as it charged forward with its weapon in hand. It instantly arrived a few meters away and slashed with the scythe combat weapon in its hand. Whoosh, a dark crescent-shaped crack was torn open in the void. It was abnormally terrifying, and endless space energy swept out from it. This attack was terrifying. If it landed on the body of the dark apparition, it was afraid that the body of the dark-scale demon emperor dark apparition would be cut in half. Blood disciple, be careful. Kill. Further away, Euphoria, Blood Rosa, and the other dark apparitions from the Blood clan saw this scene and shouted. They had been paying attention to the battle of the blood god's clone. Although they knew that he was very strong, how could they not be worried when facing two powerhouses on the Myriad Emperor list at the same time? Die. Kill. The dark-scale cockroach's face was full of indifference and killing intent. There was a trace of arrogance in the depths of its eyes. Apparently, it was full of confidence in this attack. The upper demon emperor's combat skill was at the level of minor accomplishment. Coupled with the power of the 4th stage origin law of darkness, it didn't believe that the blood god could block it. However, the blood god's clone suddenly looked at it with a trace of mockery in his eyes. Caw. Caw, the ear-piercing cawing of the crows suddenly sounded in the sky, and it was particularly abrupt. It turned out that the blood god's clone had been shrouded in a layer of blood mist, and the cawing of the crows was coming from it. The dark-scale cockroach didn't pay attention to the blood mist earlier because it was a blood clan dark apparition, and it was normal for its attack to be accompanied by blood mist. However, it seemed that the dark-scale cockroach stared at the blood mist, and its pupils suddenly contracted. Countless blood-red crows suddenly rushed out of the blood mist and surrounded the blood god's clone. They let out ear-piercing caws that made one's scalp tingle. Humph, you want to block me with this? The dark-scale cockroach snorted coldly and slashed the dark scythe in its hand. Clang, at this moment, another sound of metal clashing rang in the void, and it was stunned. In front of the blood god's clone, the blood-red crows had condensed into a huge blood-red shield. The shield was full of blood-red patterns, and pairs of creepy red eyes stared at the dark scale cockroach with an evil and creepy feeling. Blood Crow Dark Scale Shield. This was the Blood Crow Dark Scale Shield battle technique that Wang Ting had obtained from the Blood Crow ancestor. It had extremely strong defensive power and was difficult to break through with ordinary attacks. Although the Dark Scale Toad's attack was very powerful, it was still far from being able to break through the defense of the Blood Crow Dark Scale Shield. He blocked it. Yes. Euphoria, Blood Rosa, and the other Blood Clan Dark Apparitions were also slightly stunned. They then suddenly reacted and couldn't help but look at each other. Did their blood disciple become stronger again? He didn't seem to be so abnormal in the past. The other party was a powerhouse on the Myriad Emperor list, and he almost didn't hold back in his attack, but he blocked it so easily. It was no wonder that they were so incredulous. The main reason was that the Blood God's clone had improved too quickly, and this improvement was completely silent. From the ancestral land of the Blood Clan to the Light Universe, who had seen him working hard to improve his strength? No. No one had seen it. In their eyes, the Blood God's clone had been with them almost all the time and had never left at all. How could his strength improve so much? This was not martial arts at all. But no matter what, this was a good thing. These Blood Clan Dark Apparitions secretly heaved a sigh of relief. You guys better take care of yourselves. Go. Several Dark Apparitions besieged and launched a frenzied attack, wanting to kill Euphoria, Blood Rosa, and the other Blood Clan Dark Apparitions here. At this moment, they hadn't entered the Dark Slaughter Array, so they became the targets of the Dark Apparitions of the three legions. The situation was not optimistic. Buzz buzz buzz. However, since Euphoria and the other Blood Clan Dark Apparitions could become the geniuses of the Blood Clan, they were naturally not easy to deal with. A cloud of blood mist immediately floated out from Euphoria's body, and a fine buzzing sound resounded in the void. Then, the blood mist floated toward the surrounding Dark Apparitions and enveloped them. Screams followed. Blood Rosa and the other Blood Clan Dark Apparitions were not willing to fall behind. They unleashed their own powerful attacks and collided with the surrounding Dark Apparitions. Bastard! Go! On the other side, the Dark Scale Toad's expression was ugly. It didn't expect that the other party could still block it under such circumstances. It unwillingly slammed down the sickle in its hand and roared, "Break! Broken mud horse fart! Break!" The Blood God clone roared and suddenly clenched his empty left hand into a fist seal and punched out. Dark Demon Fist. The void trembled as a terrifying fist seal filled with mysterious patterns condensed. At their level, ordinary methods were no longer effective. Basically, it was a clash of origin laws. Of course, if they had a high-grade Melder's domain, it would also have a considerable amplification effect. Therefore, every attack of the Blood God clone contained a Melder's domain and origin laws, maximizing the power of his battle techniques. Moreover, this fist seal not only contained the origin laws of darkness, but also the force domain of a rank 8 Melder and the force origin law of a rank 4. Back then, when Wei Jia controlled the Dark Garuda body, he had once unleashed the Force Domain and the Force Origin Law. However, now that he used these two powers, it would not arouse too much suspicion. Outsiders could not understand the world of geniuses. Wasn't it just the Force Domain and the Force Origin Law? Ordinary warriors could not comprehend it, but could he not? He had already found an excuse for himself. At this moment, the Dark Scale Cockroach's expression changed slightly as it felt the terror of the fist seal. It did not dare to take it head-on, so it could only give up on attacking the Blood God clone and dodge. You want to leave? The Blood God clone sneered. Dozens of dark red vines condensed from the blood mist behind him and swept towards the Dark Scale Cockroach. He had experienced many battles and had long since perfected the use of various battle techniques. His combat awareness was also incomparable to ordinary warriors. In just a split second, he had already made precise arrangements. With the fist seal in the lead, the demon blood poison vines sealed off the surroundings. The Dark Scale Cockroach had nowhere to run. Damn it! It did not expect that the other party would be able to counterattack under such circumstances. One had to know that the two of them had worked together, and their realms were much higher than the other parties. Victory should have been in their grasp, but it ended up like this. However, it did not have time to think. Boom, the dark fist seal landed, and runes flashed on it, emitting a terrifying power. Roar! The dark-scale cockroach's heart sank. It let out an angry roar, and the several tails on its back moved at the same time, as if they were stretched infinitely and shot forward. The scales on the several tails flickered with a cold luster. Dark runes appeared on them, causing them to emit powerful waves. This dark apparition of the Dark Scale clan was using its tails as weapons to meet the Blood God clone's fist seal head-on. Boom! In the next moment, the tails shot out and landed on the dark fist at the same time. They landed on almost the same spot, and a violent roar immediately erupted. A surprising scene appeared. The tails actually blocked the Blood God clone's fist seal. Both parties froze in place. The Blood God clone's eyes flashed, revealing a trace of surprise. The dark-scale cockroach looked at the Blood God clone and sneered. "It's too early for you to be happy," the Blood God clone said indifferently. Boom! A terrifying power erupted from the Black Fist seal. The power of an 8th Order Melder's Force domain and a 4th Order origin of Force erupted. Crackle! A teeth-numbing sound came from the dark-scale cockroach's tails. The scales on them trembled violently as if they were being compressed by a powerful force. It was unbearable. What kind of power is this? Crazy Scale's Dark Scale's face changed drastically. His heart was in turmoil. A mid-level MO King's intent was so terrifying. It was unbelievable. Suppress. Suppress. The Blood God clone didn't answer. Instead, he spat out a word. Boom! The fist seal crashed down and smashed the tails that seemed to be made of metal. The runes on the surface of the tails crumbled, and cracks appeared on the scales. A terrifying force swept out along with the aftermath of the origin force. Ah! The dark-scale cockroach let out a painful roar and was sent flying. Saudi's expression changed drastically when he saw this. The Blood God clone's gaze returned to the cockroach. The poison astral force in his body surged out along with his spirit. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in the sky. Demon Moth Scale Powder. This was an upper-level Demon Emperor battle technique of the Demon Moth race. It was quite powerful. Combined with the various poisons he had mastered, the resulting poison was even more terrifying. It was impossible to detoxify or expel it in a short period of time. Saudi suddenly smelled a strange odor. Looking at the tiny light, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly realized what it was and his face showed a trace of horror. "You're using poison." Blood God, this blood race member had poison astral force? Unfortunately, he didn't have time to think. The strange odor was getting thicker and thicker. It was impossible to escape from it. Saudi's expression was extremely ugly. He immediately mobilized his origin force to resist the tiny light. However, he found that his origin force was in a state of stagnation. It couldn't be used as smoothly as before. When? Impossible. The cockroach's eyes widened. He couldn't imagine when the poison had entered his body. Break. Impossible. The Blood God clone seized the opportunity and slashed down with the Blood Kuan saber. Crack. 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 A series of cracking sounds came from Saudi's saber light. Clear cracks spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before Saudi's could react, he found that his saber light was collapsing. He wanted to use the origin force in his body to stop the collapse, but the poison made it difficult for him to deal with. The efficiency was reduced by at least 1%. In a battle between experts, 1% was enough to become a fatal flaw. Boom! With just a moment of hesitation, Saudi's saber light finally couldn't hold on and exploded. Endless fragments of saber light were sent flying backward along with the terrifying origin force. Saudi's immediately retreated, but it was too late. Bang! A saber light slashed out from the fragments of saber light and landed on Saudi's body. It was as if he had been struck by lightning, and his entire body was sent flying. Poochie, a mouthful of blood spurted out. A deep wound appeared on Saudi's chest. A large amount of dark red blood spurted out. This. The surrounding dark apparitions were all stunned. What did they just see? The two commanders were no match for the commander of the Black Contempt Army. They were directly suppressed by the enemy and suffered serious injuries. They couldn't believe it. They couldn't imagine it. The two commanders were obviously superior demon emperors ranked on the myriad emperors leaderboard. This was the result of their battle with the commander of the Black Contempt Army. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe it? At this point, they naturally couldn't find any reason to excuse Saudis and the dark-scaled cockroach. They could say that they were careless before, but now? For a moment, the morale of the two armies was impacted. On the other hand, the Black Contempt Army's morale was greatly boosted. They controlled the Black Contempt killing formation as if they were in a no-man's land and started a frenzied slaughter. All hail the commander! The dark warriors of the Black Contempt Army were extremely excited. They kept roaring, their voices shaking heaven and earth. The deputy commanders were also very excited. This result was not something they had expected, but it had undoubtedly given them a trace of confidence. This was their confidence in the blood god clone. The inert mist serpent's eyes flickered rapidly. Its heart was shaken. It looked at the blood god clone with a trace of fear in its heart. It probably didn't even notice this fear itself. This blood race genius was too terrifying. The opponent's talent made it feel a trace of uncontrollable fear in the depths of its heart. Further away, the leader of the Netherworld army looked over. His gaze passed through the dark purple mist and landed on the blood god clone. It seemed to have changed. As the blood mist rolled, the blood god clone slowly walked over with a huge dark red saber in his hand. His blood-red hair danced wildly in the air. It was very oppressive. He looked at Saudis and Dark Linen and said, "I'll give you two choices. Submit or, be killed by me. I'll give you two choices. Surrender or, be killed by me." The voice was calm, but there was an undisguised arrogance in it. The faces of Saudis and the dark-scaled cockroach were as dark as the bottom of a pot. They stared at the blood god clone with cold eyes. This vampire actually dared to ask them to surrender. Even the Netherworld army did not say such words. Too arrogant. This fake vampire was too arrogant. "You're courting death." Sari stared coldly at the blood god clone and growled. The pain in its chest made it even angrier. Its desire to kill the blood god clone had reached its peak. At this moment, the flesh on the wound was wriggling. Granulation was growing and healing at an extremely fast speed. However, the poison in its body could not be removed so easily. It could only suppress it temporarily. The circulation of the force in its body was still affected. This caused its expression to turn even uglier. The dark-scaled cockroach did not say a word. Its eyes flashed with a cold light. The cracks on the scales on its tail were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the pain still made it fearful. Its tail was a very powerful weapon, but if it was injured, the pain would be magnified many times, just like how the 10 fingers were connected to the heart. "Looks like you've chosen to die." The blood god clone sighed, looking very disappointed. There were better choices. Why did they choose to die? Saris and the dark-scaled cockroach were speechless. The two dark apparitions' mouths twitched. Did this guy think he could defeat them? Even if he had the upper hand now, it would not be so easy to kill them. "You want to kill us? Let's see if you have the ability." Saris and the dark-scaled cockroach looked at each other. They suddenly shouted, "Don't hold back. Kill him." Boom. Boom. The next moment, the two dark apparitions rushed out and turned into two streams of light. They went straight for the blood god clone. "Kill." Boom. Their roars resounded through the sky. The small world projections condensed above their heads again. They were more powerful than before. Level 5. Level 5. The power of the world emitted from the two small world projections had reached level 5. At this moment, they finally stopped holding back. After a long time, they played 7 stones. Originally, they thought that they could suppress the blood god doppelganger with the power of the 4th stage realm. They didn't need to use their trump cards, which were reserved for the undead army. However, they had underestimated the power of the blood god doppelganger. A mere middle-rank demon emperor was actually able to force them to use their strongest strength. Sight of magic scales. The dark scale city lord let out an angry roar and used his combat skill again. The scythe in his hand suddenly burst out a bright black light, and a scythe as long as 10 feet condensed in the sky. The sharpness radiating from it had already cut through the surrounding space, filling the sky with spatial cracks like shattered glass. Strange runes twined around the sickle blade, turning into a rune chain, and rattling noises could be heard. Demonic flame saber technique. Not to be outdone, Sayudes raised the saber in his hand above his head with a furious roar. A dark red light illuminated the sky, condensing into a terrifying saber aura that was several meters long. The power of 2 origin source laws fused into it. It was dark and evil, yet it radiated a scorching aura. Due to the terrifying temperature, the surrounding space began to distort. Then, it collapsed and cracks began to appear. It was terrifying. Just the temperature emitted had caused such a huge impact on the space. What would happen if the saber aura landed on a human body? In the distance, the dark apparitions of the Blood Clan and the Dark Contempt army saw this scene and couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. They became worried again. The commanders of the 2 armies had actually held back such powerful strength. They hadn't used their full strength at all. The dark apparition leading the undead army watched the scene with indifferent eyes. It was also very surprised by the power of the blood god doppelganger. However, when it saw Sayudes and the dark-scale cockroach attack without holding back, it knew that this was the end of the Blood Clan's Blood Master. After all, he was on the Myriad Emperor list. How could he be so weak? In the sky, Wang Ting's original body was hidden in the spatial cracks, looking down at the scene below with indifferent eyes. This was the stage for the blood god doppelganger. It wasn't time for him to make a move. As for the blood god doppelganger, he wasn't worried at all. The situation in front of him was still under control. As for the death of the dark apparitions, what did it have to do with him? The harder they fought, the better. Therefore, he even took out a chair and sat down calmly, becoming a spectator. At the same time, the blood god doppelganger was also looking at the battle techniques that the 2 dark apparitions had unleashed. He wasn't as relaxed as the original body. Although he was always boasting, he didn't underestimate the 2 dark apparitions that had mastered the power of level 5 origin laws and level 5 realm power. Since you want to fight, then I'll accompany you in a good fight. He couldn't help but reveal a trace of battle intent in his eyes. He was actually a little excited. Just like Wang Ting's original body, the stronger the opponent, the more excited he would be. If the opponent was too weak, it wouldn't arouse his interest at all. The blood god doppelganger's psychic power gushed out from between his eyebrows and picked up the attribute bubbles around him to replenish the dark, fire, and poison star forces that he had consumed. There were dark apparitions from various races in the 3 armies. They were very rich in origin power, just enough to replenish his needs. In the blink of an eye, the blood god doppelganger felt that the origin power in his body had been replenished again. This feeling was just too good. Let's fight. A loud roar came out of his mouth. The blood god doppelganger's eyes shone brightly. A blood-red light was brewing in his eyes. The Blood Master token appeared in his hand and instantly turned into a bloody armor that covered his body. A blood-red battle sword also condensed in his empty left hand. A sword in his right hand. A sword in his left hand, at this moment. The blood god doppelganger's aura was like a rainbow. A terrifying blood-red light burst out from his body as if it was going to break through the sky of this pyre planet. This is? When the 2 dark apparitions, Saris and the dark-scaled cockroach saw this scene, their pupils shrank slightly. However, before they could think further, a strange phenomenon occurred. On the Blood Kuan battle sword, a dark red sword ray shot up into the sky and instantly reached a length of 10,000 feet. A thick bloody aura permeated the air, and there was also a crazy demonic aura. It was extremely strange and terrifying. The moment the sword ray erupted, a demonic shadow appeared behind the blood god doppelganger. It stood tall in the sky as if it came from ancient times and descended upon this world. It was abnormally terrifying. Demon Lord level combat skill, Blood Demon battle sword. At the same time, a sharp blood-red sword ray burst out from the Blood Master battle sword and turned into countless sword shadows in the sky. Those sword shadows instantly turned into a torrent of sword rays. After gathering in one place, a sword ray that also reached a length of 10,000 feet shot up into the sky. Countless blood-red sword shadows surrounded it. Demon Lord level combat skill, Blood Shadow Sword technique. In an instant, the power of the origin source law was integrated into the 2 combat skills. Rank 5 Darkness Origin. Rank 4 Blood Origin. Rank 5 Fire Origin. Suddenly, a series of magic characters appeared on the blade light and the sword's shadow. They transformed into a mystical chain of magic characters, and wrapped around them with a rustling sound. They vibrated unceasingly, and attracted the power of heaven and earth. How magnificent was this scene! All the dark apparitions present turned pale and looked at the blood god doppelganger in horror. Demon Lord level combat skill. He actually used 2 Demon Lord level combat skills at the same time. Both Saodes and the dark-scaled cockroach exclaimed in shock. Even they had only mastered peak high-rank Demon Emperor level combat skills. However, this Blood Clan Blood Disciple had mastered 2 Demon Emperor level combat skills. But the problem was, how could he use 2 Demon Lord level combat skills at the same time? This was not martial arts. Where did a dark apparition at the peak of the middle-rank Demon Emperor level get so much force? The 2 dark apparitions, who were considered experienced and knowledgeable, could not figure it out at this moment, but they did not have time to think about it. Attack! They only had one thought at this moment, which was to kill this monster as soon as possible. They could not give him another chance. They did not believe that his force could be compared with theirs. After all, a middle-rank Demon Emperor could not be compared with an upper-rank Demon Emperor. The other party might have used some secret method to forcibly use 2 Demon Lord level combat skills. Kill! 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 Saris and the dark-scaled cockroach finally stopped hesitating. The combat skills in their hands that had been brewing to the extreme suddenly slashed out. There was only one target, and that was the blood god clone in front of them. Boom! Boom! 2 attacks that were 10 feet long approached from afar at an extremely fast speed. One of the attacks slashed down from top to bottom, and the other swept from left to right, giving the blood god clone no chance to dodge at all. The terrifying sickle and the saber slashed across the air, causing the space to collapse, and 2 terrifying traces appeared. Slash! Kill! The blood god clone looked straight at the 2 attacks in front of him, and the terrifying sickle and saber were reflected in his eyes. His expression did not change at all, and he suddenly spat out a word. With just this word, his momentum reached its peak. The battle sword and the battle saber in his hands slashed out at the same time. Boom! Boom! The saber slashed upward at an angle, meeting the dark red saber. The sword slashed down vertically, colliding with the sickle that was sweeping toward him. At this moment, everyone's attention was attracted by the fierce battle here. Even the chaotic battle between the legions paused for a moment. They looked at the 4 terrifying combat skills colliding with each other, and their eyes were full of shock. Clang! Clang! Almost in an instant, the 4 attacks collided with each other. The deafening sound of metal clashing reverberated in the sky, echoing throughout the entire Pyrolite planet. The sound was too loud. It was so loud that it could be heard clearly even in the void. Tianlan Star Latitude and the several immortal rank existences looked at each other with a trace of disbelief in their eyes. With their eyesight, it was enough for them to discern that the terrifying sound of metal vibrating just now was definitely the result of a battle between mid-stage high-level demon emperors. Moreover, the means they erupted with were probably enough to threaten late-stage high-level demon emperors. The dark apparitions had actually fought to such an extent? Those who did not know would have thought that the light universe had already started a war with the dark apparitions, but it turned out that this was just an internal strife. On the Pyrolite planet, terrifying waves of force swept out from the 4 attacks, constantly hitting the surroundings. Many dark apparitions were hit by the waves and immediately spat out blood as if they had been struck by lightning. On the other hand, the Black Contempt army was slightly better. They formed a killing formation with their entire legion and resisted the attacks together, so they were not affected much. Die! Die! Seeing this scene, the anger in Sori's heart grew stronger and stronger. He fiercely pressed down the blade in his hand, wanting to shatter the blood god doppelganger's blade light. Your combat skills are only SOSO. The blood god doppelganger said lightly. The blood Kuan blade in his hand seemed to have awakened and let out a terrifying roar. Roar! In an instant, the dark red blade light became even more terrifying. The demonic shadow behind him also held a blade and rose into the air, blocking Soris's blade light inch by inch. You! Soris's pupils contracted. He never expected that this blood-breed genius could still unleash such power when facing the attacks of both of them at the same time. On the other side, the collision between the blood-red sword shadow and the black sickle had reached a white-hot level. Countless rays of sword light converged into a torrent and crashed onto the sickle, erupting with dense clanking sounds. The terrifying black sickle could no longer move an inch forward, nor could it pose any threat to the blood god doppelganger. The dark scale bee mushroom infatuated Tian and the dark drunk conch were in disbelief. It never would have thought that when it erupted with the power of rank 5 origin law, it was actually still blocked by the other party. Your origin law power is also rank 5. Yes. Soon, it reacted and stared at the blood god doppelganger in disbelief. Rank 5 origin law power. Saris also reacted, and his eyes were filled with shock. Only rank 5 origin source law energies could withstand their rank 5 origin source law energies. Previously, it had not noticed it, but now, it understood. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? The blood god doppelganger said lightly, "You're all going to die anyway." Yes. Extremely arrogant. Saris gritted his teeth, and his eyes were fierce. "I want to see if you can't hold on first, or if we can't hold on first." Yes. Violent demonic flame, come out. Boom, as soon as his voice fell, a majestic black flame suddenly erupted from his body. It turned into a strange giant sheep-headed monster that roared. The blood god doppelganger was a little surprised. This is a special flame. Although it was not at the level of a heavenly flame, from the aura, it was a rather powerful flame. It was much more powerful than the various beast flames that the original body had mastered. He did not expect this goat-headed demon dark apparition to have mastered a special flame. His eyes flashed, and he was a little interested. He had to take advantage of this opportunity. The appearance of the violent demonic flame not only surprised the blood god doppelganger, but also the dark scale did not expect Soris to have such a trick up his sleeve. His eyes flashed, and he looked at Soris with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Even the dark apparition leading the Netherworld army in the distance glanced at him, and finally stared at the black flame with a hint of interest. "Let's see how you can block my violent demonic flame." A hint of pride appeared on Soris's face. He laughed and then shouted, "Go! Go!" Boom, the goat-headed demon transformed into a streak of black flame and instantly blended into the blade of the blood god doppelganger, causing the blade to be surrounded by flames. Even the runes on the blade lit up with an even brighter light. Whether it was the dark runes or the flame runes, under the influence of the violent demonic flame, they all emitted an even more violent power. Boom boom boom, the runes on the blade of the blood god doppelganger suddenly collapsed. The runes chain that was connected by the runes almost broke apart. "Keek keek. You've lost." Saris's eyes lit up when he saw this scene, and he laughed loudly. The dark scale moth was even more surprised. The black flame was actually so powerful. This Saris was not simple at all. In this case, the Blood Clan blood disciple would not be able to do anything. There was only one defeat. The dark scale moth looked at the blood god doppelganger with a cold murderous look in its eyes. It was going to cook the Blood Clan blood disciple. It heard that the blood of the Blood Clan was very good. It could give it a try. "Commander." "Yes." When the dark apparitions of the Black Contempt army saw this scene from afar, their expressions changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with intense shock. On the other hand, the dark apparitions of the Blood Clan were slightly stunned. Then, they seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions became a little strange. If they remembered correctly, their blood disciple seemed to have mastered the dark flame. "As expected, it's too early for you to be happy." A voice suddenly came from the blood god doppelganger's mouth. He looked at Soris calmly, and a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. "You're actually playing with fire with me." "Yes." Soris was slightly stunned. What does this guy mean? And that look, at this point, could it be that he still had some kind of special trick up his sleeve? Boom, while it was puzzled, a ball of black flame suddenly swept out from the blood god doppelganger's body. It turned into a terrifying black flame python in the void and circled around the blood god doppelganger. Its pair of cold and evil eyes stared at Soris. They were filled with spirituality as if they were alive. Suddenly, a dark and scorching temperature swept across the entire sky. The flames on Soris's blade dimmed slightly. Then, as if it had met its nemesis, it shrank back. Soris's eyes widened as he stared at the black flame. With difficulty, he spat out 4 words from his throat: dark flame. Dark flame. This blood disciple of the blood clan actually mastered the dark flame. What the F***ck? Soris thought that victory was already in his hands when he used the violent demon flame. Who knew that the blood disciple would summon a type of heavenly flame in the blink of an eye? Now, he finally understood the meaning of the blood disciple's gaze. Playing with fire in front of the heavenly flame was like showing off in front of an expert. The muscles on Soris's face twitched violently. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. The dark-scaled conk's expression was not any better. It looked at the flame python as if it had seen a ghost. Accidents always came so suddenly that it caught people off guard. The leader of the Netherworld army was obviously stunned. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at the blood god doppelganger. This blood disciple of the blood clan really surprised him time and time again. It's time to end this. The blood god doppelganger's eyes were indifferent as he said calmly. Roar. The flame python seemed to understand his intention. It suddenly let out a roar. Endless black flames erupted from its body and merged into the dark red sword light. Boom, the runes on the sword light suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. Under the entanglement of the black flames, the runes expanded again until they were bigger than the opponent's sword light. Shatter. The blood god doppelganger's eyes turned cold as he slashed the blood Kuan saber in his hand. Crack. 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 Soris's sword light finally could not hold on any longer. There was a series of cracking sounds. Then, before it could react, it exploded. Boom, the dark red blade aura was wrapped in terrifying dark flames as it descended upon Soris. Soris watched in horror as the blade aura engulfed him. No. An unwilling roar came from the flames. Unfortunately, it was futile. Under the temperature of the dark flame, there was no way Soris could escape easily. It's your turn. The blood god doppelganger looked at the dark-scaled conch. You. The dark-scaled cockroach involuntarily took a step back. The blood god doppelganger didn't waste any more words. The blood sun sword in his hand suddenly exploded. Without the threat of Saudis, all of his origin power were channeled into the sword light. Rumble, the sword shadows wreaked havoc in the sky and then merged together. The torrent of sword light instantly surged and fell fiercely. Boom, the scythe of the dark-scaled conch couldn't withstand the attack and exploded. Then, the torrent of sword light continued to bombard the dark-scaled conch and engulf it. The dark-scaled cockroach wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Its entire body was enveloped by the sword light. Roar. A painful roar immediately came from the sword light. Blood splattered, and the sky was dyed red. Countless dark apparitions stared at the blood god clone in shock. No one had expected that the commanders of the two armies would be defeated in the end. Moreover, they were defeated so thoroughly that they had no room to fight back. 2 against 1, yet they still lost miserably. It was too tragic. When the dark apparitions from the 3 armies looked at the blood god clone, their eyes were filled with respect. This was a powerful existence that they feared. In the sky, Thaudes was wrapped in black flames. Dark Scale Tender was drowned in sword light. The commanders of the 2 legions had lost their ability to fight. They didn't even have time to use Devil Change. The blood god clone naturally wouldn't give them the chance to use Devil Change. Killing intent surged in his eyes, and the giant python formed by the dark flames suddenly swept out. Roar, the roar resounded through the sky, and the black flame python was about to drown the commanders of the 2 legions. The expressions of the surrounding dark apparitions changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with horror. The commander of the Black Scorn army was really going to kill the commanders of the 2 legions here. There was no hesitation at all. How decisive and ruthless. This was definitely a ruthless person. The dark flames were a heavenly flame. Under it, even powerhouses like the commanders of the 2 legions would probably be melted. Sigh. A sigh suddenly sounded. I really underestimated you. I shouldn't have had too much hope for them. Sigh, after all, they are superior demon emperors of the dark races. Now that the war is about to start, I can't let you kill them casually. Sigh. Before he finished speaking, a gust of dark purple wind swept over, trying to block the giant black flame python. Damn it. Sigh. Seeing this, the dark apparitions of the Black Scorn army all had ugly expressions. Seeing that the blood god clone was about to kill the commanders of the two legions, they were excited. They didn't expect the leader of the Netherworld army to make a move. For a time, their expressions became incomparably solemn. This was a dark apparition of the Netherworld army, and it might even be a dark apparition of the Netherworld god clan. Moreover, they all felt that this dark apparition was definitely more terrifying than Thaudes and the dark-scale cockroach. The other party just stood there and didn't make any moves. Just the aura emitted from its body made them feel an indescribable pressure, so much so that no one dared to get close to it. Now, it made a move. The consequences were unpredictable. However, the blood god clone wasn't surprised at all. I've been waiting for you. Sigh. He smiled coldly, and wind-type star power surged in his body. It turned into a huge blood-colored whirlwind around him and swept out. Boom, a gust of dark purple wind and a blood-red whirlwind collided in the sky. There was a hint of surprise in the voice of the leader of the underworld army. He did not expect the blood god doppelganger to have such a move. Furthermore, from the looks of it, it seemed to have predicted that it would make a move. Xueju still had the energy to pay attention to it even when he was facing the commanders of two major armies. This Xueju was really surprising it more and more. The blood race was so lucky to have such a prodigy. 2. Bad, it's a vampire. Roar, the dark purple wind was blocked, and the black flame serpent instantly swallowed the two dark apparitions, Sories and the dark-scale butterfly. The terrifying temperature exploded. Billowing heat waves swept out from within, causing the surrounding dark apparitions to feel the impact. They felt a burning sensation all over their bodies, and black smoke rose from them. This was terrifying. That was because this temperature was only the residual heat emitted by the black flames, yet it possessed such terrifying power. If one was enveloped by the flames, roar. Ah! A mournful scream came from the black flames. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, two terrifying dark forces suddenly erupted from the flames. They were pure and evil, bringing with them a chaotic and indescribable intent. You still want to use devil transformation? The blood god clone's lips curled into a mocking smile. He didn't seem to have done anything, but the dark flames that enveloped the two dark apparitions instantly surged. Boom! Boom! The two dark forces didn't have time to completely erupt. It was directly defeated, and the changes within it were also broken. Ming Miata, save me! Roar! A mournful and desperate voice came from the flames, and the figures of Sories and the dark-scale cockroach could be vaguely seen. However, under the dark flames, the two figures were disintegrating at an extremely fast speed. This was the power of the heavenly flame. Even the strong bodies of the dark apparitions couldn't withstand it. Moreover, the dark flames of the blood god clone had given birth to a fire spirit, which was even more extraordinary. It was no longer the original dark flames. You were so arrogant just now, why are you asking for help now? A mocking voice came from the blood god clone's mouth. You want the heart of a pig. Sories and the dark-scale cockroach were so ashamed and angry that they wanted to find a hole to hide in. They never thought that they would be reduced to such a state. Now, they were asking for help. However, in the face of death, the so-called dignity wasn't so important anymore. Xueju. If you kill us today, the demon lord won't forgive you. Sories' angry roar came from the flames, and it obviously wanted to struggle a little more. When you wanted to kill me before, did you ever consider the punishment of the demon lord? The blood god clone said calmly. Sories and the dark-scale cockroach were speechless. They could only roar madly, their voices full of unwillingness and even a trace of fear. In the face of death, they were finally afraid. At this moment, they were completely regretting it. Why did they choose to be enemies with the Dark Scorn army? Why did they choose to cooperate with the Netherworld army? They never thought that the result would be like this. A mere middle-level demon emperor could actually kill them. It was simply ridiculous. Are you really going to kill us all? The leader of the Netherworld army walked over from afar. His eyes were indifferent as he looked directly at the Blood God clone and asked calmly. Aren't you the ones who want to kill us all? The Blood God clone asked back. The leader of the Netherworld army fell silent. This kid's words made sense. Winner takes all. There was no point in saying all this now. To put it bluntly, they had underestimated the blood descendant in front of them. They thought that they could do anything they wanted. But who would have thought that a mere middle-rank demon emperor could rely on its own strength to forcefully suppress the commanders of the two legions and reverse the situation of the battle? Since Sories and the dark-scale cockroach had lost, they naturally had to bear the consequences. Ming Minata. Yes. Sories and the dark-scale cockroach's roars were extremely urgent. They could clearly feel the arrival of death, and it was getting closer and closer. It was almost right in front of them. The feeling of watching death coming was enough to make them collapse. The leader of the Netherworld army, Ming Minata's eyes flickered. He immediately stopped talking nonsense and disappeared in a flash. I want to save them. Yes. The Blood God clone narrowed his eyes and disappeared on the spot as well. The next moment, both sides appeared in front of Sories and the dark-scale cockroach. Boom, the Blood God clone stood in front of Ming Minata and threw a punch. A terrifying fist print smashed toward the leader of the Netherworld army. You. Ming Minata's eyes flickered slightly. He did not expect the opponent to be as fast as him. He snorted and threw a punch as well. Boom, the two fists collided with a loud boom, forming a terrifying shockwave that spread out in all directions. Ming Minata and the Blood God clone both retreated. However, Ming Ho only retreated a few hundred meters, while the Blood God clone retreated 1,000 meters. You are no match for me. The dark purple mist around Ming Minata's body did not dissipate. He slowly retracted his fist and said with a hint of contempt in his tone. Not necessarily. The Blood God clone's eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not show it on his face. He just looked at the other party calmly and said. Ming Minata did not take it to heart. He only took his words as a young man's stubbornness. He looked at Sories and the dark-scale cockroach, who were about to completely disappear, and said with a frown, if you kill them, the dark apparitions of the two armies will go crazy. Your Black Scorpion army will not be able to stop them. Humph. Have you always been so confident? The Blood God clone sneered and said, without their commanders, I can easily suppress them. Humph. How arrogant. Ming Minata stared at him coldly. The Blood God's doppelganger said, even if you can suppress the two armies, can you suppress the Underworld Legion as well? Yes. Since we are going to be suppressed, why don't we drag the two armies down with us? The Blood God clone said expressionlessly, as for the Netherworld army, we can just fight to the death. I won't lose anything. Yes. Good. 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 Ming Minata stared at the Blood God clone and suddenly laughed out of extreme anger. You are more ruthless than I thought. Among the younger generation, I have not seen a genius like you for a long time. Yes. Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. Boom, the next moment, Ming Ho disappeared on the spot. His speed was even faster than before. The figure that was left on the spot seemed to be solid as if his original body was still standing there. However, the Blood God clone's pupils shrank slightly. He did not have time to think and teleported instantly. Demon Lord level battle technique, Blood Wraith movement technique. Suddenly, a few overlapping shadows appeared around him. They were exactly the same, and even their auras were exactly the same. No one could tell the difference. Yes. A surprised voice suddenly came from the void. However, it quickly turned into a sneer. Do you think you can stop me like this? Yes. The voice came from all directions, and a terrifying roar came from behind the Blood God clone. A huge dark purple palm print came crashing down on the afterimages of the Blood God avatar. Blood Disciple. Commander. Yes. The dark apparitions of the Blood Clan and the Black Contempt Army were all shocked. The dark apparition that was the leader of the Netherworld army was so powerful that he forced the Blood God clone into a desperate situation. Bam bam bam, in just a moment, the several shadows of the Blood God clone exploded and turned into clouds of blood mist. Ming Minata appeared and looked at this scene with indifferent eyes. It was as if he had done something insignificant. You can defeat 2 mid-level upper demon emperors at the same time. You are indeed a genius. However, you are still too young. Today, I will teach you a lesson and let you know what a real powerhouse is. Yes. Is that so? Ha. Ha. The so-called powerhouse is just SOSO. However, at this moment, a chuckle suddenly came from the void. Under the dark purple mist, Ming Minata's face stiffened. Fortunately, no one saw it. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed. At the same time, the Blood God clone appeared behind Ming Minata. His eyes were cold as he threw out a punch. Demon Lord level combat skill, Dark Demon Fist, a terrifying fist print suddenly condensed on his fist. It was not huge, but the aura it emitted was enough to make people tremble in fear. Level 5 Force Origin Law. Level 5 Darkness Origin Law. The 2 types of Origin Law were applied to the fist print, causing strange and mysterious patterns to appear on its surface, drawing in the power of heaven and earth. Facing the dark apparition that was the leader of the Netherworld army, he did not dare to be careless. He attacked with his strongest attack. Demon Lord level combat skill and 2 level 5 Origin Law, one of which was the extremely powerful Force Origin Law. It was enough to make the dark apparition suffer. Minamata immediately reacted. With a cold snort, he turned around and sent out another palm strike. Boom, the fist and the palm collided in an instant, and a violent roar erupted. Ming Minata's face stiffened again. He felt an extremely majestic power from the fist print opposite him. It was so powerful that even his palm print could not withstand it. Oh no, he had underestimated this blood descendant kid. Boom, just as this thought popped up in his mind, his palm print exploded with a loud bang. 10 full waves of the state primordial book. The primordial blade's aftershock rolled back. The fist print did not lose its momentum. It carried a terrifying force and bombarded toward Ming Minata. Boom, Ming Minata was hit. The dark purple fog on his body instantly collapsed, and he could no longer hide his body. A dark apparition with the appearance of a middle-aged man was revealed. He wore a dark purple robe and had double eyes. His eyes were dark purple, and he had double pupils. He had a pitch-black horn on his head, and the horn was covered in purple-veined patterns. He faintly revealed a strange and noble aura. His long purple hair hung down loosely. Shockingly, he had the appearance of a member of the Nether God clan. It is indeed a dark apparition from the Netherworld God clan. The Blood God clone looked at the dark apparition. He was not surprised and muttered to himself. Ming Minata's dark purple eyes stared coldly at the Blood God clone. He seemed to be in a sorry state. His expression kept changing. It was simply too interesting. He had just said that he wanted to show the dark apparition what a true powerhouse was. In the end, he was slapped in the face. At this moment, he felt that the surrounding gazes seemed to be filled with mockery. The atmosphere was a little strange. The surrounding dark apparitions were indeed looking at Ming Minata with different expressions. The Netherworld God clan, the leader of the Netherworld army, was indeed from the Netherworld God clan. Although they had guessed it, they were still shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. However, such a Netherworld God clan dark apparition was actually defeated by the blood descendant of the blood descendant. It had lost face. Many dark apparitions had strange expressions. Some wanted to laugh but did not dare to. Ming Ho, you said that you would protect us. In the black flames in the distance, Sori's voice was filled with resentment. However, Ming Minata was not moved at all. His gaze was now focused on the Blood God clone. He did not pay any attention to Sori's and the dark-scaled cockroach. It seemed that he had given up on them. Boom. Boom, in the end, the 2 dark apparitions could no longer hold on. They exploded in the flames with an unwilling roar and completely dissipated from this world. Endless dark power swept out from within, infecting everything in the surroundings. The death of 2 upper-level demon emperor dark apparitions caused terrible consequences. It wouldn't be long before this pyrolite planet was completely contaminated. The dark apparitions of the Dark Scorch Army and the Dark Scale Army looked at this scene in a daze. Their minds seemed to have stopped working. They could not accept the situation in front of them. Their commanders had fallen just like that. This unbelievable thought finally appeared in their minds. The Dark Scorch Army and the Blood Descendant Dark Apparitions also felt that this was unreal. The commanders of the two armies had fallen just like that in the hands of the Blood God clone. It was too shocking. After all, the commanders of the two armies were still alive, so they did not feel this way. Now that the two commanders had fallen, the impact on the dark apparitions was imaginable. The Blood God clone stretched out his hand. The dark flames that filled the sky swept over and returned to his palm. The majestic flames turned into a ball of flame that was only the size of a palm. Then, he looked at the dark apparition of the Netherworld God clan in front of him and said, "No one will disturb us now." Ming Minata narrowed his eyes slightly. A strong cold light flashed in his eyes. "You are too arrogant. Do you really think that you can defeat me just because you defeated me just now? What, it is natural for you to suppress me, but I am arrogant when I fight back," the Blood God clone said lightly, full of sarcasm. Ming Minata's eyes twitched slightly. He snorted and said, "You have a sharp tongue. I want to see if you can still be so calm later." "Alright. You can try," the Blood God clone said. "What you used just now should be a Demon Lord level combat skill. With your origin power at the peak of the middle rank Demon Emperor level, how many times can you use it?" Ming Minata showed a trace of contempt in his eyes. He walked toward the Blood God clone step by step, as if he was strolling in the air. This posture formed a huge sense of oppression that swept toward the Blood God clone. "It is just a Demon Lord level combat skill. I can use it as many times as I want," the Blood God clone said calmly. "Huh." Ming Ho sneered as if he had heard a very funny joke. He did not say anything else. As he took a step forward, his figure disappeared again. Swoosh, the next moment, a series of afterimages appeared in the sky and surrounded the Blood God clone. It was impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. This scene was very strange. Ming Minata looked like he was strolling in the park. He was not fast, but the afterimages in the sky were like illusions. "This is a body movement combat skill." The Blood God clone's eyes narrowed. He had thought that the god of Underworld was very fast. It turned out that he had also cultivated a body movement combat skill. Compared to his Blood Wraith body technique, the other party's body technique was also strange and had a kind of illusory feeling, making it hard for others to grasp. "Then let's see if your body movement combat skill is stronger or if my Blood Ghost body movement is stronger." He was not afraid at all. Instead, he became more excited. He was going to reap the benefits. Swoosh! In an instant, the Blood God clone performed the Blood Ghost body movement. There was a blood-red light flashing outside his body. As the blood mist spread, it turned into many identical figures. A total of 9 figures appeared, as if they were 9 clones. At the same time, the Blood God clone's spiritual power gushed out from between his eyebrows again and picked up all the attribute bubbles that had fallen around him. The star force of all attributes surged, filling his body with force again. The 9 figures also became more agile. They were no different from the original body. There was no difference at all. Demon Lord level body movement combat skill. Ming Minata's voice came from all directions, with a sense of shock that could not be dispelled. This Blood Clan prodigy not only had many offensive Demon Lord level combat skills, but he also had an extremely rare Demon Lord level body movement combat skill. What the hell, where did he get so many Demon Lord level combat skills? And he had cultivated all of them to a certain level. Even a Demon Lord level existence would find it difficult to do this. He, a peak middle level Demon Emperor, actually had such a foundation. Was this Blood Clan prodigy's talent really so terrifying? What was even more ridiculous was that his force could support so many Demon Lord level combat skills. If it had not seen it with its own eyes, it would not have believed that this was a peak middle level Demon Emperor Dark Apparition. This kid must have some secrets. Ming Minata's eyes looked back and forth on the Blood God clone, but he could not see anything at all. Forget it. I will know when I take him down. Boom. Boom. Finally, it no longer hesitated and suddenly stretched out a palm. As dark purple light surged, a palm print condensed in the sky. It was branded with dark purple lines, and it was full of mysteries and mysteries. More importantly, those afterimages also attacked at the same time. They condensed many palm prints, densely covering the sky, as if covering the whole sky and turning it into a giant palm cage. This scene was shocking. All the dark apparitions were horrified. Their eyes were wide open, and their hearts were full of shock. Was this the technique of the Nether God clan? It was really terrifying. Even Haimote, Morlock, Xuelanbua, and other upper-level demon emperors were shocked when they saw the scene. They could not calm down. Dense dark purple palm prints covered the sky. It was a shocking sight. The blood god clone raised his head with a solemn look. This dark apparition from the Nether God clan was definitely a late-stage upper demon emperor. Its strength was extremely powerful. He suddenly felt extreme pressure. At this moment, even he could not tell which one of the figures was real and which one was fake. This dark apparition from the Nether God clan had mastered a movement technique that was not any weaker than the blood ghost movement technique that he had mastered. His eyes quickly scanned the sky, trying to find Ming Manada's real body. At this moment, his ears twitched, and a voice came. Original body. Original body. The blood god clone was slightly delighted. A light flashed in his eyes, revealing a strange look. However, he did not look in the direction that the original body was pointing at. He still looked as if he had not discovered anything. He scanned the sky. Blood extinction, how is my movement technique? Ming Manada's slightly arrogant voice came from all directions. Humph, it's just SOSO. The blood god clone pretended to be angry and snorted. Haha. Let's see if your movement technique is better, or if my movement technique is better. Ming Manada laughed contemptuously. Boom. 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 In the next moment, a series of rumbling sounds rang out from all directions. The figures moved in unison, and their palms came crashing down in a frightening manner. The space was directly crushed by the palm prints. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the space around them, spreading in all directions. For a moment, the whole sky was full of cracks. It was as if those palm prints were real. None of them were fake. If it were anyone else, they would have been frightened by such a scene. However, a trace of sarcasm flashed in the blood god clone's eyes. I found you. Original body. He rolled his eyes as if he had thought of something interesting. Suddenly, he let out a loud roar. Then, one of his clones punched toward a certain spot in the sky. It seemed that he had found the location of the other party's real body. Boom, the fist print swept across the sky, bursting out a terrifying fluctuation of force, spreading in all directions. It seemed that the blood god clone did not hold back in this punch. Bang, in the sky, several of Ming Manada's afterimages were shattered. They were not where the real body was. The decision was to be made. Haimote, Morlock, Blood Lumbo, and the other dark apparitions had been paying attention to the battle. When they saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but tighten. The dark apparition of the god of Underworld clan was too strange. It gave people a sense of illusion. Even their commander was mistaken. Now, he was probably in danger. Ha ha ha. You're too naive. How could my movement technique be broken so easily? Ming Manada's laughter came from all directions. Looks like this is your main body. Boom, all of a sudden, all of the dark purple palm prints in the sky merged into one, leaving only one huge palm print. It crushed down on the doppelganger of the blood god doppelganger who had just punched. Bang, in the blink of an eye, the clone was suppressed by the terrifying palm print and exploded with a loud bang. Blood Disciple, Euphoria, Blood Rosa, and the other dark apparitions couldn't help but exclaim. However, right at that moment, Ming Manada discovered that something was wrong. It was too easy. That palm strike just now had not encountered any obstruction and had easily shattered the other party. This was not right. You've been fooled. A mocking voice suddenly came from behind Ming Manada. Just now, when the palm prints merged into one, his main body was naturally revealed. Somehow, the blood god doppelganger had appeared behind him. The blood Kuan saber in his hand was already emitting a dazzling light. A terrifying power was brewing on it. Damn it! Ming Ho's expression changed drastically. This blood clan brat had been scheming against him from the very beginning. He was still feeling complacent just now, thinking that the other party would not be able to discover his main body. But now, it seemed that the blood clan brat had already discovered him long ago. He was just pretending not to know so that he would expose himself. He was obviously toying with him. However, he didn't have time to think. He flashed and was about to dodge. Boom, the remaining 7. Doppelganger of the blood god doppelganger suddenly appeared around him and punched him. Get lost. Ming Manada's eyes flashed quickly. He wanted to find the blood god doppelganger's main body. However, in such a short time, he couldn't tell at all. He couldn't even tell if the figure behind him was real or fake. The blood god doppelganger's movement technique was a demon lord level combat technique. It was not so easy to break through. Boom, helplessly, Ming Manada could only attack with his palm, trying to break through the encirclement. It didn't feel good to be surrounded by enemies. This scene was very similar to when the blood god doppelganger was surrounded by his doppelganger. But now, the roles of the attacker and the defender had changed. Hee hee. Hee hee. One of the 7 doppelganger of the blood god doppelganger suddenly laughed and punched out. Boom, the fist exploded and collided with the opponent's palm. This is the real body? Ming Manada's eyes flashed. He took a step forward and turned into a shadow, rushing toward the other doppelganger. Boom, unfortunately, something unexpected happened. The doppelganger also exploded with powerful attacks, bombarding him. Ming Manada's eyebrows twitched. He was shocked. Are they all real? These attacks are all real. How is this possible? At this moment, he took the initiative to face the attacks. There was no way to dodge, so he could only brace himself and take the attacks. Boom. Boom. Boom, he continuously attacked with his palms, blocking the incoming fist from all directions. Suddenly, a series of explosions sounded, and the residual force rolled out in all directions. Ming Manada's strength was indeed very strong. With his hasty attacks, he was able to neutralize the attacks of the blood god doppelganger. He wasn't hurt at all. His body flashed, and he finally stopped looking for the real body of the blood god doppelganger. Instead, he prepared to break out of the encirclement. You can't run away. Boom, at this moment, the voice of the blood god doppelganger sounded behind him. Honey, the blade light that had been brewing for a while finally slashed out, arriving behind Ming Ho in an instant. Ming Manada was busy dealing with the doppelganger around him. But now, the blood god doppelganger was only a few hundred meters behind him. At such a close distance, the blade light that was dozens of meters long naturally arrived in an instant. Ming Manada's expression changed greatly. At this moment, he finally understood that the one behind him was the real body of his opponent. Because at this moment, he clearly felt a sense of fear, which he had never felt before. Bastard! Boom, Ming Manada was enraged. He felt that he had been completely controlled by his opponent. From this point of view, he had already lost in the contest of movement techniques. And he had lost completely. Boom, the terrifying blade light had already arrived above Ming Manada's head. It was filled with violent intent. The biting cold blade light cut through the surrounding space. Even Ming Ho felt a stabbing pain all over his body, as if he was about to be cut open by the blade light. Demon Venerable level combat skill, Wild Blood Saber. This saber attack was also a Demon Venerable level combat skill. Roar, Ming Manada couldn't help but roar. The Dark Star Origin power in his body burst out, turning into a dark purple light shield through his nether god body. Obviously, he couldn't avoid it. He could only take the attack head-on. Clang, in the next instant, the blade light landed on the dark purple defensive barrier, emitting a loud sound. Crack, bursts of unbearable sounds immediately came from the protective shield. Ming Manada's pupils shrank. He raised his head to look at the shield and saw that there were cracks on it. Break! Break! The blood god doppelganger appeared with the blood Kuan saber in his hand. With a cold expression, he pressed down the blade light, slashing it into the dark purple shield. Runes appeared on the blade light, turning into chains of runes that twined around it, emitting a tyrannical power. Crack! 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 Cracking sounds kept coming out, and huge cracks quickly spread to stabilize the shield. After all, Ming Minata had only blocked in a hurry. He didn't have time to use his full strength. Naturally, he couldn't block the saber attack. Its expression changed as it watched the saber aura descend. Bang! In the next instant, the dark purple shield shattered, turning into light spots that filled the sky. The blade light fell, drowning Ming Ho. A violent boom resounded through the sky. The terrifying blade light wreaked havoc in that area. The remnant origin power kept sweeping out, making people unable to see the situation clearly. This shit. All the dark apparitions were shocked again. Previously, when they saw the blood god clone being shattered by Ming Minata's palm, they thought that he was definitely not Ming Minata's opponent. Who would have thought that the situation would be reversed immediately? The blood god clone seemed to have won in the contest of movement techniques. From the result in front of them, it could be seen that the dark apparition of the god of Underworld clan's movement technique was seen through, but the dark apparition didn't see through the blood god clone's movement technique. That was why he was hit by the blood god clone's attack. It was really incredible. A peak middle-rank demon emperor could actually defeat an upper-rank demon emperor in terms of movement technique. Our new commander is so abnormal. Morlock swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but say. Shui Lanbo, Shui Neil, and the other dark apparitions couldn't help but look at each other. Shui Rosa, Euphoria, and the other blood clan women couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Their eyes became brighter as they looked at the blood god clone. Even Shui Dia, an upper-rank demon emperor genius of the Blood Mermaid clan, was shocked at this moment. A strange light appeared in her eyes. This blood disciple was really amazing. When he was still in the ancestral land of the Blood clan, he could only compete with upper-rank demon emperor geniuses. In the Radiant universe, his strength could already compete with the powerhouses on the Myriad Emperor list. Now, he could even compete with the late-stage upper-rank demon emperor of the God of Underworld clan. Even geniuses like them could only look up to this kind of cultivation speed. No wonder Shui Rosa directly turned to him and was willing to become his subordinate. Her vision was not wrong. Shui Dia's eyes flickered at this time. No one knew what she was thinking. On the other side, Qing Wulong's face was stiff. She had been like this since the death of Soris and the dark-scale cockroach. Now, she was even stiffer and couldn't make any expression. The fall of the commanders of the two legions meant that the situation had developed in an unpredictable direction. The way this blood disciple of the Blood clan did things was too unpredictable. She originally thought that even if the other party was angry, he wouldn't really kill Soris and the dark-scale cockroach. After all, they were the commanders of the two legions. Their identities were different. But it turned out that she had never seen the blood god clone clearly. He killed them without hesitation. Even she couldn't be so ruthless and decisive. And now, the other party could even compete with the dark apparition of the God of Underworld clan of the God of Underworld clan. Such strength made her feel a chill in her heart. The two of them were thrown into Fo Duan Fanling and Little Huanhua. Thinking of what she had done secretly before, her heart was filled with uneasiness at this moment. Roar, fortunately, at this moment, an angry roar interrupted its thoughts, causing it to become spirited. It quickly looked at the saber light in the distance. The other dark apparitions were also attracted by this movement. They looked at the area covered by the blade light. The blood god clone also looked over. His expression didn't change. He knew that the dark apparition of the God of Underworld clan couldn't be killed so easily. Moreover, the other party was a late-stage upper-rank demon emperor. No one knew what kind of means it had. Under everyone's gaze, a bright dark purple light suddenly erupted from the center of the area. It was like a dark purple sun, extremely dazzling. The blood god clone's pupils shrank slightly. The God of Underworld body suddenly felt a trace of throbbing. Although it hadn't been activated, it still had this kind of physique. If there was a power of the same origin, there would naturally be a trace of reaction. The God of Underworld body of this dark apparition must be of a high level. In the space gap, Wang Ting's eyes flashed slightly. He touched his chin, revealing a trace of interest. God of underworld body, this was an extremely top-notch physique among the many dark races. Even the blood race's blood god body was slightly inferior. I wonder what kind of surprise this dark apparition of the god of underworld clan will bring me. Rumble, under the dark purple sun, the blade light dissipated. A figure walked out from it, exuding an extremely dense evil and dark aura. It was Ming Minata of the god of underworld clan. At this moment, its appearance had changed a little. Its face was covered with strange dark purple patterns, looking exceptionally evil. Its eyes were also blooming with dark purple light, full of evil and darkness. Under that pair of eyes, it was as if nothing could hide from them. Other than that, the dark apparition of the god of underworld clan didn't seem to have changed. There wasn't even a trace of injury. It was as if the blade just now didn't cause any harm to it. The blood god clone looked at Ming Minata in such a state, and his heart became completely solemn. The gap was still too big. Even if he used the power of rank 5 origin laws, it wasn't enough to hurt this dark apparition of the god of underworld clan. Exclamation point. The open machine was now inside. The other dark apparitions were also filled with anger. The other dark apparitions were also shocked. Under such a terrifying attack, this dark apparition of the god of underworld clan was actually unscathed. It was unbelievable. The inert mist vine heaved a sigh of relief. Its eyes were fixed on the battlefield, no longer in the mood to fight. Fortunately, the other dark apparitions were the same. They were all attracted by this battle, and the chaotic battle between the three armies had become secondary. You can actually force me to this extent. A cold voice suddenly came out of Ming Minata's mouth slowly. Its dark purple eyes stared coldly at the blood god clone as if it was looking at a dead object. A late-stage upper-level demon emperor of the god of underworld clan. I thought it would be very strong, but it turns out that it's just SOSO. The blood god clone said calmly. Heh. Ming Minata wasn't angry at all. It let out a chuckle as if it found it funny. It said calmly, "You think you have the ability to compete with me just because you can hit me once? I don't know if I have the ability or not." The blood god clone looked at it and said with a faint smile, "But you should know very well how my attack felt." The corner of Ming Minata's eyes twitched. Although it had blocked the attack just now, it wasn't completely unaffected. Now that it was mentioned again, it couldn't help but frown slightly. It said coldly, "You are very confident, but too much blind confidence is stupid. You should have used up most of your means, but I have just started." It stretched out a hand. There were also dark purple patterns spreading on it, like blooming dark purple flowers, full of a demonic feeling. Boom, a tyrannical aura erupted from its body, and it was several times more terrifying than before. Then, it disappeared directly on the spot, leaving behind afterimages that slowly dissipated on the spot. The blood god clone's gaze changed slightly. He wanted to dodge, but he still underestimated the other party's speed. It was completely too late. He could only throw out a punch and fiercely hit the void in front of him. Bang, a hand covered with dark purple patterns reached out from the void and collided with his punch. The blood god clone was sent flying. The terrifying power made his fist hurt, as if it was about to split open. This was undoubtedly incredible. His physical body was so strong that it was not easy for an ordinary upper-level demon emperor to make him feel pain with a punch. However, this dark apparition of the god of underworld clan, who had activated the god of underworld body, made him feel like his fist was about to split open with just one punch. This kind of power was probably not weaker than the original body. Haha, I have said that you are useless against my power. You know nothing. Ming Bao disappeared again and then appeared on the left side of the blood god clone. He threw out a punch. Bang, a muffled sound was heard, and the space exploded. The fierce wind blew the blood god clone's blood-red hair into a frenzy. The blood god clone's eyes were serious, and he suddenly shouted in his heart. Level 5 blood god body, activate. Level 5 blood demon body. Activate. Boom, a strong bloody aura burst out from his body, turning into a bloody mist that covered the sky and wrapped around his body. Even under the attack of the palm, the bloody mist did not disperse. Huh? Ming Minata saw this scene and could not help but let out a surprised cry. It seemed that not only did he not use his full strength, but this Blood Clan brat also had a trump card that he had not used. This made him feel a sense of disbelief. Previously, when he killed the two commanders of the army, he had defeated the enemy with a lower number. He actually did not use his full strength. Boom! At this moment, the bloody mist suddenly rolled violently and then gathered toward the center. A fist came out of it and collided with the palm. The two attacks collapsed, and the origin force wave swept out in all directions. The blood god clone completely walked out of the bloody mist, and his blood-red hair danced in the air. His eyes were emitting a dazzling blood-red light, which also had a demonic feeling, making his temperament even more evil. He looked at Ming Minata in front of him indifferently. Kill. Kill. The two of them looked at each other and saw the killing intent in each other's eyes. Without saying anything, they rushed toward each other directly. Boom. Boom. Boom! In an instant, the blood god clone and Ming Minata collided. Both of them chose to fight with their physical bodies and did not use any weapons. Their fists and palms collided, and there were continuous explosions. Some of the attacks landed directly on the two of them, making dull sounds. Just listening to it was enough to make one's heart jump. After activating two Blood Clan physiques, the Blood God clone's physical strength had become extraordinary. However, Ming Minata's physical body was even more terrifying. No matter how he attacked, he could not hurt the other party at all. On the contrary, cracks appeared on his body, unable to withstand the terrifying power. Traces of blood spurted out from his body, and it was quite tragic. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The blood god doppelganger was knocked back. His whole body was covered in blood, and there were many cracks. He looked down, and his expression did not change. There was a flash of blood on his wounds. The blood actually flowed backward, and his injuries were all healed. You are no match for me. Boom! In the distance, Ming Minata looked at the blood god doppelganger indifferently, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even if you have activated your special constitution, the result will be the same. Boom! Compared to the blood god doppelganger, he seemed to be very relaxed. There were no visible injuries on his body. This farce should end. Boom! Ming Minata's gaze shifted from the blood god doppelganger to the surrounding battlefield. His voice was calm. If the Black Scorpion army is willing to submit, I can spare your lives. Boom! What? Boom! Shui Lanbua and the other dark apparitions' expressions changed slightly. They could not help but look at the deputy commanders of the Black Scorpion army. Haimout, Maroka, and the other deputy commanders' eyes flickered, and they fell into silence. They had already seen the horror of the Underworld God clan. Compared to the other party, their new commander was completely suppressed. He was no match for the other party. Even if the Blood God Doppelganger had killed two mid-level upper-level demon emperors, they still felt that he was no match for the Underworld God clan. The gap was too big. Under such circumstances, was it really necessary to continue fighting? Did they really want the Black Scorpion army to die here with him? They resisted previously because they could not see any hope. But now that the Underworld God clan had given them a glimmer of hope, who would be willing to die in vain? The Blood God Doppelganger looked at this scene indifferently, as if he was not worried at all. He let them make the choice. However, he did not expect that the Underworld God clan would suddenly take drastic measures to force the Black Scorpion army to submit and leave him alone. It was quite sinister. He could not help but look at Ming Minata. Ming Minata was also looking at him, his eyes full of mockery. Everyone. Boom. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the Black Scorpion army. Inert mist puppet. The Blood God Doppelganger turned his head, and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. This fake guy jumped out at this time. The inert mist puppet looked at the Blood God Doppelganger with a strange look in his eyes, and said, Commander Xueju, can I say something? Boom. Even you want to come out and perform? Then please. The Blood God clone chuckled. He wanted to see what this guy had to say. The inert mist king's face twitched violently. That's what it looks like. From the first time it saw Xueju, he had always looked down on people. The inert mist centipede was enraged. On what basis, what right did a middle-level demon emperor have to look down on it? The inert mist puppet refused to accept this result. Even though it had already lost to the blood god clone, it still refused to accept this result. It wanted to find a chance to turn the tables around. And now was its chance. It took a deep breath, looked around, and said, "The Black Scorpion army cannot disappear here. If I were still the commander-in-chief, I wouldn't drag all of you to die with me. Our dark races have always followed the law of the jungle. No one will laugh at us even if we choose to submit to the Netherworld Legion. After this battle, we can still restore our glory. Our opponents are the martial artists of the light universe, not the powerhouses of the dark world who have done nothing." Haimote, Maroka, and the other Black Scorpion Army vice commanders' expressions changed slightly when they heard this. They couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't expect the inert mist centipede to come out and persuade them to surrender. But they had to admit that what it said made sense. The Black Scorpion Army's current fame was entirely due to fighting the martial artists of the light universe. That was their true battlefield. Not dying at the hands of the powerhouses of the dark world like this. This was too depressing. Submitting to the Netherworld Legion wasn't a big deal. After all, the Netherworld Legion was one of the top 3 legions in strength. Didn't the Dark Scorpion and Dark Scale legions also submit to the Netherworld Legion? Now that the commanders of these 2 legions had been killed, it was much more miserable than the Black Scorpion army. But all of this was due to the new commander's contribution. How could they give up on him so easily? For a moment, these Black Scorpion army vice commanders fell into a dilemma. They all looked at the blood god clone with a hint of hope in their eyes. They hoped that he would choose to submit. That would undoubtedly be the best result. Compared to this new commander, the inert mist centipede was more willing to choose him. Whether it was strength or potential, the inert mist centipede couldn't compare. Naturally, the inert mist centipede also saw this scene, and its face instantly darkened. It had said so much, but in the end they still followed Xueju. Damn it, how long had Xueju become the commander of the Black Scorpion army? How could he make these vice commanders so respectful? This was something that it had never expected. A nameless flame of jealousy rose from the bottom of its heart, almost swallowing it whole. It looked at the blood god clone, wishing that he would die immediately. Ming Mineta was also a little surprised. In the face of death, this blood clan brat could still gain the support of these dark apparitions. It was really surprising. Didn't they say that he had just become the commander of the Black Scorpion army? To be able to make the Black Scorpion army submit to him in such a short time, he wasn't simple. If that was the case, he was quite capable. Ming Mineta couldn't help but take a closer look at the blood god clone. He didn't expect that this blood clan brat not only had great talent, but also his ability to control people. What a pity. What are you hesitating for? Ming Mineta secretly shook his head, then looked at the dark apparitions of the Black Scorpion army and said indifferently, "If you don't surrender, then you will die here. Command, I will count to 3. If the Black Scorpion army doesn't surrender, then destroy them directly. Command. 1, 2, he didn't say any nonsense and directly started counting. Haimote, Maroka, and the other vice commanders looked nervous. They stared at the blood god clone, wanting to persuade him. Shuelumbo, Euphoria, and the other blood clan dark apparitions looked at them with vigilance. If anything went wrong, they would immediately leave the Black Scorpion army. The Black Scorpion army could abandon the blood god clone, but they couldn't. Together with the blood god avatar, they were bound together for good or ill. Just as Ming Mineta was about to count to 3, the blood god clone suddenly said, "I heard that the dark warriors of the Netherworld army are not afraid of death. If they are ordered to self-destruct, they will self-destruct. Is that true? Command." Ming Mineta's gaze froze, and the mocking expression in his eyes seemed to have stiffened. He suddenly stopped talking. Haimote, Maroka, and the other dark apparitions' expressions changed. They immediately reacted. They had heard of the rumors about the Netherworld army. Relatively speaking, the dark apparitions of the Netherworld army were more like death warriors. They didn't have any freedom. If they chose to surrender, would there be a good outcome? The inert mist demon's gaze froze, and he subconsciously glanced at Ming Mineta. The Netherworld army naturally has to obey orders. It's not something an ordinary army can compare to. Under everyone's gaze, Ming Minata said emotionlessly, "You can choose not to surrender, but now, you will, die." When he said the last word, his tone was filled with coldness. The entire sky seemed to have become extremely cold, and the temperature plummeted. All the dark apparitions of the Black Scorpion army felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. So? The blood god clone looked at the dark apparitions of the Black Scorpion army. His voice suddenly became louder and spread loudly. "Do you want to become the cannon fodder of the Netherworld army, or do you want to fight with me? How dare you?" Ming Minata's expression was ugly, and he suddenly let out a cold shout. This blood breed actually dared to say that the dark warriors of the Netherworld army were cannon fodder. His intentions were unforgivable. However, just as he spoke, the dark apparitions of the Black Scorpion army suddenly shouted, "Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Fight to the death!" All the voices gathered together and directly overshadowed Ming Ho's voice. Their voices shook the sky. Ming Minata's expression froze, and it instantly became extremely ugly. He originally thought that he had already defeated the Black Scorpion army. Who knew that with just a few words from this blood-breed kid, the situation would be completely reversed? It was simply a slap in the face. The inert mist demon's expression changed drastically. He looked at the dark apparitions of the Black Scorpion army behind him in disbelief. Haimote, Morlock, and the other deputy commanders also found it hard to believe. They all turned around and looked at the dark apparitions of the Black Scorpion army in shock. Shui Lumbo, Euphoria, Shui Rosa, Shui Dia, and the other blood-breed dark apparitions were shocked. They suddenly felt a sense of pride. Looking at the blood god clone, they couldn't help but feel a little excited. Blood disciple, this was their blood disciple. Even the dark warriors of the Black Scorpion army were subdued by him in a short period of time. Who else could it be? Since you all want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Ming Minata's eyes were cold. He suddenly shouted, "Kill! Kill!" The dark apparitions of the Dark Scorpion army and Dark Scale army froze on the spot. They couldn't help but look at each other. "Do you all want to die too?" Ming Minata said coldly. "Kill! Kill!" The dark apparitions of the Dark Scorpion army and Dark Scale army were all terrified. They subconsciously obeyed its orders. Now that they had no leader, they could only listen to the orders of this dark apparition from the Nether God clan. Otherwise, should they resist like the Black Scorpion army? Compared to the Netherworld army, the Black Scorpion army was nothing. They would be annihilated sooner or later. Now that the existence from the Nether God clan had made its move, the Black Scorpion army was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It was impossible for them to cause any more trouble. In an instant, the two armies formed a killing formation. They also cooperated with each other very well, forming two huge formations in the sky. Extremely dense black flames swept out from the Dark Scorpion army and filled the entire formation. It emitted an extremely high temperature that seemed to be able to burn everything. Dark Scorpion killing formation. It was a killing formation that used flames as its main attack method. If Shadis was still alive, with his violent demonic flames, this formation would be even more terrifying. Unfortunately, Shadis was dead now. Without his violent demonic flames, they could only use the force of the Dark Star to condense the most ordinary flames through the killing formation. Of course, the flames condensed from the power of the entire army was still very terrifying. On the other side, the Dark Scale army also formed a killing formation. Their killing formation was quite unique. It actually condensed the shadow of a giant Dark Scale evil python. That huge body was entrenched in the void. Many python-like tails covered the entire formation. As the black fog rolled, the head of the giant python opened many strange and evil eyes that were filled with evil intent. Dark Scale evil python killing formation. It was a formation unique to the Dark Scale army. The dark apparitions of the Dark Scorpion army were instantly on guard. Haimote, Morlock, and the other deputy commanders had no other thoughts. They madly operated the Dark Scorpion killing formation. Kill! 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 Terrifying roars suddenly erupted from the Dark Scorpion killing formation and the Dark Scale evil python killing formation. Then, the two formations madly crashed toward the dark scorpion killing formation. Black flame swept out. The terrifying evil giant python tore out with its jaws. Dark scorpion. Kill. From the dark scorpion killing formation, there was also an angry roar that was unwilling to be outdone. A terrifying giant beast instantly condensed. Its gigantic black body was covered in scales and thick hair. Its thick black hair hung down naturally, covering its entire body like tufts of long hair. On its huge head, a pair of huge curved horns grew out, hanging down from both sides in a strange way, almost at the same level as its feet. At the same time, strange eyes slowly opened in the thick hair. They were filled with dark and evil intent. Red light flickered in the depths of the eyes, and there was also a kind of crazy killing intent. It was as if a terrifying life form was born in the midst of slaughter. This was the dark scorpion beast of the dark scorpion army. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying roar resounded in the void. Terrifying fluctuations of darkness origin power swept out in all directions, and the black flames exploded in the void. The huge evil pythons wanted to entangle the dark scorpion beast, but the dark scorpion beast was unwilling to be outdone. It stretched out its sharp claws, grabbed the huge evil pythons, and tore them apart. The pythons collapsed and turned into black mist. At the same time, the black flames swept out from the dark scorpion killing formation and engulfed the dark scorpion beast. Even though they had lost their two commanders, the two killing formations were still able to unleash a terrifying power under the combination of the two large armies of dark apparitions. The dark scorpion killing formation immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. Roars and roars continuously came out from the dark scorpion beast's mouth, echoing in the void. "Inert mist worm, what are you waiting for?" Ming Minata suddenly said coldly. The inert mist worm's expression changed. Under the cold gaze, it no longer hesitated and directly left the dark scorpion killing formation. It stepped out, appeared behind Ming Minata, and bowed respectfully. "Inert mist worm, what are you doing?" Haimote, Maroka, and the other deputy commanders were shocked and furious. Although the inert mist worm had shown some signs before, they really did not expect it to leave the dark scorpion killing formation under such circumstances. Betrayal, this was a blatant betrayal. For a moment, the dark apparitions looked at the inert mist worm with eyes full of anger. "Don't blame me. You guys are willing to die with bloody extinction, but I won't." The inert mist worm did not mind at all. It said indifferently, "After all of you are dead, I can still rebuild my dark scorpion army." "Traitor! Shameless! 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 A person like you actually became the commander of the dark scorpion army. You are a disgrace to the dark scorpion army. Shameless!" Haimote and the other deputy commanders were shocked when they heard its words. However, they quickly reacted, and their eyes were filled with disgust. "Extremely stupid." The inert mist worm's expression did not change at all as it said disdainfully. "Keek keek, very good. A wise man submits to circumstances. You are more sensible than them." Ming Minata laughed. "Inert mist worm." The blood god clone looked at it coldly and said, "Remember your choice today. I hope you don't regret it." "Chi." The inert mist worm sneered. "Why should I regret it? You brought the dark scorpion army into the abyss. You should be the one regretting it." "Chi." "Very good. Chi." The blood god clone looked at it deeply and did not say anything else. In a flash, it rushed toward the dark scorpion killing formation in the distance. Ming Minata narrowed its eyes and said coldly, "You still want to struggle? Stay." Chi. Swoosh, the next moment, it disappeared on the spot and caught up with the blood god clone, wanting to stop it. It had already seen that this blood clan brat wanted to enter the dark scorpion killing formation. Boom, it suddenly stretched out its hand and turned it into a huge claw, grabbing at the blood god clone. The blood god clone did not dodge and let the claw hit it directly. Then, with a bang, it turned into a bloody mist. When Ming Minata's expression changed slightly. It did not expect that it was a clone in front of it. It did not notice that the clone had changed its position. From the beginning to the end, Ming Minata did not discover the secret of the Blood God clone's blood ghost body technique. The clones formed by the blood ghost body technique could switch between each other. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Whoosh, on the other side, the blood god clone had already appeared a few hundred meters away from the dark scorpion killing formation. It rushed into the dark scorpion killing formation without looking back. Ming Minata wanted to stop it, but it was too late. It could only watch as it rushed into the dark scorpion killing formation. What is that? Ming Minata asked. Suddenly, it seemed to have seen something. Its pupils shrank slightly. Boom, in an instant, a blood-red altar abruptly appeared above the dark disdain killing formation. It was originally only a few dozen feet in size, but it quickly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it was dozens of feet in size, and it continued to expand. The blood-red altar appeared above the dark disdain killing array. It instantly expanded from a few hundred feet to a few hundred feet. Soon, the entire dark disdain killing array was enveloped by the blood-red altar. Blood God altar. Ming Minata stared at the blood-red altar. He narrowed his eyes and uttered the words. As a member of the Nether God clan, he was familiar with the ultimate treasures of the dark races. The Blood God altar was the ultimate treasure of the Blood clan. He did not expect it to appear in the hands of a Blood clan junior. Were the Blood clan not afraid of accidents? The inert mist puppet's face stiffened. He whispered behind Ming Minata, "My lord, this Blood God altar is extraordinary. That kid can use it to absorb the origin blood and increase his strength." "Yes. Do I need you to remind me?" Lord Ming said coldly. He was very unhappy with the inert mist puppet. He thought that the former commander of the Dark Disdain army could easily deal with the Dark Disdain army. Who knew that it was so useless that it could not even compare to the junior of the Blood clan? The inert mist puppet's face turned green and white. But now that things had come to this, it didn't dare to say anything more. Inside the Dark Disdain killing array, Shui Lombois, Euphoria, Blood Rosa, and the other Blood clan dark apparitions looked up. The Blood disciple finally used the Blood God altar. It was the ultimate treasure of the Blood clan. Now that it was used, they might be able to fight against the Nether God clan. Morlock, Heimote, and the other deputy commanders also looked up. Their eyes flashed, and they were shocked. On the Blood God altar, the Blood God clone's eyes emitted a glaring red light. He began to operate the Blood God altar. Buzz, a buzzing sound came from the Blood God altar. Then, the blood-red patterns on the altar lit up and spread in all directions, covering the entire array. Boom, a glaring blood-red light pillar rose from the Blood God altar. A terrifying suction force erupted. The origin blood of the fallen dark apparitions immediately gathered and flowed into the altar. Even the corpses of the dark apparitions turned into blood mist and rushed toward the Blood God altar. Instantly, the entire Blood God altar was enveloped by the thick blood mist. Humph. Humph. Ming Minata saw this and snorted. "You want to absorb the origin blood? Did you ask me first?" It suddenly rushed out and slammed its palm towards the Blood God altar. Boom, an incomparably huge palm print suddenly appeared in the sky. It was several hundred feet in size. Numerous magic characters appeared on its surface. They intertwined with each other, and transformed into a mystical chain of magic characters. It issued a crashing sound as it did so. The power of origin source laws was brewing within. This was at least rank 6 origin source law energy. A terrifying power erupted from within, causing the surrounding space to split open. The violent origin power had already dispersed the black mist above the dark disdain killing array before the palm had even landed. Demon Venerable rank battle skill, Hell Prison Palm. Clearly, Ming Minata did not hold back in this palm strike. Not only did he use a Demon Supreme level combat skill, but he even used a Tier 6 origin source law. From this, it could be seen how much importance it attached to the Blood God altar. Boom, as the palm print landed, Heimote, Morok, and the other dark apparitions in the dark disdain killing formation couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The other dark apparitions looked as if they were struck by lightning. Their bodies cracked, and they almost couldn't hold on. Blood God. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded from the Blood God altar. Roar, a terrifying roar resounded. Above the blood god altar, a huge blood-red light figure suddenly rose from the ground and stood tall in the sky. In just an instant, this blood-red light figure broke through 50,000 feet in size and was still madly expanding. 60,000 feet, 70,000 feet, 80,000 feet, 90,000 feet, in the blink of an eye, the blood god projection had reached a terrifying 9,000 feet. At a height of 10 feet, the thick black mist above its head was blown away. The blood-red light shone in all directions, breaking through the obstruction of the black mist and reaching the void of the universe. Clang, as it expanded, the terrifying blood god projection suddenly moved. A large hand stretched out, and the blood-red light condensed and turned into a bewitching blood-red color. It was a huge blood-red saber. The saber was held in the hand of the blood god projection. A glaring blood-red saber light erupted, cut through the black mist in the sky, and went straight into the void of the universe. Extremely evil and mysterious black and blood-red runes shone and imprinted themselves on the saber light, making the saber light even more mystical and extraordinary. It was like a real divine weapon, not condensed from energy. When the blood god projection reached 90,000 feet, the saber light had finished condensing. In just a breath's time, this shocking scene had already appeared in front of everyone. Minamata's pupils shrank. It really did not expect that this Blood Clan Jr. could unleash such terrifying power from the Blood God altar. At this moment, it seemed to understand why the Blood Clan gave the Blood God altar to him. It was because he could completely unleash the power of the Blood God altar. With such power, even it had to be cautious. How many people could snatch the Blood God altar from him? Slash. At this moment, a cold shout suddenly sounded from the blood god projection. The voice was full of majesty and grandeur, as if a god had issued a decree. Boom, the next moment, the saber in the hand of the blood god projection suddenly slashed out, fiercely meeting the huge palm print. Humph. Although Lord Ming's eyes were a little solemn, he was not afraid in the face of such provocation. He snorted coldly, and the palm print erupted with an even more dazzling dark purple light. It had a kind of supreme majesty and evil, and it was not inferior to the aura of the blood god projection at all. Suppress. Slash. A cold shout came from his mouth. Boom, in an instant, the dark purple palm print collided with the terrifying blood-red saber light, and a violent roar burst out. Boom. Boom. Boom, the two attacks exploded at the same time, and a glaring light burst out. Blood-red and dark purple filled the sky at the same time, piercing through the thick black mist outside the Pyrolite planet and illuminating the void. Tianlan Xingwei was shocked. He looked at the light that pierced the void from afar, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. Even the immortal rank existences were slightly shocked. Such power was at least from a late-stage upper-level demon emperor dark apparition. It seemed that there were indeed extremely powerful existences in the three major armies. I wonder if there are any demon emperors? Let's wait and see. The more intense the battle between the dark apparitions, the happier they were. They could not wait for the dark apparitions to cripple themselves. Even the dark apparitions could not fully recover in a short time after erupting. This was an opportunity for them. On the Pyrolite planet, the dark purple palm print and the blood-red saber light burst out at the same time, turning into billowing waves of origin power that rolled in all directions. Ming Minata could not help but retreat under this wave of origin power. He squinted his eyes and looked at the blood god altar in front of him. However, at this moment, it was completely covered by the origin power explosion, and he could not see anything for the time being. In the distance, the inert mist demon's expression turned serious. The power of the blood god altar was even stronger than before, and it felt that it was even less likely to be its opponent. A trace of malevolence appeared on its face. At this moment, no one wanted the blood god avatar to be defeated and buried here more than it did. Rumble, boom. 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 The light gradually faded, revealing the blood god altar and the dark contempt killing array below it. Ming Minata's gaze turned serious again because he saw that the blood god altar and the dark contempt killing array were not damaged at all. A blood-red light screen blocked the origin power impact just now. This light screen was cast from the blood god altar and covered the entire dark contempt killing array, protecting the dark apparitions of the dark contempt army. At this moment, the dark apparitions of the Dark Contempt army also reacted. Looking at the blood-red light screen in front of them, they all let out a rousing roar. Mighty Commander! Mighty Commander! Mighty Commander! In an instant, the morale of the Dark Contempt army soared. Even if it only blocked one attack, it was enough to raise the morale of the Dark Contempt army by a large margin. Previously, they had almost lost all hope, but now, their commander seemed to be telling them that the dark apparition of the Nether God clan in front of them was not that scary. Haimote, Morak, and the other deputy commanders looked at each other and saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. One of the deputy commanders, Saber, also stayed behind and did not betray with the inert mist centipede. Now that he saw this scene, he felt a little more confident. The reason why he did not leave with the inert mist centipede was that he had joined the Dark Contempt army earlier than the inert mist centipede and had a strong sense of belonging to the Dark Contempt army. He could disagree with the new commander, the Blood God Avatar, but he would never give up on the Dark Contempt army. This was also the reason why the inert mist centipede did not dare to betray with him. If it failed, it would be exposed in advance. In fact, before the three major armies arrived, the inert mist centipede had already betrayed the Dark Contempt army. It secretly contacted the other party and told them about the situation on this planet. That was why the three major armies were so fearless and wanted to suppress the Dark Contempt army and monopolize the Pyrolite mine planet. Unfortunately, even the inert mist centipede did not know the strength of the Blood God Avatar. It still underestimated the Blood God Avatar. In other words, it did not understand what kind of existence the Blood God Avatar was. A large part of the Blood God Avatar's strength came from Wang Ting's original body. Therefore, Wang Ting's original body could be fed back to the Blood God Avatar, causing his strength to soar in a short period of time. This was something that outsiders would not know. Ming Minamata's expression was not good. Could this blood descendant kid turn the tables? Follow me and form the formation. The Blood God Avatar's voice suddenly came from the Blood God projection. Boom, the next moment, a majestic killing intent erupted and merged into the Dark Contempt killing. Formation below. Killing intent, level 5, all the dark apparitions of the Dark Contempt army suddenly felt this powerful killing intent. They were all shocked, and their eyes turned red with killing intent. Kill. Kill. The crazy roars converged into one and turned into the word kill. At this moment, the killing intent of the entire Dark Contempt army seemed to have been sublimated. It instantly skyrocketed and approached level 6 killing intent. In the past, Qing Wuming could use the Dark Contempt army seal to control the Dark Contempt killing formation and unleash level 5 killing intent. Now that the Blood God Avatar had level 5 killing intent, the formation formed by the Dark Contempt army seemed to have undergone an incredible transformation and sublimation. Although the killing intent formed could not break through the threshold of level 6, it was very close to level 6. In an instant, a terrifying killing intent swept out from the formation, causing the dark apparitions outside to feel a terrifying mental impact. It was as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared in front of them. There was killing everywhere. Even the dark apparitions were shocked when they felt such a mental impact. The killing formation formed by the Dark Contempt army and the Dark Scale army almost collapsed at this moment. Ming Minamata's expression changed. He also felt the terrifying killing intent. He did not expect this blood descendant kid to be able to use the Dark Contempt killing formation to such an extent that even he was affected. Compared to the opponent, the inert fog vine was really useless. Blood descendant, return to your positions. The Blood God Avatar's voice sounded again. Hearing this, the blood descendant dark apparitions immediately reacted. They rushed toward the Dark Contempt killing formation and merged into it. Long before they arrived on the Pyre planet, the Blood God Avatar had rehearsed the Dark Contempt killing formation with them. Although it was not to the extent that it was compatible with the entire Dark Contempt army, the Blood God Avatar had already found a way to quickly integrate them into the Dark Contempt killing formation. He was the only one who could pull off this trick. This was because he had completely mastered this formation. He was also an array master of saint-level runes. At the same time, he also had level 5 killing intent. These were his assets to be able to do all this. None of them could be missing. As the blood-descendant dark apparitions merged into the dark contempt killing formation, the power of this formation instantly increased. It should be known that those blood-descendant dark apparitions were all geniuses of the blood-descendant. Most of them were at the peak of middle-level Demon Emperor or even upper-level Demon Emperor. With such a group of fresh troops joining the dark contempt killing formation, one could imagine the changes it brought. The impact of the inert fog vine's departure was instantly offset. Roar! The dark contempt beast suddenly let out a roar that resounded through the sky. At this moment, another head actually grew out from its side. Then, the two heads opened their mouths at the same time. Bright black light condensed in their mouths, and a terrifying origin power fluctuation was emitted from them. Quickly activate the killing formation. Ming Minada's eyes focused slightly as he shouted. This was directed at the Dark Flame Army and Dark Scale Army. Those two armies were still useful to him. He did not want them to fall here. The dark apparitions of the Dark Flame Army and Dark Scale Army immediately reacted and frantically activated the formation. Within the Dark Flame killing formation, billowing black flame swept out. Within the Dark Scale killing formation, the phantom of the Dark Scale evil python stretched out its sharp claws and viciously clawed at the Dark Contempt beast. Boom! The black light in the two heads of the Dark Contempt beast gathered to the extreme and violently erupted. There were runes entwined on it. It was very mystical and emitted a terrifying power. Bang! Bang! The next moment, the black flames were blasted away, and the giant claws of the Dark Scale evil python shattered. The two beams of light slammed into the two killing arrays, causing a violent roar to erupt. The dark apparitions melted in the light pillars one after another. They screamed miserably as they were torn into pieces. Seeing this scene, Ming Minada's expression became even more unsightly. Without saying anything, he immediately unleashed a terrifying origin power. A combat sword appeared in his hand, and a terrifying dark purple sword light condensed. Boom! A dark purple small world projection appeared above Ming Minada's head. This was the first time he had displayed his own small world projection. It was obvious how far the blood god avatar had forced him. Rumble! Within the dark purple small world projection, endless dark purple light shone, filled with extreme evil intent. A terrifying phantom loomed in the dark purple light. It had 12 arms, but its face was very blurry and could not be seen clearly. It was as if Ming Minada was sitting within the small world projection, but also as if he did not exist in this world. He had crossed the river of time and space to appear here. A terrifying pressure was emitted from it. Around the illusory figure, black runes appeared and fell down like chains. Endless mighty power was applied to the sword light in Ming Minada's hand. The sword light suddenly shot up into the sky and pierced through the void. It directly pierced through space, revealing a dark space crack. Strange runes were entwined around it. It was like a divine sword, exuding a terrifying divine power. God of the Underworld statue. The blood god avatar was in the blood god projection. Looking at the terrifying phantom in the small world projection, his heart trembled. Since the battle at the Subprofession Alliance headquarters, he had seen the god of the Underworld statue again. Last time, the god of the Underworld statue was manifested by the terrifying dark existence Dark Sky in the God's Kingdom. It could fight against the human powerhouse who had crossed time and space. It could be said that the battle was earth-shattering, and even the river of time and space was in chaos. In that battle, Wang Ting's body was borrowed. He didn't know what exactly happened at that time, but the god of the Underworld body and the god of the Underworld statue later allowed him to see the corresponding scene. It was an ancient existence that was unknown, invisible, unthinkable, and unthinkable. Even if he could pass even with the god of the Underworld statue, one would not be able to fully understand the terrifying ancient existence's appearance. It was too vague. It was as if there was some kind of power blocking his view. Perhaps even a true god-level existence would find it difficult to see her true appearance. But now, Ming Minada had summoned the god of Underworld statue again. Although this god of Underworld statue was blurry and hard to see clearly, it was indeed that ancient and terrifying existence. In an instant, the blood god avatar felt as if there was a dagger on his back. A great sense of danger emanated from the sword light. Within the spatial crack, Wang Ting's main body abruptly stood up from his seat. His eyes were solemn as he looked at the Underworld god statue. I didn't expect to force the god of the Underworld clan to use the god of Underworld statue. His eyes flickered. Without much time to think, he immediately swept out his mind power and picked up the attribute bubbles below. His mind power had been integrated with the power of darkness, so he wasn't worried about being discovered. Previously, he had picked up many attribute bubbles to continuously replenish the blood god avatar's force. Now, facing the god of Underworld statue summoned by the god of Underworld clan, he didn't dare to be careless. He planned to pick up the attribute bubbles dropped by the opponent. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. In an instant, the attribute bubbles around Ming Minata were picked up by Wang Ting. Dark Star Force * 15,000, Dark Star Force * 18,000, Dark Star Force * 16,000. God of the Underworld Body, 4th stage, * 1200, God of the Underworld Body, 4th stage, * 1500, God of the Underworld Body, 4th stage, * 2000. God of the Underworld Statue * 12,000, God of the Underworld Statue * 10,000, God of the Underworld Statue * 13,000. Nether Prison Palm * 2,500, Nether Prison Palm * 3,000, Nether Prison Palm * 5,000. Nether Prison Sword Technique * 2,600, Nether Prison Sword Technique * 2,800, Nether Prison Sword Technique * 3,600, Underworld Illusion Body Technique * 2,000 Underworld Illusion Body Technique * 3,200 Underworld Illusion Body Technique * 4,500. Underworld Domain. Melder Rank 7, * 1,200 Underworld Domain, Melder Rank 7, * 1,000 Underworld Domain, Melder Rank 7, * 800. Underworld Origin, Rank 6, * 5,200 Underworld Origin, Rank 6, * 6,500 Underworld Origin, Rank 6, * 7,500. Underworld Domain, Rank 5, * 5,000 Underworld Domain, Rank 5, * 3,500 Underworld Domain, Rank 5, * 4,000. One by one, the attribute bubbles converged into Wang Ting's body, transforming into various powers and insights. Large amounts of Dark Star Origin force converged into his body. This time, he had absorbed quite a bit of Dark Star Origin force, but because his Dark Star Origin force had already reached the peak of level 9 of an area master, he had not broken through. Now, with the influx of Dark Star Origin force, the Dark Star Origin force in his body became denser. Within his chaotic star domain, the Dark Star Origin force condensed into planets that emitted a resplendent black light, as if it was the purest darkness in the world. Even the dark force of a dark apparition could not compare to the purity of this darkness. A black light flashed in Wang Ting's eyes, but it only flashed for a moment and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He continued to absorb the attribute bubbles. At this moment, an extremely unique power surged into his body, circulating through his limbs and bones, causing his body to tremble involuntarily as it underwent a transformation and sublimation. Underworld God Physique. It was actually the Underworld God Physique's attribute bubble, and it had reached rank 4. Boom, a faint rumbling sound came from within his body, and Wang Ting immediately felt different. His entire body was changing, and the transformation and sublimation were even more mysterious and miraculous. Strands of dark force coiled around his body, causing his hair to turn purplish black, and purplish black patterns to appear on his face. Not good. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly, and he immediately disappeared into the crevice of space, reappearing within his devour space. At the same time, within the Underworld Army's warship, a terrifying existence suddenly opened its eyes in the darkness, its dark purple gaze piercing through space. It looked outside. Was it an illusion? A murmur came out of its mouth. Maybe it's the power released by Nether Marquis's Nether God Physique. I didn't expect that Blood Race Jr. to be able to push it to this extent. Its eyes looked at the outside world through the simulation of the warship's panoramic view. Its eyes were indifferent, without any fluctuations, as if the battle outside was just a small matter to it. Inside Devour Space, Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. This Nether God body is really domineering. I couldn't even control it when it manifested. At this moment, his body was covered with dark purple lines, and his eyes were emitting a demonic dark purple light. It was exactly the same as the dark apparition from the Underworld God clan. Thick dark energy wrapped around his body. Anyone who saw him would think that he was a real dark apparition. The Tier 4 Nether God physique is indeed extraordinary. What followed was ecstasy. Wang Ting had already experienced the power of the 4th-rank Lord of the Underworld's body. Nether God Body, 8-500/400000, Stage 4, with this 4th Order Nether God physique, I should not have to worry about the prying eyes of the Nether Vision. Wang Ting muttered to himself as he glanced at the attribute panel. The Tier 4 Nether God physique's concealment ability could easily fool late-stage upper demon emperors like Ming Minata. Ming Minata also possessed a Tier 4 Nether God physique, so he definitely wouldn't be able to detect his presence. Maybe even the Demon Lord level god of the underworld, even the existence of the human race could be concealed. Of course, this was in addition to Wang Ting's own spatial and shadow concealment abilities. But no matter what, it was definitely a good thing that the Nether God Constitution had been upgraded to Tier 4. As a result, Wang Ting was able to use all kinds of methods against the Nether God body. If Nether Invisibility, Nether Transformation, and Nether Vision were used, the effects would be many times stronger than when they were at the 2nd stage. Moreover, the Tier 4 Nether God physique also helped in the meditation of the Nether God statue, increasing the power of the Nether God statue. The transformation of the Nether God physique was soon completed, and another enlightenment poured into Wang Ting's mind. It was the enlightenment of the Nether God statue. This Nether God clan's cultivation method was comparable to the ancient God clan's ancient God body. Naturally, it was quite extraordinary. Statue of the God of Underworld, unknown 35,000/200000, 3 stars, 3 stars. It actually reached the level of 3 stars. Wang Ting was a little surprised. In an instant, an extremely terrifying image of the God of the Underworld appeared in his mind. It was filled with evil and antiquity, and it even possessed an indescribable supreme dignity. It was like a god of darkness from the primordial times, and it was extraordinarily terrifying. Compared to the previous 2-star Nether God statue, the current Nether God statue seemed to be a lot clearer. This clarity did not mean that the appearance of the Nether God statue had become clearer. It was still blurry, but it gave Wang Ting the feeling that its will had become clearer, and its enlightenment had become deeper. Wang Ting took a deep breath and continued to quickly absorb the enlightenment. After the enlightenment of the Nether God statue, it was the enlightenment of 3 types of combat skills. These 3 combat skills were unique to the Nether God clan, and they could only be used with the power of the Nether God clan. In an instant, 3 strange light shadows appeared in Wang Ting's mind. They were the appearance of the Nether God clan. Their bodies were full of dark purple light, and there were 2 horns on their heads. Their purple hair was very obvious. A light shadow suddenly slapped out a palm, which turned into a terrifying dark purple palm print. Runes were entwined on it, and it spanned across the void, directly shattering the void. This palm print was like a terrifying prison. It seemed that no living creature could escape from the palm print and would be bound by it. Boom! 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 Wherever the palm print passed, stars exploded one after another. It was unstoppable. The second light shadow held a sword and practiced some kind of sword technique. A terrifying dark purple sword light burst out from the sword, and mysterious runes were entwined on it, exuding a terrifying power. The sword slashed out, tearing the void, and a pitch-black spatial crack appeared. The moment the sword light fell, the Nether God statue appeared, as if it had descended into the space. Where the sword light fell, there was an expert of the light universe. Judging from the fluctuations he emitted, he was an immortal-level existence. Such a powerful cultivator was drowned by the sword light. Then, the God of the Underworld statue burst with terrifying power. It was like a vortex formed by fake sword light, madly consuming and absorbing the power of the cultivator from the universe of light. There was a blood-curdling scream, and the immortal-level existence was killed. Boom! The next moment, there was a violent explosion, and a terrifying energy burst out from it. However, before the energy could completely sweep out, it was consumed and absorbed by the sword light vortex in the Nether God statue. Even an immortal-level substance could not escape this calamity. Wang Ting was shocked. The sword technique used by Ming Minata was so terrifying. Although Ming Minata's sword light was certainly not powerful enough to kill an immortal-level existence, The scene just now was enough to prove the terror of this battle technique. Before Wang Ting could think more, the third light shadow in his mind moved, instantly turning into countless afterimages, covering the void. It was even more terrifying than the movement technique used by Ming Ho. Those afterimages were so real that they gave off an illusory feeling. If one were to take a closer look, it would be very easy to fall into the trap and fall into the illusion, making it impossible for one to distinguish between the real and the fake. Nether Prison Palm, Demon Master Level 4 500/10,000, Proficient, Nether Prison Sword Technique, Demon Master Level 3 500/20,000, Small Success, Phantom Body Technique, Demon Master Level 2 300/10,000, Proficient, 3 Demon Master Level Battle Techniques. Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and he was pleasantly surprised. He never expected that the dark apparition of the Nether God clan would provide him with 3 Demon Master level battle techniques at once. These were Demon Master level battle techniques, they were not just any Demon Emperor level battle techniques. Moreover, they were unique to the Nether God clan, and outsiders could not practice them at all. Their value was simply immeasurable. Wang Ting calmed himself down. His eyes flickered as he looked at the 3 additional battle techniques on the attribute panel, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Ming Minata probably did not expect that the 3 Demon Master level battle techniques it had used would all be collected by him. Not only did it include the Nether Prison Palm and the Nether Prison Sword technique, but it also included the Phantom Body technique that it had used before. At this moment, the information about the Phantom Body technique appeared in his mind, allowing him to understand the mystery of this movement technique. It turns out to be a mental technique. No wonder there was a sense of illusion. Wang Ting squinted his eyes slightly and smiled. Mental attacks were his forte. Now that he had mastered the Phantom Body technique, the power that he could exert would not be much worse than Ming Minata's. The dark apparition of the Nether God clan, Ming Ku, whom he had met at the Subprofession Alliance headquarters, was a spirit reader master, and his spirit power was not comparable to his. This Ming Minata should only be a warrior and did not have spirit power. Although its realm was very high, and its spirit power was very strong, it was probably not much stronger. With Wang Ting's current spirit power attainments, it should not be a problem for him to perform this movement technique to the same level as the other party. In addition, this Nether God clan's movement technique was not much worse than the Blood Ghost Body technique that he had mastered. This meant that Wang Ting had 2 extremely mysterious Demon Master level battle techniques. If he could comprehend these 2 movement techniques by analogy and comprehend a more unique movement technique in the future, it would be simply too awesome. Anyway, it was not the first time that he had done this. So what if it was a Demon Master level battle technique? As long as his comprehension was high enough, he could still fuse it. Just as this thought arose, the words "can be fused" actually appeared behind the Phantom Body technique and Blood Ghost Body technique. This works? Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. Then, a ball of light suddenly appeared in his eyes. It was a ball of light. Regardless of whether it worked or not, since such a prompt had appeared, of course, he would not hesitate and immediately chose to fuse them. In an instant, the 2 movement battle skills changed. Blood Wraith Body Art plus Phantom Body Art equals Blood Illusion Body Art 3500/10,000 Master Blood Illusion Body Technique. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat, and the relevant comprehension immediately appeared in his mind. After the 2 movement techniques were fused, their advantages were completely integrated. The ghostly nature of Blood Ghost Body technique and the psychedelic nature of Phantom Body technique merged into one in an extremely ingenious way. Interesting, not only can this movement technique change between real and virtual like a ghost, but it can also increase the psychedelic effect. Its power is more powerful than the 2 movement techniques alone. Wang Ting unconsciously smiled, and he was very happy. After all, 2 Demon Master level movement techniques were really rare. Now that they were fused, they were even more powerful. It was hard not to be unhappy. Next, a few mysterious comprehensions merged into Wang Ting's mind like a tide, and he was stunned again. Because these comprehensions were too special, and they did not belong to any of the comprehensions that he had mastered. In Wang Ting's mind, a dark purple domain appeared and spread toward the void. The shadow of the god of underworld statue appeared in it, and it was extremely terrifying. At the same time, dark purple lines full of evil intent appeared and were branded on the domain, emitting an extremely evil power. Then the domain began to evolve. The power of the world appeared, and the domain transformed into a small world full of dark purple light. The shadow of the god of underworld statue gradually solidified and was about to come out. A strong will of death and evil swept out from the small world. It was like a hell that wanted to reap all the lives in it. This is Wang Ting felt the comprehensions in his mind, and his eyes were suddenly filled with amazement. He really did not expect that the domain, origin, and even the power of the world that the dark apparition of the god of underworld clan had mastered was not just the power of darkness, but a very special power. Naturally, the most essential power of darkness also existed in this power, but it had evolved on a deeper level. In the evil and chaotic power of darkness, there was also a strong will of death. In fact, all dark apparitions had a certain amount of will of death, but it was more of a chaotic, evil, and disorderly power. However, in the power of the god of underworld clan, there was an extremely strong will of death. This will of death was like the opposite of life. It was a power that was dead to the extreme. Originally, Wang Ting did not realize that the power of the god of underworld clan actually contained the power of death. He had completely regarded it as the power of darkness. Now that he had comprehended it, he understood how terrifying the essence of the power of the god of underworld clan was. It could be said that if he was really affected by that power, his life origin would very likely be quickly depleted. Dark death. Wang Ting muttered, "Is this the power of the god of underworld clan?" Dark death. Dark death domain, 3000/7000, rank 7 Melder, origin of the netherworld, 19200/60,000, tier 6, dark death realm, 12500/50,000, rank 5, the domain, origin, and even the power of the world that underworld Minata has mastered are all so high. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he was a little surprised. A rank 7 Melder's domain, rank 6 origin force, rank 5 world force, it was no wonder that it had been able to suppress the blood god clone. Sure enough, he could not underestimate any late-stage upper-level demon emperor. It was already an extremely top existence in the realm of realm lords. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it only took a few breaths. For a powerhouse, a thought could turn into thousands of things, so he did not waste much time. He looked at the outside world again. The sword light that erupted from underworld Minata was extremely bright. Runes were densely packed on it, covering the entire sword light, making one's scalp tingle. In the small world above his head, the phantom of the god of underworld was constantly emitting a terrifying power, as if it was about to descend upon this world. At this moment, the pressure that erupted from the sword light caused the dark apparitions in the dark killing array to be extremely shocked. Highmote, Morlock, Saber, Schwellumbo, and the other dark apparitions were all aghast as they stared at the terrifying sword light. Even with the protection of the blood god altar, they still felt an extremely strong sense of impending doom. They did not know that the sword light contained the unique power of the god of underworld clan, the power of the dark death. If the sword light fell, the dark apparitions in the dark death array would probably be affected by the power of the dark death array. They would be invisibly infected by death, and their life force would be depleted. On the blood god altar, the blood god clone suddenly received a message from Wang Ting. He was slightly stunned, and his eyes suddenly became solemn. The power of the dark death. He murmured and could not help but take a deep breath. He said to himself, "It seems that I have to use that move." Yes. Without hesitation, the blood god clone immediately mobilized the origin blood absorbed by the blood god altar. At the same time, he gathered the power of the dark death array below for his use. This was the advantage of controlling a killing array. On the battlefield, the power that a killing array could unleash was much stronger than that of a single person. Rumble, the power of the dark death array was cast on the blood god. Under Ying's control, the power gathered in one place and quickly condensed. Then, it turned into a dark red ring behind the blood god clone. Then, the dark red ring behind the blood god's projection slowly rose. Extremely mystical runes wrapped around it, radiating with boundless might. The entire space began to tremble. This is... Ming Minata's dark purple eyes suddenly shrunk. Finally, a look of shock appeared on his face. At the same time, on the Underworld Army's battleship, the terrifying dark existence was no longer as calm as before. He slowly stood up from his seat and stared at the scene outside. Or rather, he stared at the dark red mystical ring behind the blood god clone. Pseudo-god ring. A cold voice suddenly came from his mouth. This blood clan brat actually mastered a god-tier combat skill. Ah. On the other side, the inert mist worm was completely speechless. His eyes were wide open, and his heart was in turmoil. Bloody extinction actually had such a terrifying move. Isn't that the move that Wei Jia used when he used the Dark Garuda's body? While Shui Lanbua and the other Blood Clan dark apparitions were shocked, they suddenly recognized him. When did Blood Disciple learn this? They couldn't help but look at each other. An unbelievable thought emerged in their minds. Let's see who will win today. The Blood God Clone's voice slowly came from the Blood God Clone's Blood God Clone. Damn it. Yes. Ming Minata felt a trace of threat. He looked at the dark red ring with fear in his eyes. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Then, he exploded with a roar. No matter what it is, nothing can stop me. Break for me. Break. He finally slashed out the dark purple sword light that had been brewing to the extreme. The sword light was like a waterfall that crashed down. Rise. A loud roar suddenly sounded from the blood god's projection. Buzz, the dark red ring behind the blood god clone suddenly vibrated. Then, it spun rapidly. Runes on it lit up one by one, emitting a dazzling divine light. In just an instant, only an afterimage was left of the dark red ring. Its speed was extremely fast as it sped upward. Whoosh, an ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out. Under the slash of the black ring, a deep, dark, narrow crack suddenly appeared in the void. Terrifying spatial turbulence swept out from it. However, it couldn't stop the black ring at all. Its speed was still as fast as lightning as it sped toward the huge dark purple sword light. Boom, a violent roar resounded through the heavens and earth. The dark red ring and the dark purple sword light collided in the sky, and a terrifying fluctuation of origin power swept out in all directions. Ming Minata was shocked. He had clearly sensed the terror of the dark red ring. As soon as they came into contact, a terrifying power swept over from the opposite side, and he almost lost his grip on the combat sword in his hand. Damn it! His expression changed, and his heart was filled with anger. He was a late-stage upper-level demon emperor. How could he be defeated by a middle-level demon emperor at the peak? Nether God! An angry roar came out of his mouth, echoing above the sky. Boom, the small world above Ming Minata's head suddenly released a terrifying fluctuation. The Nether God statue's shadow seemed to have a terrifying power that spread out and merged with the sword light below. Buzz, in an instant, the countless runes on the dark purple sword light bloomed with dazzling light and intertwined with each other, emitting a terrifying power. Nether Death, that was the power of Nether Death. As this terrifying power swept out, the dark red ring cast by the blood god doppelganger melted. The runes on it collapsed one by one, as if they could not bear it. What kind of power is that? In the dark killing array, the expressions of all the dark apparitions changed dramatically. They looked at the dark red ring and the dark purple sword light in front of them in horror. They thought the dark red ring cast by the blood god doppelganger was terrifying enough. They did not expect the dark purple sword light of the Nether God to be so terrifying. That kind of power was filled with a thick sense of death. Even they felt the terrifying threat of death. Good. The inert mist puppet's eyes revealed a ferocious look. Kill him. Kill him quickly. Haha. In the Netherworld Legion's battleship, the terrifying existence laughed and sat back down. It seems that the Nether God clan's means are still better. Then, he looked at the dark red ring with great interest and said to himself, this ring is similar to the Nether God clan. This pseudo-divine ring is very similar to the heaven-destroying demon ring, but that's a technique of the Demon Brain clan. Oh right, it said that the Blood clan's blood disciple participated in that battle and shone brilliantly. Rumble, just as the Underworld God clan being was sizing up the dark red ring with interest, the collision outside had reached its most intense point. The runes on the dark red ring continued to crumble as they were eroded by the death energy. This kind of power was undoubtedly terrifying. Even a divine-level combat skill like the sky-destroying demon ring could not resist it. However, it was not because the heaven-destroying demon ring was too weak, but because the blood god doppelganger was not powerful enough. If he had not used the sky-destroying demon ring but had used other demon venerable level combat skills, he would have been defeated by the dark purple sword light and would not have been able to hold on until now. Ha ha ha. Blood extinction, you've lost. Seeing this, Ming Minata couldn't help but laugh. It's too early for you to be happy. The blood god doppelganger's expression did not change at all. Eh? Ming Minata was now very afraid of hearing this sentence. Every time Xueju said this, the situation would reverse. Could it be that he still had some trump card? Impossible, Ming Minata shook his head inwardly. He absolutely did not believe that a peak middle-level demon emperor could resist his 6th-level death energy. You're just stubborn. The battle should be over. Ming Minata snorted coldly, and the battle sword in his hand slammed down. Crack, a shattering sound was heard. However, an unexpected situation occurred. It was not the dark red ring that shattered, but Ming Minata's dark purple sword light. A clear crack appeared on the huge sword light, spreading in all directions, and the runes around it collapsed. It was as if a big mouth was mocking Ming Minata. How is this possible? Ming Minata was shocked, and his eyes widened instantly. He stared at the crack on the sword light in disbelief, and even wondered if he had seen wrongly. Eh? What's going on? Even the terrifying existence in the Underworld Legion's battleship had a slight change in expression at this moment, and directly disappeared from the battleship. Nothing is impossible. You've lost. The blood god doppelganger looked at Ming Minata mockingly. Since he knew how terrifying the death energy was, how could he not have prepared a backup plan? Although the heaven-destroying demon ring was powerful, his strength was still too weak, and it was much weaker than the opponent's 6th-level origin law. Coupled with the terrifying power of the death energy, it was naturally even more impossible to block it. Therefore, from the beginning, he had integrated immortal matter into the heaven-destroying demon ring. That's right, it was immortal matter. This was the backup plan that the original body had left for him. Although it was not as powerful as the 3rd-level immortal matter, it was still immortal matter, and even Ming Minata had not mastered it. Therefore, the heaven-destroying demon ring, which contained immortal matter, was enough to defeat the dark purple sword light. Impossible. Ming Minata's voice was filled with unwillingness. He roared, and all his strength erupted, integrating it into the dark purple sword light, wanting to turn the tables. However, it was all in vain. Boom, in the next moment, a terrifying power erupted from the heaven-destroying demon ring, and the runes on it condensed again, blooming a dazzling light, making the dark red ring look like an exploding star. All the dark apparitions could not help but close their eyes, unable to look at that light directly. With the immortal matter as a catalyst, the power of the heaven-destroying demon ring was completely sublimated, and even the death energy that Ming Minata had mastered could not be destroyed. Its strength was not strong enough. Crack. Crack. Crack, the dark purple sword light completely shattered, turning into endless dark purple light that erupted, and the terrifying origin power rolled backward. Immediately after, the dark red demonic ring continued to speed towards Ming Minata without losing any momentum. Along the way, the space was directly cut open, revealing cracks in space, showing how terrifying it was. No. Ming Minata's pupils contracted, and he was shocked. He had never thought that he would lose to this junior from the blood clan in front of him and fall into such a life-and-death crisis. He already felt that the power that erupted from the dark red ring was enough to threaten his life. This. In the darkness killing array, all the dark apparitions widened their eyes in surprise and joy, and their hearts were filled with disbelief. They won? They actually won? How is this possible? The inert mist Minata's face was filled with horror, and he could not help but take a few steps back. Even Ming Minata from the Nether God clan was no match for Xueju. What kind of monster was this? All of this was too magical. It was so unbelievable that it felt like everything in front of him was an illusion, and it was not real. Rumble, the terrifying origin power swept in all directions, and it was about to drown Ming Minata. At this moment, this existence from the Nether God clan finally showed panic in his eyes, and he quickly retreated, trying to avoid the dark red ring. However, he was too confident in himself and had never thought that he would be defeated by the blood god clone. Now that he thought of retreating, it was already too late. "Sir Demon Lord, save me." Ming Minata could only watch the dark red ring grow bigger in his eyes, and the last line of defense in his heart was completely destroyed. He could not help but shout out loud. The blood god clone's eyes narrowed. There was indeed a demon lord existence. On the other side, Wang Ting's main body also stared at the Netherworld Legion spaceship with a solemn expression. Previously, when the commanders of the Dark Flame Legion and the Dark Scale Legion were killed, the Demon Lord did not appear. This meant that there was no Demon Lord existence in those two legions. Otherwise, they would not have just watched the two commanders get killed. Therefore, only the Netherworld Legion would have a Demon Lord existence. Now, Ming Minata's shout had confirmed this point. Finally, they are coming out. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. Due to the uniqueness of the Netherworld Legion's battleship, even he could not use the True Vision Child to spy on it. Now, he was finally going to force them out. "Aren't you very powerful? Why do you still need to ask for help?" The blood god clone laughed and pointed forward. "Go." Stop, the dark red ring's speed suddenly skyrocketed, and it turned into a stream of light, falling toward Ming Minata. "Enough." A majestic voice suddenly resounded in the void. Space froze, the dark red ring froze in the air as if it was fixed. It was only a few hundred meters away from Ming Minata, but it could not move forward even an inch. Ming Minata's eyes lit up with ecstasy, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Haimote, Morlock, Shui Lanbua, and the other dark apparitions' faces changed drastically. They looked at the void, their hearts filled with horror. Demon Lord level, it was definitely a Demon Lord level existence. There was a Demon Lord level existence in the Netherworld Legion. Xueju is finished. The inert mist Minata's eyes lit up, and he was also ecstatic. His heart could not take it anymore. Fortunately, the Netherworld Legion had a Demon Lord level existence. This was an absolutely overwhelming power. No matter how powerful Xueju was, he could not be more powerful than a Demon Lord level existence. Now that everything was settled, Xueju would not be able to make any waves. However, at this moment, humph. The blood god clone suddenly snorted coldly. Then, he raised his hand and pointed at Ming Minata's shrunken hull, spitting out 3 words. "Explode." "Junior, how dare you?" The Demon Lord level existence of the Netherworld God clan shouted. Boom, as soon as his voice fell, the dark red ring exploded, an endless dark red light gushed out from it. Ming Minata was shocked. He did not expect that Xueju would still want to kill him after the Demon Lord had attacked. Moreover, there was no hesitation at all. How decisive and ruthless was this? He had underestimated this junior from the Blood Clan. Boom, boundless and violent energy swept out from the explosion, turning into a torrent. Even the Demon Lord level space seal could not withstand it. With a series of cracking sounds, it shattered instantly. Then, the torrents of energy rushed toward Ming Minata. Roar! Ming Minata did not have time to think. He roared angrily. He could only overdraw his strength, exploding all the dark energy in his body, trying to resist the majestic and violent torrents of energy. Boom, in the next moment, he was completely submerged. Before he could scream, he disappeared in the explosion of energy. This. The inert mist Minata's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Xueju still wanted to kill Ming Minata in this situation. Crazy! Crazy! Crazy, he was simply crazy. However, he did it. That violent energy drowned Ming Minata. Even if it could not kill him, it was enough to seriously injure him. How dare he do it? In an instant, the inert mist Minata looked at the blood god clone with eyes full of fear. This fear was dozens of times stronger than before. Inside the dark disdain killing array, Shui Lumbo, Shui Neil, Shui Phalia, and even Shui Rosa were secretly shocked. They could not help but wipe the cold sweat on their foreheads. Although they were also shocked, they had to admit, this was like a blood disciple. They thought about what he had done in the Blood Clan's ancestral land. Didn't he still anger and even confront a Demon Lord level existence? Why couldn't he do it now? However, He was facing a demon lord level existence from the Nether God clan, not the Blood clan's demon lord level. Moreover, no one could save him. Was it really okay for a Blood disciple to do this? The Blood clan's dark apparitions were all worried. Killing Ming Mineta was not a big deal. The demon lord level existence that they had to face next was the real difficulty. Disperse. At this moment, a figure wrapped in dark purple mist appeared in the sky. With a wave of his hand, a violent force was formed, forcibly blowing away much of the violent energy. However, the violent energy was too majestic. Moreover, there was also spatial turbulence that swept out from the spatial crack after the space was shattered. Even a demon lord level existence could not easily disperse the energy. Ah! Ming Mineta's screams came from within. He kept erupting his own dark energy, trying to resist the violent energy around him. However, it was to no avail. His body was constantly being worn down. Bastard! The figure wrapped in dark purple mist was a little angry. He waved his hand again and formed a violent force to disperse the violent energy. That area was too chaotic. Otherwise, he would not be in such a passive position. A demon lord level existence could not even save someone. If this spread out, he would be laughed at by others. The inert mist Mineta's eyebrows twitched. It never expected that Xueju could force a demon lord level existence from the Nether God clan to such an extent. It was unbelievable. You can't save him. The Blood God clone suddenly spoke to the demon lord level existence. His tone was calm, without the slightest hint of respect. In the face of a demon lord level existence, he was not afraid at all. Many dark apparitions looked at the Blood God clone in shock. Only Xue Lanbua, Xue Rosa, and the other dark apparitions from the Blood clan were helpless. How dare you? The figure wrapped in dark purple mist was already extremely angry. When he heard the Blood God clone's unscrupulous words, he immediately cast a cold gaze. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this? Consider yourself an ancestor. The Blood God clone sneered. He did not give in at all and directly retorted. Xue Lanbua and the other dark apparitions from the Blood clan were speechless. The inert mist Mineta's mouth twitched. The other dark apparitions were also numb. You are courting death. This demon lord level existence from the Nether God clan seemed to finally understand why Ming Mineta was so angry before. This Blood clan brat's words were really infuriating, and it could not see the slightest fear from him. How could a peak middle-level demon emperor dare to speak to it like this? Demon lord, you are so powerful. Unfortunately, you are not a demon lord of the Blood clan. You can't control me, the Blood God clone said. Xue Lanbua and the other dark apparitions from the Blood clan were speechless. He spoke as if the demon lord of the Blood clan could control him. If he spoke nicely, it would be better. But if he blushed, this guy would definitely start a fight. There would be no room for discussion. Therefore, they did not believe what he said at all. If I want to kill you, no one can stop me, the demon lord level existence from the Nether God clan said coldly. Demon lord, you can try. The Blood God clone smiled and said, it doesn't matter if I die, but I can make you bleed a little. The demon lord level existence from the Nether God clan stared at the Blood God clone and did not deny this point. This Blood clan junior in front of it had given it too many surprises. To be honest, even a demon lord level existence like it had to look at him in a new light. Now, in its eyes, the strength and talent of this Blood disciple of the Blood clan were not inferior to the genius of the Nether God clan. Its eyes flickered. No one knew what it was thinking. Ah! At this moment, a mournful scream suddenly came from the violent energy, startling everyone. The demon lord level existence from the Nether God clan turned its head and saw that a stream of light had entered the violent energy and directly pierced through Ming Mineta's head. Bastard! It was instantly furious and turned to look at the Blood God clone. Ha ha ha! The Blood God doppelganger laughed. He reached out and grabbed. The flowing light disappeared in the violent energy. When it reappeared, it was already in his hand. This thing was the horn of the black demon horned python. Although it had not been forged, it was barely suitable to be used as a psychic weapon. The main thing was that it was hard enough to cause enough damage to the body of the dark apparition from the Nether God clan. Ming Manada's body had been damaged beyond recognition by the violent energy. It was just right to use the black demon horned python to launch a sneak attack. At the same time, a dark purple mist wrapped in dark fire appeared in the blood god clone's palm along with the black demon horned python's horn. This mass of fog was struggling madly, emitting waves of angry roars. Who else could it be but Ming Manada? Now, what do you want to do, Lord Demon Lord? The blood god clone grabbed Ming Manada's soul and looked at the demon lord level existence from the Nether God clan. You. The demon lord level existence from the Nether God clan was extremely angry. He did not expect that he would be tricked. The other party talked to him just to divert his attention so that he could launch a sneak attack on Ming Manada and kill him. What a scheming person! A gaze filled with killing intent shot out from the dark purple fog, as if it had materialized. At this moment, the demon lord level existence from the Nether God clan was determined to kill the blood god clone. Originally, it had only regarded him as a talented junior, but now, the other party's scheming caused it to feel a chill in its heart for no reason. How could they allow such a talented and scheming genius to remain and become a threat to them? The other dark apparitions were completely stunned at this moment. They looked at the blood god clone in a daze and did not come back to their senses. Wasn't he just arguing with the demon lord level existence from the Nether God clan? How did he kill Ming Manada in the blink of an eye? All of this happened too suddenly. No one expected that the blood god clone would still have the mind to kill Ming Manada under such circumstances. What kind of courage was this? What kind of scheming was this? Everyone present asked themselves in their hearts. If they were in his shoes, would they be able to do it under such circumstances? They were afraid that when the demon lord level existence from the Nether God clan appeared, they would no longer have the desire to fight. For a moment, the whole world was quiet. All the dark apparitions looked at the blood god clone with complicated gazes. They were so shocked that they were speechless. The atmosphere above the mineral depletion planet was somewhat stagnant. Everyone's eyes were focused on the blood-red figure. He appeared on the palm of the blood god's projection, standing with his hands behind his back. The other hand was holding Ming Manada's soul. He looked at the demon lord from the Nether God clan calmly. His blood-red robe fluttered in the wind. At this moment, there seemed to be an indescribable aura around him. That aura could even compete with a demon lord. The demon lord from the Nether God clan stared at the blood god clone and finally said slowly, "Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? If Sir Demon Lord wants to, of course, there is no problem." The blood god doppelganger's face didn't change at all. The dark flame in his hand suddenly became extremely hot, making Ming Manada's soul scream in pain. Tantan smiled and said, "However, this Ming Manada will probably be buried with me. He is just an upper-level demon emperor. If he dies, the demon lord from the Nether God clan said calmly. Is that so? The blood god clone clenched his hand, and the cage formed by the dark fire suddenly shrank. Ah! A shrill scream sounded. Ming Manada's soul suddenly exploded under the burning of the dark fire. Immediately, more than half of his soul was consumed, and he became extremely weak. The heavenly flame is really useful against souls. The blood god clone looked at the demon lord from the Nether God clan and smiled. The muscles on the faces of all the dark apparitions could not help but twitch. A late-stage upper-level demon emperor dark apparition from the Nether God clan was almost killed, but this guy was so casual. He was really ruthless. It was the first time for many dark apparitions to see the blood god clone's means. Now, they finally knew how ruthless this blood clan dark apparition was. Previously, Sories and the dark-scale cockroach paled in comparison to him. Would they dare to be so presumptuous in front of the demon lord from the Nether God clan? No, they absolutely did not dare. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to submit to the Underworld Legion and attacked the Black Scorpion Legion. Unfortunately, their choice was ultimately wrong. Furthermore, he was ridiculously wrong. The Black Scorpion Legion was not an existence that could be easily bullied. The new commander of the Black Scorpion Legion was not a pushover either. He was a tough nut to crack. Not only did Shadis and the Dark-Scale Cockroach get themselves into trouble, but they also dragged the Dark Flame Legion and the Dark-Scale Legion down with them. "Junior, you are too arrogant." The Devil Sovereign from the Underworld God clan walked towards the Blood God clone and said coldly. Boom, a terrifying aura then rolled out. Peak of the Fourth Order. This was a peak type 4 will of darkness, similar to the aura of the underworld god statue, filled with a deathly stillness. As this aura spread out, the eyes of the surrounding dark apparitions involuntarily revealed a deathly stillness. It was as if their souls had been infected and entangled by the deathly aura, showing signs of deterioration. Even a dark apparition couldn't withstand it. This showed how terrifying this willpower was. This will. The blood god avatar narrowed his eyes and immediately unleashed his stage 5, sovereign darkness will. Boom, an extremely complicated dark will that was filled with divine majesty swept across the sky. Boom, in the next moment, the two invisible willpowers collided, and a terrifying roar erupted in the void. All the dark apparitions immediately woke up and broke free from the willpower of the underworld god clan's devil sovereign. They couldn't help but reveal deep fear in their eyes as they looked at the devil sovereign from the underworld god clan. What happened just now? It was too terrifying. How could the willpower of this underworld god clan's dark apparition be so terrifying? The existence of the underworld god clan was too mysterious. Even among the dark races, many ordinary dark apparitions hadn't seen them in action with their own eyes. Not to mention the existence of a devil sovereign from the underworld god clan, which basically only existed in legends. Therefore, now that they truly witnessed the means of the underworld god clan's devil sovereign, they were filled with shock and gained a new understanding of how terrifying the underworld god clan was. Blood Lumbo, Blood Rosa, Blood Neil, and the other dark apparitions from the Blood clan finally understood what kind of existence their blood master was fighting against. If it were them, they would have been suppressed by the other party long ago. Unknowingly, the gap between them and this blood master seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Highmote, Morlock, Saber, and the other deputy commanders of the Dark Scorpion Legion were also deeply shaken at this moment. However, what surprised all the dark apparitions even more at this time was the dark willpower that erupted from the blood god clone. Supreme, this dark willpower was more terrifying than any other dark willpower. It gave all the dark apparitions a sense of supremacy that made them want to submit to it. Moreover, it was this willpower that blocked the terrifying willpower of the underworld god clan's devil sovereign. All the dark apparitions looked at the blood god clone again. At this time, in their eyes, this blood clan's blood master was simply like a demon god. How is it possible? Your willpower. The underworld god clan's devil sovereign couldn't help but cry out. At this moment, it also felt the supreme dark willpower. Even though it was in existence from the underworld god clan, it was still shocked in the face of this willpower. It had only felt this kind of dark willpower from a demon god. How could a mere middle-rank demon emperor possess such a dark willpower? This was too unbelievable. Could it be that this blood clan junior is the reincarnation of a certain blood clan's blood god? The underworld god clan's devil sovereign suddenly stopped and stared at the blood god clone with an uncertain expression. It couldn't be blamed for thinking too much. The blood god clone had given it too much shock. All those methods were not something that a middle-rank demon emperor could master at all. Whether it was the pseudo-god ring displayed by the god-level combat skill or the dark willpower that erupted now, they were all pointing directly at a demon god. It was terrifying to think about. If it hadn't thought in this direction, it wouldn't have felt anything. Now that it thought about it carefully, it realized that this possibility was extremely close to the truth. Suddenly, it hesitated. The reincarnation of a fiend celestial level existence had too many implications. Moreover, the other party was not so easy to kill at all. Even a demon sovereign like it couldn't guess the strength of a demon god. Moreover, it was only a lower-rank demon sovereign. It was too far away from the demon god level. No one knew what the other party had left behind to protect itself. If it couldn't be completely destroyed, when the other party returned to the demon god level in the future, no one would be able to protect it. This underworld god clan's devil sovereign didn't know how much it had imagined. It couldn't help but fall into a deep dilemma. Its eyes flickered. Sometimes, the more one knew, the easier it was to fall into a vicious circle. This underworld god clan's devil sovereign knew too much. That was why it was so afraid of a middle-rank demon emperor now. The blood god clone didn't know what it was thinking. Seeing it stop and not take another step forward, it couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Just a moment ago, he was still so aggressive. Why did he suddenly stop? It couldn't be that it was frightened by its momentum. The blood god clone looked at the other party suspiciously. It became alert and was ready to attack at any time. The other dark apparitions also felt a little strange. They didn't know why the Underworld God Clan's Devil Sovereign suddenly stopped. Suddenly, the Underworld God Clan's Devil Sovereign finally spoke, "Hand over Ming Manada's soul to me, and I will let you go." As soon as it said that, all the dark apparitions looked at each other. Haimote, Maroka, Saber, and the other deputy commanders of the Black Contempt Army showed ecstasy and some disbelief in their eyes. This Underworld God Clan's Devil Sovereign was actually willing to let them go? Was it real? All the dark apparitions were full of doubts and couldn't believe it. After all, they were at daggers drawn just now. The Underworld God Clan's Devil Sovereign couldn't wait to kill Xueju. Why did it change its mind now? The inert mist demon's pupils contracted. Its heart was full of unwillingness. How could it let him go like this? It didn't understand why this Underworld God Clan's Devil Sovereign would choose to let Xueju go. No, this must be the Underworld God Clan's Devil Sovereign's delaying tactic. It wants to trick Ming Manada's soul back first. The inert mist demon seemed to understand. When it looked at the blood god clone, a trace of hidden ridicule flashed in its eyes. It wanted to see what Xueju would choose. Blood Master, you can't trust him so easily. Xuelanbua and the other dark apparitions from the Blood Clan also reacted and transmitted their voices. The Blood God clone was also very surprised at this moment. He sized up the Underworld God Clan's Devil Sovereign, rolled his eyes, and said, "I can't give you Ming Manada's soul for now. You have to let us go first." Okay. The Underworld God Clan's Devil Sovereign took a deep look at him and said, "I'll take a step back and let you go first. However, if Ming Manada's soul doesn't come back later, don't blame me for being impolite." The Blood God clone was stunned again. What's going on? It agreed to let them go so easily. At this moment, even he couldn't help but feel that this was unreal. On the other side, the inert mist demon was also stunned. It felt that its brain wasn't enough to process this situation. This was completely different from what it had imagined. Haimote, Maroka, Xuelanbua, and the other dark apparitions also looked at each other in disbelief. They couldn't wrap their heads around it for a while. Was he really letting them go, so easy? The Blood God clone laughed and said, "Haha, since Lord Demon Sovereign is so generous, I naturally won't fail to appreciate your kindness. I'll give all the mineral ores on this planet to the Underworld Army." The Underworld God Clan's Devil Sovereign couldn't help but twitch its mouth. It was as if the mineral ores were really given by him. However, it had to admit that this blood race prodigy was qualified to say such words. If it were another dark apparition genius, it would never let him have his way. However, this blood race prodigy in front of it, forget it, I'll give him face. It didn't say anything more. With a wave of its hand, it directly disappeared on the spot. It seemed that it didn't want to say anything to the blood god clone at all. The inert mist demon, all the dark apparitions, the blood god clone narrowed its eyes slightly and scanned the sky. On the other side, Wang Ting's original body was also constantly paying attention to the Underworld God Clan's Devil Sovereign. This situation was really a little beyond his expectations. However, this was also good. After all, the Blood God clone was no match for the Underworld God Clan's Devil Sovereign. If they really fought, it wouldn't do him any good. Since he had already forced the Underworld God Clan's Devil Sovereign out, it was enough. Next, it was time to leave it to the immortal-level existences of the Tianlan territory to deal with. Therefore, he moved his mouth and said a few words to the Blood God clone through voice transmission. The Blood God clone nodded secretly and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he spoke to the dark apparitions of the Dark Scorpion Army. "Everyone, our mission is over. Long live the Dark Scorpion Army." The dark apparitions of the Dark Scorpion Army all came back to their senses and looked at the Blood God clone. Their eyes were full of fanaticism and respect as they roared angrily. "Long live the Dark Scorpion Army! Long live the commander!" Roars echoed between heaven and earth, converging into one deafening sound. None of the dark apparitions of the Dark Scorpion Army felt that they had lost. Instead, they felt that they had won. Their opponents were three major armies, and there was even an existence like the Underworld Army among them. In the end, they still couldn't do anything to them. The commanders of the Dark Scorpion Army and the Dark Scale Army were all killed by their commander. Even the late-stage upper-level demon emperor from the underworld god clan died in his hands. This was enough to prove everything. The faces of the dark apparitions of the Dark Scorpion Army and the Dark Scale Army were pale. This time, their losses were too great. Not only did their commander die, but the dark apparitions in the army also suffered heavy casualties. The overall strength of the army was greatly reduced. In the past, they could still say that they were comparable to the Dark Scorpion Army. Now, they probably didn't even have the chance to compare. They had lost too thoroughly. This battle would definitely be spread out. The Dark Scorpion Army and the Dark Scale Army would become the stepping stones for the rise of the Dark Scorpion Army. When the inert fog demon saw this scene, its expression kept changing. It turned green and then white, and its eyes revealed a strong sense of unwillingness. In front of the Dark Scorpion Army, it seemed out of place. This army could no longer accommodate it. Even as the former commander of the Dark Scorpion Army, it would be nailed to the pillar of shame of the Dark Scorpion Army and become the object of ridicule and contempt for future generations. For no reason, it couldn't help but feel a trace of remorse in its heart. Perhaps it shouldn't have betrayed the Dark Scorpion Army. But it was too late now. The waves of roars seemed to be mocking it, making it feel too ashamed to stay here. It wanted to find a hole to hide in. The blood god clone didn't even look at it. In order to prevent the underworld demon sovereign from going back on his words, it was better to stop while he was ahead. He directly left with the Dark Scorpion Army. He was very cautious and didn't immediately put away the blood god altar and blood god projection. Even the Dark Scorpion killing array didn't disperse. The entire Dark Scorpion Army majestically charged into the void of the universe just like that. When Wang Ting saw this, his spiritual force swept out and collected all the attribute bubbles from the battlefield. Origin of Soul * 35500, Life Origin * 37,500, Half-Step Sector Lord Spirit * 15,000 Demon Goat Body, Level 5, * 12500 Dark Star Origin * 25500, Fire Star Force * 27,000, Devil Flame Blade Technique * 5500 Devil Flame Fist * 4500 Berserk Devil Flame * 12,000 Dark Flame Domain, Level 7 Melder, * 3500 Origin of Darkness * 7500, Origin of Fire, Rank 5, * 23,500, Origin of Soul * 41,000, Life Origin * 39,000, Half-Step Sector Lord Spirit * 18,000 Dark Star Origin * 28,000, Dark Scale Body, Rank 5, * 21,000, Scythe of Magic. Scales * 10500 Dark Scale Tail * 12,000 Dark Scale Domain, Level 8 Melder, * 2500 Darkness Origin * 8500 The first attribute bubbles that surged towards Wang Ting's body came from Sauri's and the Dark Scale Cockroach, the two upper-level Demon Emperor Dark Apparitions. These two commander-level Dark Apparitions were directly killed by the Blood God clone, so there was no doubt that they dropped a lot of attribute values. First, there were two attribute bubbles, Origin of Soul, and Origin of Life. Since the two dark apparitions were directly burned to death by the Blood God's clone with the dark fire, their Origin of Soul and Origin of Life naturally dropped a lot. In an instant, an extremely comfortable feeling emerged from the depths of Wang Ting's body. One side came from his physical body, while the other came from the depths of his soul. Double the experience, double the pleasure. Every time he absorbed the Origin of Soul and Origin of Life, it was a form of enjoyment. He couldn't stop himself. Even Wang Ting was no exception. Awesome! After absorbing the two origins, Wang Ting immediately felt that his spiritual force had increased by a lot. These two origins had a feedback effect on spiritual force. The physical body nourished the soul, and the stronger the soul, the more spiritual force grew. My spiritual force attribute has increased by a lot even before I absorbed it. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel and smiled slightly. Although his Origin of Soul and Origin of Life attributes had reached their current limits, their growth had brought him many benefits. Next was the true half-step sector Lord Spiritual Force attribute. As mid-stage upper-level demon emperors, Soris and dark-scale cockroach should have strong spiritual force. The attributes they dropped could completely satisfy Wang Ting's needs. He quickly finished absorbing. The spiritual force dropped by the two dark apparitions reached a total of 33,000 points. Spirit, 725500/800000, half-step sector lord level. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel again and was very happy. His spiritual force attribute was increasing very quickly. It probably wouldn't take long for him to reach half-step sector lord pinnacle. Breaking through sector lord level was in sight. When his spiritual force reached sector lord level, his strength would definitely skyrocket. When that time came, he wouldn't be afraid of Ming Minata, who was a late-stage upper-level demon emperor. He didn't need to use so many methods to deal with them. Next, two majestic star force surged into Wang Ting's body. One of them was the dark star origin power, while the other was the fire star origin power. Instantly, the two star forces in Wang Ting's body became even stronger. The dark star force and fire star force in the chaos star field became brighter and brighter, brewing a terrifying power. After absorbing the two star forces, pieces of comprehension appeared in Wang Ting's mind. A few light figures appeared. It was the sheep-headed demon and dark-scale demon dark apparitions. The two sheep-headed demon dark apparitions practiced fist arts and blade arts. They didn't interfere with each other. Wang Ting had obtained these two battle techniques long ago. However, Sori's mastery of these two battle techniques was clearly more profound, which was helpful to him. Devil Flame Blade Art, Upper Level Demon Emperor 3000/10,000, Small Success, Devil Flame Fist, Upper Level Demon Emperor 3000/30,000, Large Success. Both of his combat skills had been upgraded to the next level. The Demonic Flame Saber technique had been upgraded from the proficient level to the Small Success level, while the Demonic Flame Fist had been upgraded from the Small Success level to the Great Success level. Wang Ting was overjoyed by the improvement of the two sheep-headed demons' combat skills. They were both upper-level Demon Emperor level combat skills, and they had reached Small Success and Great Success. Usually, it would be difficult to improve them. But this time, Wang Ting encountered a powerhouse on the list of 10,000 emperors. Naturally, he could provide a lot of proficiency points. At the same time, the two dark-scale dark apparitions also moved. They were also practicing two different combat skills. A light apparition condensed a strange sickle weapon in its hand. The force gathered and turned into a terrifying demon sickle, moving across the void. As the sickle in the light apparition's hand slashed out, a crescent-shaped hole was directly cut in the void. It was extremely terrifying. The other light apparition used its own tail as a weapon, turning into a pitch-black python. It swept out with a terrifying momentum. Demon Scale Sickle, Upper Level Demon Emperor Level 1 500/10,000, Small Success, Wink with a Frown Dark Scale Tail, Upper Level Demon Emperor Level 3000/10,000, Small Success. Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel. His eyes flickered slightly as he thought of the two combat skills that the Dark Scale Cockroach had used. Interesting. It's actually these two combat skills of the Dark Scale race. He smiled slightly. The upper-level Demon Emperor level combat skills were not bad. They had both reached the Small Success level and could exert great power. The dark-scale cockroach was so arrogant. In the end, it was killed by him. If it knew that it would end up like this, would it still choose to be the enemy of the Blood God Avatar? However, what surprised Wang Ting was that the dark-scale tail could also pick up the corresponding attribute bubbles. He didn't have a tail. Using the force to condense. Wang Ting's mind flashed with the method of using the dark scale tail. He suddenly understood. This combat skill is similar to the Demon Blood Poisonous Vine. He immediately thought of the Demon Blood Poisonous Vine combat skill that he had mastered. It was a combination of many combat skills and was also condensed with the force. It was very similar. Huh? Wang Ting was just thinking about it. He didn't expect the word fusion to appear behind the Demon Blood Poisonous Vine and the Dark Scale Tail at the same time. Fusion. He did not hesitate and chose to fuse. Immediately, the two battle skills changed. Demonic Blood Poisonous Vine plus Dark Scale Tail equals Demonic Blood Poisonous Vine, growth type 2500/10,000, small success, demon blood poison scale vine, this name. Wang Ting wanted to ridicule it, but he did not know where to start. This name could be said to be rather sloppy. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. At this moment, his attention was instantly attracted by the changes in the demon blood poisonous scale vine. In short, this combat technique had absorbed all the characteristics of the demonic blood poisonous vine, such as bloodsucking, venom, and so on. And now, it had the added characteristic of dark scale tail, toughness. The dark scale tail was covered in scales, so it was extremely tough. Normal attacks would not be able to damage it. The Blood God Avatar's force field and force origin had been unable to completely destroy the scales on its surface. It had only caused a few cracks, which was enough to show how tough the scales were. The toughness of the demonic blood poisonous vine was already very terrifying. Now, with the addition of the toughness of the dark scale tail, it was completely doubled. The catalytic effect produced naturally had the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Moreover, Wang Ting did not forget that the dark scale tail could be transformed into the shape of a python. In other words, after the fusion, the demonic blood poisonous scale vine could also transform into the shape of a python and bite when the opponent was not paying attention. This bite could even directly absorb the origin blood of the opponent. It could be said to be double the damage. As expected, the longer the name, the more abnormal it is. Wang Ting touched his chin. He quite liked this demonic blood poisonous scale vine. After absorbing the attributes of the few battle skills, a rather special attribute bubble surged into Wang Ting's body. The attribute bubble turned into a ball of strange black flame. It carried a violent aura as it surged in Wang Ting's body. This flame was very violent, much more violent than the various special flames that Wang Ting had mastered. However, after it entered Wang Ting's chaotic star realm, it immediately became obedient. In terms of violence, it was just a little brother. In the face of 4 heavenly strange flames, even the most violent flame would have to admit defeat. After all, in terms of violence, no special flame could compare to the heavenly strange flames. Only the heavenly strange flames could compare to the heavenly strange flames. This is the violent demonic flame that Sori's mastered? It's quite something. Wang Ting felt the flame in his body and nodded. This flame was not bad. The flame could only be considered an external object, so the absorption speed was naturally very fast. To Wang Ting, it was just a matter of an instant. Moreover, with the heavenly strange flames, the absorption process was very smooth. There were no problems. Next, an extremely special energy surged into Wang Ting's body, causing his body to undergo some kind of transformation. In an instant, Wang Ting felt as if scales had grown on his skin. They were pitch black and had an extremely hard metallic luster. Dark scale body. The constitution of the dark scale race. His eyes flashed, and he controlled the transformation of his constitution, making the scales on his body grow according to his will. They appeared on his arms, legs, and then all disappeared. This constitution is not bad. Wang Ting chuckled. His dark scale body was naturally different from the dark scale race's constitution. It would not really transform into the dark scale race's appearance, but it could condense the same scale armor as the dark scale races, which had extremely strong defensive power. This effect was very similar to the armor of the armor devil race's dark apparitions. However, in comparison, the scale armor of the dark scale body was undoubtedly more flexible. It could change according to one's will, and it could be attached to any part of the body. It was unlike the armor of the armor devil race, which was slightly clumsy. It either did not condense at all or had to condense an entire set of armor. In addition, there was one thing that made Wang Ting very satisfied. That was, the scale armor condensed by the dark scale body would not conflict with other defensive means. For example, if he condensed the armor of the armor devil race, then the scale armor of the dark scale body could be completely hidden under the armor, forming a double layer of defense. Body of the dark scale, 21,000/50,000, Tier 5, Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel and nodded slightly. A Stage 5, dark scale body. The dark scale cockroach was still something. Although this kind of physique was still a little worse than the magic armor holy body, the 5th stage, dark scale body, was also quite a powerful physique. With the completion of the transformation of the constitution, a series of special insights poured into Wang Ting's mind. Two abyssal domains slowly spread out. One of the domains was filled with dark red flames and scorching hot magma everywhere. It was like a land of fire, and the power of dark flames would erupt from time to time. It was extremely terrifying. The other domain was filled with a thick fog, and a terrifying phantom of a giant beast appeared. It was the dark-scale python. The python's tail swept out and whistled as it spiraled within the domain. The entire domain was enveloped by its enormous body. After the two domains spread out, mystical runes appeared and imprinted themselves on the domains, emitting tyrannical waves. The corresponding insights immediately merged into Wang Ting's memories. Dark Flame Domain, 3500/7000, Stage 7 Melder, Dark Scale Domain, 2500/8000, Stage 8 Melder, Origin of Darkness, 21800/50000, Stage 5, Wink with a Frown Origin of Fire, 23500/50000, Stage 5. Very quickly, Wang Ting finished absorbing the realizations of the domains and origin laws. He glanced at his attributes panel and couldn't help but smile. Both domains had been greatly improved. Among them, Wang Ting had already obtained the Dark Flame Domain. Now, he had risen from rank 4 to rank 7, which was a full 3 levels. A Stage 7 Melder was already a late-stage Melder's domain. Ordinary dark apparitions would never be able to grasp it. Only a powerhouse on the Myriad Emperors list like Soris could reach such a level with his considerable mastery of domains. The Dark Scale Domain was a domain that Wang Ting had just obtained. After all, he had never met a dark scale dark apparition before, so it was impossible for him to obtain their domain. However, the Dark Scale Domain had directly reached Stage 8, which was one level higher than the Dark Flame Domain. It could be said that he had reached the heavens in a single bound. At the same time, Wang Ting's understanding of the Dark Scale Domain at both the normal and corporeal realms flowed into his mind, allowing him to fully grasp it and solidify his foundation. His sudden advancement to rank 8 Melder didn't cause any gaps in his understanding of the domain. The insights from the attribute bubbles were like this, so there was no need to worry about that. At this point, the two commander-level dark apparitions' attribute bubbles were collected by Wang Ting, but he did not withdraw his spiritual force and continued to pick up the bubbles outside. Origin of Soul * 52,000, Life Origin * 48,500, Half-Step Sector Lord Spirit * 25,000 Dark Star Origin * 35,000 Underworld God Physique, Stage 4, * 135000 Underworld God Statue * 85,000 Underworld Palm * 3,000 Underworld Sword Technique * 5,000 Underworld Illusion Movement * 3,500 Underworld Death Domain, Stage 7 Melder, * 1200, Origin of the Netherworld, Rank 6, * 13,000, Underworld Realm, Stage 5, * 14,000, Ming Minata's attribute bubbles. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment, but then he smiled. Ming Minata was finally killed by the Blood God clone. Although his spirit remained, he was still dead, so there were many attribute bubbles dropped. A large amount of Life Origin and Soul Origin poured into his body, making him feel extremely comfortable again. Next was the Half-Step Sector Lord Spirit, a total of 25,000 points. It could only be said that Ming Minata was indeed worthy of being from the Underworld God clan. His spirit was indeed stronger than the two dark apparitions, Soris and the Dark Scale Cockroach. Wang Ting's spirit rose sharply again, getting closer and closer to the peak of the Half-Step Sector Lord level. The Dark Star Origin force was needless to say, but the following attribute bubbles surprised Wang Ting. Stage 4 Underworld God Physique, 135,000 points. This attribute was much more than the ones he had picked up before, reaching a total of 135,000 points. It was truly terrifying. This Ming Minata was not killed wrongly. Wang Ting chuckled. The reason why the Blood God clone had to kill Ming Minata was because of the conflict between the two sides. Firstly, it was because of the conflict between the two. It was too arrogant and thought it could really control the Blood God doppelganger. If he did not kill it, others would think that the Blood God doppelganger was easy to bully. The second reason was because of the attribute bubbles. At the same time, it was Wang Ting who told the Blood God clone to kill it. The Underworld God clan's attribute bubbles obviously had to be taken thoroughly. Last time at the Subprofession Alliance headquarters, he was very interested in the Underworld God clan. Unfortunately, there were too few dark apparitions. Now that he finally encountered one, he would be letting himself down if he didn't take advantage of it. Other than that, there was a third reason, to lure out the Demon Lord level existence. From the looks of it, he had achieved all his goals. Underworld God Physique, 143500/400000, Stage 4, Underworld God Physique is indeed strong. Although it's only Stage 4, it's comparable to many Stage 5 Darkness physiques. Wang Ting looked at the attribute panel and thought. With the improvement of his physique, he could clearly feel the power of the Underworld God Physique. The 135,000 attribute points increase this time was only about 1/3 of the Stage 4 Underworld God Physique. There was still a long way to go before he could break through to Stage 5. After all, the Underworld God Physique required too many attribute points. If he wanted to break through from Stage 4 to Stage 5, he would need a total of 400,000 attribute points. The Underworld God Physique that Ming Minata mastered isn't that strong, Wang Ting said to himself. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If Ming Minata knew what he was thinking, he would probably faint on the spot. Killing him and complaining that his physique wasn't strong enough, this was simply too much. Underworld God Statue, unknown 120000/200000, 3-star, Underworld Palm, Demon Lord Level 7 500/10,000, Master, Underworld Sword Technique, Demon Lord Level 8 500/20,000, Small Mastery, Underworld Phantom Body Technique, Demon Lord Level 5 800/10,000, Master. The Underworld God clan's techniques and combat skills also improved, but they didn't break through the current level. Among them, the Underworld God statue's attribute points increase was undoubtedly the most, reaching 120,000, which was more than half the attribute points of the 3-star level. It's not easy. Wang Ting shook his head. This Underworld God statue was as difficult to improve as the Ancient God Physique. When he first upgraded the Ancient God Physique, he used up a lot of blank attribute points. Now that he thought about it, it was still very painful. This Underworld God statue was considered good. At least there were still dark apparitions from the Underworld God clan that he could take advantage of. He couldn't even find a single strand of hair from the Ancient God clan. The last time he was able to find the flesh of the Ancient God clan, it was simply a stroke of luck. He didn't know when he would be able to find it again. Wang Ting stopped thinking about it and looked at the Underworld Phantom Body Technique. The reason why he looked at this combat skill alone was because the increase in the mastery of the Underworld Phantom Body Technique had led to an increase in his mastery of the Blood Illusion Body Technique. Blood Illusion Body Technique, 5000/10,000, Master. Finally, there were the 3 special domains of the Underworld God clan, the Origin Law, and the Comprehension of World Force. Underworld Death Domain, 4200/7000, Rank 7 Melder, Wink with a Frown Netherworld Origin, 32200/60,000, Grade 6, Underworld Realm, 26500/50,000, Rank 5, the 3 types of comprehension had increased a lot. Although they didn't break through, they were a little higher than the comprehension he absorbed last time. The Underworld God clan's attribute points that I've obtained now are probably not much lower than Ming Minata's. Wang Ting's eyes flashed slightly. The attributes obtained from killing the other party would definitely be very close to the realm and comprehension of the other party. There was no doubt about this. Wang Ting continued to pick up the attribute bubbles. Underworld Will, Rank 4, *10800. It was another attribute bubble from the Underworld God clan, but it was completely different from the previous ones. So it's the will of the Underworld God clan. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment before he suddenly reacted. The Underworld God clan's Demon Lord had erupted with the power of will, so it would naturally drop attribute bubbles. The Blood God clone didn't take the initiative to pick up the attribute bubbles of the Underworld God clan's Demon Lord, so he had almost forgotten about it. Sin. I actually forgot about such an important attribute bubble. Wang Ting patted his forehead and immediately absorbed the attribute bubbles of the willpower. Boom, in an instant, a terrifying existence appeared in his mind. Surprisingly, it was extremely similar to the Nether God avatar. An evil will that was deathly still instantly erupted from Wang Ting's body. His eyes emitted a dark purple glow, making him look both evil and terrifying. Although he didn't deliberately erupt, the aura he faintly emitted was already powerful enough. If an upper demon emperor were to face such a will, they would probably retreat and not dare to confront it head-on. The will of the Underworld God clan was undoubtedly very terrifying. If Wang Ting didn't have the Sovereign Darkness will, it would be difficult for him to suppress the Stage 4 death will of the Underworld God clan's Demon Lord. Death's Will, 10800/40,000, Tier 4, Stage 4 Death Will. Although it's not as strong as the Underworld God clan's Demon Lord, it's not much worse. Wang Ting chuckled. If the Underworld God knew that he had mastered this kind of willpower, what kind of expression would he have, other than the attribute bubbles of these few dark apparitions? The remaining attribute bubbles dropped by the other dark apparitions didn't surprise Wang Ting. After all, they were still too weak. The only thing that could benefit Wang Ting was the Star Force attribute, which made his force stronger. However, the Dark Flame and Dark Scale armies each provided Wang Ting with a special attribute. Dark Flame Killing Array * 2500 Dark Flame Killing Array * 2300 Dark Flame Killing Array * 3000 Dark Scale Killing Array * 3200 Dark Scale Killing Array * 3500 Dark Scale Killing Array * 2500 Dark Flame Killing Array and Dark Scale Killing Array. Wang Ting's eyes lit up slightly, and the shadows of two huge arrays immediately appeared in his mind. One of the arrays was wrapped in raging flames, and it emitted an extremely hot temperature. The other array condensed the shadow of the Dark Scale Evil Python, which moved freely in the void. The two formations were covered with countless complicated and profound runes. These runes were originally dark and lusterless, but at this moment, as the comprehension surged in, all of them were lit up. Shockingly, they formed a complete formation. Luckily, if they were incomplete, these two arrays would be useless. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the attribute panel. Dark Flame Killing Array, Saint Tier 5 500/10,000, Proficient. Dark Scale Killing Array, Saint Tier 6 800/10,000, Proficient. Both arrays were Saint Tier, and they had reached the proficient level at the same time. This allowed Wang Ting to master these two killing arrays instantly. If he were to break the arrays now, it would be a piece of cake. There was no need for brute force at all. End of chapter 2041. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.